Chapter 0401 _ Black Market Big Yuhi Name. Alas! Tsunade wanted to say something, but Luhan had already disappeared. Tsunade's mouth was half open, his eyes were slightly widened, he froze for a moment, then pulled his face and muttered in dissatisfaction, "Bastard, be careful." Call. What did you say? Luhan appeared in front of Tsunade out of thin air again and teased with a smile. Tsunade's face turned Yuhi, his face sank again, and he said with the dignity of being a teacher, "Tell you to be careful. The black market is very dangerous. Missing nins from various ninja villages and forces in various countries are haunting the black market, and some of them are super powerful. Strong people, and even some well-known strongmen in the ninja world, sometimes disguise themselves and enter the black market, accepting missions as black market killers, although you have some strength. But in the black market, there are people who are stronger than you, isn't it? One or two, you must remember that disputes are not allowed in the black market, you have to fight them out, and don't break the rules in the black market, otherwise." Okay, I understand, don't be so serious. Luhan interrupted Tsunade's words a little bit unbearably, took a step forward, and hugged Tsunade directly in his arms. Tsunade didn't know if he didn't react in time or if he forgot to react, so he was hugged by Luhan. "I'll be careful," Luhan whispered in Tsunade's ear, looking at the crystal earlobe with his hand, he couldn't help but pecked on it. Tsunade's body froze suddenly, and his face was Yuhi's. At Tsunade, who looked at Yuhi while guarding against being beaten, grinned, and disappeared in a flash. Bastard! When Luhan appeared in the woods outside the courtyard, he heard Tsunade's screams in the courtyard. Euhixia in the sky at dusk, Luhan left Konoha alone and officially set off on the road to the black market. Time flies, in the blink of an eye, 2 days later. The Country of Waves, located in the east of the Country of Fire, across the sea from the Country of Fire, is an island country with a small land area and few ninjas. Wave Mountain is the second peak on Wave Island. It is no more than 200 meters high, but it is an active volcano. There was an eruption 23 years ago. Because of the possible dangers caused by active volcanoes, the mountain is located in Wave Mountain. There are few islanders nearby. At noon that day, in the vast forest near the Wave Mountain. Call. Luhan appeared out of thin air on a 3-meter-high bluestone, looking into the distance. The Wave Mountain is already in sight. Because the forests near the mountain are very dense, Luhan saw too many scenery and did not find the so-called 3-patterned stone. 3-patterned stone, Luhan muttered and opened the insight map. 10 kilometers maximum range. Luhan has frequently opened the insight map since he went to the island. The islanders detected before were all orange dots, but this time, 5 Yuhi points appeared on the insight map. 3 kilometers to the southwest, 5 Yuhi points appeared. Yuhi points get together. Great Yuhi Point. Black Market Gatekeeper, Level 30 Elite, Bardo. Is it there? Luhan thought for a moment, then disappeared onto the stone. There is a basin at the foot of Wading Mountain, surrounded by tall trees to form a small open space. In the open space stands a stone no more than 1 meter high. The stone is covered with moss. It seems to have been standing there for many years. Under the cover of the moss on the stone, there are marks cut by 3 sharp tools. Call. The whirlwind blew up, and Luhan appeared in front of the stone. This is the 3-patterned stone. It's so small, it's really hard to find. Luhan frowned, looked left and right, and the insight map showed that the 5 Yuhi names were here, but Luhan didn't see it. Underground. Luhan guessed. At this time. Call. 5 whirlwinds rolled up in front of the 3-patterned stone, and as soon as they reached the figures, they appeared in sequence. These 5 people were dressed very casually, some in black robes, some in casual clothes, and even some in samurai uniforms. The only thing they had in common was their faces. They all wore very ferocious ghost masks. Token. The headed black market gatekeeper said that he was the big Yuhi named Bardo, a Jonin. Lu Han didn't speak, he turned his hand and took out the token for a gesture. Bardo was silent when he saw Lu Han, as if he was looking at Lu Han. Lu Han watched, and when Bardo completed the hand seal, he raised his hand to quickly complete the hand seal and disappeared in front of Bardo. In the dimly lit cave passage, Lu Han appeared out of thin air, and there was light in front of the passage, which was the exit. This is, underground, or in the Wave Mountain. Lu Han was a little unsure of his position, and when he was talking about the shock of his feet, he turned into a gust of wind, instantly passed through the entire passage, and appeared outside the entrance of the passage. The heat wave and the roaring voices came at the same time, even giving Lu Han a feeling of being caught off guard. He was stunned. This is a very well-lit cave square. It is a perfect circle with a diameter of more than 200 meters. In the middle of this cave square is a magma pool, a huge magma pool with a diameter of more than 100 meters. Glow and amazing heat. There are many people in the cave square, maybe more than 200, most of them are dressed in mysterious clothes, but there are also a few people who show their true colors. In front of the circular stone walls around the cave square, not far from each other, there is a stall where some black market merchants are selling some shady things. The number of people in the black market exceeded Lu Han's imagination. After all, the black market transaction order is only a few dozen yuan. However, it is not incomprehensible, because a black market transaction order does not represent a person. The person who holds the black market transaction order can bring other people into the black market, and some people do not need a black market transaction order to enter the black market. A lot of strong people. Standing at the entrance of the passage, Lu Han glanced at the silhouettes in the square, and then opened the insight map. Who is the owner of the black market? Lu Han was very curious. Normally, the official people of the black market are all named Yuhi, and the strongest Yuhi point should be the owner of the black market. However, the insight map does not show the owner of the black market. That Yuhi point is not a black market person, but a killer. He's here. Lu Han was a little shocked. Great Yuhi point. Black market super S-class killer, level 70 bronze boss, Hanzo. Chapter 0402-019 Intelligence Mission. Hanzo. It's that Hanzo of the Salamander. Lu Han was shocked. It was almost certain that this level 70 bronze boss was Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of a Megakure village in the Land of Rain. All of them are called Hanzo, a ninja so strong, because Sanjiao is not a surname, but a nickname similar to a nickname, so it will only be displayed as Hanzo on the insight map, without the 3 characters of Sanjiao. His status here is that of a black market super S-class killer. To reach this level, he must have enough records. He has not been a killer for a day or two. He is really worthy of his status as the leader of the ninja in the Land of Rain. As we all know, the country of Rain is always in civil war. There are many vicious people, there are many missing nins, and there are many strongmen. Even, it is not a secret that a Megakure village accepts shameful employment tasks all year round. Lu Han just didn't expect that Hanzo would actually do such a thing himself. He is really free. The Konoha army has already entered the country of Rain, and Hanzo even came here to take the mission. This is out of money. Perhaps it is because of lack of money. The country of Rain, which has been chaotic for many years, cannot compare with the 5 major countries in terms of income, and even the 5 major ninja villages cannot be compared alone. The loss of money due to war is unimaginable. S-rank mission in ninja village is only a million commission, but in the black market, as a Hanzo super S-rank killer, if he randomly accepts a super S-rank mission, it will be a 10 million commission, and if he accepts an assassination if the mission of the Fire Nation's name is successful, it will be a 100 million commission. Daimyo. Lu Han was suddenly startled. He's not really here to take on the task of assassinating Daimyo, right? After thinking for a while, Lu Han raised his head and scanned the entire cave square again. There are more than 200 people in the entire square, and there are 4 with a strength rating of 60. 1 is a businessman, and the other 3 are all killers, 2 S grades, and 1 super S grade. Around the square, in addition to the passageway where Lu Han came in, there are 3 passageways. The stone walls above the passageway are engraved with symbols and texts, namely, General, Special, and S. Lu Han understands what it means. There are 3 channels for handing over black market tasks, namely the ordinary task channel, the special task channel, and the S-level task channel. The super S-level task is also handed over in the S-level task channel. Lu Han observed in the square for a while, and then opened the insight map to take a look. Black Vine, the connector. Lu Han came here. Walked directly to the S-level passage. He didn't want to connect with Hating immediately, because it would be inconvenient for him to do things, and he didn't like being stared at. Let's take a look here first, and then it's not too late to connect. Enter the S-level mission channel, walk about 100 meters to the exit, and outside the exit is a cave square, which is also circular, but only 100 meters in diameter, and there is no magma pool. The light in the square comes from hanging on the surrounding stone walls. Brazier. In the 4 positive directions of the south, south and northwest around the square, counters have been excavated in the stone walls. These 4 counters represent S-level task handover, super S-level task handover, task release, and item trading. There are not many people in this square, only a dozen people, but the weakest one has a rating of 50, and the strongest one is Hanzo. He is here too, wearing a dark Yui-colored robe. The kabuto hat is extremely fat, and the front is low. Obviously, he wears this to cover the mask on his face. Hanzo is standing in front of the Super S-grade task handover counter, doing something. Lu Han thought for a while, then walked straight to the Transcendent S-grade task handover counter, standing 2 meters away from Hanzo. Hanzo didn't lift his head, still looking at the scroll in his hand, as if he didn't care that someone came over. Behind the counter is an old man in his 60s, his face is expressionless and his eyes are full of energy. Yuhi name. Black Market Super S-Class Task Manager, Level 50 White Silver Boss, Shazam. Shazam said hoarsely when he saw Lu Han, who was wearing a black robe and a mask, coming over. Ubidir is better than Zier. Lu Han said, the key corresponds to the identity. Lu Han can prove that he is the Black Market S-Class killer, Bone Mew, by saying the key. When Shazam heard Lu Han report the key, he took out a black book from under the counter, opened it, closed it again, and raised his head. You are not of sufficient level to check the tasks here, please. Zan gestured for Lu Han to go to the S-level task counter. I didn't come to check the quest, but to hand in the quest. Lu Han said in a low voice. Oh, Shazam frowned slightly. He knew that Gu Mu had not taken the task in the black market for a long time, but he also understood that many tasks do not have to be accepted before they can be handed in. For example, some tasks will leak information, although some people do not after taking over the task. There may be a way to complete it or it has already been completed. In this case, you can also come to hand in the task directly. Task categories. Shazam asked. Information. Lu Han said. Shazam nodded, then reached out and took out a notebook from under the counter and handed it to Lu Han. Super S-level intelligence tasks are not as difficult and important as assassination tasks, and some are related tasks of Super S-level assassination tasks, so S-level killers can be consulted. Lu Han opened the notebook and saw the tasks to be handed in on the first page. He immediately closed the notebook again and raised his head. Number 019 task. Shazam suddenly exclaimed in surprise, and at the same time, Hanzo, who was standing by the side looking at the scroll, also raised his head and looked at Lu Han. Taking back the book, Shazam opened it and checked that he remembered correctly. He looked up at Lu Han and asked, Are you sure you want to hand in the 019 intelligence mission? Yes. Lu Han nodded. Okay. Shazam responded, took out a pen and paper from under the counter and handed it to Lu Han, while glancing at Han Zhang obscurely. Lu Han picked it up and was thinking about how to write it. I sent the task, just tell me directly. Hanzo's cold voice suddenly sounded from the side. Lu Han was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Hanzo. His heart trembled. He regrets. Black Market Super S-Class number 019 Intelligence Mission Details. Bounty 5 million in exchange for detailed information on Konoha Anbu Ninja Hangwang. Chapter 0403_Luhan and Hanzo. Luhan's task in the black market is to sell his intelligence. Of course he is not trying to die. Although he will give his true information, the person who gets the information will definitely not be able to leave Wave Island alive. That's what Luhan thought. He wanted to use his information to attract the person who sent the mission. He had the right to do so. After writing the information, he could ask the black market to meet the person who issued the mission. If the other party did not agree, he can also refuse to give information. As long as the other party agrees to meet, no matter how the other party dresses up, Luhan can know who the other party is. Luhan had guessed before that the task of rewarding his own intelligence appeared after the task of rewarding his head. Therefore, the two tasks may not be issued by the same person, and the person who issued the task of rewarding intelligence is likely to accept the assassination task. People. Hangwang's head bounty is as high as 35 million. And the Cold Light Intelligence Mission, the bounty is 5 million. In this comparison, there is a high probability that the person who issued the bounty intelligence task and the person who received the assassination task are the same person. From the inside and outside, as long as the assassination task is completed, you can earn 30 million. That's why Luhan wanted to know who was the one who took over the task of assassinating him, and wanted to kill him. I never thought. This person is Hanzo. Fuck. You idiot. Don't go to command the war, come here to take the mission, bastard. How short of money are you? Luhan felt like he was about to vomit blood, and now it seems that he was right at all. Hanzo not a person from the black market, not a person from the land of water. Then if he released an intelligence mission about Hangwang, it means that he is the one who took the assassination mission. He took the assassination mission, but he didn't know about Hangwang, so he sent an intelligence mission. After he got the detailed information on Hangwang, he went to kill Hangwang. Luhan finally understood why Shazam gave Hanzo a cryptic glance just now, because he knew that the intelligence mission number 019 was released by Hanzo. We can go over there. Hanzo spoke again, raising his hand and gesturing in the direction of the corner. Okay. Luhan responded hoarsely, although his heart was already stormy, but he didn't show any strange color on the surface. The two walked to the corner of the cave square far from the counter. Because it was close to the stone wall and slightly far from the brazier, the light was very dim. Hanzo suddenly raised his hand to complete the hand seal with extreme speed, and futon wind-style chakra flew out from his hands, forming a screen-like barrier that surrounded him and Luhan completely. Luhan felt the silence around him. He couldn't hear the sound outside the barrier. Because the barrier was a distorted airflow, he couldn't see things outside the barrier. This is a futon wind-style ninjutsu that blocks both sound and sight. Tell me, Konoha Anbu's information about the ninja Hangwang. I already know some of his situation, so you'd better not lie to me. Hanzo said coldly, staring at Luhan faintly. Are you threatening me? I can refuse to hand in this task. Luhan choked back, looking very cold and arrogant. He has only two choices now, either hand in the task or not, and must not hand in the task and tell lies, because once the black market checks that the information he gave is false, then he will be hunted down by the official black market bounty. Identity is also destroyed as a result. Luhan is not afraid of being hunted down, but he can't destroy the identity of Gumu, which is managed by Konoha. If it is destroyed, there is no way to explain it back. He can't tell Sarutobi Hiruzen that he has screwed up. After all, he wants to betray Hangwang. The intelligence was his own idea. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't let him do it. I just advise you not to tell lies. Hanzo continued coldly. By the way, I would like to remind you that you have just submitted this quest to the black market. If you go back on it, you must pay the black market the equivalent of the reward for this quest. The breakup fee is 5 million taels. Luhan was silent and looked at Hanzo before speaking hoarsely. Okay, I can tell Han Guang's information. What do you want to know? Say everything you know. Don't worry, as long as you say enough, I will pay you. Hanzo continued, remind you, the person who issued the reward mission to assassinate Hangguang has already provided me with some information on Hangguang, including his portrait, so you better not tell any lies. Naturally there will be no lies. Lu Han narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Kurigakure. In the entire ninja world, except for Konoha, the only person who can understand Hangguang and draw Master Hangguang's portrait is the country of water, Kurigakure. Han Guang, now 13 years old, joined Konoha Anbu about a year and a half ago as the deputy captain of Konoha Anbu, and is highly regarded by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Since joining Anbu, Han Guang has made great achievements many times. He first killed the Kurigakure flying ninja team in the country of Vortex, and then killed the captain of Kurigakure Anbu in the country of water. Several members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the leader of the Kurigakure scout force, Mundogen, also died in his hands. Before leaving the country of the Vortex, he severely injured the Kurigakure Mizukage and assisted the Boiling Rain. There is one piece of information that I can't confirm. I can also tell you that it is said, he completed the Hiraishin technique created by Hokage Senju Tobarama, the 2nd generation of eyes. Hangguang has been in Konoha for the last 1 or 2 months, but he rarely shows up, because Konoha has been involved in the war in the Land of Rain, and Konoha Anbu has a lot of tasks. I think he must be tired from the office and has no time of his own. After Lu Han finished speaking, he felt a little nervous. It was the first time for him to play to such an extent. His true identity, don't you know? Hanzo asked. In his opinion, what Lu Han just said were innocuous things, and it didn't help him assassinate Han Guang. His name is Han. He's an orphan. Lu Han said, it doesn't make much sense to say this. Hanzo already has a portrait of Master Hangguang, so the name doesn't matter much. Well, you said enough. Hanzo seemed satisfied, then paused and said, I have another question. Speak. Can you provide me with information on the daimyo of the country of fire? If you can, I am willing to pay you a commission of 8 million taels. Lu Han stayed for a while. Did this guy really take on the task of assassinating the daimyo of the Land of Fire? Chapter 0404 Black Zetsu first appeared. Information on the name of the country of fire. Lu Han dragged his hoarse voice, as if thinking, before he said, I did master some information about the name of the country of fire, but it's not enough, if you give me some time and I can investigate enough intelligence. Okay. Hanzo continued, I will release an intelligence mission on the daimyo of the Land of Fire to the black market for a period of 1 month. If you cannot find useful information within 1 month, I will withdraw the reward. Yeah, Lu Han responded with an indifferent nasal voice. I have one last question. Hanzo spoke again, his eyes under the shadow of Kabuto's hat flashed a strange color. About your question, I don't know if you can answer me. What's the problem? Are you Konoha missing Nin? What do you think? It seems you didn't mean to say it. No need to tell you. Hanzo didn't speak anymore. He raised his right hand slightly, and the futon wind-style barrier swirling around them quickly dissipated into nothing. When he reached the counter, Hanzo raised his hand and said to Shazan, mission accomplished. Give him the money. Shazan didn't talk nonsense. He directly took out 5 black market money tickets with a denomination of 1 million taels from under the counter, pressed them on the counter, and pushed them to Lu Han. Lu Han put the money in his pocket, turned around and walked out of the cave passage. Hanzo looked sideways at the back of Lu Han's departure, until Lu Han entered the passage and was engulfed by darkness. Then he withdrew his gaze, looked at Shazan again and asked, who is he? S-class killer, Bonewood. Shazam said directly. According to black market rules, higher-level killers have the right to inquire about the black market identities of low-level killers. This is a high-level authority and a spur mechanism. Black market officials hope that every black market killer can perform more tasks and improve their level as much as possible, which is also conducive to black market earnings. Take brokerage commission. Bone wood. Hanzo muttered, then turned his head to look in the direction Luhan left, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. In the dark cave passage, Luhan strode forward, until he could no longer sense Hanzo's aura. He just walked away a little and breathed a sigh of relief. He had to admit that Hanzo put a lot of pressure on him. After all, he was known as a demigod, and he was notoriously ruthless. His rating was as high as 70 bronze. With such strength, Luhan knew that he could not win. Earlier, Luhan was a little worried. Would Hanzo kill someone after getting the information? It's entirely possible. Although it is not allowed to do anything in the black market, Hanzo can follow Luhan all the time, wait for Luhan to leave the black market, and do it outside. Fortunately, Hanzo made a request for information on the daimyo of the Land of Fire, which gave him a reason not to kill Luhan for the time being. Hanzo, we will have a battle eventually, just wait for me. Luhan thought as he walked, if you can get the first kill of a level 70 bronze boss, the reward will definitely exceed the past, even more than the first kill. Killing a level 55 diamond boss is also rich. The key is to kill the enemy by leaps and bounds. Maybe there will be special rewards. Luhan knows that he is not Hanzo's opponent, but now he seems to have a chance to lure Hanzo to go somewhere alone. At that time, he only needs to pull some helpers, and it is not difficult to kill Hanzo, and the key is not to let Hanzo suspicion. The helper Luhan wants to pull must be strong enough. Unconsciously, Luhan walked back to the magma pool cave square. Looking up, Luhan pretended to walk around the cave square and looked at what the black market merchants who set up street stalls were selling. What those merchants sold were nothing more than some lost powers of the big ninja villages. Things, including advanced ninjutsu practice methods, some special ninja tools, or some important token. The prices are extremely high. Luhan just looked at it, but did not buy it. After turning around, he walked into the special task handover channel. With Black Vine. After passing through the passage, it is also a slightly smaller cave plaza. The structure is exactly the same as the S-level task handover plaza, except that the counter functions are different. The 4 counters are Special Task Bidding Counter, Special Task Release Counter, and Special Item Equivalent Exchange Counter, and Auction Inquiry Trading Counter. Special tasks, there is no level, anyone can take it. The bounty can be as low as tens of thousands and as high as hundreds of millions. The peculiarity of special tasks is that they can be bid. Example, the village of Kurigakure wants to get the practice method of the Hiraishin technique. They come to the black market to issue a task and offer 10 million taels, and the village of Iwagakure also wants to get the practice method of the Hiraishin technique, so they can offer a higher price to compete, as long as if the price is higher than the Kurigakure village bid, the special quests with bounties issued by the Kurigakure village will be automatically voided. Black Vine, at first sight after entering the special mission square. Black Market S-Class Killer, Black Vine. Haiteng is the orange name, because this is the black market, and Haiteng has an identity here, so Luhan saw that Haiteng's identity is also in the black market. Haiteng was wearing a gray ninja suit with a silver-gray mask on his face. Apart from letting people know that he is male and he is over 1.8 meters tall, he is rather thin. So, I don't know his age. When Luhan entered the square, Haiteng was standing in front of the special task bidding counter, looking down at the scroll. He didn't know Luhan, and Luhan needed to go over and show him his identity. Is Haiteng his real name? Or, he doesn't have a real name, only a code name. Luhan thought for a while, then walked straight to the special task bidding counter. Just a few steps away, Luhan stopped abruptly, his pupils contracted violently, and his face under the mask looked horrified. He saw someone. In other words, it is not human at all. Just exist in this world as a human being. Just more than 10 meters to the right of Haiteng, in the dark corner of the cave square, a figure wearing an inky black robe and covering his entire body was standing there, holding a thick booklet in his hand, looking at the booklet. Content on. This figure is Yuhi name. But no rating scale is displayed. the second intelligence officer of the Black Market Council, Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu. Lu Han was stunned. Chapter 0405_Weird Black Vine. Black Zetsu, the will product of the ultimate boss Otsutsuki Kagaya, can also be said to be the child of Kagaya Heim. For the mother's resurrection of Kagaya Heim, Black Zetsu bewitched Uchiha Madara, planning for decades. What it did is not much mentioned in the original work. Many times, what Black Zetsu did, is not mentioned. And in those blank periods, Black Zetsu must have done something. Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu. He is one of the controllers of the black market. Could it be that he also had a share in the establishment of the black market? Or, he joined the black market and became the controller? Lu Han set off a storm in his heart. There have been many speculations by those behind the black market, but never thought that Black Zetsu would be one of them. The Black Market Council is the highest authority in the black market, and the exact number is unknown. The second intelligence officer, the second seat should be the position. The second person in the black market is called the second seat, and the intelligence officer should be the position. Black Zetsu is here. It's Black Zetsu. Not absolutely. What about White Zetsu? Lu Han thought, is it gathering intelligence outside? Black Zetsu White Zetsu can be one body or separate. Lu Han, who is familiar with the original work, knows that White Zetsu really has super intelligence gathering ability, but White Zetsu is not in the black market at this time. Yuhi's name shows Black Zetsu. Then it is Black Zetsu. If it includes White Zetsu, it should be called Absolute. He is the second seat, the first seat of the Black Market Council, that is, the owner of the black market. Could it be? Lu Han's thoughts were up and down. He thought of a person who had a close relationship with Ju at this time, Uchiha Madara. In terms of time, Uchiha Madara is about to die of old age at this time, and Nagato should be just 2 years old. Uchiha Madara may or may not have given Rinnegan to Nagato. If he gave Rinnegan to Nagato, then at this point, he should be relying on Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, to survive. Will Uchiha Madara be the master of the black market? Lu Han thought about it, and immediately rejected the idea, because the black market existed before Uchiha Madara's betrayal of Konoha. Madara has been practicing and trying to open Rinnegan since his death. He simply didn't have the time or energy to control the black market. Absolutely possible that he was already a member of the Black Market Council in the Sengoku era, and the probability that Uchiha Madara is the master of the black market is very low. Under the dim light in the corner, the figure in the black robe was looking at the contents of the booklet. His palm with black gloves was turning the page. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something and looked up at Lu Han. Lu Han had already turned around and looked at the direction of the special task bidding counter. The whole thing was quite natural. Even from a third party's point of view, Lu Han only looked at Black Zetsu twice and stopped paying attention. There was no intentional feeling in it. Black Zetsu stared at Lu Han. His eyes flickered, then lowered his head to look at the booklet in his hand, and didn't seem to notice anything unusual. What is the strength of Black Zetsu? Why is it that Hanzo is not the big Yuhi's point? Or is it that he did not combine with White Zetsu, and his strength is not as good as Hanzo? It tapped lightly on the table. Blah 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 blah. Very slight tapping. It seems that there is no rhythm, but it has a unique rhythm. Hei Tang, who is also 2 steps away from Lu Han in front of the same counter, raised his head slightly, glanced at Lu Han, then looked down at the scroll, and said casually, "Come on." His voice was low, but hoarse. The magnetism. Yeah, Lu Han responded with a nasal voice, and at the same time beckoned to the old man at the counter, and said, "Question inquiry." The old man in charge of the reception was probably in his 70s, with gray hair, and his name was Yuhi, and his name was Big Axe Luo. Although Big Axe Luo is old, his rating and appellation has reached Level 50 Bronze Boss. At this age, he still has such strength. When he was young, he was afraid that he had at least the strength of Quenying. Big Axe glanced at Lu Han, took out a very thick scroll from under the counter, and handed it to Lu Han. "How did you find me?" Haiteng looked at the scroll and asked in a low voice. Feel. Luhan also lowered his head and opened the scroll to watch. Feel. Huh. It doesn't matter, does it? It doesn't matter, arrogant fellow. Each other. The two stood side by side not far from each other, and they all looked down at the recent black market special tasks, and at the same time chatted and said some very boring or unfriendly things. Ming, the two deliberately said this so that no one would suspect that the two were connected here. There are many contradictions between black market killers. If you don't explain the contradictions in the identity, you can say that the contradictions in the identity of the black market are all killers. It is possible to accept the same assassination mission, and there is competition, and there will naturally be contradictions. Therefore, the dialogue between the two is very ordinary and will not cause suspicion. The two talked at random, then exchanged the scrolls to Big Axe, and left the special task cave square one after the other. In the dark cave passage, the two walked side by side, keeping their voices low. Haiteng wanted to confirm Luhan's identity again. Better than the land, you must be better than the wise. Luhan said. Well, the latest information shows that there have been 3 Super S-level killers who have taken over the task of assassinating daimyo. Except for Kakuzu, the other 2 are still unknown. Kuroto kept his voice extremely low and spoke quickly. Luhan just listened. Along the way, Haiteng explained the recent black market situation to Luhan, including some changes in intelligence and some rules that are considered taboo in the black market. When the two walked out of the cave passage and returned to the magma pool cave plaza, Haiteng had already finished what he had to say, and the two parted ways directly. Haiteng hurriedly walked into the passageway of the grotto leaving the black market. Luhan looked at Haiteng's leaving back with doubts flashing in his eyes. He felt that something was wrong with Kuroto, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Strangely, Haiteng's tone of voice and walking attitude made Luhan feel something was wrong. After a few minutes, Luhan squatted in front of the black market merchant's booth and looked at the shady goods in a pretentious manner. Boom! A dull roar suddenly sounded, and the entire underground black market shook. Luhan suddenly raised his head. There's a fight outside. Chapter 0406_ to pick up cheap cold. For a while, almost everyone in the magma pool cave square raised their heads and looked up. This was a subconscious move. In fact, they couldn't see anything, not even feel the breath, but the people here basically, it can be judged that there is a fight outside. The black market is underground, and there are strong men fighting on the ground, and the powerful attack ninjutsu caused the ground to shake. Hey, interesting, Ichiraku in Luhan's heart, a little excited. What he likes most now is, there is a battle. Especially in a place like the black market, there is no taboo to act as a black market killer. When he came to the black market, Luhan firmly adhered to the principle of not causing trouble. After all, there are many strong people in the black market, so be careful. However, if the two fight first, Luhan doesn't mind going up to take advantage at all. If he can get in the first place kill, that would be better. Now in the ninja world, it's not the same as before. The war of the ninja world has already started. There are many enemies of Konoha, Kurigakure village, Omegakure village, Kumogakure village, Sunagakure village. All the ninjas in these villages are Konoha's enemies. Luhan has no psychological burden. Go and see. I saw a good show again. Call. In the magma pool cave square, some figures disappeared out of thin air, some turned into glimpses and rushed into the exit. The killers are not the masters of peace. Watching the fun has always been their strength, and they don't know who is fighting with whom outside. If it is someone who has friendship, maybe he will help, so he must go out and see. Luhan can be said to be the only black market killer who wants to go out and pick up bargains. The vast mountain forest under the fluctuation mountain has huge canopy, connected into pieces, like blocking the sky and the sun. A faint fog has shrouded this area at some point. Vines are crawling everywhere, moss makes up, the trees are tall and deep, and the light in the forest is dim. Futon, wind-style, heavy cannon. Boom. The tall figure wearing a brown robe and face mask jumped high, quickly completed the hand seal, and spit out several huge wind balls with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters in a row. The wind ball was like a cannonball, constantly chasing after the figure that was evading, bombarding the mountains and forests continuously. The giant tree with a diameter of more than 4 meters was directly interrupted, the ground was bombarded with a big hole, and even hard rocks were also attacked. Turned into ashes. Damn! The figure in the gray ninja suit was dodging frantically, and a low swearing sound resounded through the forest. Wooyoung, you don't follow the rules. You can't die. Ha ha ha, who made you so careless? I found out your identity, you. Damn it. The brown-robed ninja laughed wildly. At the moment when the voice stopped suddenly, the person disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in the get close to the gray-clothed ninja and quickly complete the hand seal. Futon, wind style, Dashwanyu. Kaden, fire style, serpent fire. The gray-clothed ninja who had just jumped up the tree sensed the danger behind him, jumped back and launched a counterattack. The green wind ball that attacked in an oval arc collided with the 3 flaming snakes. The roaring sound started, the wind and the flames boosted each other, and the terrifying shock waves swept around. Both of them disappeared out of thin air on the way back. The strength is very strong, there is no mediocrity. Although the two had only just started fighting, they had already destroyed a large area of the forest, with fires everywhere, and thick smoke billowing into the sky. Call. A figure dressed as a samurai with an evil ghost mask appeared out of thin air on a tree branch more than 10 meters high in the distance. Then, more figures appeared nearby. Some of them appeared with precursors of a whirlwind, and some suddenly appeared very abruptly. And others came running wildly, and the glimpse suddenly stopped somewhere. They are all here. Official black market ninjas, black market killers, and even some powerful black market merchants also arrived. In a very short period of time, there were hundreds of people near the battlefield. They were all brave and talented people who were not afraid of being affected by the battle. Luhan appeared on a big stone 6 or 7 meters high in the north of the battlefield. He glanced at the battlefield. Luhan frowned slightly. You can't immediately rely on those name fonts to find people who will fight. Wow! The brown-robed ninja appeared in the open space in the middle of the battlefield, standing on a fallen tree, holding a large axe with a chain in his hand. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and he glanced around. It's Wooyoung. What happened? Master Wooyoung actually had a conflict with someone. Luhan heard the discussion. Many black market killers were talking about this person. Obviously, this Wooyoung is very famous in the black market. In Luhan's eyes, the displayed name was not Wooyoung. Wooyoung was the killer's code name, and Luhan saw the person's real name. Great Yuhi name. Sunagakur lurks in the black market Super S-class killer. Level 60 bronze boss, Fuji Crossing. This is outside the black market, and Luhan can already see the true identity of the black market killer. Sunagakur village in the land of wind, this guy. Kill can be killed, but too strong. This. Luhan hesitated, turned his head and glanced to the southwest. Hanzo also came out. Standing on the second from a tree branch more than 10 meters high, he looked at the situation on the battlefield. Luhan has already cultivated into Horaishin, so it is not impossible to win the level 60 bronze boss, but the problem is that Hanzo is here. Luhan can't use the Horaishin technique in front of Hanzo at all, because Hanzo knows that Hengguang will be Horaishin. I don't know who his opponent is. If he's strong enough, I won't use Horaishin. If I can win 2 against 1, I can. Luhan pondered. Call. A faint breath suddenly appeared beside Luhan. Luhan had subconsciously wanted to stay away, but he restrained himself and did not move, because the other party was not malicious. Turning his head to look, it was Hanzo who came suddenly like a ghost. When are you going to leave? Hanzo asked coldly, looking at the battlefield. It depends on the situation. Luhan replied, answering without nutrition. At this time. Boom. In the southwest, 50 or 60 meters away from the center of the battlefield, the ground suddenly burst, and the figure in gray burst out in an instant. Seeing this person jumping out of the ground, Luhan was instantly stunned. Chapter 0407 Sarutobi Lake Biwa. First of all, this gray-clothed ninja is Black Vine, the ninja who was the joint ninja with Luhan in the black market, wearing a gray ninja uniform and a silver-gray mask. Secondly, she is not a man as Luhan saw, but a woman. Although her attire is very masculine, her voice is a magnetic low male voice, and her body has no feminine features. She may have wrapped her breasts with a cloth belt. But at this time Luhan is absolutely certain that she is a woman, and a middle-aged man who is less than 40 years old. She was mentioned in the original book, but the writing is poor. This person. Konoha lurks a black market S-class killer, Sarutobi Lake Biwa. Luhan was completely stunned, a feeling that the whole world had gone mad lingered in his mind. Sarutobi Lake Biwa. Captain Konoha Anbu assists Sarutobi, the mother of Yushuan. Konoha Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's wife. Since he came to this world, Luhan has never seen Lake Sarutobi Biwa. In fact, this is very unreasonable. Sarutobi Lake Biwa, as Sarutobi Hiruzen's wife, has a very high voice in Konoha Master. Her own strength is not weak, but Luhan he had never seen her once, whether in the house where Sarutobi Hiruzen received people or in the Hokage building. Luhan had never seen any trace of Lake Sarutobi Biwa. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes today, Luhan would never have imagined that Sarutobi Biwako was actually sent to the black market to act as an intelligence ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen really willing. Even if Sarutobi Lake Biwa has enough strength and is willing to come to the black market, can Sarutobi Hiruzen really be willing? Are you willing to let your wife lurk in such a dangerous place as the black market for a long time? Oh, no, elf. I have a question. Luhan found something wrong, and asked in his heart, why do I see Hanzo in the black market and see his real name instead of his real name? The killer's code name, but looking at Sarutobi Lake Biwa, you can only see the code name. Only outside the black market can you see her real name, this situation. The situation Luhan said is not an exception, except for Hanzo and Sarutobi Lake Biwa. Many black market killers also have these two different situations. It's related to the length of time you maintain your identity. The elf's voice sounded in Luhan's ear. Maintaining one identity for a long time will take that identity as the first identity in a specific environment. Sarutobi Lake Biwa has been acting as a killer for long enough time, so her first identity in the black market is the killer Black Vine. Quote. The reason why Hanzo, Subversive 3665 can see his real name in the black market is because he has not been a black market killer long enough, or he has not maintained his identity as a black market killer for a long time. This change also applies to other situations, such as missing Nin in Konoha village. If he has just betrayed Konoha village, then in the eyes of the subversive, it will appear as missing Nin in Konoha village, and if this person has betrayed Konoha village for several years, and become a black market killer during this time, the subversive will see his identity as a black market killer. And so on, like the original Konoha, he was Konoha missing Nin, but he betrayed Konoha for more than 10 years and joined a Megakure village. Then the subversive cannot see the identity of Konoha missing Nin, only the information that he is a Megakure village ninja. Quote. So that's the case. Luhan replied in his heart, as if he didn't understand. But his mind was not in the conversation with the elves at all, and his eyes were always on Sarutobi Lake Biwa. Black Vine. Sarutobi Lake Biwa. These two identities, no matter which one they are enough to make Luhan stand on the same side as her. Matter what, Sarutobi Lake Biwa cannot die here. Came to Sarutobi Lake Biwa, and Luhan watched helplessly as Sarutobi Lake Biwa was killed. No matter what Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about this, Luhan would not have good fruit to eat, and if he could save Sarutobi Lake Biwa, maybe Luhan would be there. The status in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart will rise to a new height, not to mention, there is also the first kill of the level 60 bronze boss. Why did they fight? Luhan's mind was up and down, staring at the battle, his hand slowly resting on the hilt of the knife around his waist. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, his eyes quickly swept around, and then he paused for a while, and his pupils shrank. As he thought, sure enough, there are also Sunagakur village ninjas. On the other side of the battlefield, a slightly bloated and mysterious figure stood in the bushes under a big tree, more than 200 meters away from Lu Hanning. Sunagakur hidden black market S-class killer, level 50 white-silver boss, Itanium Kokura. Both are Sunagakur, S-intelligence ninjas hiding in the black market. Itanium Kokura and Toyama Crossing must know each other. Normally, they may both be from Sunagakur Anbu. However, Itanium Kokura did not take action. Maybe he didn't want to reveal his identity to others. I think he has something to do with Toyama Crossing, or maybe he understands Toyama Crossing's strength, and knowing Toyama Crossing alone is enough. Kaden Fire Style Dragon Elephant destroys the flame. Sarutobi Lake Biwa burst out from the ground, spewing turbulent flames. The flames transformed into a giant beast, and charged towards Wu Young, a mysterious black market Super S-class killer dressed in a brown robe. Sweetened Water Style the technique of bursting waves in heavy rain. Wu Young responded very quickly. After only one seal was formed, he opened his mouth and spit out a huge amount of water. Boom, boom. The fire beast and the water Jinchuriki column collided together, and the shock wave erupted and swept all around. The water vapor suddenly rose and spread into fog, covering almost the entire battlefield. Call, whoa, call. Everyone could no longer see the situation on the battlefield. Powerful chakra fluctuations appeared one after another in the dense fog, and then Wu Young, that is, the big laughter of Fushan Crossing. Ha 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 ha, it's time for this time. You're still thinking about disguise, you're stupid. Damn, Luhan let out a low voice, his feet shook, and the whole person turned into a shadow and rushed into the thick fog in an instant. Hanzo, who had been standing beside Luhan before, widened his eyes in astonishment. He turned his head to look beside him, and then looked at the thick fog. He didn't understand, why did Ji Yumu intervene in this matter? The other party is a famous Super S-class killer in the black market. And the bone wood itself is only S rank. Hanzo was stunned for a second. He felt that on the other side of the battlefield, someone rushed into the thick fog. Chapter 0408_Live or Die. When Luhan rushed into the thick fog, he had already turned on the insight map, so that he could not only confirm the positions of the two people in the thick fog, but also judge the movements of people outside the thick fog, mainly Itan Kokura. Although it was only a level 50 white-silver boss, it was easy for Luhan to deal with him, but this was not a one-on-one battle. The level 50 white-silver boss was a super elite, with such strength, as long as Luhan made the slightest mistakes in battle, he would be slack. Or if you don't pay attention, you may die in its hands. The battle between the masters is a matter of life and death. Just as Luhan wanted to kill more advanced ninjas, other advanced ninjas also have this ability. Insight map shows that the green point represented by Sarutobi Lake Biwa is very close to the Yuhi point represented by Toyama Crossing. Sarutobi Biwa Lake stood still, and a powerful chakra erupted at the location of Toyama Crossing. Luhan judged that Toyama Crossing was just right unleash the lure shot on Sarutobi Lake Biwa, and Sarutobi Lake Biwa is likely to be trapped, or already wounded and unable to move quickly. Go straight to Toyama Crossing. In the thick fog, the surging clay has stuck to the feet of Lake Sarutobi Biwa, and more clay is climbing up, as if to engulf Lake Sarutobi Biwa. Toyama Crossing stands near Lake Biwa, Sarutobi, and quickly hand seal. Die, ha 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 ha. With the laughter, Toyama completed the hand seal, and was about to release a powerful attack ninjutsu. Sarutobi Bawako, whose hands were heavily dragged by the clay, had a look of despair in her eyes. She did not expect that she would die today, in a black market mission. The black market lurking mission may seem dangerous, but in fact the black market has strict rules. As long as there is no chaos, there will never be an accident in the black market. Sarutobi Bawako naturally did not mess around, but an accident still happened. Found out. Kaden, fire style, whirl. Kai. At the moment when Toyama Crossing was about to deliver a lore blow, a figure suddenly appeared behind Toyama Crossing, and the sharp knife light brought a gust of wind, and even blew the fog in the central area of the dense fog a lot. A thunderous knife light hit Toyama across the back of the neck. Toyama Traverse can choose to spit out the flames first, which can kill Sarutobi Bawako, which is definitely a shot of glory from his point of view. He killed Hokage's wife. But the cost is his life. No trade-offs required. Toyama Crossing is naturally impossible to give up his life in order to kill Sarutobi Lake Biwa. Damn, Toyama Hengyu let out a shocking anger. He didn't expect that someone would raid him at this time. There are so many Super S-level killers in the black market, because their strength is too strong. Will cause trouble. At this moment, Toyama Crossing gave up the attack. The whole person was divided into 3 parts. Luhan slashed the figure in the middle with a knife, but it was fake. The remaining 2 Toyama Crossing turned around at the same time, and threw out the axe with the chain at the same time. Call. Luhan disappeared. Shadow Flash Technique Part 2. He wasn't just trying to dodge Toyama Crossing's attacks, and to stop another person. Itanium Kokura. He's in. As a super elite Jonin with extremely rich combat experience, Itan Kokura was extremely smart not to choose to attack Luhan, but to kill Sarutobi Lake Biwa. Although this tactic was old-fashioned, it was extremely effective. Luhan appeared in a shadow on the side of Sarutobi Lake Biwa and blocked it in front of Ideng Xiaokang. Waiting for you. At this moment, Ideng Xiaokang showed a hint of treacherousness in his eyes. It's all tricks. He looked like he was going to kill Sarutobi Lake Biwa, but he was actually waiting for Luhan to come over. When Luhan appeared in front of him, his hand seal had already reached the end. Secret technique. Ideng Xiaokang completed the last hand seal, and strange chakra fluctuations rippled throughout his body, and then the whole person seemed to freeze, and the chakra fluctuations on his body also appeared disordered. The eyes are so big, it's really courting death. Luhan was standing in front of Ideng Xiaokang, and the third Tomo Sharingan in his eyes was spinning rapidly. A quick fix strategy. Sharingan Demonic Illusion Shimoko's Illusion. Ideng Xiaokang was pulled out of the illusion at this moment. In his world of consciousness, he had released his secret technique, but everything was fake. Death. Without any hesitation, Luhan stepped forward with a knife. Itanium Kokura woke up at this moment. Luhan didn't know how he woke up. Maybe it's because he has some kind of magic, or maybe his chakra is special. In short, he's awake. The knife light has already arrived in front of Itanium Xiaokang, and Itanium Xiaokang raised the knife to fight when he was sober. Boom. Yet another mistake. Ideng Xiaokang was blasted out by Luhan with a knife, and the sound of bone cracking sounded in his arm. Ninfa Iga Flying Flash. Luhan used the A-level instant body technique obtained by killing the 55th level diamond boss Meng Duoan for the first time, and in an instant he caught up with Ideng Xiaokang, who flew out backwards, and struck again. Ideng Xiaokang missed the opportunity to break his arm and was unable to resist Luhan's attack. When he bit Kiba, blood mist exploded all over his body. He wanted to use the teleportation technique that could damage himself to escape from the battlefield, but he underestimated Luhan's attack. Knife speed. If Luhan was still a super elite Jonin, he might not be able to give Anden Kokura the lore at this moment, but Luhan is not a super elite, he is a shadow. Swipe. Ideng Xiaokang's body was already a little illusory, but Luhan slashed it back to reality. Immediately, there was a violent storm of knife light. Bastard, you're courting death. Suddenly, a harsh voice with malevolence sounded behind Luhan. Toyama Crossing. Level 60 Bronze Boss. Here he comes. Perhaps because of different strengths and different mentalities, after Toyama Crossing was attacked by Luhan, he did not choose to attack Sarutobi Lake Biwa immediately, but chased and killed Luhan. A terrifying sense of crisis enveloped Luhan. Luhan didn't have eyes behind him. He didn't know what the attack of Fushan Crossing was, and he didn't want to know, because he didn't want to resist this attack at all, the angry blow of a level 60 bronze boss. It's hard to fight. Secret technique, the technique of blurring multiple shadows. At this moment, Luhan was divided into 9, and all 9 were phantoms. Toyama Crossing missed a hit. The entity Luhan appeared a few meters away from its side and quickly completed the hand seal. Psychic Magic Break. Chapter 0409_Luhan vs Toyama Crossing. What? This is. What an evil smell. Is it the magic of the heretic god? No one could clearly see the situation in the thick fog. Everything happened very fast. Luhan rushed into the thick fog for less than 10 seconds, and an extremely evil, even evil atmosphere rose up in the thick fog. Anyone can clearly feel the uniqueness contained in this evil aura. Psychic Magic Break. This is the first time that Luhan has used this technique on an enemy after killing Mundogan to obtain this technique. Kai, boom, Kai, boom, Kai, boom. Prop Psychic. A huge black broken sword, 3 meters wide and 5 meters long, descended from the sky with a chilling evil aura, and bombarded across Toyama. Toyama Crossing successfully avoided the first attack, but then a second broken sword came from the sky and bombarded Toyama Crossing again. The roar continued. Every time the black broken sword fell, it would bring a gust of wind. Toyama Crossing continued to dodge. But he dodged it all. After 7 consecutive broken sword attacks, he escaped without injury. After all, it is only A-level ninjutsu, and there are still plenty of chakras across Toyama. The last broken sword of boom fell outside the dense fog area, and the onlookers finally saw what this evil attack was at this moment. It exudes black gas, and after being inserted into the ground is also infected, and becomes black. Toyama Traverse disappeared. The thick fog became thinner under the action of successive winds and shock waves, and another wind blew past, but within a few seconds, the thick fog completely dissipated, and the situation on the battlefield was completely presented to the audience. In front of you, 7 huge broken swords were inserted on the ground in an orderly manner. Sarutobi Lake Biwa turned into a semi-sculpture. Her lower body was stuck with clay and firmly fixed to the ground, and her upper body was also tired with clay in many places. She was struggling, but her arms were dragged. It seemed difficult to get out of the clay right away, break free. Luhan, wearing a black robe and carrying a sword, stood more than 10 meters in front of Sarutobi Lake Biwa, standing upright with the horizontal sword in front of him, extremely vigilant. And just a few meters to the right of Luhan, there was a corpse on the ground, to be precise. A shredded corpse. It has been completely chopped up by Luhan. It looks like there are more than 20 corpses piled up together. It is Aitan Xiaoking. This guy died a bit tragically, and was killed by Luhan in an almost instant kill. In order to kill him, Luhan used Sharingan, who had always been invisible. There was thick fog at the time, so it was not very close to Luhan. At all, it was impossible to see the changes in Luhan's eyes. He killed Kangcho and forced Wuyong back. Cthulhu. Many people around took a deep breath, and even Hanzo's face changed, because he didn't expect Bone Mu to have such strength. The S-class killer Kangchu was directly killed, still in the presence of Super S-class killer Wuyong. Sarutobi Bawako looked at Luhan's back with astonishment. She didn't know Luhan's true identity, so she couldn't imagine which ninja from Konoha had mastered the magic of the evil gods. Orochimaru. Orochimaru may have this kind of power, but Bonewood does not have the unique cold aura that Orochimaru has, and Sarutobi Hiruzen should not send Orochimaru to the black market alone. Since Luhan suddenly decided to come to the black market and hit the road immediately, Sarutobi Lake Biwa didn't know the identity of Luhan at all. The wind is bleak and people are silent. There was an eerie silence inside and outside the battlefield. Luhan was on guard. In fact, he could confirm the hidden location of Toyama Crossing through the Insight map. He pretended not to know. In this way, if the hidden Toyama Crossing launched a sneak attack, he could launch a counterattack even more unexpectedly. Bang, 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 bang. As the first huge broken sword exploded into white smoke and disappeared, the other broken swords also exploded into white smoke and disappeared one after another, and it was time for the psychic. At the same time, Luhan burst back and he rescued Sarutobi Lake Biwa, which has been trapped in clay, and sooner or later something went wrong. Damn! Toyama Crossing suddenly appeared 30 meters behind Luhan's right. His figure flickered angrily, and a moment later he arrived in front of Luhan, slashing furiously with the axe in his hand. Waiting for you. Luhan knew that Toyama Crossing would definitely be waiting for him to rescue Sarutobi Lake Biwa to launch a surprise attack, so he was already prepared. The strange power of Teishu blesses the arm, and the return hand is a knife. Boom! The terrifying shock wave swept all around, and the ground burst, and countless gravel splashed in all directions. This knife did not produce the effect that Luhan expected. Even with the blessing of the strange power of taijutsu, Luhan did not repel Fushan Traverse, but he captured the change in Fushan Traverse's eyes. Luhan's power made Fushan Yu terrified. Boom, 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 boom. The two started a crazy cold weapon duel. The quick ones were only shadows. The weapons collided again and again. Even with the blessing of physical magic, Luhan did not take advantage of it. Fushan Crossing used heavy weapons. The sword itself has an advantage, and he also seems to have mastered the technique of increasing the power of the sword. Bastard! Why are you here? Luhan was a little embarrassed, because many of the techniques he was good at couldn't be used. Rasengan, Haraishin, Rashomon, Art of Blood Mist, etc., even the blade of Jinghong and the blade of Kurigakure can't be used. The appearance of Jinghong Peerless World and the blade of Kurigakure are obvious. Everything is because of Hanzo. Hanzo is here. Luhan couldn't give Hanzo any chance to recognize him, and he didn't know how much information Hanzo got about him from Kurigakure. Don't force me to play tricks with you. Don't force me. Luhan growled in his heart. He already had the intention of using the tactic of exchanging injuries for life. But that's it. I thought you were so strong. Ha! The two fought for a while, and Fushan Crossing suddenly shouted, and a flash appeared more than 20 meters away from Luhan, and quickly hand-sealed. I see how you can save her. Luhan's face changed greatly. This guy is going to increase his power to attack ninjutsu. Leave me alone. Sarutobi Lake Biwa screamed sharply at this moment. She no longer concealed her identity as a woman. Chapter 0410_Luhan exposed. Sarutobi Bawako could feel it. Judging from the performance of Bonewood, he didn't even have the strength to save himself in battle, so although he quickly killed Kencho before, he did not win the strength of 5 oceans. In this case, he still needs to take care of himself, and he will completely drag him down. If he is alone, it should not be a problem to escape the powerful group attack ninjutsu of 5 oceans, but if he still needs to take care of one person, he must consider the life and death of the other person. I'm afraid, not only can't save people, but also put yourself in it. Call, 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 whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of onlookers around them all quickly moved away from the battlefield one by one. The ghost knows what kind of attack Wuyang will launch, so it's better to avoid it first. Futon Wind Style Super Volume Coercion. Toyama traverses quickly to complete the hand seal, and when he opens his mouth, he spit out a terrifying wind. This is a kind of ninjutsu similar to Futon Wind Style Crushing, but the power is more than Futon Wind Style Crushing. If his body is attacked by this, he will be shattered in an instant. Luhan now has 3 choices: either hide, either hit hard, either defend. The first 2 have drawbacks, that is, he can't protect Sarutobi Lake Biwa. Avoid, Sarutobi Biwa Lake will die. Hit hard, Sarutobi Biwa Lake will be affected and die. And even if it is defense, Luhan can't defend himself alone, otherwise Sarutobi Lake Biwa is also dead. That is to say, if Luhan wants to save Sarutobi Lake Biwa, he must use a large-scale super defense technique. Luhan can only use one of these techniques. Psychic triple Rashomon. Luhan didn't think about it anymore. No matter what, he couldn't let Sarutobi Lake Biwa die here. Boom, boom, boom. Yuhi, green and blue, 3 doors with a height of hundreds of meters burst out from the ground, completely blocking Toyama's super strong futon, wind-style attack. This not only protects Luhan himself, but also protects everything behind Luhan. Those trees, stones, ground, and Luhan's protection target, Sarutobi Pahu Lake. The roar is loud. The wind spread in other directions, and the terrifying power was still erupting. A large number of trees were destroyed, many of them were directly torn into pieces, the ground was torn apart, and the rocks were crushed into powder. Surrounded by onlookers, most of them are powerful people. Although they can't get out of the attack range immediately, they can still do it by retreating with the wind without being hurt. The attack is not aimed at them. The terrifying futon, wind-style, attack lasted for more than 10 seconds before it stopped. The area of the battlefield is thus expanded tenfold. A strangely shaped open space appeared because Luhan was protected behind him. This is definitely an S-class futon, wind-style, forbidden technique. The Super S-level futon, wind-style, attack unleashed by the cage-level powerhouse is frighteningly powerful. Not all the onlookers were so lucky. A few Jonin who were not very strong died in this futon, wind-style, attack, and more than a dozen people were injured lightly or seriously. This is why many people in the black market are not the reason for daring to come out to watch. Maybe it will bring disaster to Chiyu and Dai. However, no attention was paid to how many people died in the attack. When everything stopped, everyone around the battlefield looked up, looking at the extremely huge triple Rashomon. Konoha Ninja. Konoha Ninja. Konoha. The art of the original Hokage. Hashirama-sama's art. The exclamations came one after another, and there was an uproar. The Rashomon technique is not known to anyone present, and the characteristics of this technique are so obvious that even if you just heard about it, you can recognize it at a glance. Luhan's identity was revealed. There is no doubt that he is a Konoha ninja, as everyone in the room already knows. Otherwise, Master Rashomon is impossible. Can't learn. It's him. Sarutobi Lake Biwa also knew Luhan's identity. She knew Luhan's true identity. She heard Sarutobi Hiruzen say that she had passed the Rashomon practice technique to a child, and it was Konoha Anbu who was newly raised. A genius monster named Han. Now that I count it, it has only been half a year. I didn't expect that he not only cultivated into Rashomon, but also raised to the realm that can be summoned to the 3rd level. Seriously, a monster. Call. Before Rashomon disappeared, Luhan flashed to Lake Sarutobi Biwa, raised a flame in his hand, and pressed it on the clay. Luhan did not dare to be too aggressive, for fear of hurting Lake Sarutobi Biwa, but after only 2 seconds, the clay became hard and brittle when heated, and Lake Sarutobi broke free with a twist of his waist. Luhan stood sideways at an angle, with the horizontal knife in front of him, his eyes were on high alert. Boom. The triple Rashomon disappeared, and without these 3 behemoths, Luhan's vision suddenly broadened, and he saw Toyama crossing again. Fu Shanyu stared at Luhan's direction, panting violently, a hint of playfulness appeared in his eyes. He consumes a lot of chakra, S-class powerful attack ninjutsu in a wide range, and the consumption of chakra is huge, and Toyama Crossing just launched the ninjutsu with the mind of severely hurting Luhan and killing Sarutobi Lake Biwa, without any reservations, so it really outputs a high proportion of its own chakra. Although the result of this attack did not meet the expectations of Toyama Crossing, it also made Toyama Crossing excited. This guy is exposed. Not just an ordinary exposure. The Konoha ninja of the Master Mie Rashomon is enough to arouse many people's excitement, and among the hundreds of people present, there are not 1 or 2 enemies with Konoha. Still strong. At this time, Toyama Crossing had given up the idea of killing Sarutobi Bawako alone and going back to claim the merits. It was unrealistic. Luhan stopped him, and Sarutobi Biwa could not chase him even if he wanted to run. You shouldn't use Rashomon, Sarutobi Bawako said suddenly, in a low voice. Nothing should be wrong, Luhan replied hoarsely, looking around. The situation is ready. Luhan's enemies are not only Fushan Traverse, but also many people around him. Many of those black market S-class killers and super S-class killers have given Luhan a cold look. There is no way, Konoha has been dominating for many years. In the world, the scenery is the scenery, and there are many people who offend. The atmosphere seemed to freeze, getting colder. War is imminent. Chapter 0411_dead. After Luhan used the triple Rashomon, the changes of these black market killers, businessmen, and official black market ninjas were obvious. This is the change that Luhan can clearly see, the color of their names above their heads. Originally, black market killers were very wary of strangers, and only a few of them were able to maintain a non-malicious state. Now, many black market killers who used to be named Yuhi have changed their orange names. Similarly, there are also some who used to be orange. The famous black market killer became Yuhi name. This change is almost obvious to Luhan. Yuhi's name changed to orange. Obviously, these people don't want to provoke Konoha, or they are related to Konoha themselves, so they won't hurt Konoha ninjas. Orange name changed to Yuhi name. These people naturally have a festival with Konoha. There are also some who are named Yuhi, but do not show their strength level. At this moment, they maintain the status of Yuhi name and show their strength level. Such people naturally want to hurt Luhan. Luhan has always been highly vigilant and paid attention to the situation around him. He knows that he can't be the opponent of so many people, let alone protect Sarutobi Lake Biwa. Of course, if you can't win, you can run, but it's not good to lead people. Just run. What is he thinking? Luhan asked himself. He, of course, was referring to Hanzo. This is the person Luhan pays the most attention to. Hanzo is currently the strongest ninja here. The strong Luhan couldn't win even if he tried his best, and at this moment, the line above Hanzo's head had not changed, it was still Yuhi's name showing his level of strength. Luhan couldn't tell what Hanzo was thinking. Luhan has already used the triple Rashomon to let everyone present know that he is a Konoha ninja. The last time Luhan used Rashomon was during a life and death battle with Munashi Guichi, the captain of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Aside from Luhan, only Munashi Ghost 7 was present, and Munashi Ghost 7 had already been killed by Luhan. However, Luhan couldn't remember exactly whether he was seen by Kurigakure when he was using Rashomon. Rashomon appeared for a short time, but it was so huge that it could be seen from a long distance. Of course, this is not the key. The key is, what information did Kurigakure provide to those who took up the mission to assassinate the Cold Light? Luhan is not afraid that Hanzo will know that he is a Konoha ninja. Hanzo has already guessed it before, guessing that Luhan is Konoha missing nin. What he is afraid of is that Hanzo will know that he is Hangwang. On a tall tree more than 200 meters behind Luhan, Hanzo stood upright on tiptoe. He stared at Luhan and murmured playfully. Interesting. Really interesting. Ji Yumyu is really a Konoha ninja. Why did he betray Hangwang? Tisk tisk tisk. It seems that something has gone wrong inside Konoha. Everyone, don't be too busy with your hands. The sudden shouting interrupted Hanzo's thoughts. Everyone looked up and looked at Toyama crossing, and it was him who spoke. I have to tell everyone one thing. Toyama Hengyu raised his hand and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. That woman, the black market S-class killer, codenamed Hei Tang. Everyone must be curious, why am I? Kill her. I'll tell you now. She's Suru. Fly. By. Pa. Lake. What? It's her. Sarutobi Lake Biwa. Hokage's wife. She actually came to the black market to perform a mission. An uproar. Just like when Luhan first knew the true identity of Sarutobi Lake Biwa, many people were stunned, some of them were very good-natured. It was really hard to imagine that Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's wife would actually come to such a dangerous place as the black market for execution. Task. Incomprehensible. The color of the names above many people's heads has changed again. Some black market killers who wanted to attack Lu Han flinched. They dared to kill Lu Han, but they dared not kill Sarutobi Bawako. Everyone knows that once Sarutobi Bawako dies, Hokage's anger will burn throughout the entire ninja world. But there are also some people who have changed from the orange name to the Yuhi name. They didn't plan to do it at first, but knowing Akatsuki's identity as Sarutobi Lake Biwa, decided to do it. Kill. Snatched. It is possible. If it was stolen, it would be a lot of money to resell it. Sarutobi Lake Biwa, a super heavyweight trading chip, would like to come to the other 4 ninja villages to take over. Sarutobi Lake Biwa. Hanzo's eyes flashed and he murmured in a low voice, Bone Tree would betray Hangguang's intelligence, but protect Sarutobi Lake Biwa, really. Courageous. I like it. Hanzo, understood. Lu Han. Is no conflict between betraying Hangguang and saving Sarutobi Lake Biwa. Because the betrayal of Hangguang was carried out in secret, it may be a personal conflict, or it may be simply wanting to pit Konoha, and there is a grudge, and saving Sarutobi Lake Biwa is a matter of the light. If Lu Han succeeds, he will definitely get Hokage's thanks. At that time, the status and even the strength may be improved because of this. Lu Han gave Hanzo the feeling that he was a bad guy, lurking in Konoha village. He is doing his best for Konoha on the surface, but he is pitting Konoha in the dark. As for the reason, it doesn't matter, there are countless people in the ninja world who have a deep hatred with Konoha. You really shouldn't. If you fell here today, I wouldn't be able to rest my eyes. Sarutobi Bawako was shaking with excitement, his voice was intermittently low, only Lu Han could hear it. She never thought that one day she would kill the enchanting genius that her husband had high hopes for. If you die here today, I will be dead. If I knew this, I wouldn't help you. Lu Han glanced around and responded to Sarutobi Lake Biwa in a low voice. It's very straightforward. He is ready to die. As a subversive, when Lu Han should think about it, he still needs to think about it, but many times, when he is forced into a dead end, he doesn't need to think so much. Let's do it everyone. Fu Shanyu suddenly shouted, I'll go first. When the voice fell, the whole person also turned into a glimpse and rushed towards Lu Han. Go. Kill them. Lake Biwa is going to live. At this moment, at least a dozen black market killers from all directions rushed to Lu Han, including 2 Super S-level killers with a rating of 60. Chapter 0412_Hanzo Strikes. Toyama Crossing. Code named, 5 Oceans. A total of 3 Super S-level killers rushed towards Lu Han, that is, 3 cage-level powerhouses. And the other dozen black market killers who also attacked Lu Han were all Super Elite Jonin. A killer who is less powerful than the Super Elite would not dare to attack a strong man like Lu Han who can confront Wu Yang head-on. Don't move. Lu Han shouted at Sarutobi Lake Biwa just before the tragic fight. Escape from here with Sarutobi Lake Biwa. Whether it is Hiraishin or Shikatsumiku, Dead Bone Pulse, Lu Han has not considered what he will expose. Hiraishin Kunai has quietly slipped out of Lu Han's cuff, and was pinched by Lu Han's left hand. At the same time, Lu Han's right wrist flicked. Appearing on his right hand, the blade of Jinghong is simple in shape, and has almost no difference in appearance from the penultimate level Taidao. Therefore, before Lu Han does not use Jinghong Peerage, no one can judge him by the sword in his hand. Identity. Give me death. A thunderous roar appeared in front of Lu Han. Fu Shan was the first to rush to Lu Han's side. The axe light seemed to tear apart time and space. Now, Lu Han is estimated to be directly blown up. Come on. Time seems to be slowing down at this moment. Pointed the tip of the knife at Fu Shan Crossing, who was jumping. The movement, his thoughts turned like lightning. At this moment, Lu Han's brain is like a super precision computer. He needs to calculate the best attack time and attack angle by seeing the position of a person on the map. And the escape route after that. Boom. A terrifying sonic boom suddenly sounded, causing Lu Han's arm to stop. He was about to release Jinghong Peerless, but stopped abruptly. A tree more than 200 meters away, Hanzo, who had been standing upright, was blown up and exploded into a mass of air. It looks like this, but in fact, Hanzo started suddenly, because the speed of movement exceeded the speed of sound, so he disappeared directly into the tree, and brought a sonic boom at the position where he stood on the previous tree. Hanzo went straight to Lu Han. He's incredibly fast. But Lu Han, who has an insight map and a strong consciousness, captured his movement trajectory. Lu Han didn't hide, didn't defend, didn't attack, just stopped back with his right hand holding the sword of astonishment, and took a small step back with Sarutobi Lake Biwa. Hanzo is here. Although he was more than 200 meters away from Lu Han, he was almost in front of Lu Han in the blink of an eye, coming first, faster than anyone who left first. A terrifying knife light with a little dazzling light and a faint blue color appeared. The terrifying sense of crisis that made all the hairs explode at this moment appeared, completely shrouding the figure of the axe. Hanzo's goal is to cross Toyama. Lu Han knew. Because the moment Hanzo left, the Yuhi point representing him on the insight map turned into a blinking state, Yuhi blue blinking, malicious Yuhi. Teammate blue. Hanzo still has deep malice towards Lu Han, but at this moment, he chose to help Lu Han. Toyama crossed the sound of anger. He didn't even have time to say what he said, and being able to make a sound already showed that he was quick enough to respond. Boom. The knife and the axe collided, and the shock wave all rushed to Toyama to cross. Hanzo's strength was stronger, and his chakra, to a certain extent, was different from the normal ninja's chakra. The terrifying power was transmitted with the cold weapon, and Toyama shook his body. Boom, boom, boom. A knife, 2 knives, 3 knives, 4 knives. What Hanzo used was a pure cold weapon attack. Maybe he wanted to hide his identity, or maybe he was too lazy to use other means. He only attacked Toyama crossing with a sword light. Boom. 5th knife. Toyama crossing did not resist. It flew upside down like a cannonball. Everything is complicated. In fact, only Lu Han, who is very close and conscious enough, can see clearly. The whole process from Hanzo rushing to launching an attack to Fushan flying backwards takes only 1 second. Hanzo raided Toyama crossing, but he did not kill or inflict heavy damage, but only forced Toyama crossing after suppressing it. Both of them exist as cage level. Hanzo's overall strength is a lot higher than Toyama Yokohama. Even so, it is difficult to kill a level 70 bronze boss if you want to kill a level 60 bronze boss. Normally, the stronger the ninja is, the more means there are, and when a ninja's strength reaches a certain level, it is not a matter of how many means you want to improve. Jonin at level 30 wants to kill Chunin at level 20, and instant kills are common, because compared to Jonin, Chunin is far weaker than Jonin in terms of speed, strength, and the number of master ninjutsu. One-on-one, ordinary Jonin to kill ordinary Chunin, no second trick is needed. And the battle between the low-level Shadow Ninja and the high-level Shadow Ninja cannot be so simple to infer the result. High-level Shadow Ninja can do S-level art, and low-level Shadow can also. High-level Shadow is not necessarily faster than low-level Shadow. Unless he is good at this, it is not necessarily stronger. Master has more ninjutsu. Advanced Shadow is at least in a certain aspect surpasses the low-level Shadow. Of course, it may be a comprehensive surpass, but this kind of non-crushing surpass is not enough for the high-level Shadow to kill the low-level Shadow in seconds. Hanzo is indeed strong and terrifying, but Toyama crossing is not a vegetarian. Get out of here. After fighting off Toyama's crossing, Hanzo let out a roar, turned around and slapped it on the ground. In an instant, the ground surged like a wave, surging around with the roar, and a shock wave like an A-level futon, wind-style ninjutsu attack swept the surroundings. S-class killers and super S-class killers who tried to get close to Lu Han were all pushed back by the shock wave, and even 2 S-class killers had to use ninjutsu to defend, otherwise they would be injured in the shock wave. Who is he? Konoha ninja again. So strong. There was another burst of shock, and the people present didn't even know Hanzo. Chapter 0413_Jianyu Style Ghost. Hanzo is not the first day to be a black market killer. There is no doubt about this, because he is a Super S level killer. To reach this level, you must complete enough black market reward tasks with a high enough level, and there will be a promotion process, so it is certain that his identity as a black market killer has existed for not a day or two. But no one there recognized who Hanzo was. To be precise, these black market killers and businessmen around did not recognize Hanzo's black market identity. Only a few official black market ninjas know Hanzo's identity in the black market, but they will not participate in today's disputes, nor will they. What nonsense! Is it really a Konoha ninja? It's so powerful. There was a lot of chatter around, and the eyes that looked at Hanzo were more or less frightened. Hanzo's performance just now was too strong, and he was still far away, but he relied on speed to directly reach 5 oceans in front of you, and knock it back directly. Wu Yong's strength is known to the ninjas who are often involved in the black market. Because his actions have always been high profile, Wu Yong is the most famous among the black market Super S level killers. Time flies so fast, I didn't expect that you have already forgotten me. Hanzo stood up slowly, his low voice with a hint of madness. Whoosh! A figure appeared out of thin air 30 meters in front of Hanzo's side, but it was Toyama Chuan, who had just been knocked out. His breath was very unstable, and the hand holding the axe trembled slightly, as if he was injured. Who are you? Toyama Yoko stared at Hanzo and roared. Many people have speculated that Hanzo is a Konoha ninja, but Toyama Yokotsu doesn't think so. Very simple logic, it's really a Konoha ninja, why did he wait until this moment to shoot? It was Sarutobi Lake Biwa who was in a life and death crisis at first. If it was a Konoha ninja, he would have done it already. You should have heard of my name. Hanzo smiled grimly, staring at Toyama Crossing with extremely sharp eyes. Under me, Jianyu Style Ghost. Jianyu. Toyama Hengyu was stunned at first, as if he didn't remember the meaning of the code, but then, he was stunned. The surroundings fell into silence, and everyone else was wondering who the Jianyu Style Ghost was referring to. Jianyu. It's him. Thor. Didn't he retreat? Thor, he's back. As the first person exclaimed, the shouts sounded one after another, and there was a sound of shock. Official registered code name of the black market is Jianyu Shigi. This name is not made up, but is derived from ancient myths and legends in the ninja world. Jianyu refers to the legendary god, Jianyu Thunder God, and the word Shigi means refers to the gods and ghosts that can be summoned. In the current term of the ninja world, it is the gods and ghosts that can be channeled, known as Shikigami or Shikigami. The 4 characters of Jianyu Style Ghost together mean that the god of thunder came into the world. Black market killer, Kenyu Shiki, first appeared in the middle and late stages of the first ninja war more than 10 years ago. He became famous for completing the S-level bounty tasks in the black market for 9 consecutive times and creating a black market legend. At the end of the First Ninja World War, Jianyu Shigi, who had only been in the industry for 2 years, was promoted to the black market Super S-class killer, and was honored as Thor. First Ninja World War, the situation in the ninja world gradually stabilized, and the black market reward tasks were reduced accordingly. Since then, there has been no trace of Jianyu-style ghosts in the black market. In the blink of an eye, 12 years have passed, and the reappearance of the number 1 killer of the black market, Jianyu-style ghost, who is respected as Thor, is naturally shocking. In fact, what is even more shocking is that Hanzo's true identity, the name of a demigod, is not comparable to the number 1 killer in the black market. However, it is impossible for Hanzo to reveal his true identity in the black market. This matter needs to be known. The news spreads that there will be trouble in the Rain country. Besides, Hanzo has done too much evil in his life. Although he has a famous reputation, he has many enemies. It is very likely that he will expose his true identity in a place like the black market. In danger. You are Thor. Toyama Crossing seemed a little disbelieving, staring at Hanzo, but Hanzo saw a trace of nervousness in his eyes. The name of the Jianyu-style ghost is too loud. Although he has not been alive for 12 years, legends about him have always been circulating in the black market. I have an unfinished deal with him. He can't die yet. Hanzo didn't answer Toyama Crossing's words, but pointed to the back and glanced at the surroundings coldly. I'll save it today. Who has opinions? Stand up, we can have a good talk. A blatant and unscrupulous threat. Master. Hanzo was obviously helping Luhan, but Luhan scolded in his heart, because he felt Hanzo's scheme. This guy said in front of Sarutobi Bawako that there was still an unfinished transaction. Sarutobi Bawako, it would be weird if you didn't have an idea. A moment of silence. After Hanzo made a provocative threat, no one answered. Hanzo is too strong. Or the Jianyu-style ghost is too strong. The #1 killer of the black market back then. If not necessary, no one would want to conflict with him. Actually speaking, in terms of Hanzo's strength, it is absolutely impossible to withstand the siege of more than 100 black market killers present. There is no need for so many, as long as all S-class killers and super S-class killers do it, Hanzo can also carry it. Can't stop, but the problem is that it is impossible for these killers to join together regardless of life and death, and there is no strong enough interest to urge them to do so, so Hanzo is fearless. Here, one-on-one, no one is Hanzo's opponent. It seems that there is no problem. Hanzo finally spoke again and raised his hand. Then today. Let's do it. Let's go. Luhan rushed out with Sarutobi Lake Biwa, and quickly left the battlefield. After entering the forest, he disappeared without a trace. No one stopped Luhan, because Hanzo was always staring around and shot the first bird. At this time, who would dare to do so? Go after Luhan and Sarutobi Lake Biwa. As long as you dare to move, Hanzo will definitely kill. Toyama looked across the direction where Luhan and the two left, and his eyes were full of extreme unwillingness and resentment. Goodbye, everyone. Soon after the two of Luhan left, Hanzo dropped the words and disappeared. He chased in the direction where Luhan left. Chapter 0414_Hanzo's provocation. In the vast mountains and forests, the vegetation is extremely dense, and the road is difficult to travel. The black-robed figure and the gray-robed figure kept moving at a high speed in the forest, sometimes jumping continuously on the branches of the tree, and sometimes jumping out of the bushes, sneaking and moving. The identity of Sarutobi Lake Biwa has been revealed, so it is necessary to leave Nami Island as soon as possible. Do you know Thor? The two kept moving at high speed, and Sarutobi Bawako suddenly asked, turning to look at Luhan. A female voice without any pretense. Just met. Luhan responded. What deal do you have with him? Sarutobi Bawako asked again. She had doubts. Jianyu-style ghost mentioned before that there was an unfinished deal with Luhan, and Luhan didn't deny it. Thinking about it, this transaction is real and extremely important. Otherwise the Jianyu-style ghost who just came back would not be able to provoke public anger for Luhan. I will report this matter to Lord Hokage in detail after returning to Konoha. Luhan glanced at Sarutobi Lake Biwa, his voice hoarse. Sorry, Lord Biwa. Hey. Sarutobi Bawako just pondered, but couldn't help laughing. Little devil, you don't have to pretend to be serious with me. I know who you are, and you don't need to hide anything from me. This Konoha thing, there's nothing I can't know. Kid. Do older women like to be called people like that? But the wife of Hokage. Can you be more serious? The corners of Luhan's mouth trembled, and he did not respond to Sarutobi Lake Biwa. The two had already run for several kilometers, and on the insight map with the largest monitoring range, there were no dots representing those in the black market, and only 2 dots remained, representing Luhan and Sarutobi Lake Biwa. Thor is here, Luhan said suddenly. There is a big Yuhi spot on the western edge of the insight map, which shows Hanzo. He chased Luhan and Sarutobi Lake Biwa at super high speed. Because the movement speed is too fast, the movement method shown on the insight map is jumping and flickering. Hanzo stooped through the trees and ran wildly. Due to the speed, there seemed to be no glimpses of him, only the wind and the harsh sound of friction. Not long after, Hanzo saw the two figures in front of him who had stopped and waited. The speed suddenly slowed down, getting slower and slower, and finally one dodged and disappeared, and then appeared in front of the bushes more than 10 meters ahead. 6 or 7 meters away from Hanzo, Luhan and Sarutobi Lake Biwa stood under the tree. "You owe me," Hanzo said directly, staring at Luhan. "I won't charge you for the next transaction." Luhan was very simple, then paused and said, "Just now, thank you." "Okay." Hanzo's eyes flashed and he glanced at Sarutobi Bawako. He really didn't have much interest in Hokage's wife, not to mention his personal friendship with Sarutobi Hiruzen in peacetime. He said that he knew Sarutobi Hiruzen. He knew that if he really tied the knot going to Sarutobi Lake Biwa to threaten Sarutobi Hiruzen, with Sarutobi Hiruzen's temperament, he might die. "Gu I don't care who your true identity is." Hanzo looked at Luhan again, his voice slightly lower. "I only hope. The day you betray Konoha. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you." Luhan responded hoarsely, his tone unwavering. "Ha." Hanzo smiled. "I hope you don't kill this woman on the way to become Konoha missing nin. You better think about how to go back and explain to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Goodbye." Call. As soon as the voice fell, Hanzo disappeared into the tree. The insight map showed that Hanzo quickly moved away with some kind of instant ability and returned to the black market. "Fuck, you bastard." Luhan, who was calm on the surface, had already cursed out in his heart. He understood why Hanzo came after him, just to provoke the relationship between Luhan and Konoha. What Hanzo said just now, because it was said in front of Sarutobi Lake Biwa, can be described as a sentence of punishment. Perhaps, in Hanzo psychology, Bone Wood is a senior Konoha ninja who has a different mind. He came to provoke him, and the reason is to deceive Konoha. Bones killed Sarutobi Lake Biwa and directly betrayed Konoha. It was Konoha's loss. It would also be a huge blow to Konoha's fame. Gumu's eloquent words deceived everyone and stayed in Konoha temporarily. Then he will become an unstable factor in Konoha, and indirectly pit Konoha. If the Bone Wood can't fool Sarutobi Hiruzen and is caught or killed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is also Konoha's loss. So no matter what, from Hanzo's point of view, what he said just now is enough to cause a storm in Konoha. Konoha will definitely have something to do with Bone Mu, and even if Bone Mu sells cold light information, it's just a personal grievance. He has no intention of betraying Konoha. After today's events, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely be wary and guarded against him, and no longer trust him, which will cause Bonewood and Konoha to be estranged. Hanzo is most looking forward to is that Bone Mu can betray more information on Konoha before he betrays Konoha, which is why he didn't directly say that Bone Mu has betrayed Han Guang. Transactions between ... 8 hours later. Night. In the forest on the west coast of the wave, in the small valley under the low mountain, by the small lake. The fire was burning vigorously, the flames swayed with the wind, and the misplaced shadows on people's faces flickered. The grilled fish is on the fire, and the aroma of the grilled fish is overflowing. On both sides of the fire, Luhan and Sarutobi Lake Biwa were both sitting on the stones. The two did not communicate and seemed to have nothing to say. Crossing the sea tomorrow, at our current speed, it will take more than 2 days to return to Konoha. Luhan said suddenly. Sarutobi Bawako responded with a nasal voice. Ever since she heard Hanzo's remarks, she has always been preoccupied along the way. Although she knew at the time that Hanzo was provoking, it was an indisputable fact that Hengguang had a deal with Thor. You'd better give me an explanation. Sarutobi Bawako looked up at Luhan, otherwise it would be hard for me to trust you. You don't know me, Luhan replied. It doesn't matter. Isn't it important? Luhan raised his head. If I said that I betrayed information about Han Guang to Thor, would you believe it? What? Sarutobi Lake Biwa was stunned for a moment, then froze. Chapter 0415 Yuhi name Biwa Lake. It's hard to understand, right? Luhan stared at Lake Sarutobi Biwa. I can't tell you a lot of things, because the more you know, the less you will trust me and think I'm bullshitting. You betrayed Hangguang. Sarutobi Biwako didn't seem to listen to what Luhan said later, and asked with wide eyes, you betrayed yourself? Yes. Luhan nodded, because I wanted to know who took the bounty mission to assassinate me and offered information on me, and the person who wanted to assassinate me was probably the same person. But I didn't expect that. This person is Thor. I was unlucky, I had to say it at the time. Later, Thor offered to buy daimyo intelligence. I told him to go back and investigate first. This is our deal. Thor took on the task of assassinating daimyo. Sarutobi Lake Biwa whispered. It should be. Luhan nodded. Wait, let's not talk about this. Sarutobi Biwako stared into Luhan's eyes, as if something was wrong. His eyes flickered and he said, you sold your information to know who was going to assassinate you. You want to know who took on the task of assassinating you, so you betrayed yourself. Sarutobi Biwako said the same thing over and over again. That's it. Luhan and Sarutobi Lake Biwa looked at each other with calm eyes. I really have a hard time believing it. Sarutobi Biwako shook his head. She was a little stunned because she couldn't figure out the logic. Normally, it is not incomprehensible to betray yourself and let out people who want to kill you, but the problem is that the black market is not a normal place. The cold light drew out the person who wanted to assassinate him, and then what? Killing people is not allowed in the black market. Black market killers hide their true identities and let out the other party, but they cannot know the true identity of the other party, cannot directly kill the other party, and cannot guard against the assassination of the other party. Luhan could see the character information, but Sarutobi Lake Biwa didn't know about it, and Luhan couldn't tell anyone. So what Luhan just said is illogical. No wonder Sarutobi Lake Biwa is unbelievable. What if you know who is going to assassinate you? Sarutobi Biwako finally asked, speaking subconsciously faster, full of compulsion. You can't know the true identity of the other party, and even outside the black market, you don't know the other party's strength, dare to take action rashly. The one who accepts the task of assassinating you must be a super S-level killer. Which one is weaker? As long as it's someone I've met, no matter what kind of disguise he is, I'll definitely recognize him when we meet again. Luhan explained. Such an explanation could not convince Sarutobi Biwako, but there was a feeling of forced explanation. As Luhan said, Sarutobi Lake Biwa doesn't know Luhan, so it's hard to believe Luhan. You said that you sold your intelligence and let out someone who was going to assassinate you. This thing, does Hokage know? Sarutobi Biwako asked again. I don't know. Luhan shook his head. I just made up my mind. It's a temporary idea. Then I will ask you again, since you have already agreed with Thor to provide him with information about his name, why did he betray you? Say those words in front of me. I don't know what Thor thinks, we just met. In fact, Luhan knows what Thor thinks, because Thor is Hanzo. Hanzo wants to pit Konoha. But Luhan couldn't say that Thor was Hanzo because he really couldn't explain it. Hangguang had never seen Hanzo before, so no one would believe him if he recognized it. Humph. I'm afraid. The real situation is not what you said. Sarutobi Biwako snorted coldly. While speaking, her hand seemed to be on her lap unintentionally, just on the grass beside it. With her knife. Luhan was stunned, and blinked super innocently. In Luhan's eyes, the words on the top of Sarutobi Lake Biwa's head changed color and turned into Yuhi color. She becomes a Yuhi hostile character. Before, her thoughts about Luhan had been swinging between trust and distrust, but at this moment, the swing stopped. She chose distrust. Of course, Hangguang rescued her, but this does not prove that Hangguang has absolute loyalty to Konoha. History has long proven that before the real betrayal, ninjas with different hearts always perform very well, or even better. The task is better than anyone else, and that is because there is a greater purpose. Luhan's illogical explanation and forcible explanation really made Sarutobi Lake Biwa unbelievable. She has never heard of it. There will be ninjas who dare to take the initiative to sell their information to assassins in the black market. It's not like doing this to death. Perhaps it is because the identity of the Jianyu-style ghost nicknamed Thor is too special, the former #1 killer of the black market. This makes Sarutobi Bawako never let go of what he said before. Konoha Hidden Black Market S-Class Killer. Level 50 Gold Boss, Sarutobi Lake Biwa. The strength is very strong. After all, she is Sarutobi Hiruzen's wife. Even if her talent is not good, Sarutobi Hiruzen can cultivate very well. Besides, Sarutobi Biwa Lake itself is not weak. I think we should keep our distance. When we get back to Konoha, I believe the misunderstanding will be cleared up. Luhan said, reached out and picked up a grilled fish, then got up and walked to the river not far away, his back to sitting cross-legged with Sarutobi Lake Biwa. Alas! Looking at the clear lake, Luhan took a bite of the grilled fish and couldn't help sighing. Exhausted. Good people are not rewarded. What the hell is this desperate for? Luhan even had some doubts. If Sarutobi Lake Biwa is so suspicious, is it the menopause? 40 years old, and almost. Sarutobi Lake Biwa looked at Luhan's back, squinted slightly, her eyes were cloudy and uncertain, her hand on her leg moved slightly, and she held down the knife on the grass. In fact, she didn't plan to start with Luhan, she was on the defensive, to prevent Han Guang from suddenly making a move. Call. Luhan suddenly stood up. Sarutobi Bawako reacted greatly, he pulled out his knife in an instant, turned over and retreated more than 10 meters, with the horizontal knife in front of him, watching Luhan with high vigilance. Someone is here, Luhan said hoarsely, looking east. The insight map shows that the east has broken into a big Yuhi point. Sunagakur lurks in the black market Super S-Class Killer, level 60 Bronze Boss, Fuji Crossing. He's coming. Just him. Chapter 0416_Cold Light. It's you. Strange. Luhan frowned slightly, he couldn't understand, how could Fushan Crossing catch up? Although the country of Wave is very small, it is just an island, but compared with other countries, the area of Wave Island is super huge for human beings. With such a large area, Luhan took Sarutobi Lake Biwa to run for a day, and did not stop until it was late at night. In this case, how could Toyama Crossing be able to track it? You must know that, starting from the foot of the Wave Mountain and heading west, as long as the initial route of travel is slightly different, a small angle difference, then to the forest on the west coast of Wave Island, there will be at least a gap of several hundred kilometers. Luhan never thought that someone could follow him, so he dared to start a fire in the valley with confidence. This guy, did he happen to be on his way here? Luhan pondered. Whoosh. Not far behind Luhan, a blast of energy hit the fire, directly destroying the fire. The surroundings suddenly darkened, and the sparks scattered everywhere quickly disappeared. The naturalness of extinguishing the fire. It is Sarutobi Lake Biwa. Who's here? Sarutobi Lake Biwa's questioning voice sounded from behind Luhan. Toyama Crossing. He's here, I can feel his breath, but it's still a few kilometers away. Luhan said hoarsely, then turned to look at Lake Sarutobi Biwa. You can leave here first, you can go anywhere, I will get rid of him. This. Sarutobi Bawako's eyes flashed and he looked at Luhan hesitantly. You will drag me down here. Luhan said again, speaking very directly. Okay. Sarutobi Bawako could only nod, and finally took a deep look at Luhan. Sarutobi Bawako stepped back a few steps, disappeared into the darkness under the tree, turned and disappeared. The insight map shows that Lake Biwa, Sarutobi, is moving rapidly to the northwest. Huh, Luhan suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He noticed that the direction of Toyama Crossing, which was running straight towards the valley, had changed, and the direction of progress had moved a small angle to the northwest. The direction he was chasing turned out to be the direction that Sarutobi Lake Biwa escaped from. He's tracking Sarutobi Lake Biwa. Luhan's eyes flashed, and he realized, what traceable thing did he leave on Sarutobi Lake Biwa? Ha! You're not dead today, my last name is yours. You deserve to be so unlucky. Luhan grinned, turned around and disappeared. He thought of a tactic. Once this tactic was successful, he would likely kill Toyama Crossing in a very short time. Level 60 Bronze Boss. This is a strength comparable to Danzo. Kill him. It's the first kill. Luhan will get the first kill of a level 60 boss for the first time. Thinking of this, Luhan's blood boils. He is under pressure. Hanzo has already accepted the task of assassinating him, and he is not sure when Hanzo will act. Luhan doesn't want to be ambushed by Hanzo one day on the way to the mission. In fact, at this stage, Luhan has no plans to provoke a powerhouse like Hanzo, but this kind of thing is not something he can decide. He must speed up to improve his strength. The advantage of killing Toyama Crossing is not only to get the first kill drop reward, but also to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen for credit. Toyama Crossing's status in Sunagakure village is absolutely extremely high. After all, the strength is there. If you can use the credit for killing him, plus the credit for saving Sarutobi Biwa Lake, ask Sarutobi Hiruzen for 1 or 2 forbidden techniques, then it could not be better. This night, the moon is bright and the stars are sparse. Although it is bright, the forest is too dense, so it is extremely dark inside. Toyama walks across the wind and moves at high speed in the forest, making him look extremely light, and the power of futon wind-style chakra surrounds him at all times, which is a kind of ninjutsu. There are gains and losses. In this ninja world, there are very few ninjas who can sense chakra. Damn, she actually moved. Did she find me? Toyama Crossing kept moving at super high speed. If there were any doubts, the sound disappeared with the wind, HMPH. It may just be a coincidence. Run, wait. By the sea, let me see where else you can go. That bone wood. It's damn. You have a relationship with Thor. Humph. Today is your death. Toyama Crossing has enough confidence to kill Gumu. Because in the daytime at the foot of the Wave Mountain, Gyumu did not show the strength enough to make Toyama traverse the fear. On the contrary, the Toyama traverse forced Gyumu to use the stunt of Rashomon. The use of Rashomon is not to say that Rashomon is invincible, but if you use Rashomon, it will be a lot, but if you use Rashomon, it will reveal the identity of the Konoha ninja. Bonewood used. This shows that he had nothing to do at that time. There is no other way. If you don't use Rashomon, you will die. Between death and revealing your identity, Gyumu will naturally choose the latter. Therefore, Toyama Crossing believes that he has tested the upper limit of Gyumu's strength. It actually stopped. It really is a coincidence. I don't know that I have. Toyama's voice came to an abrupt end, and the hairs on his whole body stood up as he was moving at a high speed, and a terrifying sense of crisis enveloped him. Whoosh! Robed figure appeared behind Toyama Crossing like a ghost out of thin air. The LV9 Ultimate Rasengan had already taken shape, and the blue light shone through the forest, hitting Toyama Crossing's back. Damn! Fushanyu roared out, but the voice appeared in the distance, and he disappeared in front of Luhan. Whoosh! Luhan followed him like a shadow and appeared behind Toyama Crossing again, this time closer to Toyama Crossing. LV9 Ultimate Rasengan is still pushing forward. Toyama crosses and hides again. Luhan appeared behind him again. He hides again. Luhan appeared again. 4 times in a row. The 5th time, Toyama burst into a blood mist across his body. He consumed all other instant body techniques, and could only use the forbidden technique that would hurt himself. In the 5th instant, he appeared on a tree branch more than 10 meters high. Immediately, the pupils contracted violently. He saw a slightly reflective kunai sticking on another branch a few meters away, and the kunai was depicted with a special technique. Hiraishin kunai. Thoughts flashed across Toyama across his mind like lightning. He understood. Hangguang. It's you. Toyama crossed a shrill scream. Chapter 0417_Human Puppet. First of all, Toyama Crossing knows Hiraishin kunai. He has experienced the first ninja war, and naturally knows the stunt of Akatsuki's second-generation Hokage Senju Tobarama. I have seen it with my own eyes. Secondly, as a black market Super S-class killer, Toyama Crossing, code-named Wuyang, has the right to check the task of assassinating Hangguang. According to the black market task rules, when you check the task, you can see part of the information brought by the reward for the release of the task, and accept the task. You can see all the information provided by the person who posted the bounty, and a deposit is required to receive the bounty assassination mission. Toyama Crossing did not accept the task of assassinating Han Guang, but he checked the information that was disclosed to the Super S-level killer, and there were only 2 in total. First, Konoha Anbu Ninja Hangguang is about 13 or 14 years old. Second, Konoha Anbu Ninja Cold Light Master Time-Space Forbidden Technique Hiraishin. Ninja in modern Konoha who is known for Akatsuki Master Hiraishin's technique. So when Toyama crossed, I thought, the bone tree is the cold light. He saw Hiraishin Kanai, and he had been dodging continuously before, and the person with the aura of bones and wood was always with him, relying on the technique of Hiraishin. He was right. All right. However, to no avail. It's so loud, it's very noisy. An icy hoarse voice sounded behind Toyama Crossing. The bones had already moved to the tree. Luhan appeared behind him again, and the LV9 Ultimate Rasengan had already hit Toyama at the same time as the voice sounded. Across the back. Luhan's LV9 Ultimate Rasengan comes from the scroll upgrade. There is no training process, and there is no need to improve the control ability. LV9 Ultimate Rasengan is in his hands. As long as he continues to output chakra, he can maintain it for a long time. Ah! Toyama roared out of control. He was going to be driven crazy. Boom! The terrifying burst effect of LV9 Ultimate Rasengan blooms in front of Toyama Crossing. It didn't hit Toyama Crossing's back, because Toyama Crossing, who had already tried his best, turned around and slashed at LV9 Ultimate Rasengan with the axe in his hand. The excellent quality axe shattered into slag at this moment. Hesitating that Luhan's output was stronger, so all the power that erupted rushed towards Toyama Crossing. This was enough power to destroy the mountain, but because it did not hit Toyama Crossing directly, Toyama Crossing was not killed directly. Instead, it was knocked out. Boom, boom. The power that seemed to shake the space instantly shredded the forest in front of Luhan into an open space. I don't know how many giant trees were destroyed, and the ground was torn into ravines. For comparison, LV9 Ultimate Rasengan went in one direction. The damage range of the outbreak is not as good as that of Futon Wind-style crushing damage, but only the area is not as good. In a certain area, LV9 Ultimate Rasengan destroys more thoroughly. If we say that Futon Wind-style crushing damage is to tear trees apart breaking into pieces, the LV9 Ultimate Rasengan erupts, destroying the trees into powder. It's not dead, Luhan exclaimed. The insight map shows that Toyama Traverse was hit and flew 200 meters away. If it hadn't finally hit an extremely thick tree, it would have flown farther. But he is not dead. The Yuhi point representing him is still displayed on the insight map. The boundary where Luhan arranged Hiraishin Kanai. Call. With a flicker, Luhan appeared in the vicinity of Fushan Crossing. In the dark forest, in front of a big tree full of cracks, Toyama, covered in blood, knelt down on one knee, and his breath was extremely violent. Luhan appeared 20 meters in front of Fushan Crossing, and was stunned when he saw the situation of Fushan Crossing from a distance. A large area of the forest was destroyed, and the moonlight was already shining down, so Luhan could see the crossing of Fushan without using Sharingan. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Luhan finally understood why Fushan Crossing had so much power. It can actually resist magic power when fighting against cold weapons. The blood-covered Toyama crossed the upper sleeve of the right arm that had previously held the axe, and the upper sleeve had burst and disappeared. The flesh and blood on the exposed arm rolled up, revealing the metal skeleton inside, and the metal skeleton also had a strange curse mark on it. Half of Toyama's face has disappeared, and underneath the face is a black structure of unknown material. There are different injuries on his chest, thighs, and waist. There are no exceptions. Those places where the skin and flesh burst, all reveal a special, human body structure. This guy is not human at all. Or, this guy is no longer a complete human. It's a puppet transformation. It can also be called a human puppet. Puppet transformed ninja that only exists in Sunagakur village, the land of winds by Grandmaster in puppet technique. Since the risk of transformation is extremely high and the mortality rate is extremely high, the officials of Sunagakur village have always prohibited the ninjas in the village from transforming themselves. In the original book, Akatsuki's code-named Jade Girl, Sasori was born in Sunagakur village and is known as a genius puppet master. He transformed himself into a human puppet very crazy. The organs on the body are hard to guard against. Unlike Sasori's transformation of himself, Toyama's transformation did not give him any special attacking ability, but improved his body's protective ability and his strength, which was his ability to fight Luhan's physique at that time. One of the reasons. Hee hee. Toyama Hengyu, who was covered in blood, knelt down on one knee, made a low voice, although it had a miserable meaning, it also contained a chilling gloom, hee. Surprising, isn't it? It's your honor to see Chiyo-sama's masterpiece. It was Chiyo who transformed him. Luhan immediately understood, and could clearly feel that Toyama Crossing itself was not a puppet master. Hengguang. Toyama Hengyu suddenly raised his head, staring at Luhan's eyes with a flash of black light. You can't kill me. Lord Chiyo's transformation of me is perfect. I have long been disgusted by false flesh, you put it shatter. I should thank you. Luhan suddenly raised his hand and quickly hand seal. It's useless. Give it up. Ha. Toyama Crossing laughed wildly. Cadent Fire Style, Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation. Call. Luhan spit out a super large fireball, and the extremely high temperature flames rushed towards Fushan Traverse. Fushan Traverse stared at Luhan and gave Luhan a contemptuous look, but then his face changed dramatically. He underestimated the temperature of the Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation. Chapter 0418 First killed a level 60 bronze boss. No, damn it. What kind of fire is this? Toyama Crossing was completely swallowed up by the flames of the Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation, and the shrill screams stopped abruptly after saying a few words. Incredible, ordinary people will be directly evaporated when burned by Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation. Boom. The golden light shone in the flames, and more than 40 pieces of falling objects rose into the sky like spraying Izumi, turned into a streamer, and drilled directly into Luhan's body. Ding! Congratulations to Subversive 3665 for his first kill of a level 60 bronze boss. The elf's prompt sounded in Luhan's ears at the same time. Idiot! You still want to lie to me. It's not good anymore, pretend to be invincible. Luhan muttered to himself, looking at the dazzling firelight. It has been more than a year since Luhan came to this world. This time is neither short nor long. Luhan has extremely rich combat experience. Many ninjas with more than 10 years of mission experience are not as experienced as Luhan. Luhan had already seen it just now that Toyama Crossing was lying to himself and wanted to lead him over. Toyama Crossing has become arrogant, as if no one can kill Lao Su, but he has been kneeling on one knee on the ground. What are you doing on the ground? Pretend to be a Terminator. Of course not. There is no special reason. Toyama is kneeling across, naturally because he can't stand up. Legs are broken. Somewhere on the leg must have been an extremely sturdy modification device that was knocked out by the Rasengan shockwave. Moreover, Luhan can clearly see with the naked eye that Toyama's right hand is missing 2 fingers, the thumb and index finger. The right hand is holding an axe. It is normal for special metals to be broken. This is not a serious injury, but it can cause a very fatal problem and cannot be hand-sealed. In other words, Toyama Crossing is not only kneeling on the ground and unable to move quickly, it is also difficult to use ninjutsu. It's all like this. He's still so arrogant, to say there's no problem, it's hell. Therefore, Lu Han felt that Fu Shan Hengyu said that he would not be killed, and wanted to lead him to the past, and he might have some melee killer moves that were useless. It is indeed difficult to kill this kind of puppet in Fushan Crossing, because all the vital organs of his body have been changed to protect his life, and he is not afraid of attack in other positions. In the face of such an opponent, rush over and try to slash with a magic weapon. Destruction is a normal choice. But Lu Han didn't do that, and he didn't want to know if Fushan Crossing really had any melee killer moves that were useless. Burn directly. Ordinary ninjutsu flames may not burn him, so go to Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation. In fact, Lu Han also has another kind of flame ninjutsu with extremely high flame temperature, that is LV9 Ultimate Ghost Flame Technique, but the temperature of LV9 Ghost Flame Technique is not as good as LV1 Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation, but the speed is faster than Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation fast. Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation is an A-level Kaiden, fire-style ninjutsu, but its power is close to S-level. In the original work, Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation can be called the strongest with a record. Kaiden, fire-style ninjutsu. The strongest flame in the original book is Amaterasu, but Amaterasu has no record, which has been criticized all the time. Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation has an amazing record. Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation that Lu Han can release now is not a little bit worse than the Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation released by Uchiha Madara in the original book, but it burns a level 60 bronze to death. The boss, puppet is still not a problem. The flame of the Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation weakened after burning for more than 10 seconds and gradually extinguished. The big tree full of cracks has turned into ashes, and the ground around a dozen meters has been burned down by one layer, and Toyama Crossing burnt away. Not even ashes were left. It's a pity, there's no one left, so it can't be deprived. Lu Han sighed. Without a corpse, naturally he couldn't use the deprivation technique. In fact, it's not a big loss. Compared to the reward of killing a level 60 bronze boss for the first time, the one or two things that the deprivation technique can get is really nothing. We have to take back all the kuwu first, and then count it. Lu Han muttered and disappeared. Lu Han appeared on a tree not far away, reached out and picked up the Hiraishin kunai that pierced half of the tree, then disappeared, and reappeared in the grass under the tree. Lu Han picked up Hiraishin kunai from the grass and disappeared again. He appeared under a tree 5 or 6 meters away, and took out the Hiraishin kunai from the tree hole. The strategy that Lu Han thought of and has successfully implemented is to rely on Hiraishin's technique to launch a surprise attack on Toyama Crossing, not giving Toyama Crossing too much reaction time, and relying on continuous oppression attacks to kill Toyama Crossing. It sounds easy, but it's not a small challenge to implement. The biggest difficulty is that you have to know the moving route of the Toyama Crossing first, so that you can arrange enough Hiraishin kunai on the only way to cross the Toyama. Fortunately, Toyama Crossing was tracking Sarutobi Lake Biwa, 2 points in a line between the two. It was easy to figure out the only way to cross Toyama Crossing. Lu Han relied on this to arrange Hiraishin kunai in advance. There are more than 600 pieces. High-density arrangements are placed in the grass, among the stone crevices, on the branches, and in the tree holes within a radius of 300 meters. In this way, Lu Han can ensure that he can appear anywhere within a radius of 300 meters at any time. Using this trick to win, very rogue. However, the battle between ninjas is not about the process but only about the result. If Lu Han wins, that's enough. Lu Han's use of the Hiraishin technique is still clumsy, but Lu Han believes that one day he will be able to surpass Senju Tobarama in the ability to use the Hiraishin technique. Are more than 600 Hiraishin kunai. It is easy to throw them away, but it is a little troublesome to retrieve them because they are scattered, so they have to be picked up one by one. Must get it back. Can't leave any one here. Lu Han kept flickering in the forest, disappearing and appearing. After each appearance, he would pick up a Hiraishin kunai, and so on and so forth. He picked it up quickly enough, and in just a few minutes, Luhan took back more than 500 Hiraishin kunai, that's all. Other Hiraishin kunais have been destroyed along with the forest by the impact of LV9 Ultimate Rasengan. Okay. Haha. Look what I got. Luhan sat cross-legged under the tree and was quite excited. With a wave of his hand, more than 40 pieces of falling objects appeared on the ground in front of him. Chapter 0419_ You don't need a second trick to kill you. An extremely dark forest, Lake Sarutobi-biwa flickered like a ghost and moved at an extremely fast speed. Hangwang, he would be. Not right. Sarutobi-biwako's face suddenly changed, and he stopped on the branch for a moment, his eyes became cloudy. Toyama Crossing. How did Hangwang know that the person who came was Toyama Crossing? Who was Toyama Crossing? This is not a code name, it sounds like a person's name. Listening to Hangwang's tone at the time, he thought I knew Toyama Crossing, but I didn't. I don't know, which means Toyama Crossing is some black market killer. I know, but only the code name. Sarutobi-biwako didn't think much about it before. Luhan said that Sarutobi-biwako would be a drag. Sarutobi-biwako subconsciously felt that the other party was strong, and she knew that her strength was not as good as Hangwang, so she agreed to retreat. She's just reacting now. At that time, Luhan said that the person who came was called Fushan Crossing, instead of a codename. Hangwang, you really have a problem. Sarutobi-biwako's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly turned to look in the direction he ran from before, and then disappeared. Go back. Not long after, Sarutobi Lake Biwa saw a fire in the other direction, and there were still Kaden fire-style chakra fluctuations, and immediately turned around and ran there. In the forest battlefield, some trees are still burning, sparse and not dense. Due to the extremely heavy humidity in the coastal forest at night, those burning trees are not enough to cause forest fires. Luhan sat cross-legged in front of a big tree, waved his hand, and more than 40 falling objects appeared on the ground in front of him. On the ground, this is the non-first kill drop reward obtained by killing the level 50 white silver boss Itan Kokura. I don't know if there are new types of drops. Luhan thought, subconsciously opened the insight map and glanced at it, then he was stunned. Whoosh. After waving his hands twice in a row, he put all the fallen objects back into his space backpack. Luhan immediately stood up and looked to the northwest. The insight map shows that Yuhi named Sarutobi Lake Biwa is back. Why did this guy come back right away? Don't wait for me to find her. Thinking about it, Luhan twisted his waist and jumped up the tree, and began to wait. In less than a minute, Sarutobi Lake Biwa was nearby, but instead of entering the battlefield immediately, she slowed down. Luhan looked at the insight map, frowned and muttered, why is this guy sneaking? Came back to watch me. More than 100 meters away, Lake Sarutobi-biwa was hidden in the canopy of trees. She saw Luhan. Luhan saw her too. The two were not far from each other, looking at each other. Damn it! Sarutobi-biwako bit Kiba, dodged and jumped several times in a row, and then came to the big tree where Luhan was, and Luhan jumped down from the tree. Why are you back? Luhan asked hoarsely. Don't you want me to come back? Sarutobi-biwako asked rhetorically as if he had caught Luhan's handle, with a sense of compulsion in his tone. Of course not, you should wait for me to find you. Luhan said lightly. What about people? Who are you talking about? Oh, Toyama Crossing has already been killed by me. Toyama Crossing. This time, Sarutobi-biwako asked twice, his eyes fixed on Luhan's eyes. Luhan was shocked. Fuck, you can make mistakes like this. It was Luhan who was negligent. He shouldn't have said Toyama Crossing, he should have said, 5 Oceans. No one in the entire black market knew about the name Toyama Crossing. Luhan was able to see it directly, and it was precisely because he could directly see, so in his subconscious, that guy is Toyama Crossing, not Wuyong. Well, Toyama Crossing. This name may be unfamiliar to you, but you should be familiar with his black market code. Luhan's eyes were calm, and it was time to perform again. He is Wu Young. That chow who wants to kill you during the daytime S-class killer. Wu Young. Toyama Crossing. Do you know his true identity? You know, he's a Sunagakur village ninja. How do you know? I have seen him once, and as long as I have seen people, I will always remember. Oh, there is such a saying. You thought I would believe it. Sarutobi Bawako's hand was already on the hilt of the knife. His eyes were very deep, as if he wanted to see Luhan through. Then I'll ask you, what about others? Didn't they come after him? Where are the people? Didn't you tell me? I've already killed him. Luhan was a little impatient. It had been a long time since no one dared to press him like this. If it weren't for Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, he really didn't bother to care about Sarutobi Biwa Lake. Killed by you. Sarutobi Bawako's voice became louder. It's only been a long time before and after, you killed him. Can you kill him? Can't you see? Luhan rolled his eyes at Sarutobi Lake Biwa, raised his hand and pointed back. The battlefield is here. Large tracts of trees have been destroyed, and the battle marks can be seen by anyone with eyes. Humph. These traces can be made by using two ninjutsu techniques. They are nothing. Okay. Since you said you killed Wu Young, what about his corpse? Sarutobi Bawako glanced around, then looked at Luhan. Take me to see his body, and I will believe you when you see it. Burn. No bodies. Where's the spoils? His weapons. Money. It's all burnt. There's nothing left. How dare you lie to me? Sarutobi Bawako said coldly and angrily. I see that you are clearly colluding with Wu Young. As soon as you came to the black market, my identity was exposed. Wu Young wanted to kill me, and you immediately saved me. You still know Thor. Wu Young is not dead. You are not dead. I am not dead, and an unimportant person died. All this is planned. Did you connect with him just now? What did you say? Where did he go? Already. Auntie, you have such a big brain. Does Lord Hokage know? Are you menopause? Luhan couldn't bear it anymore. He was convinced. The imagination of Sarutobi Lake Biwa is beyond the horizon. Whoa. With a flash of cold light, Luhan took out his sickle while he was talking. I want to start early. I also want to rest early. I don't have time to listen to your cross-examination. I have to remind you that if you dare to make a move, I will kill you without a second move. Luhan stared at Sarutobi Lake Biwa, his eyes flashing cold. Chapter 0420 Danzo, Are You Afraid? Finally showing the fox's tail. Don't you disguise. Sarutobi Bawako laughed angrily. Ha 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 ha. I can get rid of this scourge for Konoha today. I'm worth dying. Damn, mentally retarded. Luhan was already in a completely overwhelmed mood. Come and kill me if you can. Sarutobi Bawako took out his long sword and snorted again, then quickly stepped back until under a big tree more than 10 meters behind. When he saw Luhan standing still with his sickle in his hand, he finally stared at him. Glancing at Luhan, he turned and jumped up the tree, ejected again, and quickly disappeared from Luhan's sight. Nervous disease. Luhan's mouth twitched, and he muttered, waving his hand and putting the blade of Kurigakure into the space backpack. The insight map shows that Sarutobi Lake Biwa quickly went away and escaped. The kindness is not rewarded, the brain is sick. Luhan was full of resentment. Muttering for a while, he sat cross-legged under the tree again, waved again. More than 40 pieces of falling objects appeared on the ground in front of him. Luhan reached out his hand first, picked up a dozen of them, all 16 ingots. The ingots were nothing to look at. After picking them all up, Luhan threw them all back into the space backpack, and immediately gave a look. Originally, Luhan had already decided to let Sarutobi Lake Biwa go by herself. She was always suspicious, and going back with her would definitely cause trouble, but Luhan suddenly felt that this couldn't be the case. The identity of Sarutobi Lake Biwa has been exposed on the black market. At this moment, maybe the black market already has a quest to hunt down the head of Sarutobi Lake Biwa. No, it can't be like this. If this menopausal ant is attacked on the way back, she will definitely think that I have done it. It's no good for me if she dies, and it's no good for me to return to Konoha alive after she was attacked. She will definitely telling stories in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Alas. Blame me for being sick. You have to come to the black market, motherfucker. Luhan felt so tired, but he couldn't help it because he had no plans to leave Konoha. I haven't become the captain of Anbu yet. I haven't been exposed to the secret techniques and forbidden techniques of Konoha. If this menopausal ant causes a break with Konoha, Luhan will really be dead, as well as Tsunade, Kushina, Hyuga Luo Ning, and White Fang. Sen Luo. In Konoha, Luhan has too many people and things that he can't let go of, all of which must not be ruined by this menopausal ant. I must have sinned in my last life. Damn it. Luhan muttered, and with a wave of his hand, he put away the falling objects that had not been counted, and then disappeared in place. Chase Sarutobi Lake Biwa. ... Time flies, day after day, afternoon. In the eastern part of the country of fire, in the vast forest, Luhan was jumping in the forest boredly, his eyes were blank, and he looked a little tired. The insight map shows that Lake Sarutobi Biwa is 4 kilometers ahead. Since last night, Lake Sarutobi Biwa has been on the road without stopping to rest or eat, and Luhan has always followed her, but has never seen her body, just quietly followed. Luhan, who was jumping, suddenly made a surprised voice, and his eyes flashed. He's back in Konoha. Untraceable Lock Mother, Danzo has returned to Konoha. This is the induction feedback that Luhan has made special settings. Under normal circumstances, the Traceless Lock Mother spell will not actively sense the outside world, but Luhan, who has mastered LV7 Traceless Lock technique, can make special settings. The recent setup is that whenever Danzo returns to Konoha, there will be active sensor feedback. It's faster than I thought. The matter in the country of the vortex should not be finished yet. Danzo came back suddenly. It is estimated that Sarutobi Hiruzen brought it back. I don't know if White Fang has come back. If he has come back, then I will come back. After arriving at Konoha, you can challenge the position of Captain Anbu. Thinking of this, Luhan's blood boiled. Only when you become Captain Anbu, you can become Sarutobi Hiruzen's #1 confidant and get access to the secrets of Konoha. Although the deputy captain and the captain are very similar in function, they are fundamentally different. Captain Anbu. Luhan has been looking forward to it for a long time. In the blink of an eye, 2 more days have passed. At dusk this day, in the central core area of the Fire Country, in front of Hokage Rock, Konoha Village. Sarutobi Lake Biwa entered Konoha first. A few minutes after Sarutobi Lake Biwa entered Konoha, Luhan also appeared in the Konoha village. He went to the Hokage building first, and got a surprising news in the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen left Konoha. Just 2 days ago, after Hokage assisted Danzo to return to Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen left Konoha alone that night. The confidentiality level of this matter is top secret in Konoha. Normally, Luhan, the deputy captain of Anbu, could not know immediately. He should go back to Anbu to inquire about Akatsuki, but Sarutobi Hiruzen explained it to someone before he left. After Hangwang returned to Konoha, he had to inform him as soon as possible, so Luhan immediately learned about it from the nameless Anbu ninja. According to the order relayed by the nameless Anbu ninja, during the time when Sarutobi Hiruzen was away, the Konoha-sized affairs were taken care of by Danzo. Without seeing 903 Sarutobi Hiruzen, Luhan immediately returned to the Anbu station. As the sun sets and night falls, Konoha village is sparsely lit. Hokage building, Hokage assistant office. We have to strike first. The longer this guy exists, the more dangerous Konoha will be. Sarutobi Bawako was agitated, gestured unconsciously, and walked back and forth in front of the desk anxiously. He dares to threaten me. Damn it. The kid. Desk. Danzo sat in a large chair, expressionless and gloomy. He had just listened to Sarutobi Bawako's remarks. Bawako's remarks did not add fuel to the wind, but there were many subjective speculations, and just from her remarks, Hangwang was not only a problem. But there is a big problem. Lake Biwa, you should calm down, you're too emotional. Danzo said in a low voice. Danzo. Sarutobi Bawako stopped abruptly and turned to look at Danzo. Are you afraid? You dare not touch him, do you? You dare not without Hiruzen's order, right? What do you think I'm afraid to do? Danzo grinned, but his eyes became even more gloomy. Actually, I thought there was something wrong with this kid. It's been a long time. But, there are some things I can't say. Quote. Chapter 0421_ at all costs. What's wrong with him? Sarutobi Bawako crossed his arms and looked at Danzo with a serious look on his face. You already knew. Why didn't you tell Hiruzen? He's now the vice captain of Anbu and knows too much about Konoha's people and things. You know he has a problem, yet you dare to let him go like this. Bawako, can you calm down? Danzo frowned. It's not like you. Bang. I almost died in the black market. How can you keep me calm? Sarutobi Bawako clapped his hands on the table vigorously and said angrily to Danzo, it's been 2 years. My mission in the black market has never had an accident. Never. Wuyong has purchased information no less than 20 times, and he has never found anything. He has never been interested in my identity. But just a few days ago, Hangwang went to the black market. My identity was exposed. As Konoha's ninja lurking in the black market, Sarutobi Bawako wants to collect all kinds of information for Konoha, but because she is only an S-class killer, she cannot directly find the details of the Super S-class bounty task from the official black market. In this case, Sarutobi Bawako had to buy information from other Super S-class killers. Wuyong, that is, Toyama Crossing, was the black market Super S-class killer who had sold the most information to Sarutobi Bawako, and was the only black market ninja who discovered the identity of Sarutobi Bawako. You don't have to stare at me. Staring at me won't solve the problem. Danzo tapped his fingertips on the table. Although Sarutobi Bawako's attitude was very bad, it was difficult for Danzo to get angry. Maybe it's because it's too familiar. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado, Sarutobi Lake Biwa, Akamichi Fufeng, Hyuga Tiger Young. They are all about the same age. They were all born before the establishment of Konoha, grew up together after the establishment of Konoha, and fought side by side. Once the best friend, and to this day, also maintain an extraordinary friendship. It is precisely because they are too familiar, and the two have little difference in status, so the two can talk like this. In a word, to do or not to do. Sarutobi Bawako stared at Danzo's eyes. Although she had a very high status, she could not mobilize senior ninjas, so she could only ask Danzo for help. Maybe, we should wait for Hiruzen to come back. Danzo said calmly, expressionless, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. Can't wait. If Hiruzen was here, I wouldn't come to you. Sarutobi Bawako stared. There must be something wrong with that guy. And he already knows that I found his problem. If you wait any longer, what is wrong? Can you take responsibility? However, if there is no problem with Hangwang, can you take the responsibility? Danzo said in a deep voice, you must understand. White Fang is still in the country of Vortex, and I have no right to mobilize Anbu. The entire Anbu only obeys Hangwang. Order. His own strength is also very strong. The price of moving him is very large. I don't hesitate. If I'm wrong, I'm willing to bear everything. Sarutobi Bawako said decisively. Okay, what you said. Danzo stood up all of a sudden. In fact, he kept pushing back. It wasn't that he didn't dare to touch the cold light, but he just didn't want to take responsibility, because he understood the importance of cold light in Hokage's heart. If he was wrong, the Hokage assistant, there's no need to do it. Now that someone is taking the blame, Danzo is happy to help. From the initial failure of sending Asa Tianju and assassinating Hangwang to Shimura's death, Danzo always knew that there was something wrong with Han Guang, but apart from these things he couldn't say, he had no other substantial evidence to prove what was wrong with Han Guang. Han Guang's performance was too good, it could even be said to be terrifying, which made Danzo gradually change his mind. To kill this scourge, it is better to win over this scourge. And now, under the influence of Sarutobi Lake Biwa, Danzo is killing again. Danzo is very clear that in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, Han Guang is enough to cultivate the existence of Hokage's successor, so even if there is no other influence, just say this, Han Guang is dead. It may be a great loss for Konoha, but for Danzo personally, it is excellent. Konoha Anbu Station, Office. Ah, I have a headache, why do you want me to see this kind of thing? You can obviously solve it yourself. Luhan sat behind the desk with a wrinkled face, and after a while, he opened and signed scrolls one after another. Throw it aside. He had returned to the Anbu station, and he had been in the office dealing with various affairs, and had been brought in by someone. In front of the desk, Sarutobi Yushuin looked at Luhan with a serious face. What the hell are these? It's just that I sent a few ninjas to the country of rain, and I have to approve it. Luhan was thinking again. I didn't need it originally, but since you've come back, you need it. Sarutobi Yushuin said solemnly. Bastard White Fang, he's still in the country of Vortex. I've only been gone for a few days, that's all. Damn war. Luhan had always been reluctant to do this kind of office work. And the previous Anbu was not so busy. Recently, there will be so many affairs, naturally because of the war. By the way, your mother is back, don't you know? Luhan suddenly raised his head and said. Mother. Sarutobi Yushuin was taken aback for a moment, and then he said again, you already know. Something happened in Blackstone, and she has come back. Luhan raised his head and continued, you haven't seen her for a long time, right? Go back first if you have nothing to do. This. Sarutobi Yushuin hesitated and glanced at the large stack of document scrolls on the table. Go ahead, I'll take care of it, I won't be lazy. Luhan raised his hand to Sarutobi Yushuin. Okay. Sarutobi Yushuin nodded, greeted Luhan, and walked quickly to the outside of the grotto. It's so annoying. Really. Luhan muttered and picked up another scroll, just about to open it. Ding. There is a hostile target 98 meters to the northwest. The alarm sound suddenly sounded from Luhan's ear. Luhan frowned for a moment. Yuhi name appeared in Anbu. Immediately after opening the insight map, Luhan stood up abruptly and blurted out, fuck. How did this guy become Yuhi again? The insight map shows that the big Yuhi name. Konoha Hokage Assistant. Level 60 Bronze Boss, Danzo. Chapter 0422 A Gift for Senro. Judging from the orientation shown on the insight map, Danzo is in the tunnel outside the grotto, walking towards the office, and he will be there soon. This guy. Is it going to be the opposite? Luhan's eyes flashed. His face became gloomy and uncertain. He could think of this. At this time Sarutobi Hiruzen was not in Konoha village, and Danzo had the right to rule Konoha village, and Danzo has never given up his ambition to become Hokage. If he wants to compete for the position of Hokage now, although it is incomprehensible to do so at this time, it is not completely impossible. Is nothing that Danzo dare not do. And Luhan, or the entire Anbu, all belong to Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Danzo wants to seize power, he must first get Anbu. No way. This guy. Luhan muttered to himself, then slowly sat back in his chair. In the original book, there was no plot of Danzo winning the Hokage position in the early days of World War II, but there was no Luhan in the original book either. Luhan coming to the world of Hokage has an immeasurable butterfly effect. He has changed so many things that anything is possible. Dimly lit cave passage. Sarutobi Yushuin just walked out of the office and entered the passage. He didn't walk very far when he met the mysterious Danzo. Although Danzo was wearing a trench coat and a fat kabuto hat covered his head, Sarutobi Yushuin still recognized it at a glance. Who is coming? I have seen Lord Danzo. Sarutobi Yushuan stopped and said respectfully. Well, Captain Hangwang is in the office. Danzo responded with a nasal voice indifferently, and asked again. He watched Sarutobi Yushuan grow up, but Danzo has always been serious about juniors, so his relationship with Sarutobi Yushuan is not close. Here, the recently squeezed files are being processed. Sarutobi Yushuan said. Okay, your mother is back, go and have a look. Danzo nodded. Sarutobi Yushuan greeted Danzo respectfully again. The two passed by. Danzo walked quickly to the door of the office, and pushed the door directly in. Lu Han, who was lying on the desk to review the documents, raised his head, raised his brows, sat up a lot, tapped his fingers on the desk, and smiled lightly. Lord Danzo. The news is very well informed. You will find me as soon as I come back. Come on, what's the matter? Han Guang returned to Konoha, because he went to Lord Hokage to find Sarutobi Hiruzen as Han Guang, but he couldn't find it. You already know about Mr. Hokage's departure, right? Danzo had a serious expression and looked like he was working. As he spoke, he walked to the desk and sat on the chair. Of course, I have something very important to report to Lord Hokage, but I didn't expect Lord Hokage to go out. Lu Han said lightly. Did the mission go well? Danzo asked. Mission. Lu Han's heart moved, and he glanced at Yuhi's name above Danzo's head. Lord Danzo should understand, I don't need to report to you. I saw Lake Biwa just now, and she told me something. Danzo and Lu Han looked at each other. It seems that you have a conflict. I'm cheap. I shouldn't have saved that menopausal bitch. I deserve to be struck by lightning. Lu Han spread his hands. He was angry with Sarutobi Lake Biwa, and he was not polite. The corner of Danzo's mouth trembled, and he glanced at Lu Han in surprise. Menopause shrew. It seems that no other person in Konoha dares to describe Sarutobi Lake Biwa in this way. Don't talk about her. Danzo waved his hand and said in a low voice. I am in charge of Konoha now, although Anbu is not under my management, but you have to understand that Lord Hokage's return date is not yet fixed, and many things, if you don't say it in time, it may be it's too late, especially with the daimyo, so. If there's any emergency, you can report it to me. I will. Lu Han smiled slightly. Well, you're busy. Danzo got up and walked out. Lu Han watched Danzo go out and let out a slow sigh of relief until the door was closed. Yuhi name Danzo. It is not a common Yuhi name, but a Yuhi name that shows the level of strength. This kind of Yuhi name has subjective killing intent, not simple malice. That is to say, Danzo may directly attack Lu Han, which is the same as Lu Han just now. Worried. Lu Han is not afraid of the level 60 bronze boss, he just killed one a few days ago. But in a small space like the cave office, Horaishan's abilities are limited. The outcome is unpredictable. What does this guy mean? Come to test me. It's not good. He is in charge of Konoha now. Besides the roots, he can mobilize too much power. If he really wants to rebel, he can't use the Hyuga clan, but the Uchiha clan. Sitting upright on the chair, Lu Han thought for a long time, turned around suddenly, and disappeared into the office. Konoha Village, a mysterious place, underground hall. A strange chakra wave turbulent throughout the hall, the dense orangutan Yuhi mantra on the ground flickered and flickered constantly. Head down. Ta, ta, ta. The crisp footsteps echoed from the far hole, getting closer and closer. Bastard, it should be night now, disturbing the dream. The figure in the blood robe made a yin and yang sound, raised his head impatiently, and a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan flashed playful colors. Sen Luo. Danzo stepped out of the cave and stopped, looking at the middle of the hall. Why? Senju responded impatiently, then raised his eyebrows in surprise, tilted his head and looked behind Danzo. Who is that? A present for you, Danzo said nonchalantly. A gift for me, Sen Luo exclaimed in surprise, then exaggeratedly laughed. Ha 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 ha, you damn bastard. You actually gave me a gift. Did you ask me for something? Ha 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 ha, you have today too. Ha 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 ha. Danzo remained expressionless, raised his hand slightly and gestured behind him. The root ninja in mask and tight-fitting ninja came out of the darkness behind Danzo and stopped by Danzo's side. This is a female ninja. I can't see what she looks like, and I don't know what age she is, and her body is extremely feminine. Danzo turned and walked towards the hole. Hey, you bastard, you haven't said anything yet. Sen Luo cried. I'll let you know when the time comes. Danzo's voice faded away. Chapter 0423_unusual cold. Night, Konoha Village Core Area, Tsunade's residence. The warm hall, the small square table is full of various foods. Luhan, Tsunade, Uzumaki Kushina, and Hyuga Luoning are sitting around the table. Kushina knelt beside Luhan, pouting a small mouth. You don't even need to look at Luhan with the humming look. Rice. After Hyuga Luoning handed the bowl of rice to Luhan, she obediently sat down on the opposite side, beside Tsunade. Today, after Luhan left Anbu, he immediately went to find Uzumaki Kushina, who had already left school. During the time when Luhan was away, Kushina was always taken care of by Hyuga Luoning. For some reason, Hyuga Luoning had already asked Uzumaki Kushina to disclose the identity. After finding Kushina, Luhan brought Kushina and Hyuga Luoning to Tsunade, originally to discuss things, but it was just in time for dinner, so Tsunade cooked a few more dishes with the help of Hyuga Luoning. Has Kushina been in trouble recently? Luhan asked Kushina, squinting with his rice bowl in hand. Humph. The little girl tilted her head and ignored Luhan. Did she get into trouble? Luhan looked at Hyuga Luoning and asked again, why did you pretend like this on purpose? Hyuga Luoning just said. I didn't cause trouble. Don't make any false accusations. Kushina exclaimed a little excitedly, glaring at Luhan angrily. She didn't cause trouble. Hyuga Luoning pursed her lips and smiled, gave Kushina a playful look, and said, where did Tenten talk? Where did the bad guys go? Why haven't the bad guys come back? Caring about people, you can go wherever you say. No. Kushina quickly denied it, looking very nervous, her face a little yuhi. Wow, isn't it? So it's because of this anger. Luhan looked at Kushina and said exaggeratedly, I've only been gone for a few days, do you miss me? No, Kushina doesn't think of bad people. No, Kushina's cerebellum shook like a rattle, vehemently denying it. Tsunade was full of anger. Okay, Kushina doesn't want bad people. Tsunade, who was sitting opposite, coaxed, and put a ball into Kushina's bowl. Kushina always listened to Tsunade's words, and suddenly became honest. Thank you, Sister Tsunade. Kushina said with a sweet smile, then tilted her head to look at Luhan and snorted. Hey, what did you call Tsunade just now? Luhan squinted at Kushina. Sister Tsunade. Oops. Kushina replied subconsciously, and screamed in pain again, covering her forehead and staring at Luhan. Luhan tapped Kushina on the head gently. It's called auntie, understand? It can't be called sister. Luhan gave Kushina a threatening look, exactly as if Kushina would be beaten if she dared to object. In terms of seniority, Kushina should really call Tsunade aunt, but because Kushina followed Uzumaki Mito before, she was called Uzumaki Mito grandma, and Uzumaki Mito was Tsunade's grandmother, so she was called Tsunade sister. Kushina held her head and looked at Luhan, her eye circles suddenly became yuhi, and she immediately looked at Tsunade again with a look of grievance and help. Okay, it doesn't matter what it's called. Tsunade hurriedly spoke to Kushina. Don't let me hear you call your sister next time, be careful. Luhan raised his finger to Kushina. You have the ability to bully children. Kushina muttered aggrievedly and lowered her head. Okay, it's time to eat. Tsunade reached out and touched Kushina's little head, then gave Luhan a reproachful look. Don't be so cruel to children, Kushina is so good. She is the ancestor. Tenten loses her temper. I have to coax her from Tenten. Luhan curled his lips and said. Kushina, who was kneeling on the side, had already started to shed tears. Her shoulders were shaking, and her head was bowed in grievance. Okay, you won. Luhan reached out and pulled Kushina into his arms, wiped the tears from his fleshy face, and coaxed, Kushina is good. Kushina is not angry. Eat this. Luhan took a ball to Kushina's mouth. Kushina, who was leaning in Luhan's arms, slowly opened his mouth, sobbing. She was very aggrieved and angry, but she didn't want to be awkward with Luhan to the end, but needed Luhan's comfort. After half an hour, Hyuga Luo-ning, who was sitting next to Tsunade, had put down her chopsticks, and Kushina was still sitting in Luhan's arms. People want to eat that. Kushina pointed to the plate with tempura on the table. If you eat too much, you will gain weight. Luhan pinched Kushina's cheek, stuck out his chopsticks and picked up a piece of golden-colored fried shrimp, and brought it to Kushina's mouth. Kushina devoured the fried shrimp in a big mouthful, and seemed to be unable to eat any more. He patted his stomach and said, I am full. Take her out. Luhan looked at Hyuga Luo-ning, paused and then said, from tomorrow onwards, Kushina will take her to Anbu after school. Okay. Hyuga Luo-ning nodded, didn't ask why, got up and stretched out his hand to Kushina. If you're full, drive them away. Kushina muttered, turned around in Luhan's arms, and kissed Luhan's cheek very sweetly, then took Hyuga Luo-ning's hand in hand with Hyuga Luo-ning and jumped away. Han. Tsunade frowned and looked at Luhan after Shinai and Hyuga Luo-ning went out. Did something happen? Why do you say that? Luhan picked up the bowl and took a bite of the rice. You're abnormal. Tsunade stared at Luhan. Also, you arranged Kushina in Anbu. It's really something. Luhan put down the tableware and wiped his mouth. You, and Jiraiya Orochimaru, it's best not to go out to perform tasks recently. I may need your help. Luhan came to Tsunade for dinner today, and that's why. He didn't know what kind of power Danzo would use when he decided to do it. Luhan couldn't guess. Chapter 0424_inventory. Is it serious? Tsunade's brows were already deeply wrinkled, and her beautiful face was full of worry. She had to worry because Sarutobi Hiruzen was not in Konoha. Although Konoha can operate as usual without Sarutobi Hiruzen, the ability to deal with changes is completely different. Sarutobi Hiruzen has ruled Konoha for more than 10 years, and his will has been integrated into every aspect of Konoha. Time is difficult to solve. Very serious. Luhan nodded, his face slightly serious. This is a trouble that even the whole Anbu can't solve. Yes, Tsunade asked with his eyes. I can't tell you yet, because it's probably wrong. Luhan said bluntly, anyway, try not to leave Konoha recently, you'll help me, right? Of course. Tsunade nodded. That's good. Luhan smiled, I hope the things I worry about won't happen, I hope so. Let's eat, you didn't eat much just now. Tsunade said, grabbing the ball with his hand and handing it to Luhan's bowl. She didn't ask Luhan what happened, because Luhan was Anbu's deputy captain, and what Luhan said he knew was probably Anbu's top secret information. Do you know what Lord Hokage is going to do? Luhan raised the bowl and asked again. Tsunade shook his head and said quickly, don't you know? Teacher, he didn't leave a message for you in Anbu. No, it seems that he left in a hurry. It should be something very important and urgent. Luhan shook his head slightly, showing a thoughtful look. In fact, he was very curious, why would Sarutobi Hiruzen leave alone at this time? Konoha. He was even relieved to delegate power to Danzo. Perhaps, where Sarutobi Hiruzen went, only Danzo knows. Has Captain White Fang returned yet? No, this guy, I also hope he can come back sooner. I heard that Kurigakure has completely withdrawn from the country of Vortex, and there is news that the country of water is about to be completely blocked. It is estimated that they do not want to participate in this ninja war. Well, Ghost Lantern Wanyu is dead. There is no suitable leader, and there is not enough interest to drive them. They should adopt a self-defense counterattack strategy. The two chatted while eating. Before you know it, the night is deep. Late at night, guest room on the second floor of the main building of Tsunade residence. With the doors and windows closed, Luhan sat cross-legged in a nightgown on the soft slump. With a wave of his hand, a total of more than 70 falling objects filled the entire slum. This was to kill the level 50 white-silver boss Ideng Xiao. Warehouse, and all the drop rewards for the first kill of the level 60 bronze boss Toyama Crossing. Luhan was secretly protecting Sarutobi Konoha back from Lake Biwa, and there was no free time all the way. After returning to Konoha, when he arrived at the Anbu station, he was dragged by Sarutobi Yushuin to the office, and then went to Kushina, and then went to Tsunade. Until now, Luhan has time to count the drop rewards. Start counting. 28 ingots. There are 9 large Yuhi bottles in total, 3 excellent weapons, 7 penultimate weapons, 8 B-rank ninjutsu, and 3 spiritual potions. These total 58 pieces. 14 drops left. There are 7 A-level techniques, 3 types of futon, wind style, 1 type of doden, earth style, 1 type of suiten, water style, and 2 types of secret techniques. A rare weapon. Rare true rainbow chain axe. 2 large bottles of treasure. A big blue bottle of treasure. There are 2 types of S-rank techniques. A bottle of super spirit medicine. As Luhan thought, after killing the level 60 boss, there really is something new. The Jumbo Yuhi bottle and Jumbo Big Blue bottle, as the name suggests, are 2 recovery potions, and their effect is the Big Yuhi bottle. And 30 times the size of the Big Blue bottle. Elf, is it true that only hostile targets at level 60 or above can drop treasure recovery potions? Luhan asked inwardly. Yes, the elf answered succinctly. Understood. Luhan responded, and immediately reached out and picked up a bottle from a pile of falling objects. His eyes were a little excited and a little weird. A super spiritual potion worth 500 ingots. The effect is 100 times that of conventional psychotropic potions. It fell so easily. Spirit, killing level 60 bosses will drop super psychotic potions. At level 60, it is only possible to drop the first kill. This time, the super spiritual potion dropped because the subversive triggered the special explosion rate of the first kill of the class. No wonder. Luhan nodded, so it was understandable that there were only 3 level 60 bosses. Bronze, white, silver, gold, and it is still a chance to drop. This is the first time that Luhan has killed a 60-level boss. According to the rules, there will be a special explosion rate. Otherwise, the probability of killing a 60-level bronze boss for the first time to drop a super spiritual potion is also very low. 7 A-level techniques. Luhan didn't read much, and used them all. Because there are S-level techniques, the recovery value of A-level ninjutsu is relatively low. The lowest priced A-level techniques are 10 ingots, while the lowest priced S-level techniques are 100 ingots, which is 10 times the difference. It is better to use up all the A-level techniques, which can enrich the combat ability, and the A-level techniques have less demand for chakra. 2 S-level techniques. Futon, wind style, the sleepy volume ascends to the sky. Futon, wind style, the art of flower rain cutting. Sleepy volume ascension. Luhan raised his brows slightly. He remembered that after killing Mundogen, he obtained this S-level futon, wind style, forbidden technique. Normally, the probability of obtaining the same technique twice is reduced. But Luhan didn't use that scroll last time, but recycled it, so it doesn't affect the drop probability. The art of cutting flowers and rain is an attack ninjutsu, and it is also used to ascend to the sky. Generally speaking, the price of attacking art is generally not high, and the high price is the art with special effects or instant body. Luhan thought for a while. Open both S-level techniques and use them up. This axe. Luhan picked up the rare true rainbow chain axe again. It was a ferocious medium-sized axe with a chain attached to the end of the handle, and the other end of the chain could be fixed on the user's wrist. Metal button. Well, Luhan pondered for a while, threw the axe back into the space backpack, and finally picked up the super spiritual potion. Just now, Luhan was thinking about whether to recover the super psychotic potion. Ding! There is a hostile target 96 meters to the north. The alarm sound suddenly sounded from Luhan's ear. Chapter 0425_naughty. No, at such a time. Who could it be? Luhan was stunned for a moment, and immediately opened the insight map. The insight map shows that the big Yuhi name. The wife of Konoha Hokage, level 50 gold boss, Sarutobi Lake Biwa. Sarutobi Bawako's display name prefix has changed, hesitant that she does not hold a specific position in Konoha, people's cognition and awe of her are Hokage's wife, so her display name prefix will be changed to Konoha Hokage's wife. In fact, this kind of display is very rare, so-and-so's wife, so-and-so's son, so-and-so's apprentice. Luhan has never seen such a display. This guy, Menopause Aunt, what are you doing here? Luhan frowned slightly, and with a wave of his hand, he put away everything on the soft collapse. According to the specific location shown on the insight map, Sarutobi Lake Biwa was in the outside courtyard, walking towards the main building, and there was no doubt that she came to Tsunade. Tsunade is a direct disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen. She began to practice with Sarutobi Hiruzen when she was 6 or 7 years old. After all, Sarutobi Bawako is her teacher, and it can be said that she is one of Tsunade's closest people in Konoha. I don't know why I came here in a hurry in the middle of the night. Luhan thought for a while, then disappeared on the soft collapse. In the lobby of the main building, the lights have been lit and it is bright. Sir Bawako, take a seat. Tsunade was quite surprised by Sarutobi's surprise visit. After welcoming Lake Biwa into the hall, he even greeted Lake Biwa to sit down. Tsunade didn't even have time to change his clothes. He only wore a nightgown and went to the kitchen to marry hot water. Poured some tea for Lake Biwa, and sat on the chair beside him. Tsunade respects Lake Biwa, but not in all like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Bawako is sitting on a chair in a plain robe. Although she is a half-old MILF, she can't compare with the young and beautiful Tsunade, but she has a dignified appearance and looks extraordinary. She seemed to have something on her mind, and she didn't speak since she entered the door, frowning slightly, as if she was thinking about something. Tsunade could see that Sarutobi Lake Biwa was worried, but he didn't rush to ask. Tsunade. Sarutobi Bawako raised the teacup, glanced at Tsunade, and said, Hengguang is your apprentice, right? Perhaps it was because Bawako grew up watching Tsunade, she didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the subject. Yes. Tsunade was stunned, wondering why Bawako asked this. What happened to him? It's nothing, I'm just curious. Sarutobi Bawako observed Tsunade's expression. What kind of person do you think he is? Tsunade blinked. He's very good. He's a very good ninja, with a strong will and the highest talent I've ever seen in my life. Although he is sometimes naughty, but PFF'd. Lake Biwa spurted out a mouthful of tea. Naughty. Lake Biwa is hard to imagine that someone would use this word to describe. Cold light, this is a top ninja with a reward of 35 million tal in the black market. Although he is young, his ability and style seem to have nothing to do with naughty. Lord Bawako, what's wrong with you? Did you get hot? Tsunade got up abruptly with some nervousness. No, it's all right. Bawako waved his hand and motioned Tsunade to sit down. Go ahead. Talk about his past, Hiruzen said. You discovered him. Before, I didn't know him for a long time. About a year and a half ago, we just came back from the mission. I heard that the young patriarch of the Uchiha family was causing trouble again, so Tsunade began to tell, and he was disappointed in Sarutobi Bawako. There is nothing to hide, this Konoha, there is nothing that Sarutobi Lake Biwa cannot know. Unless it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who specifically asked not to tell Sarutobi Lake Biwa, but for now, Sarutobi Hiruzen has not given a similar order. Because he has the ability to know people, the teacher gave special permission to allow Han to enter Anbu, but he has to take an exam. He grew up very fast in Anbu. What's even scarier is that until now, his growth rate has not slowed down. He once lied to me, saying that he was reincarnated, and the ghost believed him. When I was in the country of the vortex, if it wasn't for him, I might have. I was desperate. Really, I'm not afraid of Biwa-sama's jokes. At that time, he suddenly appeared and saved me. Lake Biwa-sama. Tsunade spoke in general, then looked at Lake Biwa and asked, "You seem to want to know about Han." "It's because I'm just curious. He saved me in the black market, and he even used Rashomon techniques to reveal his identity." Bawako shook his head, put down his teacup and stood up. "Nothing else. You have a good rest, you don't have to send it." After saying that, Lake Biwa hurriedly walked out. Tsunade was full of doubts. She still wanted to have a good chat with Sarutobi Bawako, but Sarutobi Bawako had already left. She could only look at Sarutobi Bawako's back and nodded slightly. Sarutobi Lake Biwa went out. Tsunade raised his hand, a gust of wind blew, and the door closed automatically. Strange. Tsunade frowned and muttered to herself. She didn't understand why Sarutobi Lake Biwa came today. She just asked about Han's situation. It was abrupt, it didn't seem so simple, and Tsunade couldn't figure it out. Not only Tsunade couldn't figure it out, but Lu Han, who had been eavesdropping at the corner of the upper stairway not far away, couldn't figure it out either. This Sarutobi Lake Biwa mean? Even after returning to Konoha, what are you going to do? ... At midnight, on the rooftop of the Hokage building. How is it? As I said, Tsunade has an extraordinary feeling for Han Guang. Danzo stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the moon in the distance. Well, indeed, listen to her tone, huh? Naughty. Perhaps in Tsunade's mind, Han Guang is still a harmless child. Sarutobi Bawako, who was standing beside him, frowned deeply. She was very worried. It was Danzo who told her that Tsunade was very close to Han Guang, so she went to test it. If you want to move the cold light, Sarutobi Lake Biwa has to consider all aspects. I will issue a mission to the Tsunade trio in the near future to temporarily leave Konoha, Danzo said. Chapter 0426 _ The storm is coming. Then you go as soon as possible. Sarutobi Bawako turned to look at Danzo. His eyes flashed coldly. Just wait for Tsunade and the others to leave Konoha, we will do it right away. No problem. Danzo's face was expressionless. His voice sank. We have to do it quickly. As you said, if there is a cold light for another day, Konoha will be in danger for a day, and now I think you should also understand that the cold light is a threat to Konoha. Not just in himself, but in. A lot of people believe him. Trust him. It's scary, it's easier for him to tell stories than we thought. That's what worries me the most, said Sarutobi Bawako. I hope this can be resolved before Hiruzen returns. Hiruzen, it may be a while before he comes back, Danzo said, glancing at Lake Sarutobi Biwa again. Let's go. Call. The two disappeared from the rooftop at the same time. Tsunade's residence, guest room on the second floor of the main building. Luhan crossed his knees on the soft slump. His eyes were tightly closed, and the whole body was rippling with gentle chakra fluctuations. After a long time, Luhan let out a long sigh and opened his eyes. He finally chose to use the super psychotic potion. Although Luhan has relatively a lot of chakra at this stage, and recovering the super spiritual potion can get at least 250 spiritual potions, Luhan still chose to use it considering what may happen in the near future. Luhan did not recover any of the drop rewards from the first kill of the level 60 bronze boss and the level 50 white silver boss this time. All for one reason, something big may have happened recently. Luhan is not sure what Danzo is going to do, and it is precisely because he is not sure that he must be fully prepared. Recycling ingots will have the value and use them directly, which is more suitable for Luhan now. And the rare true rainbow chain axe can actually be recycled, but it is not urgent to recycle this kind of thing. If there are not enough ingots, it is too late to recycle it. Luhan, the blade of Kurigakure, has never recycled it. Danzo, White Fang. Hanzo. It's really head-scratching. Luhan lay down on the soft slump and pulled the quilt, but he was still full of thoughts. He knows that he may have to face several fierce battles in the near future. Danzo is going to do bad things. If there is a chance, Luhan will definitely kill Danzo. The battle with Captain Anbu of White Fang. In terms of combat power, White Fang is more difficult to deal with than Danzo. And the powerful and desperate Hanzo. Until now, Luhan has some regrets. At that time, he should not have sold his information to Hanzo, but now regret is useless, Luhan can only face it. On this day, Luhan fell asleep very late. When he woke up again, it was already noon, and he was awakened by someone. Luhan, who was lying on the soft slump, frowned, opening his eyes and tilting his head. Tsunade, dressed in a ninja suit and fully armed, stood on the edge of the soft slump. Seeing Luhan woke up and looked at him, he raised his hand nervously and stroked the hair on his temples. When did you come? Luhan asked in a daze. Just here. Tsunade's face was a little unnatural. She couldn't admit to Luhan that she had been here for a while. She had been staring at Luhan for a long time, because she was strong and would not let Luhan feel any malice, so Luhan, who was sleeping, couldn't find Tsunade right away. Is it noon? Luhan, who sat up, glanced out the window, raised his hand and patted his mouth again and yawned. Just now, Lord Danzo announced to me, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru a spying mission to the Land of Rain. Tsunade quickly adjusted his mood and said solemnly, we have to leave after noon, and this mission is expected to be half a month. Oh, Luhan suddenly regained his energy, and said, here, in his heart. Han, did something really happen? Can't you tell me now? Tsunade turned around and sat on the soft side, staring at Luhan's eyes. In fact, normally, Danzo's mission to Tsunade was very important. It was normal. Sarutobi Hiruzen was away, and the task was naturally released by Danzo, but Luhan had given Tsunade a vaccination in advance, which made Tsunade feel abnormal. Luhan pondered for a moment, and immediately showed a heavy face, nodded to Tsunade, it's something very serious happened, it's related to Danzo. This turmoil is unavoidable, even, I may die in this storm. Luhan stared deeply into Tsunade's eyes, and had already entered the actor mode. What is it? You don't need to know yet, the less you know, the safer you are. But don't say it, if I survive, I will tell you. Han, it's already this time, I don't want to. Don't. Luhan stared at Tsunade, raised two fingers, gently pressed Tsunade's lips, and then probed slightly. His voice was very affectionate and soft. I hope this is not the last time we meet, you know. In my heart, you always, the most important thing. Luhan is not very good at speaking love words, but he is very good at acting. When the words fell, he had already kissed Tsunade's lips lightly. Tsunade's whole body was stunned, his emotions were a little excited, his breathing quickened, but he forgot to push Luhan away. It wasn't until Luhan put his hand on Tsunade's shoulder that Tsunade reacted with a shake and pushed Luhan away. Grabbing Luhan's collar again, Yuhi said fiercely, little bastard. You bastard, are you lying to me again? Of course not, how could I joke about this kind of thing? Luhan's expression couldn't be more sincere with a clear conscience. Call. At this moment, chakra fluctuations suddenly appeared outside the window of the guest room. From the shadow on the window, it could be seen that a ninja appeared outside, kneeling on one knee on the eaves outside. Report, Captain. Emergency. The people outside said respectfully. Tell me. Luhan suddenly frowned and looked. The garrison is abnormally mobilized. The ninja outside said quickly, the transfer process does not conform to the Konoha garrison plan filed in Anbu. This guy. Luhan was startled, and his heart stirred up. Is it true that Danzo can't wait so much? The garrison has moved. Who is it aimed at? Chapter 0427 _ Luhan and Hyuga Huyang. As the deputy captain of Anbu, Luhan is in full charge of Konoha Anbu when Captain White Fang is out on a mission. Generally speaking, as long as Luhan is in Konoha, there will be Anbu ninjas following him. This is to ensure that Luhan will not disappear. There will be situations where no one can be found, so that Anbu can notify Luhan immediately if there is an emergency. Obviously, the abnormal mobilization of the garrison corps is already an emergency. Since the preparatory stage before the war started, Konoha has entered a state of military administration, and the guarding tasks of Konoha have been handed over from the Konoha Guards to the Konoha Garrison Corps. It can be said that the safety of the lives of tens of thousands of people in Konoha is all under the responsibility of the Konoha Garrison Corps. And the meaning of Anbu's existence: the first is to ensure the status of Hokage, the second is to maintain the safety of Konoha, and the third is to monitor the entire Konoha. Therefore, it can be said that the abnormal mobilization of the garrison army is a big taboo. I see, you go. Luhan finally raised his head and said to the window, "By the way, ask Bailey to see me." Yes, the ninja outside the window responded, and immediately disappeared. Anbu's code name is Bailey, which is Hyuga Bonin, the third captain of Konoha Anbu. Some time ago, he went to the country of Vortex with White Fang and Huan Feng, and assisted White Fang in tracking the Ghost Light and Magic Moon until the Ghost Light and Magic Moon and nothingness perished. Afterwards, he didn't come back. Until recently, when Danzo returned to Konoha, Bailey and Wanfeng came back with them. Currently, the important Anbu people in the country of Vortex, except for White Fang, only the first team leader, Dogwan, that is Senju Nozomi. In the end, what happened? Tsunade asked, looking at Luhan who was frowning. At this time, she has fully believed that something big is really going to happen. Abnormal mobilization of the Garrison Corps. At present, only Danzo can command the Garrison Corps in Konoha. Danzo has just given a mission to Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru Sannin on the front foot, and the rear foot has no record to mobilize the Garrison Corps, which is too unusual. Actually, I also really want to know, what the hell is Danzo doing? Luhan looked at Tsunade. I just heard some wind noises before. Tsunade's face became very ugly. When Luhan mentioned Danzo, she was not surprised, because only Danzo could give Tsunade a mission order and mobilize the garrison. Definitely what Danzo is going to do. We'll find out, it won't take long. Luhan said, subconsciously lowered his voice and approached Tsunade. We are like this, since he sent you to leave Konoha on a mission, you. But this, in case. If we can. Don't think too highly of Danzo, and don't underestimate me. I'll see you later. Then, do you want me to see Lord Lei? He should. Don't. Danzo will know for sure. Half an hour later, Tsunade joined Jiraiya and Orochimaru at the entrance of the village, entered the forest and headed for the northwest border of the Fire Country. At the same time, Hyuga's main clan mansion. In the quiet study room, a tall and dignified middle-aged man paced back and forth in front of the bookcase, watching with a half-opened scroll in his hand. He has always had the habit of reading books on time. Even if a full-scale war has broken out, the Hyuga family has a heavy task. He couldn't let go of this habit for a while. Dong dong. Patriarch. With the sudden knock on the door, a respectful voice sounded outside the door. Hyuga Huyang looked up at Fang. The voice outside the door was familiar to him. Come in. Squeak. The door opened, and Ben and Hyuga stepped through the door, hurried to Hyuga Huyang, and respectfully said again, I have seen the Patriarch. Is the mission of the country of the Vortex going well? Hyuga Huyang smiled lightly. There are very few ninjas in the Hyuga family who will make Hyuga Huyang really satisfied. His younger brother Hyuga Haeyang is one, and his cousin Hyuga Bonin is also considered one. Hyuga Benin is not yet 30 years old. Although his strength is not in the top of the Hyuga family, he has enough stamina and has the identity of the Anbu squad leader. No one in the Hyuga family can compare to this. Everything is going well. Hyuga Bonin replied without saying much. He has been back in Konoha for a few days, but he has not had time to join the Wei clan. Anbu has a lot of affairs recently, and Anbu members are always on standby. Open. Well, it's fine. Hyuga Huyang nodded, without asking more, then paused and said, how many days can you stay at home when you come back this time? No. Hyuga Burnin raised his head. Patriarch, I came back with a mission this time, and I have to go back right away. Mission. Hyuga Huyang raised his brows slightly. It has something to do with me. Hyuga Bonin said that he had a mission, and he came to see Hyuga Huyang, which was naturally related to Hyuga Huyang. Yes, Hyuga Burnin continued, Patriarch, someone wants to see you. Also, don't let other people know about this. See me. Hyuga Huyang was stunned. He rolled up the scroll in his hand subconsciously, and thought for a while, cold light. Yes, Hyuga Burnin said. More than 10 minutes later, Konoha downtown tea house, private room on the top floor. Lu Han, wearing a black robe and a mask, sat by the window, looking out at the desolate street, drinking tea with his only son. Call. Whirlwind blew up. Hyuga Huyang appeared out of thin air at the table. Lu Han quickly got up, raised his hand and gestured to Hyuga Huyang, and the two took their seats at the same time. Lu Han picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Hyuga Huyang. Hyuga Huyang was watching Lu Han's eyes, but he couldn't see any information in those eyes, and he didn't speak until Lu Han put down the teapot. Captain Hangguang, what's the matter? Please say it directly. Hyuga Huyang's voice was indifferent. We don't seem to communicate in private, so it would be inappropriate to meet in this way. As the chief of Hyuga main clan, Hyuga Huyang's representative it is the entire Hyuga clan, so he always thinks more. Actually, if it's not a last resort, I don't want to meet Mr. Huyang in this way. Lu Han looked out the window. It's just that something very difficult happened and I had to do it. What? Hyuga Huyang stared at Lu Han and slowly raised his teacup. If I say, Lu Han looked at Hyuga Huyang, Danzo is going against it. Do you believe it? The teacup that Hyuga Huyang had brought to his mouth suddenly stopped, and he squinted slightly at Lu Han. Hyuga Huyang put down the teacup and said, I can't believe it. Chapter 0428 Uchiha changes _. Hyuga Huyang knows Danzo well. They are the same age. They grew up together. It's all Konoha high-rises. Danzo is a person who is very bold and careful. He can kill people with a smile, or he may win over opponents. Hyuga Huyang thinks he can't understand Danzo. Tiger Yang can affirm Danzo's loyalty to Konoha. As a disciple of Hokage Senju Tobarama, the second generation, Danzo, like Sarutobi Hiruzen, has experienced the most difficult period for Konoha. He has done many wrongs and evil deeds, but he always regards Konoha as home. Danzo is the leader of the Konoha martial arts faction, and he wants Konoha to become the overlord of the ninja world. This is clear to all Konoha executives. Han Guang said that Danzo was going to rebel, but Hyuga Huyang couldn't believe it. You may have misunderstood what I meant. You can be so sure that you can't believe it. Do you think what I said is? Lu Han looked at Hyuga Huyang's voice and paused. Danzo will betray Konoha. Then what are you talking about? Hyuga Huyang asked directly without denying it. The seat of Hokage, Lu Han said hoarsely, then picked up the teacup, slowly brought it to the mouth of the opening of the mask, and took a sip of the tea. He was also observing the changes in Hyuga Huyang's expression. When Lu Han said the words, Hokage, Hyuga Huyang's expression was moved. He not only knows Danzo's loyalty, but also Danzo's ambition for the position of Hokage. When the second generation of Hokage just left, Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen competed for the position of Hokage, and he still remembers it fresh. You Anbu, what did you investigate? Hyuga Huyang's eyes flickered and he asked, or, what news did you get? You still don't believe me. Lu Han sighed. I have no reason to believe you. Hyuga Huyang said. Also, Lu Han nodded and looked out the window again. I can't come up with any real evidence. Danzo is very secretive, he will never let anyone get the hang of it before the incident, but there are some very interesting things, maybe I should let you know. What? Hyuga Huyang's face was calm. Look over there. Luhan raised his finger and pointed out the window, over there. Those two people are root ninjas. Danzo's subordinates have been following me for a while. Oh, Hyuga Huyang turned his head to look. His breath did not fluctuate in the slightest, but wrinkles suddenly appeared around his eyes. Byakugan. In the eyes of Hyuga Huyang, the world has become gray and white, and everything is made of lines, perspective. The scene quickly zoomed in, and Hyuga Huyang saw that in the tower across the street, two Konoha ninjas stood side by side with expressionless faces. I see. Hyuga Huyang looked back. He was still calm. People do exist. But not a root ninja. Hyuga Huyang can't be sure. Han Guang said yes. That's just what he said. The two expressionless adult male ninjas had no obvious features. One more thing. Luhan immediately added. Just about an hour ago, the Konoha Garrison Corps carried out a large-scale abnormal transfer without filing, you know. I don't know. Then you can take a look, just now. I believe you should understand the defensive layout of the garrison. Hyuga Huyang was silent. In fact, he didn't want to view the defensive layout of the Konoha garrison in this way. It was taboo. Inevitably, he will see something he shouldn't. Luhan slowly picked up the teacup. He was not in a hurry. Hyuga Huyang thought for a while, but stood up and stared. This time the wrinkles around his eyes were more obvious. He slowly turned his head, turned around. He wanted to check the defensive layout of the Konoha garrison. It's that simple. In the whole of Konoha, except for some special restricted areas, he can see and see through other places. About a minute later, Hyuga Huyang withdrew his eyes, and his eyes had become normal. He sat down again, but frowned. Just as Han Guang said, the Konoha garrison has undergone a very strange large-scale mobilization, which has completely disrupted Konoha's defensive layout, causing loopholes in the defense. Hyuga Huyang is incomprehensible. Trust me now? Luhan asked. Perhaps. Hyuga Huyang pondered. I'm not sure what Danzo is going to do, but Lord Lei, he probably won't. Lord Lei, he may have been deceived. Lu Hanlian said, he can only obey orders. He doesn't know what Danzo is going to do, and when things are settled, he can only follow the trend. Powerless revolving heaven. Tears. He is the commander of the Konoha garrison army. Is a generation higher than Hyuga Huyang, the top powerhouse of Konoha during the First Ninja World War, and is now a very terrifying existence. Hyuga Huyang was silent again. He had difficulty digesting what Han Guang said. It was too scary. The Second Ninja World War has just begun, and the situation is still unclear. In this period, Danzo will take advantage of Sarutobi Hiruzen to leave Konoha and seize the position of Hokage. Isn't he afraid of affecting the morale of the Konoha ninjas? In fact, from another point of view, it is not incomprehensible that Danzo did this, but also because of the war. Danzo is a martial artist. The Ninja World War has begun, and he is the most excited. He wants to seize power, to control Konoha, maybe. To achieve his ambitions. Let Konoha rule the ninja world. Hyuga Huyang is thinking, and Luhan is drinking tea. Whoa! The whirlwind suddenly rolled up, and a ninja wearing a black robe and a mask appeared at the door of the box, knelt down on one knee and quickly said to Luhan, "Report, Captain, emergency." Luhan glanced at Hyuga Huyang, put down the teacup and said, "Speak." The Uchiha clan has changed, and it seems to be preparing for war. The black-robed ninja reported. Call. Luhan didn't say anything yet. Hyuga Huyang stood up suddenly, watching the black-robed ninja open his mouth, but didn't make a sound. In fact, he wanted to ask the specific situation, but he reacted as soon as he was about to speak, that Anbu ninja it was impossible to answer any of his questions. For the Uchiha clan, Hyuga Huyang is very sensitive. I see, I'll deal with it later. Luhan said hoarsely, looked at Hyuga Huyang again, and waited for the black-robed ninja to disappear before saying, "Lord Huyang, do you believe it?" Chapter 0429 _ It's true this time. Hyuga Huyang slowly sat back in the chair again, with a solemn expression, and he was silent again. Hyuga Huyang, who looks strong and can even be said to be fierce, is actually a very good thinker and likes to think. He does not jump to conclusions easily. Decisions are not made lightly. However, monitors the Anbu Vice Captain Hengguang. Unconventional and undocumented large-scale mobilization of the Konoha garrison. The sudden change of the Uchiha clan is suspected of combat readiness. All of this seems to indicate what is going to happen, and what is going to happen is inseparable from Danzo. Although Danzo and Uchiha have always been very unfriendly, Danzo is a person who is desperate to achieve his goals, and the Uchiha has an ancient and famous tradition of martial arts, and has never been able to gain the trust of Sarutobi Hiruzen, so it's not impossible that Uchiha and Danzo hit it off. Hyuga Huyang is very concerned about what the Uchiha family will do, because Hyuga and Uchiha have always been on the tip of the needle. Once the Uchiha family gains power, the Hyuga family will definitely have a hard time. Actually, I can't promise Lord Huyang what will happen. Luhan said again, I don't expect Lord Huyang to make a decision now. I only hope. Luhan dragged a long voice. Speak. Hyuga Huyang looked up. I hope you, the Hyuga family, can prepare well, and respond to all changes with the same thing first. Luhan said. Hyuga Huyang blinked and said solemnly, our Hyuga family is always ready. Well then, if anything happens, I will send someone to notify Lord Huyang as soon as possible. Luhan said quickly, at that time, I hope Lord Huyang will not hesitate. Everything is for Konoha. Between Luhan and Hyuga Huyang ended in a heavy atmosphere, mainly because Hyuga Huyang was in a bad mood. It seemed that he was on his mind. Luhan took the first step and left the tea house. Back to Anbu Station. On the forest path, Luhan hurried in front, followed by a mysterious Anbu ninja, who was the ninja who had just reported to Luhan about the Uchiha clan's strange behavior. He was Kato Kai. In Konoha Anbu, there are 20 or 30 Anbu ninjas who have lived with Luhan to death. Most of them have performed missions with Luhan in the Land of Water, but very few are really close to Luhan. Kato Crack is one. Sir, just now, why did you let me say that? Kato Kai couldn't help asking. It was Luhan who arranged for him to appear at the right time to report the Uchiha clan's change, that is to say to Hyuga Huyang. In fact, the Uchiha clan did not know, have, different, move, suspected combat readiness is even more nonsense. It's all calculations. I have to do this, the storm is coming. Luhan pretended to sigh deeply. Kato didn't ask any more, because he felt that Lord Hengguang didn't want to say why. Not long after, Konoha Anbu Station, Cave Square. Notify all the ninjas on call, gather. Luhan hurried forward, turned his head and gave Kato Kai a command. Yes. Kato stopped in response. After a few minutes. On the high platform on the north side of the cave square, Luhan stood with his hands behind his back, and the captain assisted Sarutobi Yushuan to stand beside Luhan, frowning slightly, and sometimes glanced at Luhan, showing doubts. He had already smelled an unusual smell. It's so special, the super lazy and super irresponsible Captain Hongguang would call a ninja to teach him. Under the high stage, more than 100 Anbu ninjas gathered. In addition to the combat units, non-combat units responsible for scientific research, interrogation, intelligence analysis, medical treatment and other non-combat units were also present. Luhan's order was to notify all the ninjas on call, that is to say, at this time in Konoha, except for a small number of Anbu ninjas on missions, everyone else has arrived. This should be the first time I have called everyone here. In fact, I don't want to do it, because doing so means something very serious has happened. Now is an eventful time, the ninja war has begun, and we Konoha ninjas are the front line fought bloody battles with the enemy. Compared with them, we lived a very comfortable life, but we could not slack off. Now, in addition to the intelligence work, we Anbu also need to protect the safety of Konoha, maintain the authority of Lord Hokage, and ensure the stability of Konoha. It's rare for Luhan to be so long-winded. After all, this is the first time he has given a lecture. He just wants to be as formal as possible. Finally got to the point, facing a pair of eyes that don't understand. Let me announce that Anbu has officially entered a state of special combat readiness, implementing the two-shift standby rule, and at the same time strengthening the surveillance and protection of the restricted area. Luhan's hoarse voice echoed. This state will be maintained until the day Lord Hokage returns to Konoha. What I said today will be classified as Anbu's secret, except for those present. No one else is allowed to know Akatsuki at this stage. That's all, go get ready. Yes, Captain. There was a promise from the audience. Looks like something has happened. Lord Hangguang didn't say anything. You go ask. Why don't you go? This is going to be a big deal. When the Anbu crowd dispersed, they were all talking in a low voice. The command of special combat readiness is not something that can be given casually. This will make every Anbu ninja work hard on the combat readiness level and stick to it for a long time. Some ninjas don't even have enough time to sleep. This state of combat readiness cannot be maintained for a long time. Generally only when something extremely important will make Anbu enter this state of combat readiness, such as a hostile force is going to attack Konoha. Luhan stood on the stage and watched the crowd disperse quickly. The square quickly became empty. Sarutobi Yushuin took 2 steps and asked in a low voice, what happened? It's not completely sure yet, but it's bound to happen, something terrible. Luhan said as if he didn't say anything. He didn't know what Danzo was going to do. It was all speculation, so he didn't want to explain to Sarutobi Yushuin. Call. A figure in black robe suddenly appeared behind Luhan, knelt on one knee and said coldly, report. Speak. Luhan turned his head slightly. The Uchiha clan has changed, and it is suspected of combat readiness. The black-robed ninja said quickly. Luhan stayed for a while. It's true this time. Chapter 0430_interesting. There are always many unbelievable coincidences in this world. There is usually some kind of inevitability in these coincidences. Luhan arranged for someone to say that the Uchiha race has changed, because this thing may happen, but the probability is very low, but I didn't expect it. It really happened. Uchiha. Before Luhan said anything, Sarutobi Yushuin had already whispered, staring at the ninja kneeling on one knee behind Luhan, then turned his head sharply to look at Luhan. Hangguang announced that Anbu had entered a state of special combat readiness, and immediately got news of the Uchiha clan's change, which was definitely related. I see, continue to monitor the Uchiha clan. Send more people. Luhan raised his hand and gestured behind him, and said in a low voice, go. Yes. The ninja responded coldly and disappeared in place. He is the nameless ninja of Anbu Zero Squadron. Originally, Luhan had no jurisdiction over the nameless ninja of Zero Squadron, but at this time Hokage was out and White Fang was out on a mission. According to Anbu's latter responsibility rules, he could only report Uchiha's changes to Luhan. Matter. No wonder I got the news at noon that the garrison was mobilized abnormally on a large scale. Lord Danzo, did he discover something in advance? Sarutobi Yushuin pondered. His thoughts were completely different from Luhan. From his point of view, Danzo mobilized the garrison to deal with the Uchiha. And Luhan knew Danzo's maliciousness, so he thought from a different angle and came to a completely different conclusion. Don't tell anyone about this for the time being, it's business as usual. Luhan glanced at Sarutobi Yushuin. I don't want anyone else to know about this, understand? Yes. Sarutobi Yushuin's heart froze, and he responded respectfully. He had a good personal relationship with Luhan, and Luhan had never spoken to him in such a tone. Sarutobi Yushuin could feel that things were more serious than he imagined. Is Adai still in retreat? Luhan asked again. Yes. Sarutobi Yushuin nodded. Might Dai has been in seclusion for a while. Since the last time he went to Hyuga's house with Lu Han, Might Dai has rarely appeared in Anbu. Since he is the entourage of Vice Captain Han Guang, other people can't control it. Let him put aside the practice and prepare for it. Lu Han continued, I'll go see Lord Danzo, and when I get back, let him come to see me. Yes. Go away. Lu Han dodged and disappeared on the high platform. Meet Danzo. Lu Han must go, because he has to pretend he doesn't know anything. Normally, Danzo is currently in charge of Konoha. Anbu should report to Danzo when he finds out about the Uchiha clan's change, just like Hokage reports to Hokage when he is there. The strength that Lu Han can mobilize and use is far less than Danzo, so he has to do more than Danzo, and even, if necessary, he may strike first. The afternoon, Hokage building, Hokage assistant office. What's the matter? Danzo asked in a low voice while sitting behind the desk. Regarding the arrival of the cold light, he was calm, so that people couldn't see what he was thinking. This has always been the most terrifying thing for Danzo. The place. I just got the news that the Uchiha ninjas are unusually mobilized, and they seem to be preparing for war. Lu Han said hoarsely at the desk. What? Danzo raised his head suddenly, his pupils contracting violently. It's still unclear what the Uchiha tribe is going to do, and the sub-clan of the vassal Uchiha tribe hasn't changed yet. Lu Han said again. Danzo's face became gloomy and uncertain, his eyes flashed, and his face gradually became terrifying. Bang! Sure enough, Danzo patted the table and stood up. He seemed to have known something. This scene was quite interesting in Lu Han's eyes. Danzo's performance was undoubtedly a success and there were no flaws, but the line of Yuhi's blood-dripping text on his head was somewhat ironic. Danzo couldn't fool Lu Han, and the full of malice made Danzo no matter how he performed, he couldn't deceive Lu Han. Blah blah blah. Danzo came out from behind the desk and started pacing back and forth, looking a little anxious, his brows furrowed into a pimple. Lu Han stood upright in front of the desk, motionless. He just needed to behave normally, and didn't need to do much. Did you send additional staff to monitor Uchiha? Danzo stopped abruptly, looked at Lu Han and asked. Yes, Lu Han responded. Well, withdraw everyone, although Anbu is the ace of Konoha, but against the entire Uchiha clan. The loss is not worth it. Danzo seems to have made the worst plan. I will mobilize the garrison and make them responsible. As for the Uchiha clan, you Anbu, just maintain normal operations. Quote. Okay, Lu Han responded again, but he didn't refute. No objection. The heart is sneer. Now it seems that if the Uchiha clan didn't make some kind of agreement with Danzo, what the hell? And, Danzo raised his hand to remind Lu Han, in an hour, I will hold a high-level secret meeting, in the second conference room of the Hokage building, don't be late. Understood. Lu Han nodded. To Danzo, Lu Han immediately returned to the Anbu station. Might Dai was already waiting for Lu Han in the command room, and even Hyuga Luoning, who got the news of the special combat readiness, arrived. Lu Han summoned Hyuga Bonin and Sarutobi Yushuan to the commander. Lu Han didn't tell them what would happen, just said what to do after getting the order. An hour later, Lu Han appeared on time outside the second conference room of the Hokage building. Taking a deep breath, Lu Han raised his hand and pulled the top of his fat kabuto hat, and then pushed open the door of the conference room. This is a small conference room. The surrounding doors and windows are blocked by curtains, and the light is very dim. In the middle of the conference room is a round table with a maximum of 10 people sitting around. As soon as Lu Han entered the conference room, he was shocked. Everyone else has already arrived. There are 6 people in the conference room, 4 of whom are named Yuhi. Hokage assists Danzo, Consultant Homura Mitokado, Consultant Kaharu Utatane, and Sarutobi Lake Biwa. The other 2 are orange names, Advisor Hyuga Huyang, and the commander of the garrison army, Inazuka Tears. Interesting, Lu Han thought to himself. He encountered something incomprehensible. How could Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Utatane be Yuhi? They support Danzo. Chapter 0431 Inuzuka tears _. Could it be because of the times? Luhan pondered to himself. Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado were Sarutobi Hiruzen's strongest backers in the 60 years of Konoha in the original book. What reason did they have to abandon Sarutobi Hiruzen to support Danzo? Or was it blinded by Danzo? Shouldn't be able to be a consultant, should be shrewd. Luhan couldn't figure it out. Many mysteries seemed difficult to solve until the end. Without saying a word, Luhan walked to the empty chair next to the desk and sat down. He attended this high-level secret meeting as Anbu's vice captain, and he dressed up to keep Anbu's ninja mysterious. After sitting down, Luhan glanced at Inuzuka Tears. He had never communicated with Inuzuka Tears before. He was still a little interested in this strong man who had made great achievements for Konoha during the First Ninja World War. Inuzuka lay, the contemporary patriarch of the Inuzuka clan, about 50 years old, more than 2 meters tall, well-proportioned but with extremely thick arms, a face with a Chinese character, and a pair of sword eyebrows that look extremely heroic. Outside his arm, there are yuhi marks on his face, and the yuhi-colored marks on both sides of his cheeks are shaped like tears running down his face. At the feet of Inuzuka Tears, there is a large dog lying cross-haired with silver-gray hair, and its body length may exceed 2 meters, which can be called a giant dog. Inuzuka, who is currently in charge of the Konoha garrison, can be said to be a legend, but in fact, every large army commander in Konoha can be said to be a legendary ninja. Origin is the predecessor of White Fang. Cough. Meeting. Danzo coughed lightly and tapped on the table. Luhan withdrew his eyes that glanced at Inuzuka's tears and looked at Danzo. The information I got this morning, in the battlefield of the Kingdom of Rain, Sunagakure village has used the Puppet Legion and completely suppressed my Konoha Corps in the Sanwon River basin of the Kingdom of Rain. News from the Kingdom of Thunder. The second and third masters of Kumogakure village. The Battle Legion has crossed the North Sea and entered the land from the northeastern border of the land, but has not yet contacted the Legion of the land, just stationed in the north of the Land of Fire. The Omegakure Legion has been found in the land of Soup. The traces of, suspected to be the Kumogakure First Corps, have not been confirmed yet. As Luhan thought, Danzo held this meeting without mentioning Uchiha at all. It seems to be a normal battle situation report, analysis, and resolution meeting, mainly for the situation of this ninja war in all aspects. These seem to have little to do with Luhan. Konoha Anbu is not a frontal combat unit, and the large-scale battles of various corps have little to do with Anbu. What does Danzo mean by holding this meeting? At this meeting, Luhan has been very silent, just listening. 1 hour has passed. Homura Mitokado, Kaharu Udatane, Hyuga Huyang, Inuzuka Tears have all made speeches, expressing their opinions on the current situation and various proposals. Only Luhan and Sarutobi Lake Biwa didn't speak. Luhan has observed Lake Sarutobi Biwa several times, and Lake Sarutobi Biwa is always expressionless and his eyes are calm. She still has the name Yuhi. She has deep hostility towards Luhan, so this reaction is extremely abnormal. Every time he observes Lake Biwa, Luhan will have a strange feeling in his heart. Danzo is the name of Yuhi, Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado is the name of Yuhi, and Lake Sarutobi is also the name of Yuhi. Luhan knows why Sarutobi Lake Biwa is named Yuhi. But it's not clear why Danzo is. Everything is guesswork. In this case, then I will send a message to Iwagakure and ask them to cooperate with our next actions. At the end of the meeting, Danzo finally knocked on the table, glanced at everyone present and said, "Hengguang stay, the others go away." The others got up, glanced at Luhan more or less, and walked out of the conference room one by one. The door of the conference room closed again, and the conference room seemed very quiet for a moment. "Lord Danzo, what are you talking about?" Luhan and Danzo looked at each other and asked. "You may be wondering why I didn't mention the Uchiha clan at the meeting." Danzo at the other end of the conference table had a serious expression. "I have reconsidered. The average strength of the garrison is not high enough. if the Uchiha clan really appears, what happened, the garrison can solve it, but the loss will be huge. So I decided that Anbu is still responsible for the Uchiha clan. The Anbu I am referring to is not only the Assassination Tactical Special Unit, but also Anbu. Do you have any objection to the Special Mobile Unit, the route, that I command? No. Luhan shook his head lightly. He didn't know why Danzo kept repeating this. Okay, let's go back to the Anbu station together, and I will mobilize all the root ninjas available. Danzo said and got up, and Luhan followed. The two left the Hokage building together and headed for the hill behind Konoha village. At the same time, the mountain behind Konoha village, the only place to go to Anbu station, is in a forest. More than 30 root ninjas gathered here, arranged in a neat formation. All of them had cold eyes, and they were as still as sculptures. You idiot! In front of the team, the figure in the blood-robed robe sat on the stone, holding a small wooden stick in his hand and knocked twice on the head of the female ninja in front. Aren't you going to die like this? This way, this way, this way, I taught you yesterday, understand? This female ninja knelt in front of the blood-robed figure, looking down at the chessboard on the ground between the two, trembling nervously. Root ninjas rarely have nervousness, but the premise is not to stay with mental illness for too long. Mental illness can do anything. Since it was given to Sen Luo as a gift, the root ninja, code-named Bing Ling, has never rested. Sen Luo has taught her no less than 10 board games. Is that so? Bingling picked up a chess piece and asked uncertainly, wanting to make a move but not daring to make it. You really? Sen Luo just opened his mouth, but suddenly stopped, looked up and said in a weird tone, come on. That bastard Danzo, finally, Why? Sen Luo not only felt that Danzo had entered the back mountain, but also felt who the person who was walking with Danzo was. Chapter 0432_Crisis Forest. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it, ha 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 ha. Senju Senluo muttered for a while, and then burst into laughter full of madness echoing in the forest. The 30-odd ninjas who formed a team behind Sen Luo remained motionless, and even their eyes did not change. No one asked why Sen Luo laughed, because he was mentally ill. Bingling, who was kneeling on the grass, looked up at Sen Lang, then lowered his head, holding the chess piece, hesitantly, not knowing where to play. People are coming. Sen Luo abruptly regained his composure, and said in a strange tone, get ready. Yes. Bingling got up immediately and agreed with more than 30 root ninjas in the back. Call, 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 call. The root group forbearance scattered and disappeared in a few breaths. Only Sen Luo remained in place. He didn't seem to have any plans to hide. He sat on the stone again, lowered his head and picked up the chess piece, muttering, idiot, it should be that's right. The forest behind Konoha village is larger than the residential area of Konoha village, and there are various areas with different functions. After entering the back mountain forest, if you want to reach the entrance of the Anbu station, unless you can fly, you must take a specific route. If you go wrong, you may fall into a trap, some sealing techniques are prohibited, or explosions such as detonators are used. The organ set by the ninja tool. In the dark forest, the connected canopy is extremely huge, blocking the sky and the sun. Luhan and Danzo kept jumping on the tree branches, and the speed was not very fast. The two were not in a hurry and were talking. Lord Danzo, I don't know if you can tell me, Lord Hokage. Where did he go? Luhan asked, jumping with Danzo. North. Danzo responded with 2 words, as if he didn't want to elaborate. To the north, this range is too large. The country of rain, the country of earth, and the country of thunder are all in the north of the ninja world. Danzo's answer is the same as what he didn't say. Luhan couldn't figure out where Sarutobi Hiruzen was going. Sarutobi Hiruzen left. It was too sudden, and there was nothing left for Luhan to speculate. What do you think about the Uchiha clan's change? Danzo took the initiative to speak again. Uchiha has long rebelled. This time, it's actually very strange. Although Uchiha Yokoyama is restless, he should understand the priorities. At this time, if he betrays Konoha. Luhan didn't say any more, his meaning was gone. Metaphor. Humph. Uchiha clan. A clan that should have been wiped out long ago. Danzo snorted coldly, making no secret of his thoughts on Uchiha. This. Luhan didn't seem worth answering. Back then, if it wasn't for Lord Hashirama's last wish, the Uchiha clan wouldn't be able to be at ease today. Danzo's voice became lower. He seemed to want to say something secret, but Luhan wasn't interested in it, so he took advantage of jumping to the Danzo in front spoke, and Luhan, who was a little behind, habitually opened the insight map, glanced at it, and was shocked. His pupils contracted violently. Yuhi point. Yuhi point. Yuhi point. Yuhi point. Over 100 Yuhi points. They gathered in the forest a few minutes away from here and scattered into pocket formations, but Luhan couldn't know who the leader was, because Danzo within the monitoring range of the insight map was the big Yuhi. Is this going to kill me? How dare you? There's no turning back if you do this. Luhan's eyes turned cold and he glanced at Danzo's back. He completed another jump and landed on the branch. Just as it landed on the tree branch, a Hiraishin kunai slipped out of Luhan's right cuff. Luhan flipped his wrist at the moment of jumping and nailed the Hiraishin kunai into the tree. The tree branch was trampled and swayed. The squeaking sound of the kunai pierced the tree. Luhan's strength is enormous, and it is precisely because of his strength that the process of Kuwu's piercing into the tree is extremely smooth, and his voice is extremely low. Has White Fang sent a message back recently? No, but there is information about the country of the vortex. The remaining Uzumaki ninjas have basically left the country of the vortex, and the only remaining resistance forces are the ninjas of the Kurigakure Legion who have been dispersed. Is there any news from Kurigakure? Information about Boiling Rain? No, but now it can be fully confirmed that although Boiling Yu didn't die in that battle, his strength was seriously diminished, and within a few years, it would be difficult for him to return to his former peak state. Humph. This time, high-level Konoha ninjas and daimyo's head bounties appeared one after another in the black market. This matter has nothing to do with Kurigakure, and there must be financial support from the daimyo of the Land of Water. They want to avoid this ninja war, save their strength, and try to disrupt the situation. It's really hateful. We Konoha and Kurigakure's grievance will not be so easily understood. That's right. If we weren't dragged down by the situation in the country of rain, the war in the country of vortex would not have been like that. The two have staggered their actions one after the other, jumping forward and moving forward. Danzo is not a person who talks a lot, but he said a lot this time. Luhan understands that Danzo wants to distract himself and talk about all kinds of messes. Always thinking, hard to concentrate. And along the way, Luhan has been responding to Danzo's words, and at the same time, he has also placed Hiraishin kunai again and again in the places he has traveled. Today, there will be a bloody storm. Luhan is ready to kill people, and at the same time he has laid out a back path. If he wins, he will fight. If he can't win. If he has to run, he has to run. After a few minutes, Luhan was still following behind Danzo, but he was full of energy. The insight map showed that he had followed Danzo into the encirclement. He did not choose to strike first, because Danzo had not shown maliciousness in his behavior. In this case, Luhan first attacked Hokage's assistant. The same as a traitorous village. In this case, it will be difficult for Luhan to mobilize those who can assist him, because he can't explain clearly. Call. Danzo jumped again and landed on the branch, but didn't move, because he saw a person, not far ahead, a figure in a blood robe sitting on a stone. Luhan followed and jumped to Danzo's side. Bang! A terrifying explosion of air suddenly sounded, and Danzo made a sudden move, with a swirling curse on his hand, and slapped Luhan fiercely. A sneak attack without warning. Chapter 0433_Luhan vs Danzo. Danzo's shot was faster than Luhan's expectations this time. He used his arm to hit a sonic boom, which made Lu Han think of the 8 inner gates. However, Lu Han was already prepared. Boom! Danzo's hand slammed hard on Lu Han, and the swirling curse instantly exploded into a mesh, trying to wrap Lu Han around, but in the process of spreading and closing, he caught an empty space. Only Lu Han's was hit. Afterimage. Lu Han flickered and appeared on a tree more than 30 meters behind. Lord Danzo. Lu coldly stared at Danzo with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. So suddenly, what do you want to do? Danzo stood on the tree branch in front, turned sideways and looked back at Lu Han expressionlessly. The curse mark on his hand quickly disappeared. Sen Luo was sitting on the stone, raised his head, and held a chess piece in his hand. He blinked at the two of them. Being mentally ill, he did not become vigilant or shouted because of the sudden conflict. Weird. You did it first. With a low voice, Lu Han disappeared on the tree branch. Boom. Light of the sword started. The big tree where Danzo was standing was directly smashed into slag, and the terrifying shock wave swept all around. Danzo had already jumped out. Lu Han flashed out of the shock wave, and the sickle slashed out again. Secret art. The lock of infinity. Danzo, who retreated violently, made a seal. His right hand moved forward, his left hand grabbed his right wrist, and a psychedelic black light flickered out, turning into dozens of chains of curse seals, shrouding Lu Han away. Lu Han could clearly feel the threat of Danzo's attack, which was a secret technique similar to a trap, and could not be fought recklessly. Shadow Flash 2. Lu Han disappeared within the attack range of dozens of curse imprint chains, completely bypassed, and then appeared beside Danzo. With a wave of his arm, it was Hiraishin Kue like a rain of flowers in the sky. There may be hundreds of them. He threw Hiraishin Kunai directly from the space backpack. Humph. Danzo snorted coldly, disappeared from the attack range of Kunai, and appeared on a tree in the distance. The moment he appeared, he had already completed the hand seal. Futon, wind style, crushing. Call, rumble boom. The terrifying wind swept across the forest, breaking the trees and tearing the ground. Even Senju Senluo, who was watching the fun, had to fly to the sky to avoid it. The destructiveness of this move was extremely amazing. In Futon wind style within the range of the crushing attack, even the steel will be torn apart, but obviously, with this level of attack, it is difficult to hurt the cold light in the peak state. Danzo's purpose is not to hurt, but to remove obstacles and clear a patch benefiting from the open space where Hiraishin Kunwu was hiding. He threw out hundreds of Kunwu pieces from Lu Han and blew it away. Facing the attack of Futon wind style oppression, Lu Han didn't do much, just dodged and appeared on a tree in the distance. Hiraishin Kunai on the way here, enough for him to escape the crisis in the simplest way time and time again. Damn cold light, today is your doom. The wind was still raging, but Danzo, who had been drinking, appeared in front of Lu Han like a ghost, and the sword light suddenly rose. The weapon used by Danzo is a very high-quality katana, which he usually carries behind his back. Boom, bang, bang, bang. Lu Han waved his scythe and started a confrontation with Danzo with cold weapons. Lu Han used his physical power to bless his arms, completely suppressing Danzo in terms of strength, but chakra consumed more, and although Danzo was not as powerful as Lu Han, his swordsmanship was extremely powerful. Weird and tricky, he is the leader of the Roots. I don't know how many top killers have been trained in the past 10 years. The swordsmanship is naturally very strong. The entire Konoha can completely suppress him in terms of swordsmanship skills. Except for White Fang, there is no second person. Maybe there are others who are better than him. The technique is stronger, but not too much. The sickle and the sword intersected again and again, and the shock wave continued to vibrate. Lu Han and Danzo were only left with shadows. The two kept flickering, chasing up and down. Danzo, who is in his prime, has always been in his prime. In fact, he doesn't like to kill himself, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have the strength to do it himself. Lu Han is powerful. Danzo is very good at unloading his sword skills. He calls himself a line of swordsmanship, which he learned by himself when training root ninjas. It is very special. Therefore, although Luhan can suppress Danzo in the confrontation of swords, it is difficult to find an opportunity to cause heavy damage to Danzo. Little devil, I didn't expect you to be so accomplished in swordsmanship. What a terrifying genius. Danzo's low voice entered Luhan's ears. Humph. Lu Leng snorted and didn't say much. He can't be distracted. Because he knew that there were still a large number of root ninjas lying around, and there were some enemies whose identities Luhan could not be sure of. Luhan needed to be fully prepared. Tough little brat. Danzo sighed suddenly, stepped back, and quickly hand-sealed the knife with his backhand. I won't play with you anymore. Luhan threw his hands to the sky. ... 3 Hiraishin kunai mazored high into the sky and spread out. The higher they flew, the farther they were. Sen Luo. Danzo shouted loudly. Got it. Don't scream. Sen Luo, who was flying high in the sky, responded impatiently. 3 Hiraishin kunai reached a height of several hundred meters, but they saw green and green flickering. Sen Luo, who was flying in the air, used his Mokuden wood-style ability, threw out 3 vines, and entangled the 3 Hiraishin kunai. Luhan flickered and appeared in the one of the Hiraishin kunai, but saw that the vines entwined with kunai burst out again with 6 or 7 branches, entwining towards Luhan. Kaden fire style, dragon fire bullet. Luhan blinked his eyes to complete the hand seal, and the LV9 ultimate fire dragon flared from the air. ... Konoha village, on Hokage rock. Hyuga Luoning and several Hyuga Jonin gathered together, driving the Byakugan to observe the entire Konoha village, and they found out the moment the flames erupted in the sky of the back mountain. Captain is attacked. Go and inform. Hyuga Luoning turned around and shouted sharply. Ya, Might Dai, who had been on standby for a long time, clenched his fists and roared, his whole body rippled with terrifying chakra fluctuations, rising again and again. Boom, 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 boom. The 8 inner gates opened 6 in a row. Might Dai, who was in a frenzied swirling airflow, rushed out, jumped directly from the Hokage rock, and fell to the back mountain forest. Chapter 0234_clouds move in all directions. Of Hokage rock, fireballs fell from the sky and bombarded the forest. With the deafening roar, the earth shook, and the flames rolled and spread. At the moment when the flames spread and became slightly thinner, a solid figure with a mask rolled out of the big pit on the ground, and then kicked the ground again. The ground collapsed a little, the figure disappeared, and only a wisp of fire moved rapidly in the forest. 6 doors Might Dai. The strength is getting stronger and stronger. In fact, Might Dai at this time has the ability to forcibly open 7 doors, which will give him cage-level strength, but it is difficult for him to maintain the state of 7 doors, which will be life-threatening. This is second. Simply comparing the speed, even the average cage-level powerhouse, it is difficult to catch up with him. The terrifying speed of the high-temperature flames that can rub against the air is enough to make Might Dai rush back to the Anbu station in the shortest time, and he is a super shortcut, no one can stop him. The strength of the 6-door Might Dai barely ranks in the top 10 in Anbu, but White Fang is not as fast as him. He just can't maintain it for too long, but reporting is enough. Run wild. Run wild. The flesh on Might Dai's face was shaking because of the speed. Just bypassing a trap zone forest, Might Dai crossed a small river and suddenly felt the danger. Boom, boom. The small river behind him burst into 2 splashes of water, and 2 figures with cold aura sprang out of the river, with emotionless eyes under the shimmering metallic mask, and 2 knife lights chasing Might Dai. It's a root ninja. Danzo is thoughtful and considers everything. He doesn't know that Luhan knows everything before, but he understands what it means to be prepared. Therefore, he has already assigned people to all the main roads leading to Anbu's station. The purpose is to prevent anyone from discovering the situation and reporting it to the ninjas in the Anbu station. Humph. With a cold hum, Might Dai's speed suddenly increased. The 2 root ninjas couldn't catch up with Might Dai at all, the speed difference was too much, but they didn't give up immediately, they performed the teleportation technique several times in a row, and each time they successfully approached Might Dai, but they would be thrown away again in a trance. Actually Might Dai wanted to kill these two people, but Luhan gave him the order, don't stop for anything. After successfully getting rid of two root ninjas, Might Dai continued to go crazy. Going around the forests of the two trap areas again, and still far away, Might Dai saw two people under the big tree in the distance, to be precise, a corpse and a seriously injured. Look at the outfits, it's all Anbu ninjas. Damn, Might Dai roared out, like a Yuhi-colored lightning flashing past the dead and injured Anbu ninja. Still haven't stopped. Might Dai remember Luhan's words, don't stop, can't stop. After a few breaths, Might Dai disappeared without a trace, and even the violent breath was gone. Call. Two icy silhouettes flickered under the tree. They were both root ninjas. The two dead and one injured under the tree were actually traps. The injured one was the bait. Anbu ninja who was attacked to death. If Might Dai had just stopped to check the situation of the injured, he would not have been attacked to death, but at least he would have been held back. The situation has changed, go and inform the leader. The tall and thin ninja on the left said coldly. The root ninja on the right disappeared directly in place. Slashed through the throat of the dying Anbu ninja. At the same time, the Hyuga family gathering place in Konoha village. In the spacious indoor practice field, more than 10 senior ninjas from the Hyuga family surrounded the city in a large circle. All of them opened their postures and looked at the sturdy figure in the middle of the field with a solemn expression. Hyuga Huyang was dressed in a plain-colored loose-fitting robe. He stepped forward with a heavy waist. His hands were like knives in front of him. Start! Hyuga Huyang shouted fiercely. More than a dozen Hyuga senior ninjas moved at the same time, and all of them attacked Hyuga Huyang by all means. Bang 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 bang. The dull impact sounded one after another, and a huge ring-shaped phantom appeared at the foot of Hyuga Huyang. He seemed to have changed from one person to several people, and his movements seemed to be slow and fast, and everyone who came into contact with him felt being hit by him with a single blow, the surrounding area of the ring-shaped phantom. This is the daily practice of Hyuga Huyang. As the head of the Hyuga main clan, Hyuga Huyang is a powerful leader in Konoha, but he never slackens. Whoa! A whirlwind suddenly rolled up near the door, and a Hyuga ninja appeared out of thin air, knelt on one knee and said eagerly, Patriarch, Captain Anbu Hangwang is attacked. Boom! The gust of wind swept across the Hyuga ninja, blowing his hair back violently, but it was Hyuga Huyang, who had already rushed in front of him. Location. Hyuga Huyang asked in a deep voice. Back Mountain Forest. Konoha Village, the gathering place of the Uchiha tribe. Outside the quaint tower, two Uchiha elites, Jonin, held their hands at the gate, standing upright, their eyes fixed and serious. In the entire Uchiha clan, there is no second person who can let the elite Jonin guard the gate. Yes, the one who lives in this tower is the current patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Yokoyama. The gatekeepers, the two Uchiha elites, Jonin, are his guards. Chirp. A crisp chirping echoed in the sky, and a slap-sized bird ninja beast flew like an arrow, circled the tower, and chirped along the window and got into the tower. Soon. Whoa! The gate of the tower was suddenly pushed open, and Uchiha Henshin strode out from the tower, with a fiery color in his eyes, and ordered in a low voice, notify everyone to gather. Prepare to go. Somewhere in Konoha village, a small room with curtains half closed, dimly lit. Clap la la. The dice were shaking. Tsunade was sitting cross-legged in front of the wooden table, shaking the dice clock. His eyes were a little squinted, and he glanced at Jiraiya and Orochimaru on both sides of the table. They had been hiding here for a while, and there was nothing to do. The three of them were in Tsunade's driven to bet all the time, yes. Tsunade has been losing. Snapped. Tsunade put the dice clock on the table, raised his brows and said, this time you all lose. Boom. Master Tsunade, it's not good. The door was pushed open, and Hyuga Luoning rushed into the room and shouted. Chapter 0235 It's all a play. Don't yell, I haven't opened it yet. Tsunade, who had already lost Yuhi's eyes, said impatiently, quickly flipped the dice clock. 3 dice, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, a total of 4 o'clock, small. Tsunade's face quickly turned purple eggplant, and there was a crunching sound from his mouth, and Kiba's teeth were about to bite. Lost again. Lord Tsunade, Hyuga Luoning, who was standing at the door and was a little stunned by Tsunade's words, called out fiercely. Speak. Tsunade then looked up at Hyuga Luoning. Captain Cold Light was attacked. Hyuga Luoning said quickly. What? Tsunade stood up abruptly, she finally woke up. Where? Jiraiya, who got up, asked quickly. In the back mountain. The mountain behind Konoha village, the forest near the entrance of Anbu Station. Aura fluctuations approached rapidly, Yuhi-colored lightning flashed in the forest, and wherever the firelight passed, the grass and trees withered yellow. Might Dai can't remember how long he has been running wildly. He has been moving at a high speed and has forgotten the passage of time. He only feels that his whole body is about to burn, some pain, and his heart is beating very violently, as if it is about to jump out of his heart. Can teleport into Anbu's station is already in sight, and there are 3 corpses and 2 people. 2 cold-breathing root ninjas. The 2 had already discovered the arrival of Might Dai, and at the same time disappeared in place. The next moment, they appeared beside Might Dai, who was moving at a high speed, and the sword lights staggered. Go away. Boom. Whoa. Might Dai burst out with terrifying energy, and if there was real chakra waving around, he used the simplest but most domineering way to force 2 ninjas away, which hurt his body, but he had no choice. Due to too much consumption along the way, the 8 inner gates state is almost unsustainable. The 2 root ninjas were completely unable to resist the impact of the energy. They had already tried their best, but they were knocked out in the confrontation with the energy. The next moment, Might Dai reached the small open space and completed the hand seal with extreme speed and disappeared out of thin air. Anbu Station, dimly lit passage. Might Dai, who appeared suddenly, flashed through the passage and appeared in the brightly lit cave square. Someone. The captain is attacked. Somebody. Might Dai shouted hoarsely, and then the crazy chakra fluctuations on his body quickly converged to nothing. His knees softened, he knelt on the cold rock ground, his hands on the ground, hanging his head, breathing heavily, sweating like rain. The current Anbu is in a state of special combat readiness. There are no ninjas with nothing to do in the square. When Might Dai knelt down, they all rushed into the passage behind them. Might Dai felt very uncomfortable, his head was a little dizzy, he knelt on the ground and panted, he raised his right hand tremblingly, took off the mask on his face, and threw it on the ground weakly. His face was pale. In less than a minute, hundreds of fully armed Anbu ninjas gathered in the cave square. What's going on? Hyuga Burnin rushed to Might Dai's side. Captain was attacked. Might Dai still knelt on the ground and lowered his head. He didn't even have the strength to look up to see who was questioning. In North. Wanfang leads the team to stay. Sarutobi Yushuan, who hurried over, spoke quickly. He heard what Might Dai said. The others follow Captain Bailey. Prepare to fight. Yes. There was a sound of promise in the square. Sir. Why? Uchiha Baiyi, codenamed Huanfeng, said urgently. Lord Hangguang gave an order in advance. Sarutobi Yushuan turned to look at Uchiha Baiyi, squinting slightly. This is for your own good. Sarutobi Yushuan knew about the Uchiha clan's change before, so he also understood why Luhan did this arrange. Anbu ninjas come from various clans, and it is not uncommon for them to conflict with their own clan as Anbu ninjas. There are not 1 or 2 Konoha ninjas that Anbu has captured for various reasons, but generally speaking, there is no need to worry. Uchiha White Knight is a special case. He is Anbu's second-ranked squad leader. If it were Sarutobi Hiruzen, maybe he would take this opportunity to test Uchiha Baiyi, but Lu Han wouldn't do that. He didn't have the time to spare and just hoped that there would be no trouble in Anbu. The mountain behind Konoha is a forest battlefield that was devastated by Futon Wind's style. Lu Han, SLV-9 Ultimate Fire Dragon Fire Bomb launched by Senju Senluo did not achieve any results. In fact, Lu Han himself was sending a signal. This is the signal he and Hyuga Luo Ning agreed to release different Kaiden, fire style, in the air. Ninjutsu represents different meanings. LV-9 Ultimate Fire Dragon Flame Bullet represents an attack for help. On the sky. Lu Han, who released the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, fell down quickly, but saw his waist twisting and exerting force out of thin air, and there was a brief stagnation in the air. In this short period of time, he completed the hand seal again and disappeared. In the air, the next moment, he appeared behind Senju Senro. Senju Senluo, who had just avoided the diffuse attack of the flames, noticed the chakra fluctuations behind him, and turned around and threw out 3 black lights. Kai, Kai, Kai. 3 kunai bursts at Lu Han. Lu Han, who was in the air, couldn't control his body to move and dodge very well. He could only swing the sickle several times to knock all 3 Kuu away. Kill that bastard Danzo, I'm optimistic about you Tilda. Senluo appeared behind Lu Han like a ghost, and made a weird whisper that only Lu Han could hear. I will. Lu Han replied quickly, then his eyes turned cold, and the return was a knife. Wow, I can't cut it, I'm mad at you. Senluo screamed and stepped back, avoiding the scythe's attack. It's all a play. Senluo will not hurt Lu Han, he is a green name, and Lu Han will not hurt Senluo, there is absolutely no reason. Due to Danzo's order, Senluo had to attack Lu Han, but he didn't do his best. If he didn't do his best, Danzo couldn't say anything, because Senluo was mentally ill, and the idea of mental illness was always unique. Humph. He heard a cold hum, and Lu Han disappeared into the sky. Chapter 0236_Psychic Izanagi_. Looked up at the sky in the forest battlefield destroyed by Futon Wind's style, quickly withdrew his gaze, his hands collided continuously, his gestures changed, and he was forming a very complicated seal. Lu Han appeared out of thin air on the edge of the battlefield, where there was a Hiraishin kunai in the grass. At the same time that Lu Han appeared, a sense of crisis enveloped him, and silhouettes flashed in 4 directions, front, back, left, right, and ninja at the same time. They finally did it. Comes suddenly, quickly. However, Lu Han, who had been driving the insight map, had been prepared for a long time. The icy blade could tear the air apart. 4 knives, front, back, left and right, slashed at Lu Han without any dead ends. The sickle was swung to the side at a strange angle like a thunderstorm. At the same time, Lu Han twisted his waist, leaned back, and stepped on the ground with his feet, but his back was almost parallel to the ground below, and the whole person was twisted at a right angle of 90 degrees. Poochie. Whoa. Blood splashed, and the root ninja who bore the brunt was cut off by the waist. Lu Han, who leaned back, avoided the attack of the 2 knives. The sickle blocked the last knife and shot it directly. The root ninja was also thrown out. Root ninjas are completely dead. They only have an offensive style, not a defensive style. Therefore, although there is a huge gap between their strength and Lu Han, they also pose a threat to Lu Han. The 2 knives missed a single hit and quickly changed their moves, both stabbing down at Lu Han's waist and face. Lu Han twisted his waist again, turned his body over, and struck out fiercely with a dazzling blue light with his left hand. Go away. Boom. LV-9 Ultimate Rasengan shattered the 2 knives, and the chakra, which was highly condensed and swirling rapidly, broke out at this moment, and the roar and dazzling light covered everything. At the same time, 2 root ninjas rushed out again from the bushes not far away. They were in the hand seal during the jump and completed the hand seal when their feet landed. Futon Wind Style Centrifugal Uzumaki. Kaiden Fire Style Super Flame Dragon Art. Call. Boom. The fire borrows the wind, and the wind helps the fire. The combination of A-level futon, wind-style ninjutsu and A-level kaiden, fire-style ninjutsu produces extremely terrifying effects. The super tornado that spreads over a range of tens of meters turns into a fire tornado. With the power of destroying the sky and the earth raging on the battlefield, the core of the attack is the location where Rasengan broke out, which is where Luhan is. The roar roared with the wind, deafening, the ground cracked and countless gravel scattered around, thick smoke and dust filled the air. The other side of the battlefield, Danzo is still in the hand seal, with the curse marks covering his face, arms, and neck. He is staring at the place where the fire tornado is raging, his hair dancing wildly in the wind. He knows, this level his attack may be able to hurt Han Guang, but it is difficult to kill him, and his original intention of arranging this is not to kill Han Guang. The fire tornado raged for about 10 seconds before dissipating. The open space that had been crushed and devastated before became scorched. The ground was full of bumps and ups and downs, and it was extremely clean. No ashes. Boom. The ground suddenly burst, and Luhan broke out of the ground. Call, 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 call. Another 4 figures appeared around Luhan almost at the same time. As before, they chose to use cold weapons to attack Luhan without fear of death. Luhan felt that something was wrong, but such an urgent situation made it difficult. He didn't have time to think about it. In fact, he could use Horaishin's technique to escape the crisis, but he didn't do that. It was totally unnecessary. Luhan didn't plan to escape from the beginning. Of course there is no reason to hide. Hiding all the time, except for more consumption of chakra, has no meaning. Murder is king. There must be a result for this matter today. Facing the siege of the 4 elite Jonin, Luhan fought to his death. The knife shines like a rainbow. Nutuoliu Iheji ancient mud. Danzo on the other side of the battlefield suddenly made a high-pitched voice. The strange syllables contained an ancient and inexplicable charm. I saw him stop the hand seal while reciting, and his left hand was like a knife. He slashed the palm of his right hand, knelt down on one knee, and slapped the ground with his bloody right hand. Psychic Kazanagi. The pitch-black spells sprang out from under Danzo's palm like chains. There were 8 in total. They were close to the ground and extended in all directions at high speed. While they were extending, they continued to fork, forming a structure like a spider web. The area was getting bigger and bigger. The room covers 100 meters, and the breathing room covers 500 meters, getting bigger and bigger. Rumble boom. The entire forest floor was shaking violently, as if it had been shaken. Luhan, who had just killed the second root ninja, was already stunned by the changes around him, and instantly disappeared under the attack of the 2 knives. Using the technique of Horaishin, Luhan appeared at the edge of the forest on the other side more than 100 meters away, and there was a Horaishin kunai in the grass at his feet. Before Luhan threw hundreds of Horaishin kunai at a time, they were blown away by futon, wind-style crushing and scattered around the battlefield. The spider web curse has expanded along the ground to a diameter of 3 kilometers. Luhan looked at Danzo, and suddenly turned his head to look into the distance. Boom, 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 boom. The roar that seemed to crack the sky and the earth suddenly sounded, one after another, and huge stone walls rose from the distant forest. Each stone wall was 100 meters high and at least 10 meters thick. On each stone wall stood a person. The stone walls are connected in circles, forming a super huge circular wall that encloses a 3-kilometer radius. At the same time, there was a crack in the sky, and a flat stone statue of a ghost face with a diameter of more than 100 meters sank out of the gap and suspended in the sky. Hum. The strange energy fluctuations swept away within a 3-kilometer radius, and a translucent energy shield appeared in the sky and buckled on the huge circular stone wall. The core of the energy shield was the grimace stone statue. At this moment, Luhan's expression changed dramatically. Disconnected from the Horaishin kunai who had been arranged in the distant forest. Can't feel it. Luhan not only arranged a Horaishin kunai, but he couldn't sense it all. Boundary. This is an enchantment. The nature is close to another dimension. Luhan suddenly turned to look at Danzo. Danzo looked at Luhan from afar, stood up slowly, and made a grinning sound. Hangguang, today is your day of death. Chapter 0437 _ The villain died of talking too much. I didn't expect that Danzo would still be able to do this kind of art. If many ninjas cooperated, this art shouldn't be owned by Danzo alone, but by Konoha. Luhan's hand holding the sickle couldn't help but tighten. I finally understood why a ninja came to die just now. Wave after wave, they attacked Luhan. Every wave of ninjas could not kill Luhan, but they could bring a lot of threats to Luhan. Maybe, they just wanted to attract Luhan's attention and let Luhan not flinching, but unable to be distracted in battle, so that Danzo has enough time to perform this complex psychic spell. The enchantment has been fully formed, with a spider web-like spell seal on the ground, surrounded by stone walls, and an energy shield above it. The tight seams can cut off Luhan's connection with the horizon outside. This has shown that the strength of this enchantment has already approaching a different space. Luhan's initial master horizon cannot exert the true power of horizon at all, and it is impossible to escape this enchantment by relying on horizon's technique. This is like a cage, and Luhan has been locked in it. Hangguang, you're scared, right? Danzo grinned and spread his hands to Luhan, as if to say, you have today too. Humph, you really worked so hard to kill me. Luhan stared at Danzo's eyes. Danzo, it seems that today, it's not you who died. It's me. Hangguang, at this time, you still dare to speak madly. Danzo raised his hand and shook his finger at Luhan, and said loudly, no no no. You have to remember that today, you must be the one who died. Really? Luhan's heart was heavy, his eyes quickly moved away from Danzo's face, and quickly glanced around. Luhan's location is far away from the surrounding stone walls, but since each stone wall is 100 meters high, which is higher than the so-called sky-high tree, with Luhan's amazing pupil power, the entire enchantment can be roughly divided. The situation is clear. Azanozen's enchantment. Unlike the enchantment formed by chakra changes, such enchantments usually have some problems, such as the ninja who casts the enchantment ninjutsu cannot move and needs to be protected, or the enchantment itself will be restrained by a certain attribute of chakra. Azanagi's enchantment is completely different from those enchantments. It is not composed of chakra, but a finished artifact. Like Rashomon, Azanagi's enchantment is a psychic tool. It is much larger than Rashomon in volume. Of course, due to the different properties of props, it is not possible to compare strengths by size. The enchantment is surrounded by 81 stone walls, and on each stone wall stands a ninja. These ninjas are shrouded in halos, and they seem to be one with the enchantment. If Luhan guesses correctly, these ninjas should not be able to move, but they are not afraid of attack. Attacking them is equivalent to attacking the enchantment. Konoha's second advisor guard level 30 elite turned to Razin. Konoha's third advisor guards, level 40 white silver boss, Kurai Ichiro. Konoha Hokage's wife guard, level 30 gold boss, Sarutobi Unlimited. Konoha Anbu Special Mobile Force Ninja, level 40 bronze boss, Midwinter. Konoha's third advisor follower, level 20 white silver boss, Mito Health. A total of 81 ninjas, including 34 Chunin, 39 Jonin, and 8 elite Jonin. They come from 4 groups: Kaharu Yutate's guards, Homura Mitokado's guards, Sarutobi Bawako's guards, and Root ninjas. In fact, Kaharu Yutatane should be the number 1 advisor. The reason why the rules judged her as second is because Konoha's real number 1 advisor is Danzo. Danzo is both an assistant to Hokage and a high-level advisor, and the two identities do not conflict. 81 people, then there are. Luhan quickly glanced around, and immediately expanded the scope of the insight map. There are a total of 123 Yuhi names, except for the 81 people who cooperated with Danzo's surgery. There are still with 42 people, the big Yuhi spot is still Danzo. Don't look. It's useless to look. You can't escape from here. Danzo said loudly. His tone was much lighter, full of confidence in controlling everything. I can tell you frankly. This enchantment, only allow in. Don't go out. Even me, I can't leave this place without removing the barrier. Oh, unless you have the power of Lord Hokage, don't try to break the barrier. Impossible. Quote. Oh, is that so? Luhan, who was in a bad mood originally, blinked his eyes strangely. That's it. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Oh, ha 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 ha. What are you laughing at? Ha ha ha. I wonder if you've heard of a theory. What? The villain died of too much talk. Danzo froze for a moment, his brows wrinkled deeply subconsciously. He understood the meaning of Han Guang's words, the villain. From Han Guang's point of view, Danzo is the villain, but Danzo didn't figure out what he said was wrong, or Han Guang was just making a mystery. ... You'll understand. Luhan gave Danzo a meaningful look. Danzo's calculations were innumerable, but he still left Luhan a chance to turn the situation around. He didn't know how many reinforcements Luhan had contacted. You're stalling for time. Luhan suddenly spoke again. Insight into the map showed that more than 20 Yuhi points were approaching Luhan in the center of the map, and they stopped and went, as if they were doing something. I don't deny it. Danzo spread his hand to Luhan again. The victory was in his hands, and he seemed extremely relaxed. I'll accompany you, Luhan said indifferently, then raised his hand and put the sickle on his shoulder. Danzo stared at Luhan, and the relaxed smile on his face gradually subsided. Han Guang's fearlessness made him feel uncertain. In the face of such a monster-like existence, he was not completely sure of winning from beginning to end. Call. A whirlwind suddenly rolled around Danzo, and a figure with an icy breath appeared, leaning closer to Danzo and whispering. This ninja came from outside. Well, got it. Danzo nodded. The ninja dodged and disappeared. Hangguang, does your confidence come from Anbu? Danzo looked at Luhan and sneered loudly, you really think? I'm not prepared. Chapter 0438_Black Torrent. The root ninja just reported to Danzo that an Anbu ninja broke through the blockade and returned to the Anbu station. Because the ability used by that person is the 8 inner gates, it can be concluded that the person might die. There is no doubt that the ninjas in Anbu's station have already received the news, because it takes time to send the news back, so it can be inferred that Anbu not only got the news at this time, but has also left Anbu and is heading towards the battlefield. Lord Danzo. Ha! Luhan laughed. He was still used to calling Danzo Lord Danzo, of course, without any respect, full of teasing. What else do you have to prepare? Just say it. What do you think? I can't escape from here. What are you afraid of? You'll know. Danzo-sen sneered, suddenly turned around. His body was illusory, and disappeared in place. Luhan suddenly became vigilant. Danzo suddenly appeared in front of Luhan, and the sword was angrily slashed. The blade was extremely fierce. Luhan reacted very quickly, raised his sword horizontally. The two started the confrontation of the cold weapons again, and the terrifying shock wave spread around with the collision of the cold weapons, and only the two of them were fast. The shadow quickly entered the forest and came out of the forest again. In this way, the two played for a whole number of minutes. Neither of them made any big moves to kill each other quickly, so they both seemed extremely cautious. Luhan was waiting for someone, and Danzo was also waiting for someone, so the confrontation between the two at this time can be regarded as killing time. Anyway, idle is idle. Even so, the confrontation between the two also caught everyone by surprise. In the forest about 600 to 700 meters away, on the giant tree that is 60 to 70 meters high, more than 10 people gathered on several adjacent tree branches, watching Danzo and Hangguang's cold weapon duel. All of them are high-level ninjas. Although they are far away, they can barely see the battle situation clearly. 3 in the middle, Kaharu Udatane, Sarutobi Bawako Homura Mitokado. The others are all guards, except for the 3 captains of the guards who are super elites, and the rest are also elite Jonin. Hangguang. It's really terrifying. he has no weakness. Danzo's swordsmanship will be suppressed by him. Sarutobi Bawako said solemnly. His talent in ninjutsu is even more terrifying, unimaginable. He exactly. Lake Biwa, have you figured out how to explain it to Hiruzen? Homura Mitokado suddenly interrupted Sarutobi Lake Biwa and raised his hand to help his glasses. I will explain it clearly. Yuan Fei Biwa, who glanced at Homura Mitokado, I will bear all the consequences. But, the situation seems to have gotten a little out of control. Homura Mitokado was a little worried. Danzo, he has gone too far. Kenyon, you should believe that Danzo is all for Konoha, Kaharu Udatane said. I'm not questioning his loyalty, it's just. Homura Mitokado didn't say any more. He already regretted participating in this matter. At first, when Danzo told him about it, he didn't agree. Talked to him and emphasized that Han Guang was to be arrested and dealt with when Hokage came back. But this is not the case now. Han Guang didn't show any intention of surrender, and Danzo didn't say anything like, surrender without killing, at all. Judging from the strength shown by Han Guang now, if this matter is to be settled today, I am afraid that many people will die. There are tens of thousands of ninjas in Konoha, and dozens of them were killed or injured. In terms of numbers, the losses are very small, but you must know that there are no low-level ninjas involved in today's incident. If all the dead are high-level ninjas, then, to be serious, it can be regarded as a civil unrest in the high-level Konoha. Even if Sarutobi Lake Biwa is righteous and for Konoha, I'm afraid it will make Hokage angry. The solution to the problem is important. Some losses are completely avoidable. Behind. Sarutobi Lake Biwa, the strongest, suddenly whispered and turned to look back, followed by the others. 600 or 700 meters is a 100-meter high stone wall. There are more than 20 black-robed masks on the wall, and they are still increasing. It is Anbu. Here they come, faster than anyone imagined. Let's dodge, Sarutobi Bawako said quickly, and jumped out first. The square stone wall of the enchantment of Izana Nuo. Quick, keep up. Hyuga Burnin headed in front, stepping on the vertical stone wall and dashing upwards, surrounded by Anbu ninjas who followed him. In 2 breaths, Hyuga Burnin rushed to the top platform of the stone wall. Violently as soon as he raised his hand, his consciousness stopped, and he said hoarsely, it's an enchantment. More and more Anbu ninjas rushed up, all stopped behind Hyuga Burnin, and they all saw the figure in grey shrouded in halo standing in the middle of the stone wall platform. A wrinkle appeared around Hyuga Burnin's eyes, first glanced at the grey-robed figure, and then looked into the barrier. Lord Biwa, and, Burnin Hyuga said to himself in amazement. He saw Sarutobi Lake Biwa, Kaharu Udatane and others. Although he was puzzled, he didn't think much about it. He didn't have the time to look in again. He saw it. Luhan is fighting with Danzo. Captain is over there, go in. Hyuga Burnin shouted, taking the lead in rushing across the center line of the platform and into the area covered by the barrier. Quick! Quick! Groups of Anbu ninjas ran along the stone wall into the forest within the barrier, like a black torrent falling down the stone wall. With Danzo, would open the map every few seconds, and a large number of blue dots entered the barrier. Luhan saw it immediately. There were a total of 86 blue dots, which can be judged from the number of people who landed on Luhan. Come out, it's Anbu. There are more than 100 ninjas in Anbu. Except for non-combat units and the necessary staying ninjas, this number can be mobilized in a short period of time. Unless Konoha is attacked, it will be difficult for Anbu to come out in full force. Some people are still needed to maintain normal operation. It turns out, Luhan suddenly understood something, and with a ferocious knife, he temporarily forced Danzo back, and then threw his arm to the sky. Hiraishin rushed to the sky, and Luhan immediately appeared in the sky, very close to the top of the energy shield. Cadent Fire Style Ghost Flame Technique quickly completed the hand seal, and the LV9 Ultimate Ghost Flame Technique surged out of Luhan's mouth. Chapter 0439 _ It's all tricks. He When Lu Han rushed to the hand seal in the air, Danzo was ready to defend immediately. He was very cautious, but when Lu Han spit out the flames of the dark yuhi-colored curtain, he didn't understand it again, and was a little confused. Blink. This Kaden fire style attack is not against Danzo. Attacked diagonally downwards. The direction of the attack was exactly the direction Anbu Ninja was running from. Danzo looked in that direction, and his expression changed immediately. Quote. Anbu entered the enchantment. Danzo knew it, although the distance was far, but Anbu needed to run to the wall to enter the enchantment. The wall was very high. Danzo, who was in the battle earlier, noticed it with his peripheral vision. Konoha at dusk. It is still bright above the forest, but it is already dark in the forest. Hyuga Bonin, code-named Bailey, drove the Byakugan the whole time, ran at the forefront, and led more than 80 Anbu ninjas to the center of the barrier. Accelerate. Quick. Hyuga Bonin kept shouting, and a strong chakra fluctuation suddenly appeared in the sky. He raised his head suddenly, then his pupils shrank, and exclaimed, back. Defense. It was the cold light. The direction of the ninjutsu attack was exactly where he and the others were about to run. More than 80 Anbu ninjas stopped abruptly. Call. Boom. The attack speed of the LV9 Ghost Flame technique was extremely fast, and it flew down from the sky, but within a second or two, it bombarded the forest dozens of meters in front of Anbu Zongnan. The roar was deafening, and the flames of the Ghost Flame technique were originally just because of the extremely high temperature, coupled with the advantage of the angle of hitting from the sky. The forest with a radius of more than 30 meters was instantly destroyed, followed by continuous explosions. Boom, 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 boom. Just like a chain cannon, starting from the location of the Ghost Flame technique, going north, the explosion continued, and the forest was destroyed more and more. Hyuga Bonin's eyes widened, and he reacted immediately, exclaiming coldly behind his back, it's a trap. It's an explosion. So it is. Anbu Ninja said subconsciously. They were just like Hyuga Bonin just a moment ago, wondering why Captain Hengguang attacked his own people. Naturally, it is not to attack your own people, but to relieve your own people. In fact, Lu Han had guessed before, that is, when Danzo was stalling for time, what were the more than 20 Yuhi dots doing in the forest? What's the mechanism to restrain Hiraishin? It was not until Anbu Zongran entered the barrier that Lu Han reacted. Anbu's station is in the south of the battlefield. Normally, Anbu's crowds come and enter the barrier from the south. Where they will go is predictable. Forest. So, the 20 or so Yuhi points before were not setting up a mechanism to restrain Hiraishin, but a mechanism to trap Anbu Ninja. This can also explain why Danzo suddenly started after getting the Anbu Ninja will come. Danzo just wanted to hold Lu Han and drag Lu Han in the center of the barrier, so that Anbu wouldn't go astray when he came. He would go straight to where Lu Han was, and he would definitely run from that forest. Pass. It's all tricks. Then Lu Han, who has insight into the map, saw through everything. The explosion below continued. In the sky, Lu Han hovered for a short time after releasing the ninja, but he saw his waist twist. His arms waved at the same time, hundreds of black lights were thrown at the same time, and hundreds of Hiraishin kunai. This time, they shot in all directions. Hiraishin kunai in the barrier first. It will always be useful. The enchantment of Izana Nuo Zun only isolates Lu Han from the induction of Hiraishin Kuwushu from the outside world, but it does not seal Lu Han's Hiraishin ability. Within the scope of the enchantment, Lu Han still uses it however he wants. Call. Bastard. You ran up again. It's very difficult for me to do this. You said I hit you. Did I hit you? Or hit you? The ghostly figure suddenly appeared behind Lu Han, and the voice of Sushinian followed. It sounded, but it was Senju Senro. How long-winded. Lu Han didn't reply. Laugh. The sharp wooden thorn pierced out of Sen Luo's palm, hit Lu Han's back, and jumped more than 10 meters in an instant. Lu Han disappeared into the air before being hit by the wooden thorn. Slap. The flames like fireworks exploded in the sky, and it was the gloomy Danzo who released the ninjutsu. This is the root summoning order. In the south of the barrier, the explosion lasted for dozens of seconds, and the forest in a radius of half a kilometer was completely destroyed. The more than 80 Anbu ninjas who stopped advancing maintained a loose formation, all holding their hands together to maintain the release of the seal, and the whole body was on guard. Standing at the forefront, Hyuga Bonin pushed the Byakugan ability to the ultimate, and glanced around repeatedly. He was worried about a raid. It is already known that it was Danzo who attacked Captain Cold Light, so the terrifying root ninja must be here too. Although Anbu ninjas are powerful, they have to fight back against the equally powerful and deadly killing machines. In the case of the same strength, Anbu ninja can never win the root ninja, either die together or be killed by the root ninja. There is no third result. This is the most frightening part of the root ninja. Call. Luhan suddenly appeared in front of Hyuga Burnin. Hyuga Burnin was on guard at first, then relaxed. I've seen Captain Cold Light. There was a hello. Follow me, Luhan said quickly, then turned around and ran towards the central area of the barrier. More than 80 Anbu ninjas immediately followed. At the same time, the southeast entrance of Konoha Back Mountain Forest. The Konoha garrison corps gathered here, completely blocking the entrance and surrounding areas. Outside the blockade, there was a large white-robed figure, and more than 300 Hyuga ninjas gathered together, all with solemn expressions. Lord Tears, what are you doing? Hyuga Huyang stood at the front with an expressionless face, looking directly at Inuzuka's Tears, who was surrounded by the guards. I still want to ask you. Inuzuka tearfully swept away hundreds of Hyuga ninjas, and his voice was heavy. You Hyuga family came out in full force. What are you doing? Chapter 0440 Who is betraying the village? What we do doesn't seem to have anything to do with the garrison. In the face of the stronger and senior Inuzuka, Hyuga Huyang said toughly, our Hyuga family has the right to enter the forest in the back mountain. Me, Hyuga Huyang, there is this right. Even if something goes wrong with our Hyuga family, Anbu will be there to watch over us. Lord Tears, it doesn't make sense for you to block the entrance to the back mountain, right? Hyuga Huyang couldn't tell what order Inuzuka received from Danzo, so he didn't explain it to him. At this time, Hyuga Huyang already understood what the reason for the abnormal mobilization of the garrison corps was, to block the Haoshan forest. They have already done so. The entire back mountain forest has been blocked by the garrison army, and every entrance is guarded by heavy troops. Although such a blockade cannot prevent the infiltration of individual high-level ninjas, it is enough to prevent the ninja group from entering the back hill. You don't need to tell me so much. Inuzuka said indifferently with tears. I have the order of Lord Danzo. Block the back mountain for half a day. Within half a day, no one is allowed to step into the back mountain for half a step. Go back. Come back in half a day. Do you want to? I won't stop you doing anything. Lord Danzo's order. No one is allowed to step into the back mountain for half a step. Hyuga Huyang remained expressionless. Lord Lei, as far as I know, the jurisdiction of the back mountain is in Anbu. You are overstepping your authority. Quote. Sir Danzo will take all the responsibility. Inuzuka said tearfully. Really? Good. Then you said just now that no one is allowed to step into the back mountain for half a step, but why? Hyuga Huyang paused, then snorted. How did the Uchiha people get in? More than 300 ninjas from the Uchiha tribe entered the Haoshan forest a few minutes ago, and this is the entrance they walked through. At that time, Hyuga Huyang had just taken people out of the mansion, and he used his Byakugan ability to see everything. The Uchiha clan is one step ahead. Not that the quality of the Hyuga's ninjas is poor and their movements are slow, but the Uchiha gathering place is closer to the entrance of the back mountain, so they enter the back mountain early. Let the Uchiha clan go back to the mountain. It was the order given by Lord Danzo before. Inuzuka said indifferently with tears. Lord Danzo again. Hyuga Huyang squinted slightly. Lord Danzo ordered you to block the back mountain and told you to let the Uchiha clan enter the back mountain, but not let the Hyuga clan enter the back mountain, like this. Lord Danzo didn't specifically target anyone, but he didn't specifically instruct him. I don't know, does Lord Lei know why Lord Danzo gave such an order? I'm just following orders. That's not knowing, right? No comment. Oh, Lord Lei is so determined. Do you have to stop my Hyuga family? Hyuga Huyang suddenly raised his hand and gestured behind him. Lord Lei really thinks that these people can stop my Hyuga family. Huh. The low voice is neat and tidy, very imposing. At the same time as Hyuga Huyang gestured, more than 300 Hyuga ninjas behind him opened their postures at the same time, Byakugan opened together, and became ready to fight. Although the garrison corps was numerous, it blocked the entire back mountain, and the people were scattered. There were not many people stationed at this entrance. There was only one brigade, about 150 people, and they were not opponents of the Hyuga family at all. Although Inuzuka tears powerful, but Hyuga Huyang is not vegetarian either. Hyuga Huyang, what do you want to do? Inuzuka's face changed with tears, and he reprimanded, your Hyuga family dares to attack the garrison. This is the crime of betraying the village. Who is betraying the village? It seems that Lord Lei didn't understand the situation. Does Lord Lei dare to question my Hyuga Huyang's loyalty to Konoha? Dare to question my loyalty to Hokage Lord? Hyuga Huyang was very fast. You. Lord Tears. Hyuga Huyang interrupted Inuzuka Tears again, of course. Lord Danzo is very loyal to Konoha village, but Lord Tears, can you guarantee that he is also absolutely loyal to Lord Hokage? Can you? Hyuga Huyang has always been thoughtful, and at such a time, his words are still very euphemistic, but he can let Inuzuka tearfully understand what he means. You. What do you want to say? Say it straight. Inuzuka's face changed with tears, and there was something in Hyuga Huyang's words. According to the information I got, someone is going to attack Anbu. No, it has already attacked Anbu. Not long ago, Anbu's deputy captain Han Guang was attacked, and the location was in the forest of the back mountain. I was just curious. Yes, whoever wants to hurt Mr. Hokage's cronies, so he wants to go to the back mountain to see, please let Mrs. Lei go. Hyuga Huyang's language skills are very strong, and he always speaks without flaws. Responsibility. Inuzuka frowned tightly, her eyes flashing. In fact, he was confused. Lord Danzo wants to touch Anbu. Just crazy. Inuzuka's duty to obey Danzo's orders, but if Danzo really has a different heart, then... I'm running out of time, Mr. Lei. In fact, I don't want any unnecessary deaths or injuries. Hyuga Huyang said again, if you let me go, I will explain to Lord Hokage about this matter today, if there is anything that happens because of it. Accidentally, I am also willing to take responsibility. Quote. Not only threatened Inuzuka with force, but also moved Hokage out to oppress people. Inuzuka's face darkened with tears, and after a little pondering, he said, remember what you said today. Immediately, he waved his hands behind him, and the ninjas of the rear guard corps quickly retreated to both sides. Quick! Hyuga Huyang shouted in a low voice, and rushed into the forest first. In fact, he didn't want to offend Inuzuka's tears, but he was very anxious. The news of Hangguang's attack and the actions of the Uchiha clan was clear. Hyuga and Huyang didn't need to think too much. In his heart, Danzo and Uchiha would not be good. At dusk, the setting sun is like blood. Back Mountain Forest. The central area of the barrier, because it was crushed by futon, wind style, and A-level ninjutsu combined with wind and fire, there was no shadow of any vegetation, only a large area of scorched land. When Luhan brought people into the open space, Danzo had been waiting on the other side of the open space for a long time. 23 root ninjas had already assembled beside him. Lord Danzo. Luhan stopped, looked into the distance and said lightly, you don't seem to have many people. Yes, there are many of you Anbu. Danzo curled the corner of his mouth and grinned. Do you think I have any other preparations? Chapter 0441_Mouth Escape. Lord Danzo, you still have the means, just show it. What nonsense. Luhan teased. Also, Lord Danzo said a long time ago that I'm going to die today. But I'm still alive, I don't know. Master Danzo said, does it still count? The benefit of your tongue is when you cry. The benefit of words, isn't it right now, Lord Danzo? Anyone can play tricks. Trust me, you will surely die today. The two began to talk again. The legendary ultimate meaning, the art of mouth evasion, both of them can be regarded as masters of mouth evasion. One is scheming, the other is fast thinking. However, of course, the two of them are not idle and do nothing, both people who are watching each other. Euhexia in the sky is like a blood curtain. On the open space where the smoke and sand rolled gently, the two sides were separated by more than 100 meters and were in a confrontational state. On Luhan's side, in addition to him, there were 86 Anbu ninjas, the worst being Jonin. All stood behind them, armed with weapons. On Danzo's side, besides him, there are only 23 root ninjas. The difference in numbers is huge. It seems that Luhan has an absolute advantage here. In fact, the advantage is not that great. Anbu ninjas are numerous, but their quality is not as good as root ninjas. Secondly, root ninjas are a group of forbidden fighting machines. They have no humanity. It can even be said that there is no humanity in their minds. Concepts, a group of guys who are not afraid of death, are the most terrifying. Anbu ninjas are just outstanding, and if they are to compete with the root ninjas, they can't fight. Therefore, 86 Anbu ninjas face 23 root ninjas. Although the chances of winning are larger, even if they win, it is estimated to be a tragic victory, and it is conservatively estimated that they will lose more than half. In addition to these, there is another variable above this barrier, and that is Senju Senluo, who does not exist in the sky. This guy is a level 55 diamond boss. And after the previous battle with Boiling Yu, Luhan already had a deep understanding of Senju Senluo's strength. If this guy's brain is not good and his combat thinking is a bit weird, his strength is definitely not weaker than Danzo. And now even if his brain is not good, he definitely has cage-level combat power. Although Senluo wouldn't really do anything to Luhan, at most he would just pretend, but if Danzo asked him to kill Anbu's ninja, he probably wouldn't be soft-hearted. On the whole, Luhan has only a slight advantage here, and now that the fight is going on, the loss will be huge. This is the reason why Luhan didn't immediately order the action. He didn't want to lose most of Anbu's combat power here. In that case, even if he won, he wouldn't feel better. And the reason why Danzo didn't order to do it was naturally because he didn't have an advantage for the time being. I said, Mr. Danzo, it's not been a day or two that you wanted to kill me. We all know some things. In fact, I really like your state today, so I finally stopped pretending. Ha! Hengguang, you should also understand that you have been playing with fire, you should have thought of today. Really, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Pretend to be stupid, huh? You go to the grave with your secrets. Hey, it's really interesting. You said whether we're going to fight or not today, it's getting dark. Luhan said and looked up at the sky. He was just pretending, but he was actually watching what Senluo was doing. Senluofei was in a very high position. The top of his head was already the top of the enchantment energy shield. When Luhan looked at him, he was holding Kunwu and poking at the energy shield. The world of mental illness is really not good. Easy to understand. Danzo stopped talking with a dark face, looked at Luhan, and blinked twice. He was thinking, should he do it now? Judging from the time, the Uchiha clan is also coming soon. If you start now, the battle will not be decided immediately. Seer Hongguang and others hold it back. When the Uchiha clan directly participates in the battle, there will be less changes. Danzo's goal is just cold light, Anbu. If he really kills Anbu and the others, he can't explain it to Sarutobi Hiruzen unless. Because Luhan and Danzo didn't speak, there was a brief silence on the battlefield. Sir, Benin Hyuga, who was closest to Luhan in the back, suddenly took a step forward and asked in a low voice, what happened? He still hasn't figured out what happened. He would unconditionally carry out the orders of Vice Captain Han Guang, but he couldn't hold back the doubts in his heart, so he asked. Luhan just opened his mouth to answer, but suddenly seemed to be slow and speechless. He doesn't even know why. Danzo did it first. Luhan replied in a low voice, that's all he could say. Hyuga Bonin immediately returned to his original position. Without further questioning, he said that it was Danzo who did it first. Hyuga Bonin couldn't ask Danzo why, it wasn't his turn to ask. Lord Danzo, I'm actually very curious about one thing. Luhan said loudly, looking at Danzo from afar, Are you going to fight for the position of Hokage? Luhan didn't ask why, just snapped his hat. It's all tricks. Me, competing for the position of Hokage? Danzo asked in surprise, as if Luhan was talking nonsense, but his eyes flashed, of course not. If you don't fight for the position of Hokage, how dare you attack Anbu, Lord Hokage's trusted troop? Admit it. It's all over now, it's no big deal. Your ambitions for the position of Hokage are as famous as your cheekiness. Humph. Stop provoking here. It's just you, not Anbu. Oh, in that case, I wonder if Danzo-sama will lift the barrier and let the ninjas like Anbu go out. You think I'm stupid? Of course you don't. Luhan's voice abruptly stopped, and he suddenly turned his head to look southeast. The insight map shows that a large number of Yuhi points entered from the southeast, and at the same time, the big Yuhi point changed hands from Danzo to one of the new batch of ninjas. Konoha Uchiha Clan Chief, Level 60 Bronze Boss, Uchiha Yokoyama. The Uchiha tribe is here. They are here first. Uchiha Yokoyama turned out to be a little stronger than Danzo. Not good. Luhan whispered to himself, clenching the sickle in his hand tightly. Chapter 0442_Sudden Melee. Are level 60 bronze bosses. The overall strength of Danzo and Uchiha Henshin should be similar, but after all, there must be a gap. Even if it is a slight gap, there will be a difference in the insight map display. Obviously, the rules judge Uchiha Yokoyama to be stronger. Luhan is not surprised that Uchiha Henshin is a level 60 existence. After all, he has Mangekyo Sharingan. It is also the contemporary patriarch of the Uchiha clan. If they do not even have the most basic cage level strength, it is impossible for the Uchiha clan to compete with the Hyuga clan all the time. You must know that Hyuga, the head of the Hyuga clan, has crossed the cage level. The existence of the threshold, his Byakugan is not complete. Lu Hanyao looked to the southeast, and his breath subconsciously became sharper. They're here, Danzo murmured in a low voice, following Luhan's gaze. Luhan's insight map can cover a maximum radius of 10 kilometers, while the enchantment is only 3 kilometers in size. Therefore, when Luhan discovered the arrival of Uchiha ninjas, they were actually 3 or 4 kilometers away from the high barrier wall. Apart from Luhan, only Senju Senluo in the barrier could be sure that the Uchiha tribe was coming. A total of 389 people. Oh, are the Uchihas coming out of their nests? Luhan's heart was heavy, and his insight into the map showed that all the large Yuhi spots had entered the scope of investigation, and it was easy to find out. The Uchiha clan is a clan without ordinary people. All members of the clan are ninjas. Except for some old and weak women and children, as well as ninjas who must stay behind, including some strong older generation, Uchiha can still have 389 people here. It can be considered to be out of the nest. Senluo, what's the situation over there? Danzo suddenly raised his head and asked loudly. High in the sky, Senluo was still holding the Kunwu energy shield. Hearing Danzo's question, he glanced down and said impatiently, it's the bastard Uchiha clan. It's about to come in. They're here. Danzo grinned. And the bastard Hyuga clan. Senluo said again. What? Danzo's face froze, and he exclaimed out of control. It's okay. Luhan heaved a sigh of relief and turned his head to look at Danzo. The insight map shows that just when Sen Luo said that the Hyuga clan was also coming, the southeastern edge of the insight map, a large number of blue dots entered, in groups. This team of ninjas was only half a kilometer away from the Uchiha clan. Still shortening. The Hyuga clan are all taijutsu ninjas. They are scouts and scouts. Simply comparing the speed of the road, not comparing individuals, and acting as a whole, the Hyuga clan not only surpasses the Uchiha clan, but also surpasses any clan in Konoha, and is the fastest. Lord Danzo, are you surprised? Luhan's voice was a bit yin and yang. Hangguang, you are really capable. Danzo's face was very dark, and he raised his head suddenly and asked, how many people have come from the Hyuga clan? You're so annoying. Wait for me to count. Sen Luo in the sky was super impatient. He was silent for a while, and then said, 311 people. He judged the number of people by induction. So very fast. Damn. Danzo bit Kiba and looked at Luhan again. The Hyuga clan also came out in full force. In fact, the Hyuga clan is the most populous clan in Konoha, with the largest number of people and the most ninjas, and the reason why there are fewer people than the Uchiha clan this time is because more than 100 Hyuga ninjas left Konoha a few days ago and were divided by the family. Chief Hyuga Haeyong personally led the team to protect the Kingdom of Fire. Lord Danzo, what other means do you have? Hurry up and show it, otherwise it may be too late. Luhan said lightly. Danzo kept his face blank and stared at Luhan. Call. A whirlwind suddenly rolled around Danzo, and an expressionless middle-aged ninja appeared out of thin air. Kaharu Udatane. Her name is Yuhi, but she does not show her strength level. She is the kind of hostile target who is malicious to Luhan and will indirectly hurt Luhan, but will not directly attack Luhan. After she appeared, she took 2 steps and 3 steps. Move closer to Danzo and talk to Danzo in a low voice. Danzo frowned and responded in a low voice. The two talked back and forth several times. Because of the low voice, Luhan couldn't hear what he was saying, but he could see that Kaharu Udatane was a little excited and seemed to be questioning something, while Danzo also seemed annoyed. This is... Luhan narrowed his eyes, his thoughts flying around. Kaharu Udatane seems to have a disagreement with Danzo on something, but it is difficult to analyze why. You have to make it clear. Why did the Uchiha come here? Kaharu Udatane's voice was low and stern, staring at Danzo. You didn't tell us about this. It's dangerous here. Go back and ask Lake Biwa. She'll explain it to you. I already asked her. She said everything was arranged by you. Let me ask you. You asked Uchiha to come here. When did you get so close to Uchiha? It's just to use them. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan was found, but Hangguang found the Hyuga clan. Huyang will never betray Lord Hokage. But he may be blinded by the cold light. You also know that Huyang is a bit stupid and loyal, and this is easy to be exploited. What did you promise to the Uchiha clan? No, Uchiha Yokoyama understands that the Uchiha clan is sensitive. He is very cautious. You can't persuade him verbally. I'll give him a chance to prove himself and prove the loyalty of the Uchiha. The two have quarreled. Like Danzo, Kaharu Udatane is also a person from that era. She is not less wary of the Uchiha clan than Danzo, so she can't understand, how did Danzo and the Uchiha clan hook up? Lu Hanyao looked at the two arguing with intense curiosity. What was he talking about? Luhan suddenly turned around and asked in a low voice, who understands lip language? Do you know what's going on over there? Captain, the elite Jonin codenamed Datong, immediately stepped forward and lowered his voice. They seem to be saying. Boom, boom. The sudden roar interrupted Datong's words, and everyone turned to look southeast at the same time. The fire shines. A large number of Uchiha ninjas have entered the barrier, and a small number of Hyuga ninjas have chased into the barrier, and they fight. Melee. Chapter 0443_regret. Senluo stood high in the sky and played with the kunai in his hand. There was a roar from below, and he tilted his head to look. In Senluo's eyes, in the southeast of the barrier, the inside and outside of the wall is already in chaos. The melee of 700 ninjas, the Uchiha clan who are good at Kaden, fire style attack and Sharingan demonic illusion, and the Hyuga clan who are good at defense and have Byakugan. One side is good at attacking, the other side is good at defending, the other side is good at demonic illusion attack, and the other side has amazing ability to see through. As they fought, they moved into the enchantment, which looked like burning lava, and was destroyed wherever they went. Stupid human. Senluo looked at it for a while, then whispered and withdrew his gaze. He felt a little boring. In the open space in the center of the enchantment, more than 100 people from both sides turned their heads and looked to the southeast. They could always see that the fighting ninjas rushed to the platform above the high wall. After fighting a few times, one of the ninjas took the lead. The high wall rushed down and entered the forest within the enchantment. It seems that both sides have been ordered to enter the enchantment. Stay away, it's dangerous. Danzo glanced at it, then turned his head and shouted at Kaharu Utatane. At the same time, let's go, target Uchiha. Lu Leng coldly shouted and rushed out first. Danzo glanced in Lu Han's direction, then immediately waved his hand and shouted, go. Lu Han rushed to the forest in the southeast. He didn't use the Horaishin technique to go directly because he didn't plan to go there at all. He was waiting for someone. Someone he desperately wanted to kill. Hangguang, your opponent is me. The roar sounded from the rear, approaching rapidly. Lord Danzo, playing so much. Do you regret it? Lu Leng sneered, turning around quickly and slashing fiercely. The responsibility lies with you. It's not with me. Danzo and Lu Han fought with each other, then dodged and disappeared in front of Lu Han, appearing behind Lu Han, raised the knife over his head, and slashed down. You provoked what happened today. Don't falsely accuse me. Lu Han stopped Danzo's attack with a knife. Humph. I will do whatever I can to eradicate the scourge of Konoha. Who is the scourge? Danzo-sama, you are a shameless example. The two moved very quickly. While confronting each other, they moved towards the forest in the southeast, and they were still breaking their mouths. It was Lu Han who was guiding Danzo to go with him, because he wanted to kill people. If Danzo shamelessly goes to beat Anbu with big bullies, it will not be worth the loss, so if you want to pass, you have to bring Danzo with you. Not long after the battle, all the Hyuga ninjas and Uchiha ninjas entered the barrier, and a small half of the barrier was turned into a battlefield. Lu Han vs Danzo. Uchiha Yokoyama vs Hyuga Tiger Young. Uchiha clan vs Shuga clan. Anbu vs Roots. The battle situation was generally like this at the beginning, but as time went on, the ninjas on both sides moved in the fight, the situation became more chaotic, and the opponents of the two ninjas also changed. Anbu would attack the Uchiha clan, and the Hyuga clan would besiege the Root ninja. Only the duel of the top ninjas, the opponent will not change. Because they are all very strong, their strengths are similar, and the winner will not be easily determined. Lu Han brought Danzo into the densest area of the Uchiha tribe, and then began to shamelessly rely on Horaishin's technique to get rid of Danzo again and again. Before being caught up by Danzo again, he would kill one or two Uchiha ninja. This style of play is very unethical. Lu Han is too strong, and the Uchiha ninja whom Lu Han finds is incomparable. It is too easy to kill. However, Lu Han, who has been calculated by Danzo from the beginning today, is not in the mood to talk about it. Moral. The other end of the barrier, far from the battlefield, at the top of the tall giant tree, more than a dozen people such as Sarutobi Lake Biwa and Kaharu Utatane gathered on several adjacent tree branches. Everyone looked at the melee on the distant battlefield. Homura Mitokado's face was heavy, Kaharu Utatane frowned, and Sarutobi Bawako's face was extremely ugly, just like her dead husband. Lake Biwa, how does this end? Kaharu Utatane said, taking a deep breath and looking at Sarutobi Lake Biwa. I didn't expect that Danzo would find the Uchiha clan, let alone that Hengwang would find the Hyuga family. Sarutobi Bawako shook her head slightly, she regretted it a little, maybe. I should wait for Hiruzen to come back. Quote. Huyang will never betray Konoha. Homura Mitokado habitually raised his hand to help his glasses. But, as far as I know, Hengwang once saved Haeyoung. I don't know what he said to Huyang. Lake Biwa, it's too late to stop now. Kaharu Udatane looked at Sarutobi Lake Biwa with a solemn voice. You should clarify the situation with Huyang. I believe, he will believe you. Then how do I stop it? Sarutobi Lake Biwa smiled wryly. Now she is pessimistic and desperate. Because she doesn't know how to explain to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although she didn't arrange all this, she was the mastermind. She also promised Danzo that she would bear all the consequences. And now in this situation, the cause seems to be irrelevant, the problem is discovered, the treatment method is wrong, causing huge losses to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen must be furious. Outside the barrier, in the vast forest in the southwest. More than a dozen figures are moving at high speed in the forest. They all look young, but the speed is a little scary. In front of the dozen or so people is Konoha's most famous youth trio, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru. Next to Tsunade was a ninja dressed as Anbu, with a mask covering her face. It was Hyuga Luo Ning. Although she was Jonin, she was the weakest among the group and had to be carried by Tsunade to keep up with the speed of others. Not long after, the high barrier wall was already in sight. That's... Jiraiya looked away, frowning all of a sudden. It's Izanagi, Orochimaru said coldly, he knew it. What's that? Tsunade asked quickly. It's an S-level psychic technique. Item Psychic, Izanagi's enchantment. It is a one-way isolation enchantment and is very powerful, but it requires a lot of chakra to activate this technique. Orochimaru continued, this is one of the many S-level forbidden techniques that we master at Konoha are forbidden to practice. Quote. Forbidden. Tsunade glanced at Orochimaru, then how could? Chapter 0444 The Geniuses of Konoha. Since it is forbidden to practice, it means that no one should be able to use this technique today. At my request, the teacher let me see some forbidden technique practices, including Psychic Izanagi. Orochimaru quickly connected, I am very interested in this technique, but the teacher forbids me to practice, and warning me, even if I finish this technique, I can't activate it. If I force it, it will only exhaust the chakra and die. According to the teacher's words, no one can activate this technique alone except the first-generation Hokage Hashirama, but at present, there is still one person in Konoha who can use this technique, and it needs the cooperation of other ninjas. Quote. Orochimaru has always spoken very little, but this time he said a lot. When he mentioned this, his heart was not at peace. Who would? Tsunade demanded. Apart from being able to do experiments at will, Master Danzo who can consult most of Konoha's forbidden techniques at will. Who else is there? Orochimaru glanced at Tsunade, the corners of his mouth evoked a faint sarcasm, and he didn't know who he was mocking. Orochimaru knows that Danzo's ability to master the art is related to the special historical background of that year. At that time, with the support of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo spent a lot of resources to carry out all kinds of crazy experiments, even his own body. The ability to master Izanagi Nazen was just a part of the experiment that year. Danzo, sure enough. Tsunade's eyes flickered and his voice dropped. Han is right. Tsunade, what's going on? Can't you be sure? A clear inquiry sounded from behind Tsunade. We'll find out when we wait. Tsunade replied quickly. Who questioned Tsunade was a male ninja of about 23 or 4 years old. He was of medium height and thin, with a thin appearance. I couldn't see it. He was dressed in a very unique way. He had black sunglasses stuck to his eyes and a large cloth bag behind him. This person is from the Aburame clan, the most famous secret magic tribe in Konoha, and is the contemporary young patriarch of the Aburame clan, named Aburame Shanyu. Aburame Shanyu is now 24 years old, 3 years older than Tsunade, and can be regarded as the first genius of the younger generation of the Aburame family. Although his strength is not as good as Tsunade, it is not much different. He is regarded by the Aburame family as the hope of ZTE. It was not too late for Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru to get the news, and they were all very strong. They should have arrived at the scene of the incident first, but they didn't. This is because they were looking for help. In Konoha, the Tsunade trio had high status, but they had no real positions of power, and it was difficult to mobilize them into an army. Therefore, the people they are looking for are all Konoha independent mission ninjas. 9 people in total, all of them are the leading figures of the younger generation of Konoha. They have a good relationship. They have all found them, and all who can come have come. These 9 people are all in their 20s and young, but they are all terrifyingly powerful. The young patriarch of the Aburame family, Aburame Shanyu. Hatake family swordsman genius, Hatake Taishuo. Leader of the younger generation of the Kato family, Kato Dan. The ruthless twin genius brothers of the Morino I family, Morino Iat, Morino Ibis. The Akamichi family, the Nara family, and the younger generation of the Jongshan family are 3 geniuses. This generation of Inoshika Cho trio, Akamichi Wanyu, Nara and Ma, Nakayama Waying. The lonely genius of the Mitarashi family, Mitarashi Kuromaru. There are many Konoha tribes. In terms of number, the big ones are Uchiha and Hyuga, the medium ones are Inoshika Cho 3, and the small ones are Hatake and Kato. These are all famous, and most of the small tribes are very rare. A sense of existence, but if a genius figure emerges from such a small clan without a sense of existence, it will usually cause a big stir. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru have been practicing together since childhood, playing together, and doing tasks together, but they also have their own social circles in private. Even people with a cold personality like Orochimaru have close friends like Mitarashi Kuromaru. Maybe they have the same childhood experience, they will have contact, and Jiraiya. There are many friends. All you can talk about are friends. Originally, the 3 Tsunade could have drawn more people. The 3 of them are highly prestigious among the younger generation of geniuses. Their strength is one aspect. They are also direct disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen. But there is not enough time to spend so much time looking for people for a long time, so they only looked for the easiest ones. All of them are extremely powerful and experienced guys. The 13 people continued to move at high speed, getting closer and closer to the high wall. It smells of blood, Orochimaru said suddenly, his voice calm. Over there. Jiraiya saw it immediately, raised his hand, and disappeared immediately, appearing in front of a bush 20 or 30 meters away, looking down at the corpse in the bush and said, "It's the Uchiha clan. Just died. The bones are broken like this, there are signs of convulsions. No way. No, Hyuga ninjas. Call, call, call." Others all arrived at Jiraiya's side, stopped behind them, and looked at the corpse in the grass, all frowning. "It's the gentle fist method," Hyuga Luoning said directly, her voice pretending to be cold. She turned her head to look at Tsunade and she said again, "Lord Tsunade, the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan should be here. Quick, stop looking." Tsunade waved his hands urgently. The 13 people hit the road again, speeding up to the barrier. Inside the enchantment of Lord Izanagi, the battlefield. Because the battle has just started, the difference in strength between the 2 sides is not big, and the ninjas have enough chakra, so there has not been a large-scale casualty. Of course, small-scale casualties are inevitable, whether it is Hyuga's family, Uchiha, or Anbu, Genbu, none were spared. "Lord Danzo, do you think Lord Hokage will kill you when he comes back?" Luhan dropped the words and disappeared in front of Danzo again. In the forest 200 meters away, Luhan relied on Hiraishin, who fell in the grass and appeared out of thin air, and then his face changed. Not far away, Anbu-Jonin Kato-fung was clutching his bloody abdomen, leaning against the tree with a pale face and holding a knife in his hand. His elder brother, Kato, who was already an elite Jonin at this time, stood in front of him. One fought hard against one Uchiha elite Jonin and two Jonin. Damn it! Luhan bit Kiba and muttered, dodging and dashing forward. Chapter 0445 The guys are amazed. Judging from the current situation, Anbu has already killed and injured several ninjas in this barrier, but Luhan did not worry about it, or think too much about it. In this chaotic era, ninja casualties are normal, and Luhan is not yet. As for being devastated by the death of an unfamiliar Anbu ninja, he's not that glassy. What he has to consider as the whole, the death and injury of individual ninjas, in his opinion, is worth regretting at most. But Kato-dan is different from Kato brothers. This was the first ninja Luhan had contacted in Konoha Anbu, and he had performed missions with them in the Land of Vortex and the Land of Water. They were also Luhan's sparring partners and witnessed the miraculous growth of Luhan in the first few months of entering Anbu. Luhan would be worried because of his personal friendship. Death to me. A figure with a ferocious aura flickered under the tree. The sickle was like a thunderbolt slamming down from the sky on a cloudy and rainy day, and the sound of breaking the air almost shattered the eardrums. With a kai bang, the sickle bombarded the ground, and the ground collapsed and splashed misty smoke and gravel. The rich bloody smell spread out suddenly, but the Uchiha Jonin who was attacked by Luhan had already exploded into a blood mist. Jonin is very strong, but facing the attacks of cage-level powerhouses, without the cooperation of other ninjas, let alone fight, they can't dodge. It's the cold light. Withdraw. The other two Uchiha tribe Jonin and elite Jonin have already reacted and retreated at the same time. They don't dare to fight with Luhan at all. This is true of any melee on any battlefield. If the opponent is too strong, they should avoid it first. The particularity of melee is also here. Find an opponent with similar strength to fight. Sir, Kato Kai cried out in relief when he saw Luhan coming. How's the injury? Luhan leaned over and squatted down to check Kato Feng's injury. Team, Captain. Kato Feng's breathing was very unstable, and his words were incoherent. His wound was on the abdomen, a deep knife wound, the flesh was rolled, blood was dripping, the injury was not the vital point, but the wound was too large, bleeding is also deadly. When Luhan checked Kato Feng's wound, no enemy ninja dared to approach. Within a radius of 100 meters, there were dozens of ninjas fighting, with a large area and few people, which seemed to be very loose. The nearby Uchiha ninjas subconsciously attracted their opponents to stay away from Luhan together, saying that it was a fake. Hold on, I can't die for a while. Luhan said quickly after seeing the wound, then got up and looked at Kato Kai. Take care of him, try to take him out of the battlefield, bandage the wound first, someone will come to save him. After saying that, Luhan quickly disappeared under the tree. The forest, Danzo was looking for Luhan. Luhan relied on the technique of Hiraishin to leave. There will be no obvious traceable chakra fluctuations, so every time Luhan disappears, Danzo can't find it right away. He didn't wantonly kill those weak enemies when Luhan left. Every time Luhan left they are short on one hand, on the other hand. The enemy is mainly Hyuga ninja. Danzo has concerns. He can show no mercy to Anbu, but it is difficult to face the Hyuga clan with a real enemy mentality. Hyuga Huyang this person. Danzo had to think more. So as long as Hyuga ninja doesn't take the initiative to trouble him, he won't take the initiative to bully the weak. As for the fact that Hengguang would kill Uchiha ninjas every time he left, Danzo didn't care about Hengguang's shameless disdain. He really didn't care about Uchiha's ninja's life or death, and he still had hope for Hengguang. Kill a little more, this will attract the attention of Uchiha Yokoyama, and it will completely offend the Uchiha family. At that time, Uchiha and Anbu will kill each other and die together. Danzo, who was moving back and forth at a high speed in the forest, looked for a while, but because the initial direction was wrong, he never found Luhan. Hengguang, don't hide your head and show your tail as a shriveled turtle. Come out, Danzo shouted angrily. Danzo was still a little embarrassed after being teased by Luhan all the time. Miss me, Sen Lang's voice suddenly appeared behind Danzo, and a terrifying sense of crisis enveloped Danzo. I miss you, uncle, Danzo shouted back with a knife. Boom. Danzo's sword at the intersection of the two knives. Luhan multiplied the chakra to support the strange power of physique, and directly blasted Danzo out. Danzo flew backwards more than 10 meters like a cannonball, and suddenly turned in the air, turning into a cloud of black smoke, and then disappeared. Call. Danzo flickered and appeared more than 10 meters away from Luhan's side. He folded his hands together, and only 3 gestures changed to complete the understanding seal. Futon, wind style, Yinsuofei. Danzo, who had finished unlocking the seal, just opened his mouth and was about to launch an attack, but he stopped. Because Luhan disappeared again, appeared, slashed Danzo, and disappeared. The whole process was not at all sloppy. Danzo's face turned blue with anger, and a mouthful of old blood almost spurted out. This fight was so bad. Luhan appeared in another part of the battlefield, still in the forest, ran and watched for a while, and disappeared again. Luhan ran, jumped, disappeared, appeared, again and again. No one knew what he was going to do, but it seemed that what are you looking for? There are more people in the Uchiha clan, and the melee has only just started for a while. The difference in numbers will not be easily erased. There will definitely be, Luhan murmured while moving. ... At the same time, the enchantment is on the southwest high wall. Call. After another silhouettes rushed up the high wall platform, but it was Tsunade and other 13 people who arrived. The moment Orochimaru appeared, he threw his hand and threw kunai, directly hitting the halo figure in the middle of the platform. After a few, dang, all the kunai collapsed and flew out. It was obvious that the halo figure was a little nervous, but was not harmed. It's protected by an enchantment, Orochimaru continued, just experimenting. Everyone quickly flashed to the vicinity of the center line of the platform, and almost stepped over the center line to enter the barrier, and they all looked into the barrier. Immediately, the friends brought by Tsunade were all stunned. This is civil strife. Chapter 0446 when the death is in progress. The space inside the enchantment is very huge, with an area of 3 kilometers, and a town is only like this. However, the stone wall is as high as 100 meters, which is equivalent to the height of a 33-story building. The ninjas who follow Tsunade are all very strong and have good eyesight. Standing at such a high position, although I couldn't see the details of the battle in the barrier, I could see the general situation clearly. After all, 700 or 800 people were fighting, and that scene. The blind man couldn't see it. The Uchiha ninja and the Hyuga ninja are all wearing tribal ninja uniforms, and you can see that they are fighting each other, and there are hundreds of Anbu ninjas and Root ninjas dressed in mysterious costumes, all of which can be seen. Why? Nara and Ma, the young geniuses of the Nara clan, asked with a stammer, looking at Tsunade. This guy is dressed very well and looks like a talent, but as long as he is excited, he has the problem of stuttering. I also want to know why. Tsunade frowned. Looking at the destruction of the forest, the battle should have just started. Jiraiya glanced at it and said, the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, Anbu, the Anbu root. A total of 4 ninjas. It seems that the Anbu and the Hyuga clan joined forces, and the Uchiha clan and the root joining forces. How could such a thing happen? Jiraiya looks calm, but she is actually confused. Civil unrest. The main 2 sides of the civil strife are the 2 largest tribes in Konoha, Uchiha and Hyuga. Remind you, after entering this barrier, we can't get out. Orochimaru said coldly. He also seemed a little uneasy, not surprised or confused, but his eyes were a little hot. A famous militant, encountering such a scene, naturally excited. Go in. Tsunade didn't hesitate too much, looked at him a few more times, waved his hand forward, and entered the barrier first. Then, who are we helping? The person who asked was another famous militant, Aburame Shanyu. Help you a big head. Tsunade said quickly, angrily, stop it. Before the loss is small, we have to stop them. Are you sure you can resolve their conflict? Orochimaru glanced at Tsunade. Tsunade was silent. What Orochimaru is asking is the key, stop it, and say with your mouth that anyone can do it. Can you do it? This is not a battle of a handful of people, but a life and death struggle of 700 or 800 people from the core forces of Konoha. Tsunade's dozen people, not including Hyuga Luo-ning, are extremely powerful. But after all, there are few people, and it is very difficult to control the situation. Inside the Enchantment Forest battlefield. In just half a minute, Luhan walked back and forth over most of the battlefield, and finally stopped. He found what he wanted, standing in the dense canopy of the towering tree without any breath. More than 100 meters ahead, there is an open space. In the open space, Hyuga Huyang, the chief of the main clan of the Hyuga clan, is fighting with Uchiha Yokoyama, the chief of the Uchiha clan. It is said that the battle has just begun. At the beginning of the battle, there is naturally no reason to enlarge the move. That is a waste of chakra. After all, the opponent's chakra is sufficient. Their fighting method at this time is the same as Luhan and Danzo's fighting method, tentative melee combat. Although the fighting method is very simple, the strength of the two is too strong. They can smash large rocks with a casual knife, and can kick a towering tree with a casual kick. Every movement and stillness contains great power. This piece of open space, that's what they called. However, Luhan's goal was not Uchiha Henshin, but, at the edge of the clearing was a forest, where more than 30 Uchiha ninjas gathered in a loose defensive formation. Of course, they were not without anything to do, they were fighting with the clearing. More than 24 Hyuga ninjas gathered at the other end face off. All are high-level ninjas with the strength of at least Jonin. One side is the Hyuga main clan Patriarch Guard, and the other is the Uchiha Patriarch Guard. The target Luhan found was the Uchiha Patriarch's Guard. Uchiha ninjas who gathered together. The Uchiha Patriarch Guards just met this condition. There are actually 3 super elites, Luhan glanced at the Yuhi name above the heads of the more than 30 Uchiha ninjas, and subconsciously raised his hand and touched his chin, feeling a little awkward. The Uchiha Patriarch's Guard is too strong. It seems a little dangerous to engage in raids. If he gets stuck and gets dragged, Danzo will definitely come over if there is any movement. Luhan doesn't want to give Danzo a chance to sneak attack. If you use Jinghong Peerless, the insurance is insurance, but it's a waste, but I just want to kill a few more people at a time, and I can't do it. It's a pity that I can't use Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, here. Then, should, quote. Lu Hanya looked at it, narrowed his eyes slowly, and then disappeared. A group of Uchiha ninjas gathered together, watching the battle situation in the open space, and at the same time guarding against the more than 20 Hyuga ninjas on the opposite side. In fact, they were ordered by Uchiha Yokoyama to assist in the battle. Uchiha Yokoyama has not fought with Hyuga Tiger for many years. Young played against each other. It was difficult to estimate the strength of Hyuga Huyang, and he was afraid, so he made this arrangement. Total of 33 Uchiha ninjas. The one standing at the forefront is a male ninja of about 40 years old, with a white face and a hooked nose, and a cold temperament. This person is named Uchiha Lanshin. The captain of the guard is extremely powerful. Call. Uchiha Blue Mountain suddenly felt chakra fluctuations behind his back, and looked back directly. The whirlwind rolled up, carrying white smoke. Someone came and appeared directly in the middle of the ninjas of the guards. Uchiha Lanshin frowned subconsciously, and then his face changed dramatically. The person who came was actually an Anbu ninja, and he was currently the most famous ninja in Anbu, Vice Captain Han Guang. Han Guang actually appeared directly in the Uchiha Patriarch's Guard. It's still the basic instant body technique. Just crazy. Be careful. Kill him. It's really courting death. Sounded all around, and several glimpses rushed directly in front of Luhan, and some Uchiha ninjas chose to retreat one after another to keep a distance, while Uchiha Lanshin was staring at Luhan, and the 3 Tomo Sharingan in his eyes were spinning. Demonic illusion. As soon as Luhan appeared, he had already stepped into the gate of hell with 1 foot. Chapter 0447_Suicide Attack. The speed of Luhan's appearance is not fast. He appears in the most gentle way, which is not easy to cause alertness. If he appears in the way of dashing and flashing, it will always make people feel dangerous and murderous. Ninjas have a strong 6th sense. Time seems to be slowing down. The wind is spinning, the white smoke is rising, Luhan's figure is looming in it. Everything is very slow, only his hand is fast. He is in the hand seal, a very complicated seal. All the Uchiha ninjas around have spotted him. Uchiha ninja who was very close also rushed to Luhan's side, stabbing all his knives at his vital point. Luhan didn't hide, he was still in the hand seal, and at the same time he noticed that Uchiha Blue Mountain, who was looking at him, launched the Sharingan Demonic Illusion. 3 kunai penetrated his body at this moment, and 2 kunai pierced his body. The body, but did not penetrate, because it was stabbed in his bones. Luhan is still in hand seal. Due to being attacked by demonic illusion, his 3 Tomo Sharingan passively emerged, and he took advantage of the situation to launch the Samok illusion. Time is still very slow. A look of shock appeared on Uchiha Lanshin's face. He saw Luhan's Tomo Sharingan, but he only saw it for a moment. After that, he fell into the illusion of Samoki's illusion. In the Sharingan demonic illusion in the confrontation, he lost to Luhan. Blood is splashing. 2 knives pierced Luhan's body, and at this moment, Luhan finally completed the hand seal. Everything is very complicated, and it actually happened in a very short period of time. Whoa! Futon wind-style chakra swirls around Luhan, like a barrier protecting Luhan, directly cutting off the 2 knives inserted into his body, making everyone on the battlefield feel terrifying. Chakra fluctuations rose up. Futon wind-style, the art of flower rain cutting. Scoff. The lotus is blooming. Futon wind-style chakra that surrounds Luhan is blooming like a lotus flower. This moment is very beautiful, but after this moment, it seems like endless murderous intent. Laugh, 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 laugh. The sky is like a rain of flowers, and countless wind blades are flying around, 360 degrees without blind spots and indiscriminate group attacks. Each wind blade is only the size of a palm, flat and slightly twisted, like a lotus leaf. The power of these lotus leaf wind blade attacks is not too strong, but it is very sharp, the rate of fire is very fast, and more importantly, there are many. It seems that every moment, there are tens of thousands of wind blades flying around. Terrifying to mind-numbing attack. Around Luhan, the 5 or 6 Uchiha ninjas closest to Luhan were all directly chopped up. They didn't even have time to react, and the Uchiha ninja, who was a little farther away from Luhan, also reacted, but he was completely unable to dodge and defend against this technique. Chopped, chopped. The lotus flowers are in full bloom, and the huge lotus flowers that are purely composed of the combination of lotus leaves and wind blades are blooming, reaching a height of tens of meters. The roar sounded. Within 100 meters of Luhan, everything was attacked, bluestone, grass, trees, and people. Everything that could not be avoided was cut into pieces. No one could avoid it at all, and defense was even more impossible. Even an A-level Doden, Earth-style, defensive ninjutsu could not resist tens of thousands of wind blade attacks. It can resist for a moment, and then it will be broken. Hundreds of falling objects flew almost at the same moment, accompanied by a golden light that only Luhan could see. S-level futon, wind-style, group attack forbidden technique, the technique of cutting flowers and rain. Its power has exceeded Luhan's imagination. This is Luhan's first use. Before, he only knew the principle and approximate effect. The amount of chakra consumed was beyond Lu Han's imagination. He can feel that his chakra has decreased by more than 30% in an instant, and may even reach 40%, and it is still being consumed, but the continuous chakra output in the later stage is not as intense as it was at the beginning. This technique, hand seal, takes a long time, and the chakra fluctuates too strongly before the outbreak of its power. It's not obvious to remind the opponent. It's not suitable for dueling with the strong. This chakra consumption is too fast. Change it. Other ninjas, using this technique, are like killing. Can they recover chakra quickly? Lu Han's thoughts flashed. He had some broken thoughts in his heart, but at the cost of many injuries, he got the opportunity to release this ninjutsu among the Uchiha Patriarch's guards. As a result, although he achieved his goal, it took too much investigation. Lu Han was not satisfied. But this technique has already brought a strong inner shock to everyone on the entire battlefield. Everyone saw it, including Tsunade and others who were rapidly approaching the battlefield. The blooming lotus was too huge. The biggest shock was Hyuga Huyang and Uchiha Yokoyama, who were not far from Lu Han. Both of them were affected. The spread of the flower and rain cutting technique had to temporarily stop fighting and move in different directions to avoid. Both were stunned. Hyuga was stunned because he saw that Han Guang was stabbed in the heart. Uchiha Yokoyama was embarrassed, because all 33 excellent ninjas of Uchiha in his entire guard team were eliminated. The entire guard, in an instant, all dead. The technique of cutting flowers and rain only lasted for a few seconds, and then the huge lotus flower formed by the wind blades of lotus leaves gathered and dissipated into nothingness. Everything is at peace. The bloody smell is a bit choking. Lu Han was empty, and there was nothing within 100 meters around him. It is worth mentioning that the ground under his feet was a piece of fresh yuhi. These fresh yuhi were the 33 ninjas of the Uchiha tribe. They were chopped up first. Cut again. Cut for a few seconds, and it all turned into something more pulpy than meat-chan. Call. Danzo appeared on a tree more than 100 meters behind Lu Han's side and looked at Lu Han with a shocked expression. There are two reasons for the shock. First, he did not expect that Han Guang could unleash such a powerful futon, wind-style ninjutsu. Second, he couldn't figure it out. Why did Han Guang kill the Uchiha Patriarch's guard at the cost of his life? Yes, from Danzo's point of view, Lu Han is killing people at the cost of his life. The half-cut blade has penetrated his heart, and everyone can see it. Elf, what was the golden light just now? Lu Han sighed in relief and asked in his heart. Subversive 3665 has completed 2 achievements. The wizard replied. Chapter 0448_Advanced Group Kill. As a subversive, Lu Han will drop items when he kills a hostile target, and the appearance of items is accompanied by heavy visions. Visions that only Lu Han can see. First kill, non-first kill, leapfrog kill, skill kills, diamond first kills, diamond non-first kills, special boss kills. Different kills have different visions. At the beginning, Lu Han didn't pay attention to the difference between the visions, but now, he has been in the Hokage world for a year and a half. With experience, he can naturally distinguish. Group killed the Uchiha Patriarch's guards, and killed 33 high-level ninjas in seconds, including 3 super elite Jonin. At that time, the dropped objects exploded in a collective manner, and the accompanying visions were very different. But he did not expect that the vision actually represented 2 achievements. Lu Han's heart was hot in an instant. Achievement. Hardest reward ever. Because Lu Han doesn't know how to complete the achievement, he can only try his luck. His Sword of Astonishment is obtained from the achievement reward, and he obtains 4 fragments successively by relying on the achievement reward, and exchanges them out. It can be said that the achievement reward has always been its all extraordinary. But, what kind of achievement reward? Is it a group kill? Lu Han asked quickly in his heart. It's mass killing, replied the elf. But, I've already won the achievement reward for killing 15 people at the same time and killing 30 people at the same time. This time it's still the achievement reward for group killing 15 people, and the achievement reward for group killing 30 people. The difference is that this time it's a high-level group kill. The elf explained, all the goals of Subversive 3665 feet group kill this time are hostile targets equal to or higher than tier 30, thus triggering the advanced mass kill achievement reward. Quote. What about the reward? What reward? Luhan asked anxiously. His heart was already overjoyed. Unexpected joy. Half-Life was all in. At the time, Luhan just wanted to trick Uchiha and break the balance on the battlefield, but now, he has done it. 2 kinds of achievement rewards, which is really a pleasant surprise. The high-level achievement reward for killing 15 people in a group is an item reward, please check it out for subversives. The high-level achievement reward for killing 30 people in a group. In order to increase the holdings, the subversive will get an extraordinary special explosion rate when he kills the boss title target next time. The items will be randomly dropped. Luhan blinked his eyes blankly. He skipped the first paragraph of the elf's words. Since it was an item reward, it must have been among the hundreds of dropped items. Luhan has no time to find it now. The second paragraph. The reward is so special. This is forcing me to kill Danzo. Luhan felt strange. He felt that it was as if someone was leading the giving of achievement rewards. The next time he killed the boss target, he would have an extraordinary special explosion rate. This is just right for Danzo. Not killing Danzo would be a waste. This guy Danzo has too many secrets. Killing him, even if it's not the first kill, might reveal something good. The middle of the blood plasma. Luhan, who had released the S-level futon, wind-style forbidden technique, was panting violently, blood was pouring from his abdomen and under his ribs. Of course, the most important injury was the penetrating injury to his heart, which was fatal. Although the strength has reached the level of cold light, the heart is penetrated, and it will not immediately fall to the ground and twitch twice and die, but it is definitely impossible to live. The momentum of the flower rain cutting technique was too great, and the ninjas fighting on the entire battlefield had stopped, and some powerful people all rushed to the scene of the incident. The cold light looked like it was going to die. Because after finishing the release of ninjutsu, he didn't move again, his eyes were a little confused, and the fluctuating breath showed that his state was extremely bad. In fact, Luhan was just talking to the elves. His situation is really bad. The terrifying flower and rain cutting technique actually consumes 60% of the chakra. In addition to the consumption of the previous fight with Danzo, Luhan's total chakra is already less than 30%. 37% of his blood volume due to injuries such as multiple penetrations in his body, heart damage, and excessive blood loss. Luhan has not been so miserable for a long time, not even the boiling rain. Normally, a powerhouse like him would not pay such a price easily, and of course, few cage-level powerhouses would commit suicide attacks. This kind of desperate play made it difficult for everyone present to understand. This open space widened a lot because of Luhan's attack. More and more people gathered around the open space, divided into groups to keep a distance from each other. Anbu's ninjas also arrived. Looking at Luhan's situation, speechless, he was stunned. The battle has only just started, how could Captain Hangguang just? Luhan finally came back to his senses, his head moved a little, and then he raised his hand, first pulled out the 2 kuwu sticks inserted in his body, and then pinched the broken blade inserted in his heart in front of him, and slowly pulled it out. It really hurts. Not only Luhan hurts, but everyone else hurts. Hangguang. Why? A hoarse roar suddenly sounded, but it was Uchiha Yokoyama standing on the other side of the battlefield. After the initial shock, this guy has now entered a state of madness, with red eyes Yuhi, staring at Luhan with extreme hatred and incomprehensible eyes. Although his eyes were congested under his anger, he had not completely lost his mind because of this, and he did not rashly approach the cold light. Because Hangguang is a dying person, it is only a moment later, there is no need to make trouble. Of course there is another reason, the cold light of dying is extremely terrifying. Everyone is going to die. I don't have any scruples. I rush up at this time. Are you afraid of self-destructing with you in my arms? Uchiha Yokoyama's heart ached, bleeding from the pain, and he couldn't figure it out even more. Why? Why exactly? Han Guang completed this suicide attack at the cost of his own life, and his behavior was incomprehensible to anyone present. Uchiha Yokoyama's problem is not his problem, but the problem of everyone present. You are the enemy. Lu Han raised his head and gave Uchiha Yokoyama and everyone present the answer in the simplest words. Uchiha Yokoyama looked like he was about to bite his mouth full of kiba. What the hell is this answer? Cold, cold, the woman's unbelievable exclamation suddenly sounded. Tsunade is here. Chapter 0449 _ He is a traitor. Tsunade's heart seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer, and he almost didn't catch his breath, and a roar sounded in his mind. As soon as she brought people to the vicinity of the open space, she saw the scene of Lu Han pulling the knife out of her heart. The whole person seemed to lose her mind and screamed. She even forgot that Lu Han was the deputy captain of Anbu. Here, called Lu Han's real name came out. It's so slow. Lu Han murmured something in his heart and completely pulled out the broken knife stuck in his heart, took a deep breath, and looked at Tsunade. The edge of the forest in the distance, Tsunade stared at Lu Han with wide eyes. The slender Anbu ninja beside her was as immobile as if struck by lightning. The others did not react so much. Except for Jiraiya and Orochimaru, the other 9 young ninjas are mostly confused about the current situation. Danzo saw that Tsunade came and brought strong support, his face changed slightly, his eyes flashed, and he didn't know what to think. After Lu Han pulled out all the weapons that had been inserted into his body, he controlled the bleeding. Others couldn't see this change because Lu Han was covered in blood. How? Tsunade's throat seemed to be blocked. Yuhi's eyes were full of circles, and he just stepped up. Don't come here. Be careful around. Lu Han shouted quickly. He was very worried. Tsunade rushed over, and he was confused. Will Danzo attack? If Danzo really wants to compete for the position of Hokage, he can do anything. He previously assigned Tsunade and the 3 to leave Konoha. From this point of view, he is by no means kind to the 3, but he does not dare to act rashly on the 3. The name is not right. But if the 3 of them died in the country of rain, they would definitely not be able to find Danzo's head. And now, Tsunade and the others not only came back, but also brought reinforcements. Those young geniuses, no one who was present didn't know each other. It's hard to say what Danzo will do. Tsunade stopped subconsciously, and immediately heard Lu Han say, "It's okay, I can't die. I won't die." Although there was some weakness in his voice, it wasn't weak. Can't die. Everyone present was stunned for a moment, and the situation suddenly became a little delicate. Cold light won't die. Since he said it, the people around him believed it, otherwise there would be no reason to refuse Tsunade's rescue. It is not impossible to be stabbed in the heart and not die. From the Sengoku era to the present, there have been many such characters in the ninja world, either with special physiques, special chakras, or master's special skills. Do not die if the ki is damaged. Since Han Guang is from Anbu, the latter is more likely. Perhaps it is some kind of forbidden technique that is enough to make him not afraid of this level of physical trauma, but similar techniques have harsh cultivation conditions, strong side effects, and even pay the price of reducing strength. Originally, everyone present thought that this incident would end today. The Uchiha clan was killed by the entire Patriarch's guard. With Uchiha Yokoyama's character, he would definitely not let it go, but the cold light was at the cost of his life. If you die, the chances of the fight going on are low. But now, Han Guang will not die. That. Jiraiya had already walked to Tsunade's side, raised her hand to hold Tsunade's shoulder, and tilted her head to signal Tsunade to pay attention to her surroundings. Seeing Lu Han's miserable appearance, Tsunade slowly clenched his fists, his eyes were full of yuhi, and his body trembled with excitement. What the hell is going on? Tsunade screamed angrily. She only saw that Luhan was severely injured and miserable, but she didn't know what an incredible raid Luhan completed and what kind of return he got. Anger is inevitable. There was silence around, and the camp was clear, but they were only alerting the surroundings, and no one dared to do anything at this moment. In fact, most of them don't know what's going on. I don't even know which side Tsunade is on. Tsunade is not scary alone, but the people around her are a very terrifying force. No one dared to act rashly. Old thief Danzo's ambition is to subvert Lord Hokage's leadership of Konoha. He is a villain. Luhan opened his mouth and put the big hat on Danzo's head, raised his finger and pointed. He did it first. Cough, cough. After Luhan said that, he coughed. In fact, his injuries were recovering rapidly, and he didn't cough at all. Coughing is intentional, pretending to be miserable, and debate has an advantage. Danzo has become the center of attention, and everyone is looking at him. Lord Danzo, what's your explanation? Tsunade stared at Danzo. She was not enough to question Danzo, but at this time, the violent Tsunade brought a group of terrifying new forces. It seemed, if Danzo didn't answer, the gang fight will happen soon, and no one thinks Tsunade is asking a problem. I don't deny it, I did it first. Instead, Danzo calmed down. But, the real situation is definitely not what Han Guang said. My loyalty to Lord Hokage can be learned from heaven and earth. This shameless old man, Luhan muttered, and he was convinced. Tiandi Kejian could say such words. So, Tsunade looked at Danzo suspiciously. It's me. A whirlwind suddenly swept up in the center of the clearing, and the voice appeared together with the figures of the crowd. It was my idea. Danzo, just listen to what I said. The place was suddenly silent. Many people were stunned and looked surprised. The people who suddenly appeared were Sarutobi Lakebiwa, Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado, and a group of guards, and the one who spoke was Hokage's wife, Sarutobi Lakebiwa. No way. Luhan stared at Sarutobi Lakebiwa, and he thought of something. No way. No way. Is this the menopausal aunt? She suspected me as a spy, so she started it. This Konoha high-level civil unrest war. Is she crazy? Quote. The most stunned person present was Luhan. He couldn't imagine that Sarutobi Lakebiwa was so crazy. The appearance of Sarutobi Lakebiwa has completely wiped out Danzo's suspicion of competing for the position of Hokage. Because it is impossible for Sarutobi Lakebiwa to betray Sarutobi Hiruzen. The people present were speechless in shock. He's a traitor. Sarutobi Bawako suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Luhan. That's why I did this. Chapter 0450_Gamble. About Sarutobi Lakebiwa, but he believes that at least she must be a wise woman to be worthy of Sarutobi Hiruzen's great talent. Now Luhan understands that he is wrong. Sarutobi Lakebiwa clearly has a hole in his head. It really makes people wonder, how did such a low IQ impulsive idiot woman live to Konoha 48 years before being killed by Uchiha Obito? A flame rose in Luhan's heart. It was a flame of anger. Many people died today. Anbu, Root, Uchiha, Hyuga, all are dead, just because of this idiot woman. If it is a battle between the enemy and us on the battlefield, no matter how many people die, as long as you win, it is worth celebrating. Kindness does not control the army. Since you choose to use killing to solve the problem, you must suffer the consequences, but if it is because of a serious lack of IQ balance the woman killed many people, just because of her random guessing, and made a lot of people die, this will make people angry, trembling anger. I really don't know if Sarutobi Hiruzen will be pissed off when he comes back. ... Traitor. Traitor. Hangguang is a traitor. He's a traitor. After Sarutobi Bawako finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to Luhan, who was covered in blood. However, there were very few suspicious eyes. Even if Sarutobi Bawako was Hokage's wife, her words were very authoritative, but what she identified was cold light. Its Vice Captain Anbu is one of Sarutobi Hiruzen's most trusted people. Han Guang is a traitor. First of all, Anbu Ninja will definitely not believe it. No matter what Sarutobi Lake Biwa said, they will not believe it. Because they all know how Han Guang was born and died for Konoha, how many times he was in a desperate situation, and how many times he fought alone to protect his subordinates. What Lu Han did is not a secret in Anbu. Hyuga Ninja won't believe either, because their will Hyuga Huyang doesn't believe it. Otherwise, how could it be possible to pull the entire Hyuga clan to work hard? Naturally, the Tsunade and the others wouldn't believe it either. As for the others, because they don't understand Han Guang, most of them are neutral in their thinking. After all, it is difficult for Hokage's wife to identify Hokage's cronies as traitors, so it's still hard to accept the evidence. By Lord Bawako, Tsunade stuttered in shock. The situation was changing so fast that people were caught off guard. The contradiction was already on Danzo, but Danzo's problem was instantly cleared up. I will prove it to you. Lake Biwa glanced sideways at Tsunade. I understand that he is your apprentice, you can't bear it, but the scourge cannot be left behind. Quiet again. I was thinking about who Tsunade's apprentice was, so I thought about it all at once. He. Master Tsunade's apprentice. Cold light. Lord Tsunade just called him. Han. Uproar. Stunned. Because in their memory, Tsunade's apprentice, Han, should be less than 14 years old this year. Lu Han is already numb, he doesn't understand, how idiot is Sarutobi Lake Biwa. What an idiot. What kind of brain does this have to take the initiative to reveal the true identity of Vice Captain Anbu? It doesn't matter, because he is a traitor. Sarutobi Bawako said again, as if to explain what he just did. Looking at Lu Han again, Sarutobi Bawako raised his voice. What? I said you were a traitor, but you didn't refute it. Did you admit it? I really want to treat your brain. Lu Han sighed, at the same time he lowered his head and reached out his hands to remove the mask on his face. There was no need to wear it anymore, and then raised his head again. His young face was made public. Lu Han's eyes flickered as he looked at Pippa Lake Cold. I can't stand it anymore. Lu Han really wanted to go up and hack Sarutobi Lake Biwa to comfort the Konoha ninja who were killed and injured in this civil strife in the spirit of heaven. But he knew that he had to hold back. Now go and split the Sarutobi Lake Biwa. I will take the statement that Sarutobi Lake Biwa is true. Hangguang is a traitor. Don't you want to explain? Sarutobi Bawako spoke again, sarcastically, just gave up the opportunity to explain. You made a mistake. Lu Han immediately said, looking at Sarutobi Lake Biwa with the eyes of a foolish woman who was hopeless. You said I was a traitor, but you didn't show any evidence. What did you ask me to explain? Empty white fang, you call me a traitor and I am. Is it okay if I say you commit adultery with Danzo? What did you say? Sarutobi Bawako's eyes widened and he yelled in disbelief, you bastard. Damn traitor. The surroundings were once again stunned. Han Guang really dares to say anything. I'm just giving an example. You don't want to look angry after being exposed. It's completely unnecessary. This is not the focus of today. Lu Hanzuipao's skill was obviously doubled. I advise you to stick to it. Hurry up and commit suicide. You have killed too many people. All of them are Konoha elites. Ignore the question of whether I am a traitor or not. Even if you really think you have found something, you should wait for Lord Hokage to come back. There is a loss today, so please. I can lend you the knife if necessary. As the truth revealed so soon. Bawako mocked, you want to force me to death without proof. Do you think I'm stupid? You think you're smart. Lu Han frowned. I admit, what happened today was really extreme, and I will take responsibility for the fault later. Sarutobi Bawako continued, but now, I want to make your problem clear. It's you who really deserves to be damned. Then what the hell are you saying you have evidence? Lu Han couldn't hold it any longer. He screamed angrily, the blue veins on his forehead bulging, stop the fucking nonsense. I'll be standing here today waiting for you to get the evidence. If you can prove that I am a traitor, I will kill myself immediately. If you can't prove it, you will kill yourself and show it to me. It's settled. Sarutobi Lake Biwa responded immediately without hesitation. Danzo frowned and looked at Lake Sarutobi Biwa. He knew that although Lake Sarutobi Biwa discovered many unreasonable things about Han Guang, it was enough to infer that Han Guang colluded with the outside world, but there was no substantial evidence. Under such circumstances, it would be unwise for Sarutobi Lake Biwa to risk his life to testify against the cold light. Humph! Sarutobi Bawako suddenly sneered. I will make you understand to death. In front of everyone present, answer me a question, you. Why do you practice the magic of the evil gods? Chapter 0451_accumulate a lot and become a monster in the world. The Heretic God is a very mysterious religious organization. In the ninja world, there are many religious organizations. They are small forces for a long time and do not cause disputes. The Heretic God is very special. In addition to being mysterious, they can always train powerful ninjas. Every time there is chaos in the ninja world, can see their shadows. This is an ambitious and powerful mysterious religious organization. Cold Light Society heresy. How could it be that he is? The face of Sarutobi Lake Biwa's questioning. Luhan did not say anything, and many voices of doubts came one after another. The voices came from all directions, but the main ones were the Uchiha ninjas. Apparently, they got someone's behest. From the current point of view, Uchiha and Danzo are standing on a united front, and Sarutobi Lake Biwa is Danzo's most solid backing, so for Uchiha Ninja, it is the duty to bring down the cold light. However, these doubts are sincere. The ninjas present, except for the Uchiha clan, also had many doubts, but they did not speak. What evidence do you have to prove that I know the magic of the Heretic God? Luhan thought about his mouth and looked directly at Lake Sarutobi Biwa. Are you trying to deny it? Sarutobi Bawako said directly, and her heart was overjoyed. She was eager for Hangguang to deny it. Although among the people present, only Sarutobi Bawako knew the art of the Hangguang Master Evil God sect. But as long as Hangguang dares to deny it, it means he has a guilty conscience. In this case, with Konoha's ability, it is not difficult to find people in the black market to prove that Han Guang has indeed performed the magic of the Heretic God. Yes, I do know the magic of the evil gods. Luhan's answer made Sarutobi Bawako frown. Dare to admit, how to explain? What? Really? Was an uproar around. The magic of the evil god. Even in the black market, it is difficult to buy its cultivation method, because the evil god ninja are a group of loyal believers, and will not sell any magic related to the evil god. Where did Cold Light learn? Many people looked at Luhan differently, even Tsunade frowned. She didn't doubt Luhan, but worried that Luhan couldn't explain clearly. Explain, Sarutobi Lake Biwa said coldly. Mundogen, the former chief commander of the Kurigakure Scout Force. He joined Kurigakure as a lone ninja during the First Ninja World War. He is extremely powerful and possesses unforgettable abilities. His origin plus has always been a cloud of fog. People know that until I killed him, I didn't know that he was from the evil gods. That time in the country of Vortex, I killed him with a trick, and got the unique ninjutsu from the evil gods from him. The magician's practice method. That's how it came. There's a problem. I think with my talent, it's not a problem to cultivate an A-level psychic in a short period of time, right? Luhan spoke very quickly and clearly, and there was no flaw, because death has no proof. Mundogen is dead. Is there no evidence of death? Sarutobi Bawako sneered. Well, since you say so, I will believe you for the time being. Luhan raised his brows. Sarutobi Bawako said so. It seems to be deceitful. I'll ask you one more question. Sarutobi Bawako suddenly raised his voice a lot, and asked with a sneer, you. How is Master Sunagakure Village Futon Wind Style Forbidden Technique? Futon Wind Style Flower Rain Cutting Technique. Explanation. Don't tell me that you happened to kill a senior ninja in the village of Kurigakure, and you got the practice method of the flower rain cutting technique from him. As far as I know, this technique is passed down by word of mouth in Sunagakure village. Inheritance, even if it is recorded in writing, it will not be carried by ninjas who go out on missions. Secondly, you have been practicing the Hiraishin technique with all your strength for the past 6 months. There wasn't enough time to fix it either. Explain it. After Sarutobi Bawako finished speaking, her eyes were smug. Her goal is not the magic of the demon sect at all, but Wayuki. Let's ask Luhan a question first. Luhan used an explanation that anyone can make up, just in line with Sarutobi Bawako's thoughts. From Sarutobi Bawako's point of view, Hengwang has been bound by himself. Oh, stupid, really stupid. Luhan couldn't help shaking his head. What do you mean? Sarutobi Bawako squinted. I said you were stupid. You are hopelessly stupid. Luhan said bluntly, is it really interesting to dig up my secrets in front of so many people? I really don't know that Hokage knows you do this. What kind of face will it look like? Don't change the subject. Sarutobi Bawako snorted coldly. What's your explanation? You just performed the technique of cutting flowers and rain. Everyone saw it, and you still want to deny it. Of course I won't deny it. Lu Leng smiled, turned his head to look at Danzo suddenly and said, Lord Danzo, I want to ask you a favor. Huh? Danzo frowned for a moment. Help. This obviously does not play cards according to the routine, the hostile relationship. Why help you? Just one question, Lord Danzo, what do you think? My talent. Luhan asked. Accumulate, become a villain in the world. Danzo answered Luhan's question very honestly, with a very pertinent evaluation. It's not okay to be honest or not. In the eyes of everyone, Danzo can't say anything else. Hongwang's talent is obvious to all. What about the other people present? Lord Huyang. Mr. Tsunade. Who is that? Do you have any refutation? Luhan glanced around again. If anyone thinks that I am not talented, stand up and take 2 steps. No one refuted, no one came out. Can't refute it at all. Hangwang, don't play tricks. Sarutobi Lake Biwa shouted. She suddenly had a very bad feeling. Luhan looked at Sarutobi Lake Biwa. You don't object, right? Humph. Bawako snorted coldly. Don't say these are useless. What I want is your explanation. Actually, I woke up almost a year and a half ago. Before that, I was recognized as a waste. Once I was sober, I had a terrible talent in the ninja, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it was soaring. However, I also have one of the biggest secrets I haven't told anyone. Luhan stared at Lake Sarutobi Biwa. I have the same copying ability as the Uchiha Sharingan. The difference is, I can only copy the ability of a dead person, and it must be the person I killed myself. Chapter 0452_Maybe it's God's will. Silence. Hongwang's words would be a shock to the world, because the ability he said was too terrifying and too bizarre, so bizarre that it was hard to believe. Although there is a precedent, Uchiha's replica eye. But in comparison, the replica eye of the Uchiha clan is not worth mentioning. The replica eye can copy a living person's art, and it must be replicated only when the other party casts the art at the same time, and the Sharingan of the Uchiha family can't copy the S-level forbidden technique. A pair of eyes stared at Luhan, some in shock, some in suspicion, and some in thought and hard to believe. You must know that everyone has secrets. And what I just said is the biggest secret in me. It's not so shameful, but keeping this secret will make me safer and make me beat my opponent by surprise. Quote. Luhan stared at Lake Sarutobi Biwa. It's you. You forced me to tell this secret today. Seriously, if it's possible, I really want to cut off your head with my own hands, dig out your head, and take a look at your brain sulcus different from ordinary people. Otherwise, how could you be so stupid? At the end of the day, Luhan had already bit Kiba's teeth, and his anger. Naturally, he was pretending. In fact, he had long planned to fabricate similar lies to let everyone know that he has this ability. Because he now has more and more advanced master skills, some of which are considered taboo by other ninja villages. Master Luhan has no reason not to use these skills, but once they are used, problems will arise. Just like today's Sarutobi Lake Biwa, there will be people who will question why there are so many forbidden techniques in other ninja villages in the future. This is unreasonable and inexplicable. And once everyone knows that cold light can replicate the ability of dead people, all problems will be solved, and in the long run. One day, the abilities of Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, and Sharingan of Luhan's master will be exposed. It can also be explained by the ability to copy dead people. Maybe it's God's will. Today, Sarutobi Bawako forced him to say this, but Luhan saved the problem of finding an opportunity to tell lies in the future. Taking the initiative to speak out and being forced to speak out feel completely different. You should commit suicide to apologize. Luhan said again, meeting Yuan Fei's Pippa Lake's gaze. Ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Sarutobi Lake Biwa laughed, first with a lunatic low laugh, then with a big laugh. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at your naivety. Ha ha ha, how can you tell such a low-level lie? The ability to copy dead people. It has to be someone you killed with your own hands. It's dead without proof. Ha! If I ask you to show what you copied, are you trying to evade the fact that your copying ability is limited and you haven't copied many techniques? Quote. You're half right. Luhan grinned. It's true that the ability to copy is limited. I copy the ability from dead people, which is not under my control. I may copy some low-level techniques, or high-level techniques, maybe 3, it may be 1, or even, it may not be copied. Quote. Humph. You really said that. Do you know how many people I've killed? What? How many people have I killed, do you know? Sarutobi Bawako's face changed. She really didn't know how many people Han Guang had killed, but hearing what Han Guang meant, he had killed a lot of people, and the deep meaning was that he copied a lot of techniques. Then show it. Sarutobi Bawako took a deep breath. Let's see how many spells you copied. Copy. Ha. A stupid person like you is really rare in the world. Luhan sneered at Sarutobi Lake Biwa. You just want me to reveal my strength to the public. If you weren't Hokage's wife, I would really doubt you as a traitor. That's what I said, but since we risked our lives, I'll show it. After saying that, Luhan raised his hand to the surroundings. Signal them to stay away. All the ninjas around the clearing began to retreat, including Hyuga Huyang and Uchiha Yokoyama on the other side of the clearing, and Sarutobi Bawako and others in the middle of the clearing disappeared directly, and reappeared at the edge of the clearing far away. Luhan, covered in blood, walked towards the middle of the clearing with a knife. Wait a minute, Tsunade's voice came suddenly. Huh. Luhan looked towards Tsunade. Your injury. Tsunade looked at Luhan worriedly. Luhan was stabbed in the heart just now. Although he didn't look like he would die, if the ninjutsu show caused his injury to worsen. I'm fine. Luhan gave Tsunade a reassuring smile. The noise quickly faded away. Luhan stood in the middle of the open space with the knife already put away. Since he was showing ninjutsu, he naturally didn't need the knife. Everyone has retreated to a position at least 300 meters away from Luhan, some standing on the edge of the open space, some standing on the tree. Let's start. Sarutobi Lake Biwa's voice came from a distance. Cadent Fire Style, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Luhan quickly unwrapped the print. He suspiciously suppressed chakra's output, and opened his mouth to spit out a chain of fireballs of normal size. This technique comes from the Uchiha clan. Sweden, Water Style, Kurigakur Art. This technique comes from the Kurigakur Ninja. Kaden, Fire Style. Futon, Wind Style. Sweden, Water Style. Boom boom boom, boom. Luhan started an extremely rapid continuous ninjutsu display, because he was just showing, and did not need to maintain the existence of ninjutsu, so he would release a ninjutsu almost every second, and it took less than a minute to release some hand seals. In the first few minutes, Luhan released hundreds of ninjutsu. It's all low-level ninjutsu. Many people present were shocked when they saw it. Although they were all low-level techniques, there were hundreds of them. For a ninja who was less than 14 years old, it was really scary. Sarutobi Bawako has been sneering all the time. It's just a low-level technique. It is too easy for ninjas who are talented evildoers to learn. Moreover, the practice of low-level techniques is widely circulated in the ninja world. It is impossible to prove that these techniques are from copying. Although Han Guang will definitely use advanced techniques, does he have enough chakra? Sarutobi Bawako's mentality has changed unknowingly, and she didn't even realize it. At first, she just wanted to prove that Han Guang was a traitor. But now, this kind of thinking has weakened, and she is more direct. I hope that Han Guang can't prove herself. I hope that Han Guang will die. Chapter 0453_ Are you ready to kill yourself? About futon, wind style, flower rain cutting technique, Sarutobi Bawako knows something about it. In fact, it is not just her. Among the ninjas present, such as Hyuga Huyang and Danzo, needless to say, they must all know this technique. In fact, as long as you have enough knowledge, you all know something about the art of cutting flowers and rain. This technique, indiscriminate and large-scale group attack ninjutsu, is terrifyingly powerful, but has two disadvantages. One is that the hand seal is more complicated, and the other is that the demand for chakra is too great. The latter is the reason why this technique is listed as forbidden technique. Just now, Han Guang has used the technique of cutting flowers and rain. Coupled with the chakra consumed by the previous fight with Danzo, and the chakra consumed by performing hundreds of low-level ninjutsu, Sarutobi Bawako does not feel that there are still many chakras in the cold light, unless he has Senju blood or Uzumaki blood, but he does not. No. Up to now, I haven't even used AB rank ninjutsu. Sarutobi Bawako looked at the figure in the open space, and sneered in his heart, if you want to prove that you have the ability to copy dead people, you must come up with some special and powerful techniques, otherwise. He doesn't have much chakra left. A cold voice suddenly sounded from the side. It was Danzo. When everyone was retreating earlier, Danzo came to Sarutobi Lake Biwa. Sarutobi Bawako glanced at Danzo, then turned to look at Luhan, lowered his voice and said coldly, "You better give me an explanation." "This is not the time," Danzo responded nonchalantly. The explanation that Sarutobi Lake Biwa said. Naturally it is the Uchiha clan. Doden, earth style, sand covered with rock cage. Luhan quickly completed the understanding seal again. Boom. A round wall of rock emerged from the ground ahead, and quicksand rose from it. This technique comes from the Konoha Anbu Special Mobile Unit Jonin, which is commonly known as the root. Luhan finally performed a technique that can be called advanced ninjutsu. And the name comes from the root, so many people change color and look at Danzo. The source of low-level ninjutsu cannot be proved. As long as the money is enough, it is not difficult to buy thousands of kinds at a time in the black market, but the high-level ninjutsu is different. The rock cage is covered with sand, which is what Luhan obtained from killing the root killer Chaoshinjuhei. Except for Anbu and the roots contained in Anbu, there are very few ninjas who know this technique elsewhere. Danzo was already frowning, a look of surprise in his eyes. Before, he never thought that Han Guang really had the ability to copy the dead man's ninjutsu, which was more unacceptable than his extremely talented evildoer being able to quickly learn it, but now, doubts arose in his heart. However, the sand cover of the Gabians alone does not prove anything. The Anbu treasure house has the practice method of this technique, and Han Guang, as the deputy captain of Anbu, has enough authority to learn this level of technique at will. Next, Luhan performed 10B level techniques in a row, but it didn't make much waves, because those techniques are not unique to a certain organization, they are very common. Luhan suddenly stopped, standing in the middle of the devastated open space, panting violently. His face was already pale and a little scary, and he didn't know whether it was because of the worsening of the injury or because chakra had bottomed out, or both. Is this the end? Sarutobi Bawako sneered and said at the right time, don't use the lack of chakra as an excuse. You have performed hundreds of low-level ninjutsu that have no proven effect at all. Make excuses. I advise you to take out the knife first. Lu Han responded in a cold voice. It's your turn to commit suicide soon. The following technique deserves a special introduction. Lu Han said loudly again. This technique comes from the Ghost Lamp Clan ninja, and I acquired it during my mission in the Land of Water. Laugh. With a flick of his hand, Lu Han shot out a water bullet from between his fingers. The water bullet was extremely fast, flew over 200 meters in an instant, and punched a hole in the body of a big tree at the edge of the clearing. The art of water and iron cannons. The secret art of the Ghost Lamp family. Lu Han said again. The surroundings were completely silent, and many senior ninjas were surprised. Secret art. The reason why it is called a secret technique naturally means a secret that is not passed on. But not all secret techniques are secrets that are not passed down, because some secret techniques are created by lone ninjas, and some secret techniques are created by small tribes. There will always be various reasons that make secret techniques no longer mysterious and spread out. But this statement does not apply to the Ghost Lamp Clan. The Ghost Lamp Clan is extremely strong. It's been like this since time immemorial. It is because they are strong and they have sufficient control ability, so the secret techniques of the Ghost Lamp family are rarely spread, and the technique of water and iron cannons has never been heard of rumors. The ninjas who can use the water and iron cannon are all from the Ghost Lamp family. The secret techniques of such large tribes as the Ghost Lantern Clan will not be passed on, this is common sense. But just now, Han Guang has broken this common sense. The suspicion in Danzo's eyes grew stronger. He stared at Lu Han's face, trying to find something from Lu Han's expression, but he couldn't. Proof like this may not be enough. Lu Han spoke again and raised his hands. Then I will. Kaden, fire style, majestic destroyer flame, great fire annihilation. Sweden, water style, great waterfall technique. Quote. Futon, wind style, wind roll puppet formation. Magic break psychic. Futon, wind style, sleepy roll ascension. Secret art, blood mist art. A huge fireball that was many times bigger than the grand fireball hit the ground, and then the great waterfall technique came. The collision of fire and water stirred up a vast white fog, and 9 small tornadoes like puppets appeared afterward, and the thick fog was blown back and forth. After erasing it, the broken swords fell from the sky one by one, followed by the wind. The huge wind Uzumaki slammed forward on the ground, first drilled into the ground, and then slammed into the sky. In the end, the blood mist surged and burst into a sea of fire. 4 A-level techniques and 2 S-level techniques were released in sequence. Each of them has a significant monograph quality. Of course it is not absolute, such as the Great Waterfall technique, although it is Kurigakure's signature ninjutsu. It has been widely circulated, but some are really exclusive. Like Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation. Never been rumored. The crowd was silent. A lot of people were stunned. The shock is not only because Han Guang can perform these techniques, but also because. How many chakras does Han Guang have? Lord Pippa Lake, are you ready to commit suicide? Lu Han's voice suddenly resounded throughout the audience. Chapter 0454 and Slime. Facing Lu Han's questioning, Sarutobi Bawako's eyes filled with confusion, committing suicide. She never thought about suicide because she didn't think she would lose. And now, Han Guang seems to have brought her into the abyss step by step. If it is said that Han Guang is identified as a cultist by the technique of psychic and magic breaking, his master Futon wind style, and the technique of cutting flowers and rain can also be forcibly interpreted as a mysterious ritual from the cult, but now, Han Guang has been used successively. Advanced Kaden fire style from Uchiha, A-level forbidden technique and S-level forbidden technique from Sunagakur village, as well as the signature ninjutsu from the blood mist of the former captain of Kurigakure Anbu. If Han Guang could only use 1 or 2 of these techniques, he would be able to forcefully explain it, but now, the range of techniques that Han Guang has performed is too wide, so it seems that instead of forcibly explaining it, it is better to copy the dead man's ninjutsu. More convincing. The fire was surging in the open space. Although Lu Han's voice came out one step ahead, the flames generated by the explosion of the blood mist had not yet dissipated. Danzo suddenly dodged and disappeared beside Sarutobi Lake Biwa, and appeared directly beside Uchiha Yokoyama on the other side of the clearing, whispering to Uchiha Yokoyama as if asking something. The flames surged for a while, and then dissipated because of the lack of chakra supply. Lu Han showed his figure, still with blood dripping all over his body, panting violently, his shoulders kept rising and falling, and his face was very scary. The technique of blood mist is a taboo technique that can only be used to fight for life. It uses one's own blood as a medium to launch ninjutsu, injuring 1,000 enemies and 800. Han Guang had already been seriously injured before, and looking at it now, it looks like his life is not too long. Looking at Han Guang's appearance, everyone felt unspeakable waves in their hearts. There is no doubt that Han Guang's power is far beyond the previous imagination of everyone present. He is so powerful, but when faced with the doubts of Sarutobi Bawako, but did not show too much resistance. Instead, he showed everything he said as much as possible to prove himself, even if doing so would be life-threatening, such a ninja. To call him a traitor. It's really hard to believe. Tsunade looked at Lu Han from afar, his eyes were very worried. But in this worry, there was also a trace of doubt. She is from the Senju clan, and is the most talented medical ninja since the establishment of Konoha. She has a very strong perception of life force. In the eyes of others, Han Guang is already hanging by a thread. It's a miracle that he doesn't die in this way. But Tsunade could feel that Lu Han, who had used the blood mist technique, didn't lose much of his vitality compared to when he was seriously injured before. Although the vitality is weak, it will not die. This is unreasonable. But Tsunade couldn't explain it. Do you believe it now? Lu Han finally spoke after gasping for a while, staring at Sarutobi Lake Biwa and grinning, his mouth full of white fang already stained with the color of yuhi. Most of my ninjutsu comes from the ones I killed. Ninjas, after I killed them, I copied their ninjutsu. I think, I have proved what I said. While Lu Han spoke, Danzo, who had a brief whispered conversation with Uchiha Yokoyama, dodged back to Sarutobi Lake Biwa. Lord Biwa Lake, all your suspicions and slander against me are not supported by strong evidence. Lu Han raised his voice, then, since you can't prove that I am a traitor, many people died today because of you. I ask you again, are you ready to kill yourself? Sarutobi Lake Biwa and Lu Han looked at each other, their faces uncertain. I asked Yokoyama just now, there is absolutely no possibility of the majestic destroyer flame, great fire annihilation technique being rumored, but the cold light did kill the Uchiha ninja of the master majestic destroyer flame, great fire annihilation technique. Danzo tilted his head and whispered to Lake Biwa. Said, so, it can be basically confirmed that he does have the ability to copy the dead man's ninjutsu. Sarutobi Bawako's face sank. Danzo's saying this now is literally pushing her into the fire pit. But Sarutobi Bawako knew that at this time, Danzo would not push himself into the fire pit. Lord Danzo. Seeing Danzo and Sarutobi whispering in Lake Biwa, Lu Han tilted his head and looked, you seem to have questions. Cold light. You are so clever, you deliberately make yourself miserable, but the fact that you are a traitor cannot be denied. Danzo snorted and said loudly, okay. You said you copied the dead man's tolerance, the ability of art, right? Then, this matter, why didn't you report it to Lord Hokage? Everyone has a secret. Joke. You are a trusted confidant of Lord Hokage. Master Konoha has a lot of secrets. Lord Hokage has never hidden anything from you, and even gave you the cultivation method of Hiraishin, which is a gift for you, but you are hiding something from Lord Hokage. Are you worthy of Lord Hokage's trust in you? And now, you are going to kill Lord Hokage's wife, dare you say it? You have no heart for Konoha. You dare say it. You are not a traitor. Danzo's righteousness was awe-inspiring, but Lu Han raised his brows. This Danzo is good at mouth gun skills. But his statement is completely untenable. Everyone has a secret. There is nothing wrong with this statement. And Danzo didn't expect to rely on his words to convince him that Lu Han was a traitor. He was just and mud. Call. A dark shadow suddenly appeared beside Lu Han. It was an Anbu ninja. After whispering to Lu Han for a while, he glanced at Sarutobi Lake Biwa and Danzo with cold eyes, so he walked away. Anbu ninja rushing into the open space is actually a very dangerous act. Any bad thing will trigger a chain reaction, but he still does it. Sarutobi Bawako and Danzo slander Vice Captain Hengwang so much, he can't bear it anymore, so he thinks some words are worth being right. Lu Han said something. After hearing this, Lu Han's expression remained unchanged, and he looked at Lake Sarutobi Biwa again. Lord Bawako, may I ask you a question? Speak. Are you the master planner of this operation, or the mastermind behind it? Oh, yes. Sarutobi Lake Biwa was no longer afraid of Lu Han snapping his hat, and generously admitted. If that's the case, then I'll ask you. Lu Han paused, then suddenly raised his finger to the Uchiha clan in the distance. Why didn't you know about their participation in this operation? Chapter 0455 Don't Get Cold. Sarutobi Bawako's face changed dramatically, and her heart was shaken. She could no longer hide her emotions. What Han Guang asked seemed to be irrelevant, but in fact there was a huge problem. Sarutobi Bawako didn't know that the Uchiha tribe would be involved in this operation, but she didn't say that she took everything down and took care of it by herself. It was agreed before, and she took all the responsibilities, so she did it. But she didn't thinking left a deadly hidden danger. She lied. When a person's lie is proven, anything she says will be questioned. Danzo, who had been cleared of suspicion, once again became the object of suspicion. You're silent, you're acquiescing, right? Ha, if we Anbu didn't have ninjas who understand lip language, it's really hard to find the problem. You think I'm a traitor. You want to kill me. So you found Danzo, but you didn't. I don't know what Danzo did. It's hard to imagine why you trust Danzo so much. Do you, Danzo? Lu Han looked at Danzo again. Lord Danzo, I have to repeat the same old tune. Are you really just helping that stupid woman? How dare you hide such a big thing from the Uchiha clan? Or, you have reached an agreement with the Uchiha clan. What kind of secret agreement? This is very possible, isn't it? You have a very bad relationship with the Uchiha clan, which is well known, but this time they are listening to you. It is really hard to imagine what benefits you promised the Uchiha clan in private. We'll let the Uchiha people give up the previous estrangement and die for you, Silence. Many people are stunned, because the situation turned around too fast. A moment ago, he was talking about whether Hengwang was a traitor or not, but now, the target is Danzo once again. If it is not the Uchiha clan mobilized by Sarutobi Lake Biwa, but Danzo himself. That would be really interesting. Danzo has become the focus, and eyes are falling on him, and many people do not hide the doubts in their eyes. Danzo's face was ashen. Even though he was thoughtful, it was difficult to explain at this time. Sarutobi Lake Biwa lied. It's a dead end. Tisk tisk, that's really interesting. Lu Han said again, Lord Danzo, you are very ambitious. As we all know, the stupid woman who is Lord Hokage's wife trusts you very much, even if she knows that you are concealing her agreement with the Uchiha clan. In this case, I will also cover it up for you and take all the responsibilities alone. Tisk tisk tisk. This friendship is truly a lesson from heaven and earth. Han Guang always speaks astonishingly, but this time, many people's expressions change drastically. Focus becomes not only Danzo, but also Sarutobi Lake Biwa. Many people glanced back and forth on the two of them, as if trying to see something. Even Tsunade looked at Sarutobi Bawako in many different ways. Sarutobi Bawako was Tsunade's teacher. When Tsunade practiced with Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would always be taking care of Sarutobi Lake Biwa. The mutual trust between the two was built on the days and nights of getting along for more than 10 years, and at this moment, this trust was shaken in Tsunade's heart. Everyone present remembered what Han Guang said before. Sarutobi Lake Biwa committed adultery with Danzo. The words were vulgar and vulgar. At the time, Luhan said these words for disgusting people, but now, these words seem to have a miraculous effect. It's hard not to think in that direction. Even Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado, who had never spoken, frowned deeply. Obviously, their hearts were not at peace. Facing the questioning eyes, Sarutobi Bawako's breathing became faster and faster. Her face turned Yuhi at first, and then turned black. She was so embarrassed and angry that she wanted to go crazy. Slander. Pure slander. Or the slander that women can't bear at all. Sarutobi Bawako looked at Luhan with a look that could eat people, but she couldn't say a word to refute. Say what? She had no way to refute what Han Guang said just now. Because it's all true. She really doesn't know that Danzo has mobilized Uchiha, let alone whether Danzo and Uchiha have reached an agreement in private, and she really trusts Danzo very much. As for the adultery, that is what Han Guang said earlier, but Han Guang just didn't say it. Sarutobi Bawako can't directly say that the cold light is slandering, saying that he did not commit adultery with Danzo. It sounds like it is full of self-inflicted feelings. Why should I provoke him? Leave everything to Hiruzen. Why should I provoke him? Sarutobi Lake Biwa has never regretted so much. Really should wait for Sarutobi Hiruzen to come back, then. Sarutobi Bawako believes that no matter what rumors there are, her husband will completely trust her, and a situation like this should never happen at this moment. Sarutobi Lake Biwa is very strong and observant. During the First Ninja World War, she fought bloodlessly on the battlefield and was not afraid of life and death. She is a good enough and powerful ninja. Many times she is not afraid of death, but now, she is afraid. Her reputation as a woman, as a wife, seems to have taken a devastating blow. This is something scarier than death. Sarutobi Bawako really wanted to speak angrily at Hengguang and slander. But she wanted to speak, but she couldn't. There was no strong argument to support her. Her thinking was in chaos, and she didn't know what to say. She saw the terrifying cold light, not only the terrifying strength of being a ninja. Sarutobi Lake Biwa did not speak. The more she did not speak, the more questioning eyes, the more intense the color of doubt. The pressure rushed to Sarutobi Biwa Lake like a storm. Her body was already shaking, the trembling became more and more violent, and it was shaky. You didn't refute me, tisk tisk. Luhan once again broke the silence. It seems that it's all acquiesced, right? Lord Bawako, Lord Danzo, I think it's better for you to commit suicide now, although it looks more like this. Martyrdom, but in the end, today's events can be brought to an end. Everything started because of you, and it should be ended by you. How about it? You shouldn't object to such a reasonable request, right? Silence again. But this time the silence did not last long, and Danzo, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. Hengguang, dare to fight with me alone. Let's compete, divide life and death. Chapter 0456_ How deep is the city of cold light? As soon as Danzo finished speaking, many people looked at him in disbelief. Lord Danzo, your shameless shame is really amazing. Luhan, who was covered in blood, grinned and didn't hide his sarcasm. You really don't plan to refute me. There's nothing you can do, so you want to kill Silence. Humph. You damned traitor. Everyone gets it and kills him. Danzo looked righteous and dignified, soiled the reputation of Lord Bawako, brought shame to Lord Hokage, and slandered me again and again. Cold light. You acted like this. It seems that your tongue has the upper hand, but have you ever thought that Lord Hokage can forgive you? Oh, you must have thought that Lord Hokage will not forgive you. You are ready to betray Konoha, and you are escaping before fleeing. You still thought of giving Konoha a blow. How dare you say that you are not a traitor? It is my duty to eradicate the traitor. Quote. What? This. It turns out. I don't know if what Danzo said was too contagious. All eyes turned to Luhan, as if they really believed what Danzo said. Danzo is smart. He didn't refute Luhan just now. It doesn't mean he doesn't refute now, it's just that the situation is urgent and the situation is bad. he has to think about what to say. The starting point of his remarks has completely bypassed the so-called traitor evidence and Han Guang's evidence. Slander, start from the root. Han Guang does this. How will it end? Sarutobi Hiruzen has absolute trust in Sarutobi Lake Biwa. Would Han Guang be surprised? Clap clap, clap. Lord Danzo is really talented. Lu Han was very calm, and clapped his hands for Danzo with a smile, but I wonder if Mr. Danzo realizes, Han Guang, Deputy Captain Konoha Anbu. For me, an important result, not the process. I can do anything as long as I can win. Quote. So, betraying Konoha is also your plan? Danzo sneered. No, Mr. Danzo didn't understand what I meant. I wanted to say, I can do anything, including, take back what I said. Lu Han smiled even more, and immediately turned his eyes to Sarutobi Lake Biwa and said quickly, as far as I know, Biwa-sama has been carrying out secret missions for Hokage-sama in recent years, and don't go back to Konoha. Even I, the vice captain of Anbu, didn't know Biwa-sama's whereabouts before. The adultery is self-defeating. It's just my angry words from my previous anger. In my opinion, although Lord Bawako is extremely stupid, he is not going to have sex with a shameless person like Lord Danzo. In fact, what I just said, there is an obvious flaw, that is, if Lord Bawako really has it is impossible for her to be estranged from Lord Hokage. It is impossible for her to not know that the Uchiha clan will participate in today's action. There is no need for Lord Danzo to hide it from her. But Lord Danzo concealed it, obviously because of his own calculations, and Lord Biwa, most of them are blinded. This. Captain. What is it? Another uproar. Hangguang actually washed Lake Biwa white. Washed very thoroughly. Sarutobi Lake Biwa looked at Lu Han in disbelief. At this moment, she felt as if she had flown from hell to heaven. Humph. It's so funny. When I hit the weak spot, you slapped yourself in the face. Danzo sneered louder than the uproar, and everyone could hear what he was saying. If you pass it, cold light, you can't be so shameless. This proves your guilty conscience even more. No, I think Lord Danzo has misunderstood again. Lu Han raised his fingers and shook his face. There was no panic on his face, as if everything was in the master. It's not that I slapped myself in the face. I have a doubt. I take back what I said. It is a kind of temptation. And the silence of Lord Bawako just now has answered my question. Danzo's face changed, and the bad feeling reappeared. With his mind, he immediately thought of what Han Guang's so-called question was. Impossible. Han Guang can't have such a deep mind. It's impossible. He's not even 14 years old. Danzo growled inwardly. Yes, Danzo-sama, you were right. Lu Han saw Danzo's face, and his smile became wider. The answer that Biwa-sama gave me in silence just now is. She must have promised you that she will bear all the responsibility for today's affairs. Right. She suspected me and wanted me to die. But she didn't have enough strength to do so, so she found you. And Lord Danzo always takes risks in doing things. Without Lord Hokage's order, if you dare, you wouldn't dare to do anything, move Deputy Captain Anbu. But you did it. You have nothing to fear, and you are not afraid that Hokage-sama will hold you accountable afterwards. It is because Bawako-sama promised you. I will take all the responsibilities. If not, Lord Bawako can completely confess everything just now. She doesn't know that the Uchiha clan will participate in this operation, just say it. I think both Homura Mitokado and Lord Kaharu Udatain can testify about it. But she just needs to do it. Today the responsibility for this matter falls entirely on Danzo-sama, which refutes her previous promise. Therefore, she did not say that even if she suffers an unjust injustice, she will bear it with all her might. In order to make the previous promise, take all responsibility. Lord Bawako, am I right? Lu Han finally looked at Sarutobi Lake Biwa and asked. Lake Biwa is stunned. With her intelligence, she doesn't have such a deep mind at all. But some things have been integrated into her bones, such as integrity. She is indeed determined to take all the responsibility, so in her subconscious, she will not reveal the real situation and she will not let the responsibility fall on Danzo. Silence again. She still didn't say anything. Such an attitude was equivalent to everything by default. The eyes of many people looking at her changed again. Lake Biwa was not only white, but also white and shiny. Even though some people have thought that her IQ is indeed a problem, they have to admit that she has a very noble character. Even if she has been deceived, she will not change her original intention. She is a person who will do what she says, and she will die without regrets. Danzo's face was extremely ugly. Because the worst situation he was most worried about had already happened. Losing the shelter of Sarutobi Lake Biwa, his actions today are really suspicious. Chapter 0457_ The ever-changing plot. Looks like I'm right. In fact, I have always believed in Lord Bawako's loyalty to Lord Hokage, and my inferences are based on this. Since Lord Bawako is still with Lord Hokage, but for Lord Danzo protecting against the wind and rain, Lord Danzo can still be so unscrupulous, I think. The promise should be correct. As Luhan said that, he shifted his gaze, looked at the woman standing not far from Sarutobi Lake Biwa and said, Master Kaharu Udatane, I don't know. Am I right? Sarutobi Lake Biwa was silent. Danzo was already at a loss for words, so Luhan asked Kaharu Udatane. Kaharu Udatane is known not to be afraid of offending people. This is not the case with Homura Mitokado. Of course, this is not the main reason why Luhan asked Kaharu Udatane. That is not enough insurance. If Kaharu Udatane denies it, it will be troublesome. Luhan dared to ask, the real reason is, the Yuhi name above Kaharu Udatane's head has turned orange. Well, Lake Biwa has indeed promised us that it will take full responsibility for all the consequences of catching Hangwang. Kaharu Udatane said blankly, the Uchiha tribe will be involved in the action, we really don't know. She really said it. Not only said it directly, but also sold Danzo. Ha! What a surprise. Lord Danzo. Luhan looked at Danzo again. Are you arresting me? Are you trying to arrest me today? You secretly mobilize the Uchiha clan to arrest me. What should I do? It feels like you're going to kill me from beginning to end. Tisk tisk, you really should explain it better, don't you? Danzo looked at Kaharu Udatane in disbelief. Kaharu Udatane gave Danzo a cold look and said nothing. She was only suspicious of Danzo's actions before. Why did she secretly mobilize Uchiha, a tribe that had never been trusted by Konoha executives? And when Luhan slandered Sarutobi Lake Biwa for adultery, Danzo clearly had the opportunity to confess everything and take responsibility, but he didn't do that. Which made Kaharu Udatane's heart cold. Well, it seems that Lord Danzo hasn't decided what to say yet, so I'll give you a summary. Luhan said again, first of all, in the previous mission, Lord Sarutobi Bawako found a lot of doubts in me. Fan has no brains to speculate and regard me as a traitor. After returning to Konoha, she has the intention to eradicate the scourge of Konoha, but because Hokage-sama is not here, she found Danzo-sama. Quote. Actually, I personally have had a conflict with Danzo-sama, and I won't go into details, but it can be inferred that when Bawako-sama found him, he first shied the blame, and then Bawako-sama promised to take over all the responsibilities and let go by Danzo-sama. Arranged in secret. Lord Danzo saw that the opportunity could not be missed, so he started to prepare, and then the situation exceeded everyone's imagination. In order to kill me, he mobilized the Konoha Garrison Corps, and mobilized the Root Ace Killer, which is now watching the fun in the sky. Guy. Then he transferred out the Konoha with Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, whom I care about close to. And the Uchiha clan. Actually, not so much the Uchiha clan, but a private agreement with the Uchiha clan. After all, you had a bad relationship before. Tisk tisk. It's such an honor. It doesn't make sense for Lord Danzo to mobilize so much power for me alone, enough to shake the foundation of Konoha. For this, I have to repeat the same old tune, Lord Danzo. You really are not deceived after seeing Lord Bawako. do you want to take the opportunity to overthrow Lord Hokage's rule of Konoha? Or, are you prepared to act on the spot? If you can't do anything, just stop, if you can. Ha! Quote. Why are you smart? Why is it tongue-in-cheek? This is exactly what Luhan showed. You fart. Full of nonsense. Danzo scolded angrily in the face of questioning eyes. Are you out of breath? Luhan smiled even more. Even when I slandered you for adultery with Lord Bawako, you were silent, but now you scold me loudly. Lord Danzo, you must understand that it is not the louder the voice is. Dayu is right. As an assistant of Hokage, Lord Hokage is in charge of Konoha in this era, and you should focus on the overall situation, but what have you done? There have been dozens of ninjas who died tragically. Aren't you afraid of them taking their lives? Or, you don't care? Boom. A terrifying aura rose from Danzo's body, causing everyone present to change color. Danzo, what do you want to do? You dare to do it? You really? The anger sounded one after another, and in an instant, hundreds of ninjas from all directions were all ready to fight. Including the Uchiha clan. They are now grasshoppers on a rope with Danzo, and naturally they are on Danzo's side. In an instant, the barrier became tense. Luhan frowned slightly. He knew that Danzo was not a reckless man. Hangguang, I underestimated you. Danzo stared gloomily at Luhan, his terrifying aura rising again and again, but your descent towards Konoha cannot be denied. Humph, you still remember this. After Danzo finished speaking, he raised his hand and tore it. A stab, Danzo's upper body was torn apart, revealing the black curse mark in Yuhi. The untraceable lock's mother's curse seal. Oh, you want to use this spell to control me. You don't think you don't know. You dare to secretly attack Hokage's assistant, and dare to say that you have no objection to Konoha. And I will kill you with dignity. I just want you to die. I don't want to be killed. You control and become a tool for you to harm Konoha. Danzo pointed at the curse mark on his body and spat wildly, and was extremely emotional. Damn it. Damn it. He actually knew. No wonder it was so simply named Yuhi. Luhan really didn't expect that Danzo knew that he was being controlled in reverse. In fact, it is not difficult to understand that using dreams to affect people's minds, and dreaming of the same person over and over again, normal people will feel abnormal. The key is that Danzo did not plan Luhan when he was busy with affairs in the country of Vortex. I didn't think about it, but I would dream at night. This is a flaw. The so-called day and night have dreams. I don't even think about it during the day, but it's still the same at night. Danzo created the no-trace lock technique. It's normal for him to find the problem. The others around were stunned again. Chapter 0458_ The final battle is finally here. Light to control Danzo. Why Danzo used so much power, and even deceived Sarutobi Lake Biwa, in order to have enough confidence to kill Hangguang. Danzo has to do this. Because he is now Hokage's assistant, to act as Hokage's responsibilities, to rule Konoha. If he is really controlled by Hangguang, what consequences may be caused? Is Hangguang waiting for this day? Is this why Danzo cuts through the mess? Danzo didn't say much, but that's what he meant to say. And the senior ninjas present can also think of this layer. At this time, Danzo is in charge of Konoha, but Hangguang wants to control Danzo. After thinking about it, adding some suspicions, it is really scary. Danzo once again skipped all Luhan's words and shifted the focus. This time he succeeded, because what he said was right. Luhan really wanted to control Danzo. This point, Luhan really couldn't refute it. I have to admit, this guy really has a good brain, and his reaction is fast. But this also shows a problem. He has nothing to do. Otherwise, it is impossible to actively expose the untraceable lock technique. After all, he is the one who doesn't make sense in this matter. After today, he will definitely give Sarutobi Hiruzen a reasonable explanation. It has always been easy to distort the facts with Danzo's ability, but it will not end well in the end. The fish is dead and the net is broken. After Danzo said those words, many people showed incredible eyes, and the plot always reversed so suddenly. Danzo's way of reversing the plot is very simple, turning himself into a victim. Lord Danzo, it seems that today between you and me, we must fight to the death. Lu Hansen said with a cold smile. It's you who died. I live. Humph. Have you finally stopped explaining? What do I explain? You created the no-trace lock technique. You and I know what's really going on, but it doesn't matter what I say. Lord Hokage isn't here, you can refute anything I say. Of course, there are one thing I can admit, I really want to control you. Ha ha ha, you admit it. Danzo laughed, quite surprised. How dare Han Guang admit it? Isn't this looking for death? Of course I dare to admit it, because Lord Hokage asked me to do this. Lord Hokage doesn't trust you at all. Lu Han threw a bomb. What? Actually. Could it be? There was another uproar. Some people were already confused, and the development of today's events has exceeded their thinking ability. Danzo just wanted to refute Lu Han. He knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not give such an order, but he stopped his mouth as soon as he opened his mouth. He immediately understood what Han Guang was thinking. Indeed, Han Guang lied. This is not Sarutobi Hiruzen command, but who can prove it? Sarutobi Hiruzen is not here. Danzo dared to reveal the Traceless Lock Mother spell because Sarutobi Hiruzen was not here, and Han Guang dared to say that it was Sarutobi Hiruzen's order, and also because Sarutobi Hiruzen was not here. Both of them were shameless. Ha ha ha, good you cold light. Danzo laughed, laughing a little crazy. It seems we can only decide the outcome. I am happy to accompany you. Lu Han's face sank, extremely solemn. He is serious. Han, you're crazy, Tsunade exclaimed, hurt so much, consuming so much chakra, and daring to fight with Danzo is not crazy. Captain. Sir, don't. Cold light. Many have been born to stop, some Anbu ninjas, and Hyuga Huyang. Today's event, in the final analysis, is because of Danzo and I. Many people died, they are innocent. Lu Han raised his hand to signal, and said in a loud voice, there is no need to continue the dispute, and it will cause another mass fighting, neither with me nor with Konoha, is not a good thing. Calm down, we've talked so much back and forth, I'm tired and tired too. I think Lord Danzo should have the same thoughts as me. Today's matter will be concluded by our decisive battle. We will decide between life and death, no matter what the outcome is. Today's matter should be ended, and the rest of the matter will be resolved when Lord Hokage returns. Lu Han turned over his generous speech, and seemed to have a determination to die, but it attracted a silence. Because they can't deny that Han Guang is right. Anbu, Gen, Hyuga, Uchiha, Konoha's young geniuses. If the melee starts again, I really want this group to win by fighting. No matter who wins, it will shake the foundation of Konoha, but this will not stop Danzo the decisive battle with the cold light. Both of them have made up their minds, and they are both powerful and terrifying, and no one can stop them. Hangguang, you really surprised me. Danzo, who was furious, sighed, I don't know if you are too arrogant. You think you will win the battle, or you have Konoha in your heart. That's what you said. Today's event. It will end with the battle between you and me. Follow the orders. If I die in this battle, you should return to the station immediately, and don't leave until Lord Hokage returns. Quote. Yes. There was a sound of promise not far behind Danzo. Anbu obeys. Lu Han also raised his hand and said, if I die in this battle, Bailey will temporarily take charge of Anbu's rule until Captain Whitefang or Lord Hokage returns. Captain. Lord Cold Light. There was no answer to the promise, and there were just anxious calls. Anbu ninjas were not those cold-killing machines. From an emotional point of view, they were normal people, and it was difficult for them to accept Han Guang's death-defying behavior. Lu Han ignored those Anbu ninjas and kept looking at Danzo. He didn't think he was going to die, since he didn't die. It doesn't matter whether Anbu ninja should have this order or not. Lu Han is going to kill Danzo. The super special explosion rate hasn't been used yet. Killing Danzo will give Lu Han an unimaginable reward. New hatred and old hatred are counted. Lu Han has no reason not to kill Danzo, and Danzo has no reason not to die today. Hangguang, then we'll. Danzo showed a sinister smile. Wait a minute. A sudden voice interrupted Danzo's words, and everyone looked. This person. It was Uchiha Yokoyama. Lord Danzo, how about I fight for you and kill Hangguang? Uchiha Yokoyama looked at Danzo and asked. Are you a fool? Lu Han looked at Uchiha Hengshin in disbelief. Chapter 0459 explain the future. Difficult for Lu Han to understand how much Uchiha Hengshin owes his IQ to jump out to block Danzo's gun at this time. Everyone present knew that Danzo was going to kill Hangguang, and if he succeeded, he won. Absolutely. It won't be better. The doubts on Danzo's body are difficult to wash away, and Sarutobi Hiruzen will not fail to figure out the stakes. That is to say, Danzo and Hangguang's absolute. No matter whether he wins or loses, he has to pay the price. Uchiha Yokoyama's brain was pulled by a spring. Jumping out at this time, the so-called brain pumping is nothing but this. Smelly shameless. The Uchiha tribe is really shameless. It's Danzo's dog. Before Uchiha Hengshin could refute Lu Han's remarks that he was an idiot, he immediately heard a burst of scolding. A few Anbu ninjas are emotional, but most of them are not them, but Hyuga ninjas. Some of the Chunin and Genin of the Hyuga family. They wouldn't be afraid of Uchiha Yokoyama. The Hyuga family and the Uchiha family were already pinned to point, and they fought together before, without any scruples. What did you say? Shameless Hyuga clan. How dare you talk nonsense here? You blind bastards. Situation got out of control immediately. Hyuga ninja and Uchiha ninja entered a state of confrontation. Fortunately, it was some Chunin genin who couldn't see the situation clearly. If the two senior ninjas were so angry, they had to fight. If the advanced ninja does not do anything, the low-level ninja can only curse. Okay. Shut up. Hyuga Huyang and Uchiha Yokoyama scolded their own clansmen one after another, and the surroundings immediately fell silent. The patriarchs of the two powerful clans felt a little embarrassed at this time, and the useless and meaningless scolding had no effect except to make people look down on them. Hyuga Huyang knows very well that Uchiha Yokoyama is not a fool. He took the initiative to stand up. There must be unspeakable interests in it, and maybe there are some dirty private transactions. Lord Danzo, what do you think? Uchiha Yokoyama asked Danzo again, looking directly at him. Danzo, who was ready for battle, had a gloomy expression on his face. He didn't seem to know why Uchiha Yokoyama did this. Of course, this expression could also be faked. After pondering for a while, Danzo seemed to make a decision. Okay. Yokoyama, it's up to you to fight for me and kill this traitor who has a bad heart for Konoha. Okay. Uchiha Yokoyama responded. Hey, just discuss it like this. Why don't you ask my opinion? Lu Han shouted, looking at Uchiha Hengshin. You better give me a reason, otherwise I refuse to fight with you. Today's matter it's not because of you. If you don't want to be attacked by the crowd, it's best not to mess around. You killed more than 30 senior ninjas from the guards of the Uchiha clan's patriarch. You have a mortal feud with my Uchiha. I want to avenge my clan with my own hands. Is it wrong? Uchiha Hengshin honestly answered Lu Han's question. Everyone can feel that he is very eager to kill Hangguang. This reason, considering the risk you're taking, is not sufficient. You master and I are unique to the Uchiha tribe of Kaden fire-style ninjutsu. In order to prevent the rumor of ninjutsu, I have to. It's still not enough. Are you joking? In your heart, you must think that Lord Danzo will kill me. Since you think so, I am dead, but you can't spread it. Uchiha Hengshin was silent. He was struck by Lu Han's words. Those were not the real reasons at all. At most they were just factors that added fuel to the flames. You and I, the Uchiha ninja, have one thing in common. Both masters have the ability to copy ninjutsu. The difference is that we can only copy the living, and you can copy the dead. I don't want this ability to fall into the hands of others. This is a threat to us Uchiha. Luhan was stunned for a moment. What Uchiha Henshin said. There seemed to be a little bit of a logical problem, but Luhan immediately figured it out. You think, as long as you kill me, you can get the ability to copy the dead man's ninjutsu from me. It's possible. This ability is likely to come from one of your organs, just as the replication ability of our Uchiha tribe comes from Sharingan, and even if it doesn't come from one of your organs, it must be related to your cells. Uchiha Henshin was serious and direct, but Luhan wanted to laugh. I have to admit that the ability to copy ninjutsu is terrifying. As the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Yokoyama's ability to copy eyes is at its peak, which gives him even greater strength, but also makes him understand the horror of copying ability. Uchiha Yokoyama has Mangekyo Sharingan, but even so, he can only copy the A-level ninjutsu that is not the forbidden technique. Whether it is the A-level forbidden technique or the S-level forbidden technique, it cannot be copied. But Hangguang has just proved that he can replicate the S-level forbidden technique. Or copy from the dead. Uchiha Henshin wants to get this ability from Luhan. Well, let's trust you for the moment. Luhan thought for a moment and said, of course he wouldn't completely believe what Uchiha Henshin said. What he just said might be an excuse. The ghost knows what kind of agreement he has reached with Danzo in private. Maybe he was acting with Danzo just now. However, Luhan didn't want to delve into anything, after all. They're all dying. That's it. Luhan looked at Uchiha Henshin and raised his chin slightly. Today's affairs will be concluded by the battle between you and me. After the decisive battle between you and me, no matter what the outcome is, the matter will end. Quote. Okay. Uchiha Yokoyama responded immediately and strode into the open space. Hey! Luhan called out angrily. Huh? Uchiha Henshin frowned, not understanding what Luhan meant. Don't you think you should explain the funeral? Luhan raised his finger and pointed at the Uchiha ninjas who gathered together. I and Danzo-sama have both done this. Make it clear that someone will take advantage of the opportunity after this battle in the province is over. Thing. Luhan, who was covered in blood and looked like he didn't have the strength to fight again, said these words with a sense of humor. It's like a dying clown doing his best. Tsunade's eyes were already filled with sadness. She didn't understand why Han was doing this. Chapter 0460_Luhan vs Uchiha Yokoyama. Tsunade felt chills all over her body, bone-chilling. She encountered an unsolvable problem, and trying to save Han is so unrealistic. Of course, Tsunade can unleash the power in her hands. 12 of the most talented young ninjas in Konoha today, which is a terrifying power, but if compared with the Hyuga clan or the Uchiha clan, there is still a gap that cannot be bridged. In fact, this gap is not a big problem. After all, the Hyuga family is on Han's side. But the problem is, the cold has to fight. As long as he plans to fight, everything Tsunade does is in vain. She can't let herself be the one who ignites the flames of war. Once a melee is triggered, she can't take this responsibility, and she can't do it if it's reasonable. In fact, as long as Han said a word, stop fighting, withdraw, Tsunade will definitely go all out to ensure that Han safely leaves the battlefield. Although there will inevitably be ninja casualties, she does not care. It's still the same sentence, it's cold to fight. Why? What's the reason? Could it be? Tsunade suddenly regained his energy, and then his eyes darkened again. Impossible. If he had any other cards, he should have revealed it long ago. After all, with a seriously injured body fighting for life and death with Uchiha Yokoyama as the worst choice, is he to atone for his sins? Even if he gives up his life. Tsunade's mind was already filled with confusion. She didn't understand why Han was trying to control Danzo. If such a thing was discovered, it would lead to extremely bad consequences. It was impossible for him not to know that even if he was lucky enough to escape today, he would not be able to escape Hokage's censure. Han, what is all this for? Tsunade stared at Lu Han. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. The end of the cold is nothing more than those few. Or, die today. Or, wait for Hokage to return and suffer Hokage's endless fury. Or, betray Konoha and endure Konoha's endless pursuit. After all, he has admitted that he wants to control Danzo. Although he said that it was an order from Hokage, it cannot deceive Tsunade. Tsunade knows his teacher too well, and he is very powerful. It is because he is too powerful that he will not use this method on Danzo. The relationship between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo cannot be explained in a sentence or two. Okay, I really don't understand the meaning of your clown-like demeanor. Uchiha Henshin grinned and accepted Lu Han's request. Then I will do as you wish, the Uchiha clan will obey. If I die here today, you must not cause trouble, return to the clan immediately, and support the third elder Uchiha Leiyang as the clan leader. This is the order of the clan leader. Those who disobey the clan will be punished as treason. Uchiha Henshin raised his hand. Facing the gathered together, the tribe gave orders. Yes. Hundreds of Uchiha people responded with a bang. They should be very casual, and have no sense of tragic at all, because they understand that the patriarch will not die, and this order will definitely not be used. Among the high-level Uchiha ninjas, there is only one person who did not obey Uchiha Yokoyama's orders. This person is nearly 50 years old, with long black hair, a medium stature, a majestic appearance, and a pair of long and narrow eyes that are impressive. This person, that's Uchiha Leiyang. At this time, anger was already on his face, but he was forcibly suppressed by him. He is older than Uchiha Henshin, but he is Uchiha Henshin's clan brother, but he is also a loser. More than 10 years ago, he competed with Uchiha Henshin for the position of the patriarch. Fall short. The relationship between Uchiha Yokoyama and Uchiha Leiyang is not friendly. This is not a secret within the Uchiha clan. The father of Uchiha Leiyang is the former Great Elder of Uchiha. Normally, the position of the Great Elder will also fall to Uchiha Leiyang. But because he competed for the position of the Patriarch and was suppressed by Uchiha Henshin, he did not become the first elder. Just now Uchiha Yokoyama said that if he died, the position of the Patriarch would be passed on to him, which was clearly a deliberate joke, or even humiliation. How can Uchiha Leiyang not be angry? After the anger, there was a sense of powerlessness. Although he also had a lot of cronies in the clan, he was completely incomparable with the clan leader. More importantly, he did not have Mangekyo. Without Mangekyo Sharingan, there is a big gap between his strength and Uchiha Yokoyama, and after all, he can't fight. Can we start now? Uchiha Henshin spoke again, but he had already changed his face, extremely serious, and there was a cold light in his eyes that made Lu Han feel a hint of coolness. Of course. Lu Han raised the sickle in his hand. At this moment, many people who cared about Lu Han felt nervous. Uchiha Yokoyama disappeared. Boom. Uchiha Henshin appeared in front of Lu Han. His great sword and Hengguang's sickle were pressed together, and a terrifying shockwave erupted from the intersection of the two swords, sweeping all around. The battle begins. I'll give you a treat. Uchiha Henshin, who was very close to Lu Han, said in a low voice. Ha! Lu Han smiled. Boom, 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 boom. The knife shines like a shadow, and the roar is like thunder. The two started a seemingly simple but extremely dangerous duel with cold weapons. The quick ones only had shadows. Most of the ninjas present could not see the movements of the two, including some Jonin, and those who were strong enough to see some ninjas who are clear about the situation. Some frown, some worry, and some simply look like they are watching a play. The cold aura covered in blood fluctuated, and even the moving footsteps were filled with a sense of weakness, as if they would fall down at any time. This is a battle without suspense. Although many people expect miracles, miracles that break common sense should not be regarded as a guarantee of victory. This battle was longer than everyone at the scene imagined. The cold weapon showdown alone lasted for half an hour. The huge open space was full of footprints of the two fighting people. Han Guang was stronger than everyone imagined. But instead of hope, it brings more despair. Tsunade can clearly feel that Han's vitality has declined to an extremely dangerous level, and maybe he will faint or die suddenly in the next moment. No, Han can't die. Tsunade clenched his fists in despair, and then disappeared in place. Chapter 0461 _ The Power of Physical Magic. Tsunade disappeared, causing the people around him to be shocked. Jiraiya secretly said, "Oops," and was about to leave, but stopped, because Tsunade did not join the melee between Han Guang and Uchiha Yokoyama as he thought, but appeared on the other side of the battlefield. Danzo, Sarutobi Lake Biwa, Kaharu Udatane, and Homura Mitokado stood in a straight line, watching the situation on the battlefield, and behind them were more than a dozen powerful guards, as well as terrifying roots. Call. Tsunade appears next to Danzo out of thin air. Danzo was taken aback. Tsunade gave him a very dangerous feeling, but when he saw who was coming, he relaxed again. He understood that Tsunade didn't dare to mess around. If he was here alone, he would really. It's hard to say, but with Sarutobi Lake Biwa, Kaharu Udatane and others, Tsunade naturally couldn't be looking for trouble. Anything. Danzo squinted at Tsunade, his voice cold. Lord Danzo, since today's matter has been decided, I think, can you remove the barrier first? Tsunade said with a blank expression. Of course not. Why? What if Hangguang ran away? Who can control his Hiraishin? Tsunade was speechless. In fact, she wanted to argue loudly with Danzo, but that would have no effect. It would only delay time, and Han's time is running out. Call. Tsunade disappeared out of thin air again. No one knew where she went, because she didn't appear around the battlefield anymore, but she wouldn't run too far. After all, there was an enchantment, and no one went out. Humph. Danzo snorted coldly, not thinking about Tsunade's whereabouts, and turned his eyes back to the battlefield. After a while, at the southwest edge of the barrier, under the high wall, the lush forest, Tsunade appeared out of thin air, and then he catapulted up, jumped 100 meters, directly to the platform at the top of the high wall, and landed lightly. Tsunade took a deep breath, and walked slowly to the middle of the platform. One step forward, then you can leave the barrier, but this barrier is not allowed to enter. Unless you have the strength of Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is impossible to destroy this barrier. Han, you must persevere. Tsunade looked at the barrier that looked very thin but almost absolutely defensive, thinking in her heart. The next moment, her whole body erupted with terrifying chakra fluctuations. If there was any real investigation, carrot almost made her glow. Yeah! Tsunade screamed sharply, bowed and stepped back, raising his fists. At this moment, everyone in the enchantment felt the terrifying chakra fluctuations, and all turned to look. Even Luhan and Uchiha Hengshin, who were fighting, stopped and jumped on the trees to look into the distance. Not good. Damn, why is she so impulsive? Orochimaru and Jiraiya screamed and disappeared at the same time. Stop, you can't break the barrier. Danzo's furious shout resounded for several kilometers. He didn't expect Tsunade to dare so desperately. If there is substantial chakra fluctuation, it is clearly that she is overdrawing her potential. This punch will not break the enchantment, and the force of the shock is enough to kill her. Danzo naturally didn't want Tsunade to die. He couldn't explain it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Boom. Tsunade naturally ignored Danzo. This punch hit the barrier wall with incomparable ferocity, followed by a deafening roar and an inaudible cracking sound. Tsunade breaks the barrier. But it broke a little, to be precise, a hole that could be fixed at any time. And Tsunade had already rushed out of the hole with the power of the punch that broke the barrier. After a second, the hole was repaired. Danzo is already stunned. Is this the power of Taiju's strange power? Tsunade does not have the power to shatter the barrier. Her strength is far worse than Sarutobi Hiruzen, but she has the power of taijutsu and a large amount of chakra. The blow of the power of taijutsu is like a physical attack. Can form a piercing effect. However, even so, Tsunade paid a very heavy price for it. Beyond the barrier, under the high wall, Tsunade seemed to be completely out of control. He fell from a height, and he didn't know how many tree branches he broke. He finally adjusted his body when he was 10 meters from the ground. PFF'd. With both hands on the ground, Tsunade couldn't contain the injury in his body, and a mouthful of blood splattered on the ground. Han, you must wait for me to come back alive. Tsunade thought silently in her heart. She was seriously injured and should have healed herself immediately, but she forced herself to stand up, staggered forward a few steps, and then started to run, rushing into a denser forest. She's going to find someone who can stop this fight. Tsunade just disappeared into the darkness of the forest. Above the high wall, Jiraiya and Orochimaru appeared out of thin air. Of course they were inside the enchantment, and because the gap in the enchantment was closed, they were not able to hit the enchantment like Tsunade did. What is she going to do? Find someone. Jiraiya and Orochimaru looked out from afar with ugly expressions on their faces. Inside the barrier, after Tsunade broke away from the barrier, Luhan and Uchiha Henshin fought together again. Luhan didn't know what Tsunade was going to do, let alone that Tsunade was seriously injured. He didn't have time to think so much. Uchiha Henshin didn't give him a chance at all. The battle with Uchiha Henshin was more difficult than Luhan thought, but he still felt that he would win the battle. After all, Uchiha Henshin was not capable of killing him, and if he compared the amount of chakra, it was obvious that Luhan, who was able to take drugs, had no match. Way to compare. Although Uchiha Yokoyama had Susanoo's trump card, it was useless, but Luhan didn't use Hiraishin's technique to play tricks on him. There's really no reason to lose this battle. After a few minutes, Luhan, whose vitality had been extremely weakened, suddenly disappeared in front of Uchiha Henshin, disappeared without a trace, and completely left the battlefield, but he must still be in the barrier. Uchiha Henshin glanced around intently, and after a few seconds, Luhan appeared in Uchiha. Not far behind Henshin, quickly hand seal. Futon, wind style, trapped roll ascension. Luhan used ninjutsu for the first time, which was the ultimate move of Futon, wind style, S rank. Uchiha Henshin's reaction was far beyond Luhan's expectations. After the moment of encountering the crisis of death, a dazzling silver light lit up on Uchiha Henshin's body. Susanoo. Chapter 0462_Rampage Susanoo. Uchiha Yokoyama's use of Susanoo is more straightforward than Luhan imagined. This is Uchiha Yokoyama's biggest hole card. Susanoo is indeed very powerful, but the crazy consumption of chakra and the damage to Mangekyo Sharingan are big problems. If it is not necessary, Uchiha Yokoyama doesn't need to use Susanoo at all. Turned it on directly when he was attacked by Luhan's first S-level forbidden technique. A pair of Mangekyo spun frantically in his eyes, and a silver-gray light shot up into the sky and quickly condensed into an energy giant. Susanoo was 48 meters high, equivalent to the height of a 16-story building, and the terrifying coercion instantly enveloped the audience. Boom, boom. The terrifying wind Uzumaki like a tornado bombarded Susanoo, and then it rushed into the sky as if it had encountered force majeure. In fact, this is the attack characteristic of the ascension to the sky. After hitting the target, it will take the target to the sky. However, Susanoo is too big, and its defense is even more terrifying. With the power of ascension, it is impossible to shake Susanoo. The ascension of sleepy volume is not a pure attribute attack or physical attack, so in a certain way, a Susanoo that is big enough can just restrain the ascension of sleepy volume. For comparison, the LV1S level Futon, wind style, forbidden technique is not as easy as the A-level forbidden technique Rasengan of LV9 level. Of course, one is long-range attack and the other is close combat. It cannot be so simple analogy. This is Susanoo. It actually resisted the attack of the S-level forbidden technique. Really? How is this? It's scary. Exclamation bursts. Not only the Hyuga clan, but even many Uchiha ninjas showed their jaw dropped. After all, most Uchiha ninjas have never seen Susanoo of Uchiha Yokoyama, and Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Yokoyama is the first in the turbulent period after the end of the World War. The ninja world has been peaceful since then. Susanoo, it has not been used for a long time. This guy, use it now, save me the trouble. At the edge of the open space, Luhan gasped violently, looking at Uchiha Henshin from afar. Inside the silver-gray Susanoo, Uchiha Yokoyama maintained the hand seal action and stared at Luhan. He was supposed to launch a stormy attack on Luhan, but he frowned at this moment, as if he had encountered something inexplicable. It is indeed difficult to understand. Uchiha Henshin felt that his vitality had been extremely weak and had consumed a lot of chakra's cold light. At this moment, his vitality had rebounded. What was even more strange was that after he performed the S-level forbidden technique again, the chakra's breath became more majestic. Considering that the cold light disappeared for a few seconds before, I don't know where it went. Could it be, he has a way to restore vitality and chakra? What kind of shady means? Uchiha Yokoyama frowned, unable to figure it out, and immediately sneered again, what does it matter? He's going to die anyway. The huge Susanoo moved abruptly. It didn't seem to be moving fast. In fact, it was because it was too big. A random step is tens of meters. Ordinary people can run 7 or 8 steps or even 10 steps per second when they run wild. Susanoo's the speed of action is naturally much faster than that of ordinary people. In other words, every second, Susanoo of Uchiha Yokoyama can leave his attack anywhere within a few hundred meters. Boom, 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 boom. The violent attack that Uchiha Yokoyama started, the pure physical attack of Susanoo's defense is too good. Because of this, every part of Susanoo's body can be used as a weapon for hitting. Luhan was dodging frantically, jumping and flickering. Susanoo's attack was really fast, but because Susanoo itself was too big, the attack trajectory was too easy to catch, so although Luhan looked a little embarrassed, it wasn't dangerous. At this time, Luhan had to admit that if there was no Hiraishin technique, he would definitely lose this battle. After all, except for Hiraishin, his other telekinesis techniques were restricted. However, Uchiha Yokoyama would have died without Mangekyo. It doesn't make any sense to think about it. The berserk giant was swaying his own attack recklessly, and the scope of the battlefield expanded accordingly. Everyone watching the battle was retreating, and some simply retreated directly to the wall. After all, Susanoo is so big that the blind can't see it. Uchiha Yokoyama, are you mentally ill? How does Susanoo use it? After Susanoo's violent attack continued for a few minutes, Han Guang's cursed voice resounded through the battlefield. He seemed to be in a hurry, but in fact, of course it's a calculation. What's the point of swinging a fist and kicking a leg? You should make it bigger. How to quickly consume chakra without magnifying the move? Without consuming chakra quickly, how can Luhan win? Yes, Luhan is ready for a war of attrition. ... With his current attack limit, it is unrealistic to break Susanoo. LV9 Ultimate Rasengan can only explode a mountain, and Susanoo is stronger than a mountain made of rocks in terms of size and defense. As you wish. Uchiha Henshin's heavy voice resounded through the battlefield. He stopped the violent physical attack on Luhan, and quickly hand seal. Kaden Fire Style Dragon Flame Release Song Jutsu. 5 fire dragons attacked furiously. Fuck. Luhan scolded secretly, and immediately walked away from the battlefield. Comparison. The Dragon Flame Release Song Jutsu released by Uchiha Yokoyama is completely incomparable with Uchiha Madara. From every angle, Uchiha Yokoyama is much worse than Uchiha Madara, but this does not hinder the power of Dragon Flame Release Song Jutsu. Although Dragon Flame Release Song Jutsu is an A-level ninjutsu, Susanoo will form an extremely terrifying blessing on its power. In Susanoo state, any technique that Uchiha Yokoyama releases will have extraordinary power. Luhan appeared in a 1-kilometer forest, and when he looked back, it had become a sea of fire. Hey, come again. Let me see how many chakras you have available. Luhan grinned, muttered, and disappeared in place. At the same time, on the high wall in the southeast, 3 figures appeared out of thin air. Stop all of them! An old and vigorous shout resounded through the barrier. Chapter 0463_Rage. Uchiha Yokoyama's heart sank, and he knew. Tsunade had left the barrier and was looking for help. The rescuer who can stop this battle. Uchiha Yokoyama naturally didn't want Hongguang to leave here alive, so he used Susanoo very simply. Want to fight quickly. But didn't do it. And now, Tsunade's rescue has arrived. Still a character that everyone will be scruples again. On the high wall in the southeast, the pale Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. Beside her was an unusually sturdy ninja, about 50 years old, with a giant dog by her side. She was the commander of the Konoha garrison army. Inuzuka Tears. As a strong older generation of Konoha, Inuzuka is of high rank, stronger than anyone on the scene, and dominates the garrison. He wants to stop today's battle. As long as he wants to do it, he can still do it. It was still the open space. Uchiha Yokoyama saw that he couldn't do anything, so he scattered Susanoo and stood with his hands behind his back. Luhan immediately appeared not far away. The ninjas who had retreated earlier also gathered quickly and gathered around the open space again. Tsunade returned and went directly to Jiraiya and Orochimaru, while Inuzuka Tears went to Danzo, Sarutobi Bawako and others. It's really bad luck. Killing someone is so unpleasant. Luhan held the knife for a while, and felt a little depressed, but he couldn't blame anyone. He could see that Tsunade was seriously injured, and he obviously forcibly broke the barrier and paid for it. Luhan was still very distressed despite the cost. Lord Tears. Lord Tears. Seeing Inuzuka's tears come, whether it is Sarutobi Lake Biwa or Kaharu Udatane, they are all very respectful. Only Danzo is not like this. He is Hokage's assistant, and at this time, he is acting as Hokage's position, so there is no reason to respect Inuzuka's tears. Lord Danzo, this. Inuzuka's face was solemn with tears. Let's go over there and talk. Danzo raised his hand and pointed, and the two walked side by side into the woods behind, followed by a giant dog. The other side. How are you? Why work so hard? How's the injury? A group of talented ninjas from the younger generation of Konoha surrounded Tsunade and asked about Tsunade's injuries with concern. It was enough to ask. Naturally, there was no need for others to check, because Tsunade was a medical ninja, and no one could know her more about her injuries. Need our help? Jiraiya asked, saying that the help was naturally to cooperate with Tsunade to heal her. Jiraiya asked, apparently thinking that Tsunade's injuries were too severe to govern. No, Tsunade shook his head, raised his eyes to look at the battlefield, his voice was low, and he felt weak. Wait for the cold, let's get out of here together. Would you like me to bring someone here? Orochimaru asked coldly. Tsunade immediately gave Orochimaru a sideways glance and shook his head slightly. Orochimaru has a way to quickly relieve Tsunade's injuries, but at the cost of human life. The whispers between Inuzuka's tears and Danzo didn't last long. The two walked out of the forest one after another, and went first to Danzo, who was beside Sarutobi Lake Biwa, and said loudly, "Go on. Today's affairs are still ended by a decisive battle between you. No, there will be changes." What? There were several exclamations all around. Tsunade's face changed dramatically. He turned his head to look in disbelief, but saw a figure flashing beside her, and Inuzuka was already standing beside her. It's an order. I can't disobey the order. Inuzuka tearfully said this, then walked away, and appeared next to Danzo and the others. Order. Maybe. As Hokage's assistant, Danzo is acting as Hokage's assistant at this time, and he has full authority over Konoha. He does have the right to directly order Inuzuka Tears. However, Tsunade is very clear that Inuzuka Tears are not pedantic people. As long as he stands in the right position, even if he disobeys Danzo's orders, Sarutobi Hiruzen will not be held accountable when he returns. So apparently it was Danzo who convinced him. The so-called order is just a pretext. Tsunade was trembling with anger, the corners of her mouth were trembling, and she couldn't say a word. She thought she could stop all this, but it had the opposite effect. Not only did she fail to stop Hangwang and Uchiha Yokoyama's decisive battle, she also gave Danzo greater confidence. Since Inuzuka can be persuaded by Danzo, it is obvious that he is on Danzo's side. With him, no one will be able to stop this battle of life and death. It is useless for Tsunade to find anyone. Inuzuka holds the garrison in tears. Personal strength is stronger than everyone present, unless Sarutobi Hiruzen can come back, otherwise, no one in this Konoha can make him change his decision. PFF'd. With anger, Tsunade couldn't hold back the blood spurting out of his mouth. Tsunade. Don't hold on, heal your wounds. Jiraiya and Orochimaru no longer asked Tsunade for advice, and pulled her directly into the woods behind, followed by those young genius ninjas. Fight again. Luhan didn't intend to stop, Uchiha Yokoyama naturally did too. Susanoo reappeared. This battle is longer than everyone imagined. From dusk to night, the war was still useless. The two fought furiously for several hours. The tenacity of the cold light made people tremble again and again. The terrifying forbidden technique that burns life. Hangwang can copy the dead man's ninjutsu. He has killed too many people, no one knows how many techniques he has mastered. At night, the moonlight is dim. All the ninjas watching the battle have retreated to the surrounding walls of the barrier. The forest inside the barrier has long been wiped out. The entire barrier is the battlefield, and all the trees have been destroyed. This stems from Uchiha Yokoyama's tactics when it first fell into the night. If it wasn't for him zooming in everywhere, the trees in the enchantment would not have been cleaned so cleanly. He did this, of course, to restrain Hiraishin's technique. Luhan always relied on Hiraishin to avoid fatal blows at critical moments, and stayed far away, but because of the trees, Uchiha Hengshin couldn't spot Luhan immediately. Han fled to where, so he destroyed all the cover. Click. A sudden cracking sound made everyone look up, and a crack appeared in the huge energy cover covering a radius of 3 kilometers. Boom. The barrier shattered. If Hangwang dares to leave here, take him down. Danzo immediately instructed Inuzuka, who was beside him with tears. Chapter 0463 Death of Uchiha Yokoyama. The enchantment was broken, and only the huge round wall with a height of 100 meters still existed. The shattering of the barrier was naturally not due to external forces, but because it had existed for a long enough time. The 81 ninjas who cooperated with Danzo to maintain the barrier were all special existences with a higher chakra volume than ninjas of the same level. Chakra has bottomed out. The shattering of the barrier was beyond Danzo's expectations, because he never thought that the cold light could last so long. Now there is no enchantment to limit Hangwang's Hiraishin technique. In fact, Danzo really hopes that Hangwang can escape from here. The battle on the battlefield is still going on, and it has not stopped because the barrier is broken. Of course Luhan will not run. He must kill Uchiha Hengshin today, because today he has paid too much price, being known as copying ability, being suspected of possessing the means to restore chakra and vitality. His strength is completely exposed, and Tsunade was also seriously injured by today's incident. Uchiha Yokoyama must die. Although he has already won the first kill of a level 60 bronze boss, the achievement rewards he obtained before have an extraordinary special explosion rate, so as long as he kills Uchiha Yokoyama, he will definitely get rich rewards. The high walls around the battlefield were full of fire, and many ninjas were holding torches. Among the hundreds of ninjas, most of them could not see the specific situation on the battlefield. Although Susanoo was very big, it was dark. The stalemate battle continues. Uchiha Yokoyama's attack is extremely domineering and has little skill. After all, Susanoo is so big, it is difficult to use his skills, while Hangwang relies a lot on skills. In the face of Susanoo who can't be broken at all, he avoids most of the time, and sometimes go around behind Uchiha Yokoyama to attack, sometimes burrowing underground and hiding. Normally, Uchiha Yokoyama has an overwhelming advantage, at least it looks like this, but in fact, the senior ninjas present can see that Uchiha Yokoyama's strength is not stronger than Hangwang. Hangwang relies on Hiraishin, and he why not rely on Susanoo? Susanoo has been knocked over by the shining ball of light countless times. If it wasn't for Susanoo's perverted defense, Uchiha Yokoyama would have died long ago. An hour has passed. The night was thicker, the dark clouds covered the full moon, and the battlefield was dark, and the light flickered from time to time. Damn it, how can he have so many chakras? He was seriously injured before. Uchiha Yokoyama growled in his heart. At first, he thought he would win. 2 hours ago, he started to get irritable, but now, he was a little apprehensive. His eyes were already aching. Maintaining Susanoo for a long time caused damage to his Mangekyo Sharingan. It was a permanent damage, although after a day of rest, his eyes would no longer be sore, but the damage would not go away. Of course this is not the point, although Mangekyo if you use it too much, you will be blind, but it will not last for a few hours. Point is, he's running out of chakra. His Susanoo has become unstable, and maybe it will shatter after 2 more S-rank ninjutsu attacks. Uchiha Yokoyama was very tired, but he didn't notice any fatigue in Hangwang. ... Is it finally going to fail? Susanoo. It really opened my eyes. Luhan sneered. He despised Uchiha Hengshin's fighting style. The turtle shell and the wood were really annoying, and Ren Luhan was so different means, if you can't break Susanoo, you can only fight the war of attrition. Fortunately, Luhan can afford it. It's time to end all this. Luhan's violent shouts suddenly resounded for several kilometers. Some ninjas with amazing eyesight saw at this moment that the sickle in Hangwang's hand disappeared, and a great sword appeared in his hand. Astonishing blade. Be careful. Danzo's face changed dramatically and he roared. But it's too late. A terrifying thunderball appeared in front of Luhan and shot out. The target was too big, and Luhan was not far from Uchiha Hengshin, so there was absolutely no reason to miss it. Boom. Jinghong Peerless hit on Susanoo, directly blasting the huge Susanoo out. Uchiha Hengshenguchi donated blood. Chakra was consumed frantically, but it was still difficult to maintain Susanoo. Whoa! Susanoo shatters in the air. Uchiha Hengshin crossed an arc in the air, bombarding the ground hundreds of meters away like a cannonball, and rolled for tens of meters before stopping, covered in blood and extremely miserable. But not dead. The big Yuhi point on the insight map is still there. Really tenacious. Luhan muttered and disappeared. Patriarch. Patriarch. Exclamations rang out from the 4 high walls. Some senior Uchiha ninjas rushed into the battlefield. They moved, and so did Anbu. Save people. Danzo snorted quickly. Inuzuka burst into tears, then disappeared onto the wall. Luhan was less than 100 meters away from Uchiha Hengshin. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and a terrifying aura rose along with it, as if to suppress him. At this moment, the big Yuhi name on the insight map was changed to Inuzuka Tears. Konoha Garrison Army Commander 60 White Silver Boss, Inuzuka Tears. Cold light. Enough. Inuzuka said solemnly with tears. When will it be your turn to take care of me? Luhan really didn't give any face at all. Inuzuka's tearful behavior made him extremely disgusted. At this time, he came to save Uchiha Yokoyama. Why did he go earlier? Luhan believed that if it was him who was about to be killed, Inuzuka would never care. Laugh, laugh, laugh. A flick of Luhan's arm, more than 100 Hiraishin kunai shot in all directions, and Luhan disappeared immediately. Inuzuka burst into tears in tears. He didn't expect that Hangwang would dare not listen to his advice. He never thought such a thing would happen, so he didn't bring his psychic beast with him. The giant dog is still on the wall. Without the dog, Inuzuka couldn't exert his full strength at all. After 2 flashes, Luhan appeared in front of Uchiha Hengshin, flipped his wrist, and stabbed down. A twist. Puff. The sword of astonishment stabbed into Uchiha Yokoyama's heart and shattered it. Whoa! Dozens of falling objects rushed up with the golden light. Uchiha Yokoyama, die. Chapter 0464 The God of Subversion will soon appear. In fact, Luhan had already confirmed that Uchiha Henshin was dead, and it was impossible for him to drop anything if he didn't die, but he seemed to be worried that Uchiha Henshin was not completely dead. Immediately after opening his mouth, he spit out flames, burning Uchiha Yokoyama's body to ashes. Hengguang. Luhan heard a suppressed anger behind him, and there was a hint of trembling in that voice, obviously angry to ultimate. Luhan turned around and looked at Inuzuka with tears in his eyes, and said lightly, "Is there a problem?" "I said enough. You should stop." Inuzuka bit Kiba tearfully. "How old are you? Remember, the only people who can order me are Lord Hokage and Captain White Fang." Luhan sprayed Inuzuka with tears, and the impression of Inuzuka's tears on him was really bad. "Oh. Do you remember? Who came for you? What did you do? Since you won't stop this duel, you should accept the result of the duel." "It's funny, I want to come. If it was me who was just about to be killed, you certainly wouldn't stop it, huh?" Inuzuka was speechless, just stared at Luhan, clenched his fists, and the terrifying pressure rushed towards Luhan. Luhan was very calm. He won. He didn't believe that Inuzuka dared to do it. Although Inuzuka's tears are strong, he is not afraid of Luhan's reckless actions. If he does this directly against Anbu's deputy captain, he will definitely be beaten by Anbu's ninjas, and may even cause a melee. Inuzuka's tears are not justifiable and can't bear responsibility. Call. First Anbu ninja reached Luhan's side. Call, 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 call. More and more Anbu ninjas appeared behind Luhan, all of them looking like they were ready to fight. They didn't care who Inuzuka tears were. If Inuzuka tears dared to do something, they dared to work hard. At the same time, the Uchiha ninja has arrived, and the Hyuga ninja has also arrived. Patriarch. The Patriarch he. The angry voices came one after another, but no Uchiha ninja dared to attack Luhan. Anbu came first, and Hyuga ninja also arrived. Whoever made a move would cause a melee. A short time, hundreds of ninjas gathered around the place where Uchiha Yokoyama died. The giant dog also appeared beside Inuzuka tears, Hyuga Huyang, Danzo, Tsunade, Sarutobi Bawako. All came over. Uchiha Henshin has been burned to ashes. Many people are silent about this. Some people are still immersed in shock. How did Hengguang win? Han Guang, you are so cruel. You have already won, and you even burned the body. Danzo also wanted to trouble Luhan. I'm an Anbu ninja, and I'm used to destroying corpses and destroying traces. It's easy to do it. Luhan glanced at Danzo, and immediately raised his voice again. According to the previous agreement, today's affairs are over, and the rest will wait for Lord Hokage. Come back and deal with it again, don't look for trouble. Anbu obeys orders. In. Let's go back. Yes. Luhan took out the mask and put it on his face. Finally, he glanced at Inuzuka's tears, who was mad with rage but couldn't do anything. With a wave of his hand, he took 70 or 80 Anbu ninjas and walked away. This farce, which can be called the high-level civil unrest in Konoha, finally came to an end after Luhan led the people away. Killed the contemporary patriarch of the Uchiha tribe, just left in front of everyone's eyes. No one dared to stop Anbu from leaving. After all, as agreed before, Hokage's assistant, Hokage's wife, 2 high-level advisors, Hyuga's patriarch, the commander of the garrison army. So many important people are here to witness the decisive battle agreement. No one dares to go back on it. If Inuzuka tears saved Uchiha Yokoyama, then everything would be okay. Danzo can say things like, "You already won, you have to be spared and go around people, wait for Hokage-sama to come back and deal with it, and protect Uchiha Yokoyama." When he got up, Luhan couldn't kill him anymore. Can be useless if Uchiha Yokoyama is dead, irreparable. No one can find Han Guang trouble because of this. Anbu Station, Cave Square. Uchiha, the second team leader of Anbu, codenamed Wanfang, was walking back and forth in the square anxiously. 4 or 5 hours had passed. He still didn't know what was going on outside. He was assigned to stay at Anbu and could not leave without permission. Have a look. A noisy voice sounded from the entrance and exit, and Uchiha Baiyi raised his head sharply. The blood-stained Lu Han walked at the front, and walked out of the passage with 70 or 80 Anbu ninjas. Uchiha Baiyi dodged to Lu Han's side, opened his mouth, but couldn't speak. He was shocked. If the murderous aura on Captain Hengguang was real, the bloody aura that lingered made Uchiha Baiyi understand that Captain Hengguang had just experienced a tragic battle. In addition to Lu Han himself, a small number of Anbu ninjas were also injured. Some of them were seriously injured and could not even walk on their own. They needed someone to support them. More importantly, there were fewer people, and some people didn't come back. Okay, imagine, is dead. This, Captain. Let's arrange for someone to heal first. I'll go back first. Don't disturb me if you have nothing to do. Lu Han raised his hand to interrupt Uchiha Baiyi's question, turned around and disappeared. Uchiha Baiyi was stunned for a while, and immediately called to arrange for Anbu medical ninja to come over. He didn't notice that many Anbu ninjas who had just returned looked at him strangely. Back in the room, Lu Han couldn't wait to walk to the stone wall. He didn't even think about taking a shower. He just sat down with his knees crossed. This is the drop from killing Uchiha Yokoyama. Not the first kill. But there is an extraordinary special explosion rate with achievement rewards, so. Heaven and earth, the god of subversion will appear soon. Lu Han said for a while, but there is no god of subversion. He was just because he was too excited. Dozens of dropped objects. Lu Han quickly glanced, not stopping on the S-rank scroll, nor on the rare weapon, until he saw a scroll with intricate and fresh Yuhi patterns. Pick it up with your hands, and take a look. A line appeared on the scroll, Mangekyo of Sharingan Kekkei Genkei. Mangekyo, ha 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 ha, Mangekyo, ha 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 ha. Lu Han held the scroll tightly and couldn't help laughing. Chapter 0465 Mr. Tsunade, you are so beautiful. Lu Han has long imagined how to get Mangekyo Sharingan. If he can get it through exchange. At present, the exchange item for Mangekyo has not been unlocked in the subversive space. I think there is, but the price is probably scary high. There are so many treasures, it will definitely be more useful to exchange other abilities, but the potential is not as good as Mangekyo. And if you don't take the exchange route, you can only kill and drop. The ninja world at this time, there are too few ninjas used as Mangekyo Sharingan. More importantly, even if Lu Han kills all 10 ninjas with Mangekyo Sharingan, it may not necessarily drop the Mangekyo Sharingan upgrade scroll. Probability question. Therefore, if Lu Han wanted to obtain Mangekyo Sharingan, he had to rely more on luck. Obviously, Lu Han's luck has gone against the sky. Time is also fate. When Lu Han had an extraordinary special explosion rate, Uchiha Hengshin took the initiative to run up to give people his head. All I can say is, this guy is too bad. Mangekyo, I'm really looking forward to it. I don't know what abilities the left and right eyes will get. Lu Han couldn't wait. Dong dong. Just when Lu Han was about to open the scroll, there was a knock on the door, followed by Tsunade's voice outside the door. Han, are you inside? It's Tsunade. There was a sense of weakness and a hint of unease in his voice. Call. Lu Han immediately waved his hand, and put all the dropped items in the Mangekyo scroll into the space backpack, and then stood up. Lu Han had long expected that Tsunade would come, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. Opened the door, I saw Tsunade's pale and haggard face, and there were sporadic dried blood on the front of his clothes. Tsunade not only vomited blood once, although he had been treated afterwards, but the symptoms were not cured, and Tsunade fought his life to break the barrier the injuries caused cannot be cured in just a few hours. After all, she has not yet mastered the creative regeneration and 100 heroes technique, and it does not take long to cultivate the yin seal. Tsunade teacher. Luhan took Tsunade into his arms without waiting for Tsunade to say anything. Tsunade didn't struggle and leaned on Luhan's shoulder. For some reason, Luhan felt that he was about to part with life and death. Weird. After a long time, Luhan pulled Tsunade into the door and closed the door. Han, will you leave Konoha? Tsunade's first question made Luhan a little confused. Of course not, why should I leave? But, why are you trying to control Danzo? Well, it's a bit complicated to explain. When Lord Hokage returns, I will give a detailed report. You're sure Lord Hokage will believe you? Of course. You're too optimistic. You don't understand the relationship between the teacher and Danzo at all. Cough cough. Tsunade got a little excited, and then coughed violently, his face turned pale. Let's not talk about this. Lu Hanlian took Tsunade's hand and walked to the wooden couch. I'll help you heal. Although it hurts, even you can't control the injury, dragging it will only make the situation worse. No, your injury is worse than mine, let me see. If there is no bone damage, I can. Bang. With a muffled sound, Tsunade's voice stopped abruptly. Luhan knocked her unconscious. Under normal circumstances, Tsunade would not be easily knocked out, but she was injured too badly, and she was completely unprepared for Luhan. It's so long-winded, Luhan muttered, hugging Tsunade and jumping onto the wooden couch. Tsunade was like a puppet, and Luhan made him sit cross-legged. Luhan sat cross-legged behind Tsunade. His left hand was fighting a knife, slashed his right wrist, blood spurted out, swirled under Luhan's control, pulled into a line, and then bent into a line, finally forming a floating miniature Matsuri altar, which looks like a cage made of yuhi-colored lines. Pain transfer blood Matsuri. From the technique of evil words, it is one of the many evil Matsuri rituals of the evil gods. In short, it is to transfer the pain that the target can feel to another target. Luhan immediately took out a few more big yuhi bottles and drank it to completely heal his injuries. In the previous battle with Uchiha Henshin, Luhan took the big yuhi bottle and the big blue bottle many times, and initially hid in the woods after taking medicine. He hid in the ground because the trees were all destroyed. But Luhan never fully healed his injuries, which would obviously lead to more suspicion. Two balls of light lit up from Luhan's hands, and seemed to press on Tsunade's back slowly and quickly. In an instant, Luhan sweated like rain. All the pain caused by the technique of creating yuan was transferred to Luhan, who really wanted to die. 3 hours later, it was late at night. Tsunade slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were confused at first, and then he suddenly sat up on the wooden couch. In the empty room, the lights were dim, but Luhan was nowhere to be seen. Tsunade seemed to have found something. He folded his hands and closed his eyes. What did he do? Tsunade whispered in a trembling voice. The injury had healed, but she couldn't imagine how Han did it. She opened her eyes and called out loudly, Han. Come on, wake up. Luhan appeared in the room out of thin air with a smile on his white face. Before Tsunade could ask a question, he took the initiative to say, I just went to take a shower, it's really comfortable. Luhan had already changed into gray casual clothes, with clogs on his feet and no weapons. Compared with the previous, Anbu Vice Captain Han Guang, he was more like a bright and cheerful boy at this time. What did you do to me? How did you? You forgot about my master, a technique that can heal almost any injury. Isn't that painful? Why didn't I feel it? Well, it's a bit complicated to explain, it's irrelevant, right? Call. Tsunade moved suddenly, dodged in front of Luhan, and grabbed Luhan's wrist involuntarily. Let me see. Some inspection, Tsunade did not find any injuries on Luhan. But Tsunade's eyes were even more sad. Not all injuries can be easily detected, such as loss of life, such as loss of talent, or the dedication of the soul Matsuri. Mr. Tsunade, you are so beautiful. Lu Han tried to change the subject with a full smile. Tsunade stared at Lu Han, suddenly leaned over and kissed Lu Han's lips. Chapter 0466 _ This is a mistake. Dizziness. Lu Han hadn't felt this way for a long time. Happiness came so suddenly. Lu Han didn't know what Tsunade's heart was like at this time. After all, a woman's heart is a kind of metaphysics. But Tsunade didn't give Lu Han a chance to act. The soft feeling receded. Tonbo kissed like water. Tsunade's eyes were so serious, with sadness that Lu Han couldn't understand at all. Why are you so stupid? Tsunade-sensei, I don't think now is a good time to chat. Lu Han took a step forward and couldn't help but hug Tsunade tightly in his arms. His probe occupied the softness that he wanted to say. Tsunade struggled a little, trying to push Lu Han away, what he wanted to say. In fact, if she persisted, Lu Han will definitely let her go. Lu Han is not a person who is good at using force, but Tsunade didn't insist. When the jade-like arm climbed up Lu Han's neck, when the slightly trembling palm caressed the back of Lu Han's head. With black hair, Lu Han's last sanity was swallowed up. In fact, Lu Han felt that 2 yuhi candles should be lit at this moment, and then set off a firecracker outside the door, but he couldn't get away to do it. This night, the woman who was thrown on the soft couch looked extra weak. ... It's been a long time since I came to this world. For Lu Han, there are not many things that can be called true satisfaction. For now, Lu Han has never experienced such a thing, even if everything happened last night. Remember, the ancients of a certain planet once said that, a moment in spring is worth 1,000 gold. Lu Han really wanted to find this ancient person, throw 10 million taels in his face, and then shout, extra time. Comparatively speaking, another ancient talent was a kind person, and Lu Han had a deep understanding of the so-called, spring night is too short. It's a new day, I don't know what time it will be. Lu Han woke up from his sleep, looked at the woman in his arms, smiled slightly, and kissed the tears that had dried up under the corner of his eyes. Tsunade woke up. She seemed to have dreamed something terrible, her body tensed subconsciously, and she only relaxed when Lu Han's palm stroked her back twice. It was a mistake. This was Tsunade's first sentence, not as sweet as Lu Han thought. I have already demolished the south wall, so I won't break my head. Lu Han smiled. Tsunade was speechless, pushed Lu Han's arm away, lifted the blanket and got up. Under the reflection of the ever-bright light, Lu Han's eyes were full of softness. From this point of view, Tsunade was a perfect woman, although her collarbone was a perfect woman. The blue-purple color is a bit damaging to the beauty. Because of this, Lu Han can still remember the back pain from last night, but thinking about it, the small wound that was scratched by the woman's fingertips should have healed by itself. Tsunade got dressed first, and then Lu Han, who was watching the dressing show, got up lazily from the soft couch, and got dressed with Tsunade's help as if he was paralyzed. Of course Lu Han was not disabled, it was only one night, so he couldn't. He just likes how Tsunade looks like a new wife changing her husband's clothes. Tsunade always looked preoccupied, even if Lu Han offered a parting kiss, she did not respond as shyly as Lu Han thought. Han, I don't want us to be enemies. At the door, Tsunade, who had already opened the door, said without looking back. Don't think about it, although I've heard that girls always get bigger brains after they become women, and even become depressed because of it, but I know you shouldn't be. Lu Han stopped talking halfway through, because Tsunade has disappeared in front of the door. What's wrong? Lu Han restrained his smile and frowned. His heart was not as easy as it appeared. What Tsunade was thinking, Lu Han has not guessed until now. But he didn't show his thoughts, he couldn't be both bitter and hated, that day would never end. The country of Tang, located in the northeast of the country of fire, its only ninja village, Tang Nin Village, was once known as a fighting ninja village, but in the first ninja war, a large number of ninjas were killed and injured in Tang Nin Village, and the lack of backbone resulted in there are faults in the inheritance of ninja, and the strength of Tang Nin village has gradually weakened. Because of its strategy of not fighting with outsiders, it has been implemented for more than 10 years. Therefore, Tang Nin village has won the name of Ninja Village that Forgets War. Sakura Valley, a famous tourist destination in the country of Yuno, Sakura on Izumi attracts a large number of tourists every year, including some advanced ninjas. At this time, Sakura Valley has been reduced to ruins. 100 miles in red. The rich fire attribute chakra pervades this land shrouded in smoke clouds, tens of meters of earth fissures, broken mountain peaks, dried up when Izumi baths, burned up vegetation. All this shows that there was a battle that was beyond the imagination of advanced ninjas. This war has not been known for how long, and it is still going on. Boom, 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 boom. The chakra fluctuations that seemed to tear apart time and space brought up the billowing smoke and dust that covered the sky and the sun. The turbulent flames hit the ground, and the lava surged like Izumi. If an ordinary person is here, then he will understand what the end is. Two figures. The two people who are only fast are only shadows, sometimes fighting in close quarters, sometimes chasing and fleeing, sometimes ninjutsu counterattacks. The tragic confrontation, the earth shakes again and again, and the flames that are set off from time to time distort the time and space, and the mountains are the size of the mountains. The boulders whistled in the wind. Tweet, tweet, tweet. A rapid chirping sounded from the sky, and a black bird with flames all over its body whistled. The two fighting men stopped at almost the same time, retreated, retreated, and retreated again. They didn't stop until they were 200 meters apart. It was obvious that the two were very afraid of each other. These two. Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third generation of Konoha village, the land of fire. Reikage I, the third generation of Kumogakure village in the land of thunder. The two have been fighting for 2 days and 2 nights, and it is still useless to decide the winner. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen has blood on the corner of his mouth, and I has a strange black complexion. It is not far from breaking the defense. Once the defense is broken, he will not be Sarutobi Hiruzen's opponent. Of course, whether Sarutobi Hiruzen can persevere until he breaks his defense is hard to say. Call. The black bird swooped down, the flames subsided, and landed on Sarutobi Hiruzen's shoulder, bowed his head and spat out a pocket scroll. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened the scroll and looked, his expression changed. Chapter 0468 _ The Lord of the Magic Rings. Black Fire Eagle, a high-level psychic beast, with a very common name and a very ordinary appearance, but a terrifying ability. This is a non-combat psychic beast. It's rushing. At the end of the First Ninja World War, the wild Black Fire Eagles have disappeared, and the Black Fire Eagles that still exist in this world are all held by the big forces. Konoha has only one Black Fire Eagle. This Black Fire Eagle there are 2 indentured masters, and Sarutobi Hiruzen himself is one of them. Using the Black Fire Eagle to transmit information is a big deal. It is indeed a big deal. Konoha civil unrest. This is what the intelligence said. The civil strife happened a day ago. Although it has been temporarily subsided, it has left hidden dangers that are difficult to eliminate, because the Uchiha clan leader died in the civil strife, and died in the hands of Anbu Deputy Captain Han Guang. Who would use the word, civil strife, to accurately describe the farce the day before was not someone from Anbu, nor Danzo, Sarutobi Lakebiwa. If they were to write this information, they would definitely be biased. Another contract owner of the Black Fire Eagle, Inuzuka Tears. Inuzuka Lei is definitely a character who can let Sarutobi Hiruzen trust Konoha to his care. In terms of strength, wisdom, vision, and experience, he is impeccable. Although his temper is not very good, Sarutobi Hiruzen is relieved by the overall situation. Information is from Inuzuka's Tears. He wrote the information in more detail about yesterday's situation. Of course, he wrote it from his own perspective. In his writing, Danzo, Hangguang, Sarutobi Bawako, Kaharu Udatane, Hyuga Tiger Young, Tsunade Wait, everyone has been reprimanded. A bunch of disrespectful guys. A group of guys who reckon with their own power and their power will act recklessly. Bunch of assholes. Yes, Sarutobi Lake Biwa was scolded, and in private, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to call Inuzuka a tearful uncle, and Sarutobi Biwa Lake was nothing. Shit. Die. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the information and almost bit Kiba almost to pieces. Flames rose from his hands, burning the scroll to ashes. It seems that we can only fight another day. Ai's voice rolled in from a distance. I knew that if Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to leave, he would not be able to stay with his own strength. From the expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, it could be seen that something had happened. According to the agreement, you did not defeat me. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up at Ai. Retreat. I'll consider it, I said blankly. Humph. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly and disappeared in place. Gone. Scary guy, I murmured and disappeared. Konoha Village, Anbu Station. Luhan sat cross-legged in front of the stone wall and collected a lot of dropped items, some of them were used up. He has already completed the harvest inventory of yesterday's battle, and killed a total of 50 people, including 12 idle Uchiha ninjas, Uchiha Patriarch 33 members of the guard, 5 from the base, received a total of 788 drops. Kill 50 people, only to get less than 800 drops. On average, kill each person to get a dozen pieces. It can only be said that the explosion rate is very general. Counting so many dropped objects is not a huge workload, because most of them are garbage. There are still some uses, but they are not very useful except for 91 ingots, which really made Luhan interested. After careful calculation, there are more than 30 pieces. 14 types of A-rank ninjutsu, 3 types of S-rank ninjutsu, 1 rare weapon, 1 big Yuhi bottle of treasure and 1 big blue bottle of treasure, 1 magic ring of achievement, 9 bottles of spiritual potion, 1 super golden potion bottle. 3 S-level techniques, 2 were from Uchiha Yokoyama, and the other was from an unexpected enemy Luhan the Root Ninja. In terms of the strength of the Root Ninja killed by Luhan, he should not drop an S-level skill, but the Root Ninja is pervert, and it is not surprising that the master has one or even multiple S-level skills. As for the explosion rate of non-first kills, the explosion rate is a probability. Even if there is only a 1% drop probability, it is possible to drop. Otherwise, the probability is meaningless. What should be used? What should be received? 14 A-rank ninjutsu are used, including Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation and Great Fire Destruction Scrolls. 3 S-level techniques. Luhan only left a pure attack-shaped S-level Kaden, Fire Style, Forbidden Technique, Kaden, Fire Style, Longyan Jinchuriki, Column, and the other 2 were all recovered. To get 130 ingots, the rare Lava Blade. It was the rare weapon that exploded from the Uchiha Henshin. Luhan also chose to recover it and obtained 75 ingots. The Magic Ring of Achievement and the Super Golden Elixir are all things that Luhan had never obtained before. The former was obtained as an achievement reward, while the latter was dropped by Uchiha Henshin, and the effect was 20 times the effect of cultivation, which lasted for 3 days. Ring of 10,000 Techniques. This is the first time that Luhan has obtained a non-weapon ninja gear. The achievement reward will always give something special. The effect is also extremely powerful, and it cannot be obtained through exchange at all. The effect of the Ring of 10,000 Arts is definitely powerful. First of all, it has absolute defensive properties and will not be damaged by external factors. Of course, a small ring cannot be used as a shield, and absolute defense is useless. The real effect is that a spell can be stored, and the user can release the spell stored in it at any time through the ring, which can be used repeatedly. That is to say, Luhan can store the Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation in the Lord of 10,000 Techniques ring and release it at any time, or store Rashomon, Rasengan, and even the terrifying S-level Futon, Wind Style, Forbidden Technique. The technique of cutting flowers and rain can also be saved. Only one can be saved at a time, and there is no limit to letting go and saving again. This is equivalent to instant high-level ninjutsu, which is terrible. However, the use of the Ring of 10,000 techniques is not without any freedom. First of all, it is very troublesome to store the spells in it. The more advanced the spells are, the more troublesome. Second, the user needs to consume mental power, which is the mental energy used to extract chakra. If it is to release an S-level technique, a person with strong mental power will become dizzy with one use, and a person with ordinary mental power will pass out after one use. Sudden death may be possible. The ones that should be used have been used up, and the others have already been put away. Luhan finally put the jet black ring on his left middle finger. As only one thing left on the ground, the Mangekyo scroll. It's really exciting, Luhan muttered, picked up the scroll, and opened it. Chapter 0469 _ The Shift of Heaven and Earth and the Tides of Time and Space. It hurts so much. 3. Tomo Sharingan is promoted to Mangekyo Sharingan, and there is a feeling of being stabbed in the eyes. This is very strange. After all, it is promoted with scrolls. This kind of pain does not make any sense. Even if Lu Hantong faints, it will not affect Sharingan's promotion. Luhan didn't know why, and he didn't need to know, he just had to endure it. I don't know how long it took. The pain gradually disappeared. Luhan slowly opened his eyes, and blinked again. The soreness subsided. Luhan felt that his sight had improved, but that's all. He without any Sharingan abilities activated, nothing magical will happen. Secret technique. Luhan made a simple seal, and with a wave of his hand, a huge mirror appeared on the stone wall, very clean and bright. It's so strange, how come it looks like 8 trigrams? Luhan was a little surprised. In his eyes, even if he was sitting on the futon, he could see the pores on his face clearly through the mirror. The shape is clearly visible. 8 trigrams. In the middle is the Tai Chi yin-yang fish, and the outer ring of the yin-yang fish is a regular octagon with a ring and a ring. Counting the innermost ring, there are 4 rings in total. The 8 kakuzu of the 4 octagons correspond to each other. The black lines run through and connect. These aren't really 8 trigrams, just like the ability of my left eye. Luhan raised his hand and lightly covered his left eye, because it was Mangekyo obtained through the scroll. He already knew what ability he had acquired when he was promoted, but it was too painful before. I have to recall it. Left eye. The world moves. It's a pity that such a domineering name is. Chenkin Shift. The ultimate pupil technique with a rebound attack effect can theoretically rebound all attacks, but the higher the rebound attack strength, the more chakra the caster consumes, and the deeper the damage to the eyes. It was an attack on the rebound pupil technique. The rebound effect with no upper limit sounded crazy, but in fact Luhan was a little bit painful. What should I do if I was blind? What should I do if I'm blind? This reminds Luhan of Tsukuyomi. The Tsukuyomi launched by Uchiha Itachi can kill Kakashi in an instant. But for a genius like Uchiha Itachi, launching Tsukuyomi once is also very expensive. But in any case, this technique is still very practical. As long as you don't die and bounce back attacks like Tailed Beast Bomb, there should be no danger of being blinded instantly. Of course, with Luhan's current chakra volume, it doesn't show up either. Gotta bounce Tailed Beast Bomb. Right eye. Luhan raised his hand to hold his right eye again, then jumped up in shock, exclaimed, "Control the time." No, not controlling time, but in some ways, it's more terrifying than controlling time. Time and space tide. Time and space tide. The ultimate pupil technique with the effect of making the target grow, or reverse growth, which can act on non-living targets. The consumption and damage depend on the strength of the target. The literal explanation of the time-space tide is very brief and difficult for people to understand, but Luhan directly obtained the effect of the time-space tide in his consciousness, so there is no problem of understanding. The so-called growth and reverse growth. In a nutshell, growth is: if Luhan initiates a time-space tide on a 60-year-old ninja, he can directly speed up the opponent's growth rate, and can make a 60-year-old ninja grow in a very short period of time. Ninjas become 70, 80, 90 years old, or even die of old age. Reverse growth, on the other hand, can make the other party young. It is not impossible to change from an old man to a child. Correspondingly, the goal is equivalent to returning to the state of the past, and the strength will also return. Past state. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen is powerful and terrifying, but if he is turned into a 5-year-old state, Luhan can kill him with his eyes closed. Of course, since Sarutobi Hiruzen is too powerful, Luhan couldn't use the tide of time and space to turn him into a child. But that doesn't prevent this technique from being very pervert. Because Luhan thought of a very special target. Will miracles happen if this spell is used on that particular target? Genie, can you answer my question about the tides of time? Yes, but only in terms of effects. What I'm asking is the effect. If I use this technique on the dead, and the time goes back, will the dead come back to life? Yes, but Subversive 3665 will pay a heavy price for this. In extreme cases, Subversive 3665 may die and fail to resurrect. The so-called extreme case is one who has been dead for too long, or who is too powerful in his life. Understood. Luhan nodded. In the end, it's still a matter of chakra. If chakra is exhausted, he will die. If Sarutobi Hiruzen has just died in battle, Luhan wants Sarutobi Hiruzen to return to the state of a minute ago, which is probably impossible. You can't even run out of chakra. If I say that the tide of time and space is used on a badly wounded enemy, then after the target is caught in the tide of time and space, its physical state will not be affected by what has not happened. That is to say, the severely injured enemy should be treated after 1 minute, but the thing after 1 minute has not happened, so when it is caught in time and space, after the tide, it will only continue to grow towards the existing state. Its lifespan will increase accordingly, and its injury will recover or deteriorate according to its physical state. Healing will be accelerated, and conversely, the injury will worsen. And you may die from it. Okay, that's enough. Ha ha ha. Luhan laughed and said excitedly, according to this logic, if it is one of my own and is injured, if I let it grow in reverse, can I restore it to its normal state? Injured state. Yes. Okay. Ha 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 ha. After a while, Luhan calmed down. By the way, if it's used on a non-living target, forget it, let me do an experiment. Said that Luhan sat back on the futon, flipped his wrist, and took out a kunai from the space backpack. The very low-quality kunai is not a drop, but one of the spoils of war plundered from the enemy. It is the kunai created by this world. Staring at kunai, Luhan's right eye glared slightly. Mangekyo began to spin, accelerate, faster and faster. Chapter 0470_backtracking. The kunwu that Luhan chose has two characteristics. The first is crude. That is to say, it is a very low-level weapon, and the second is new. Very new. You must know that even if this kind of crude kunai is not used in combat, it is only assembled on the body. As long as it takes a long time, there will be old traces, and rust is inevitable. And this kunai is very new, which means that this is a kunai that has not been cast for a long time, and it may have been cast within half a year. Tides of time and space, backtracking. Luhan controlled the Mangekyo to rotate rapidly, and in a trance, the space around the inferior kuwu was slightly distorted, and then it shattered into slag with a bang. Not metal slag, but iron ore slag. Luhan immediately stopped the tide of time and space. 6 months and 18 days ago, this kunai was still crushed ore. Luhan muttered, blinking his right eye lightly. He didn't feel any discomfort, and he didn't consume much chakra. The inferior kunai is naturally made of metal, and the metal is extracted from the ore, so the inferior kunai grows and turns into its original appearance, which naturally becomes ore slag. Would you like to pervert some more? Luhan murmured. The effect of the ability of time and space tide can be described as scary, but it can make life grow in reverse, even items can. What if this is it? Luhan took out another kunai from his space backpack. It was a fine kunai. It was a drop. It was obtained in yesterday's battle. That is to say, Luhan got this kunai just now. 15 or 16 hours, and before, this kunai did not exist. Tides of time and space, backtracking. In an instant, the fine kunai disappeared from Lu Han's hands. 15 hours and 32 minutes. Because it didn't exist before, as long as the backtracking time exceeds this limit, it will disappear. The consumption is still not large, mainly because the backtracking time is short. The backtracking time does not seem to be very long. Good control, easy to overuse. Takes practice. Lu Han summed up the experience gained from using time and space tide, and had no intention of continuing. There are also penultimate weapons and rare weapons to try, but Lu Han doesn't want to make penultimate weapons disappear. It's a waste. By the way, can the tide of time and space be used on oneself? For example, when looking in a mirror. Can't. Sure enough. Of course not. Otherwise, Lu Han would be invincible. I don't know what my Susanoo is. It seems that they all find a chance to go out. By the way, thinking, Lu Han turned his wrist again, and there was an extra mass on his hand, still dripping blood. It's a piece of rotten meat. To be precise, it was a mass of rotten flesh scraped from a human head, with some broken bones in it, dripping with blood, and looking disgusting. Lu Han shook his hands, shook off the useless meat, wrapped it with chakra, and took out 2 meatballs from the rotten meat. 2 balls of meat the size of human eyes. It's the eyes. Mangekyo Sharingan in Uchiha Yokoyama. At that time, after Lu Han killed Uchiha Henshin, he grabbed Uchiha Henshin's head as soon as possible. He did not have a necrophilia, and under the cover of the night, no one could see any flaws in his smashing action, so he took Uchiha Henshin away. His eyes were thrown directly into the space backpack. No one else knows about this. The act of burning the corpse later is naturally to cover up all this. When grabbing the eyes, Lu Han used chakra to wrap the control, so that the 2 eyeballs were not deformed and broken due to being squeezed, but were directly thrown into the space backpack. There is no concept of time passing in the space backpack, so these eyeballs are still fresh at the moment and portable. Lu Han took out the transparent glass container from the space backpack again, put 2 eyeballs in it, observed it, and then threw it back into the space backpack. He hasn't figured out what to do with the Mangekyo Sharingan. If the value of these eyes is sold on the black market, the money is still a trivial matter, and I'm afraid it will lead to a bloody storm. Adhering to the principle of maximizing interests, Lu Han will definitely not take this pair of Mangekyo lightly. Dong dong. Captain, Lord Assistant, please go to the command room. With the knock on the door, a respectful voice sounded outside the door. Well, I see, Lu Han replied. Meanwhile, the core area of Konoha Village, Tsunade's home. In the spacious hall, the smell of alcohol filled the air, and there were several empty wine bottles on the table. Tsunade leaned back on the chair with a flushed face, and shook the wine bottle in his hand. Jiraiya and Orochimaru sat on the 2 chairs opposite, one was helpless, the other frowned. I said, don't drink. Drinking is not going to solve the problem. Ouch. Tsunade had already punched Jiraiya in the head, and Jiraiya fell directly to the ground, holding her head, looking like a useless punching bag. Noisy. Tsunade wobbled back to his chair. Did I say something wrong? Jiraiya said again. This time he had hit at the door, ready to run away at any time. Han's mistake this time. It is not enough to say that the sin is unforgivable, but you also know that teacher. He is not a person who looks forward to the future. Trying to control the second person in the village is too bad. And he killed Uchiha Yokoyama, as well as a large number of senior ninjas of the Uchiha clan, and took the entire Uchiha clan up and down. All are offended to death. Comparatively speaking, whether Hangwang is more important or Uchiha is more important, I think you should be very clear. If it was a peaceful time, it's okay to say, but now the war has started. I think, in order to take care of the overall situation, the teacher will. The point. Tsunade stared, interrupting Jiraiya's tirade. Jiraiya was right, but all bullshit. The point is, let him go. Jiraiya sighed, let him go, we'll have to deal with the teacher. Maybe, the teacher won't send someone to hunt him down. Just condemn it on the surface and appease Uchiha. Clan-can. Quote. He wouldn't go, I asked him. Tsunade shook the bottle in his hand, his eyes sad. The teacher is coming back soon, and he doesn't seem to think what the teacher will do to him. He doesn't know the teacher at all. Chapter 0471_I am sorry. Tsunade was able to open her heart to Lu Han with a very complicated emotion. She didn't know how long Han could stay in Konoha. She remembered what Han had done for herself. She didn't want to know what those secrets were, because that might be the answer she didn't want to see. She doesn't want Han to be her enemy. Tsunade understands that a lot of times, too dazzling is not necessarily a good thing. Then we're spending time here. Jiraiya saw Tsunade lift the bottle again. You're here. Drinking. There will always be a way. If there's no way, just knock him unconscious and throw him somewhere far away. As long as he has a brain, he should understand why I did this. Tsunade said drunkenly. Not dizzy. Jiraiya's head is full of black lines, and Tsunade can't figure it out. Judging from Hengguang's current strength, knocking him out is an impossible task, but depending on Tsunade's current state and the tone of her speech, she might really dare to do this. Anbu Station, Command Room. Except for Uchiha, the losses are still within the acceptable range. Lu Han was sitting behind his desk, holding the battle report that he had sorted out not long ago. It was the battle report of the Haoshin Rebellion yesterday. Among them, the Uchiha tribe died 61 times. 18 people were seriously injured and 60 people were slightly injured, which can be described as heavy losses. Others are not much to lose. A total of 8 people in the Hyuga family were killed, 12 were seriously injured, and 81 were slightly injured. 8 people died, no serious injuries, and 3 minor injuries. Anbu killed 9 people, seriously injured 7 people, and injured 13 people lightly. 4 of them died outside the barrier, that is, they were killed when they were blocked by Root to inform him. A total of 88 people died in yesterday's chaos, 43 people were seriously injured, and 157 people were slightly injured. Overall, the losses were heavy. Among the 88 people who died, most of them were high-level ninjas. If it really counts, the responsibility lies with Lu Han, because most of them were killed by others, all of whom were Uchiha ninjas, but it's not the focus of Lu Han's attention, and it's not a matter of glory to die a lot. In comparison, the death and injury data at the Root are very eye-catching. A total of 8 people died. If Lu Han remembers correctly, 6 of them were killed by him. In other words, in the large-scale conflict that didn't last long, 2 people died without serious injuries. The case of minor injuries. Actually, this statement does not mean much to ninjas. In statistics, even scratches are considered minor injuries. Jen, it's really scary. If I haven't learned Hiraishin, I might be dead this time. Lu Han muttered, put down the battle report scroll, and picked up the other one on the table, which was just sorted out today. The latest important information. Information 1. From the Konoha Scout Unit, Lord Hokage and the third generation of Ai's Raikage in a decisive battle in the Sakura Valley of the country of Yuno. There was a small-scale civil strife in the Uchiha ethnic area late last night. The conflict lasted for more than 10 minutes and ended. It was suspected that it was suppressed by senior ninjas in the Uchiha ethnic group. Intelligence 3. From the Konoha Independent Scout Force Daimyo was assassinated last night. Hyuga Haeyong personally killed the assassin. The identity of the assassin is unknown and he is suspected of being a black market killer. Hokage actually went to fight. Lu Han was a little surprised, but he didn't expect it, but it made sense, judging from the location where the two fought and Sarutobi Hiruzen's sudden departure from Konoha. Apparently the two made an appointment. Sir, there is one more thing. A hesitant voice suddenly sounded. Huh. Lu Han looked up. Standing in front of the desk is Captain Anbu assisting Sarutobi Yushuin. It is worth mentioning at this moment. He is the son of Sarutobi Lake Biwa. Sir. Sarutobi Yushuin saw Lu Han raised his head, knelt on his knees directly on the ground, lowered his head and said, please allow me to say in my mother's place, I'm sorry. He was in a very bad mood. When Luhan first entered the command room I found out, but I didn't expect that Sarutobi Yushuin would do this. I won't forgive her, but I won't trouble her either. You shouldn't say sorry for her. After all, I'm not dead. Luhan said calmly, get up. This matter is beyond everyone's concern. Control, when Lord Hokage comes back, maybe you should go to him and say something. Lord Hokage is your father, and I think you should know him better than I do. My subordinate understands. Just go out, I think you should talk to someone. Yes. Sarutobi Yushuin got up and left the command room with a lost look. After handling official duties in the command room, Luhan went to the cafeteria. Soon as he entered the cafeteria, the Anbu ninjas who were eating all stood up. Captain. Captain, you are here. Lord Cold Light. A pair of eyes looked at Luhan with burning eyes. In Anbu, no one doubted Han Guang's loyalty to Konoha and Hokage, but after the incident yesterday, they revered Han Guang even more, even a little fanatical. Just like many Konoha ninjas are to Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, it's like a fanatical adoration. Ah, you eat. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. Luhan turned around and walked out. He finally understood why White Fang rarely ate in the cafeteria. Obviously, if Luhan stayed in the cafeteria for a little longer, the others would not be able to eat for a moment. The afternoon, Luhan first went to the grove not far from the entrance of the Anbu station. The 9 Anbu ninjas who died in the battle yesterday were all buried there. After Matsuri paid respects, Luhan returned to his room in the station and began to retreat. Luhan didn't leave the room until nightfall. Whoa! The door was suddenly pushed open, and Tsunade, who was full of alcohol, staggered into the room and slammed the door shut with his backhand. You drank too much. Luhan raised his head and just said. Tsunade had already pounced on Luhan, pulling away Luhan's shirt. Another unforgettable night. It wasn't until it was almost dawn that Luhan and Tsunade pulled the blankets to embrace each other and fell asleep. The dim light was still on, and the two of them were breathing evenly. After an hour. It's already dawn outside. A figure appeared out of thin air in the cave room. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 0472_Scandal. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a person who rarely looks surprised, but at this moment, he can't control his emotions. Eyes wide open, the corners of his mouth trembled unnaturally, and his hair floated up. This is obviously not demonic illusion. Sarutobi Hiruzen believes that what he sees is real, but he already has the urge to poke his eyes out. He got news of the civil unrest in Konoha this morning and rushed back to Konoha as quickly as possible. He came back really fast. It took only a dozen hours to go from the land of soup to the village of Konoha in the middle of the land of fire. This is because he was injured and lacked chakra, otherwise he could go faster. Returning to Konoha, he went directly to the Anbu station. Except for the ninjas in Anbu's quarters, no one knew that he had returned. Sarutobi Hiruzen came to Anbu's station, naturally to ask about the situation. Anbu will definitely have a more detailed report, and he naturally intends to ask in person about Han Guang. He entered the Anbu station. He asked if Hengguang was there. The answer was that Captain Hengguang was retreating in the room to heal his injuries. Master Tsunade came at night and never came out. At this time, he should also heal Captain Hengguang in the room. Answer: the Anbu ninja of Sarutobi Hiruzen also mentioned that Tsunade-sama also came the day before, and he also healed Captain Hengguang overnight. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Hengguang was seriously injured before. Inuzuka's biography of the bird has already written it clearly, and Tsunade is Hengguang's teacher and is very concerned about Hengguang. It is also reasonable to treat injuries. The cold light was very hurt, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was also heavy. He just appeared in Han Guang's room with a heavy heart, and then saw a scene that made him almost collapse. The young genius who had high hopes for him actually rolled with his favorite female apprentice. Is this healing? Is this fucking healing? Beginning to the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not show the slightest breath. He had no malice towards Luhan, and was several orders of magnitude stronger than Luhan. Under these conditions, the sleeping Luhan did not feel the slightest abnormality and did not wake up. It was also related to his tiredness. After all, he was doing physical work before going to bed. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a slow breath. He kept telling himself that he had to stay calm. Scandal. What a scandal. At this moment, Luhan seemed to feel something, made a slight nasal sound, opened his eyes in a daze, and tilted his head to look. Eye to eye. Fuck, you immortal voyeur. Don't be afraid of being struck by lightning. Of course Luhan didn't scold him, he just widened his eyes suddenly, and almost jumped up from the slump, but luckily he didn't jump. His first concern was Tsunade. He pulled the blanket and looked back. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's okay, fortunately, it was covered tightly. Tsunade curled up in Luhan's arms, only his head was exposed outside the blanket. Perhaps because Luhan's movements were a little bigger, Tsunade, who had always had a light sleep, suddenly woke up, opened her eyes in a daze, and muttered, "My head hurts." She drank too much alcohol. In this case, the head will always hurt until you sober up. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his back the moment Tsunade woke up, and he still understood. He knew if Tsunade, who had just woken up and was confused, would sit up directly. Tsunade's voice came to an abrupt end, as if he had stopped breathing. She saw the back of Sarutobi Hiruzen. There was a brief eerie silence in the room. "I'll be waiting for you in the command room." Humph. Sarutobi Hiruzen said indifferently with his back turned, sounding calm, but the last snort had betrayed his heart. Saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a step forward and disappeared directly into the room. Luhan was still in shock, looking at the place where Sarutobi Hiruzen disappeared, and then at Tsunade's frozen face. The two of them were relatively speechless. The room fell silent again, and after a while, Tsunade's expression softened. "If Hokage raids me, what is my chance of surviving?" Luhan asked. "No chance," Tsunade replied. "Why don't we run away?" "Why run? What are you afraid of? We are adults." Hey, I don't seem to be. Not a big-headed ghost. It's all your fault. You know I'm drunk and don't stop me. Go get dressed. Tsunade kicked Luhan from the soft collapse. Tsunade, who were neatly dressed, came to the command room. Sarutobi Hiruzen was already looking at the information, which was a summary of the battle the day before yesterday. Since Sarutobi Yushuin did not return to Anbu on time today, the one who was busy beside Sarutobi Hiruzen was Hyuga Burnin, codenamed Bailey. Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't personally seen intelligence in the Anbu command room for many years, and this time the stakes were high, and he couldn't wait. The information summary of the rebellion in the back mountain hesitated to record too much content, which has been compiled into a book, a very thick book, not a scroll. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned when he first watched it for half a year. It wasn't that the intelligence was worse than he thought, but that he saw a clear tendency in this summary of the situation. This is a summary of situations that lacks neutrality. In other words, this summary of the situation puts all the blame on Danzo, Sarutobi Lakebiwa, and Uchiha Yokoyama, and some of the words are even subjective assumptions and lack sufficient evidence to support them. It is worth mentioning that in this summary of the situation, the part written by Han Guang is the most neutral, often using words such as, suspected how, and, maybe. Instead, it is Hyuga Bonin and other Anbu senior ninjas who are not neutral. From this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Hengguang's dominance over Anbu. There are some things that he can't say in person, but the people below will take the initiative to say it. Of course, at present Sarutobi Hiruzen can't judge whether those tendentious records come from Han Guang's behest. Luhan and Tsunade came to the command room. They stood dryly in front of the desk. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had read the summary of the situation, raised his hand in motion for Bonin Hyuga to go out, until Bonin Hyuga left. Just spoke. "Who can tell me what's going on?" Sarutobi Hiruzen patted the table and stood up angrily. What are you asking about? Lu Han asked mortally. Chapter 0473 _ a clear conscience. What is the question? Sarutobi Hiruzen has just read the summary of the rebellion in the back mountains, so naturally he asked this question. Compared to this, the fact that Han Guang and Tsunade got together is nothing at all. But Lu Han is a very mortal reminder. Sarutobi Hiruzen _ You still have the face to ask me what's the matter. How many days have I been out? How many days have I been out? You dare to fight anyone who pays attention. You. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed to Lu Han, unable to make a sound. It seemed it's about to be killed by Lu Han. After all, it's shameful to get together in a master-disciple relationship. We truly love each other. Lu Han showed his shameless virtues, and wrapped his arms around Tsunade's waist. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's murderous gaze and Tsunade's fingernail pinching, Lu Han's hand around Tsunade's waist held for only 2 seconds before letting go. Sarutobi Hiruzen clutched at his heart, gasping for breath. He didn't have a heart attack, but it seemed like he was going to be let out by Lu Hanqi. Teacher, I think this matter can be put on hold for further discussion. Tsunade tried his best to control his emotions. His tone was calm, but his face was slightly yuhi. Although I don't know the details of the incident the day before yesterday, I feel that Han has absolute loyalty to Konoha and you. Please look into it. Humph. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted in response to what Tsunade said. He was very dissatisfied with Tsunade's unreasonable protection of Han Guang. I don't know what I said, how dare you make a ticket? As the saying goes, girls are outgoing. Sarutobi Hiruzen is very heartache. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to calm himself down as much as possible, sat back in the chair, and then raised his hand to Tsunade. You go out first, walk away, I don't want to see you in a short time. The apprentice who is reluctant to scold, Sarutobi Hiruzen can only express his inner dissatisfaction with the words, go farther. Teacher retire. Tsunade bowed to Sarutobi Hiruzen, then turned around and strode out without giving Lu Han a single glance. Obviously, keeping a proper distance between the two will help Sarutobi Hiruzen forget about the two getting together. But Tsunade didn't expect Han to die. I'll take Kushina to your place for dinner at noon, remember to prepare more. Lu Han quickly turned his head and said in a low voice. Sarutobi Hiruzen heard these words, and the corners of his mouth trembled unnaturally. Tsunade almost didn't fall at the door when he heard Lu Han's words, but he controlled his body, as if he didn't hear Lu Han's words, and sped up and left the room. It seems that you have a clear conscience, okay. Very good. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tense expression relaxed after Tsunade went out. Therefore, judging from Lu Han's demeanor, he was neither nervous nor worried. What? The arrogance is always. And a little shameless. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen does not like this state, Sarutobi Hiruzen is relieved, at least for now, the thing he is most worried about does not seem to have happened. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't want to lose the manufacturable talent of Hangguang. Of course, the premise is that Hangguang does not make mistakes. Tell me about the incident the day before yesterday. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Lu Han and tapped his fingertips on the table subconsciously. Speaking of which, the cause of this incident is Lord Bawako. During my mission in the black market, I had some unpleasantness with Lord Bawako. Speak. Let me make a long story short. After I arrived at the black market, I did one thing before connecting with Kurovine. I sold information about Konoha Anbu Ninja Hangguang to the black market, and by coincidence, the black market killer who wanted to buy Hangguang information in the black market, I successfully contacted him and dictated some things about Han Guang. Han Guang is Lu Han himself, but Lu Han said it very naturally, as if he was talking about another person. You killed the black market killer who bought your intelligence? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. He really understands Lu Han's style. Also smarter than Sarutobi Lake Biwa. Lu Han didn't say why he wanted to sell his information. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already thought about it, and he felt that there was no problem at all. Han Guang is such a person. Or, He is just so arrogant. Back then, in order to save Tsunade, he entered the crisis-ridden Kurigakure control zone without hesitation, but he was much more arrogant than this. No, that person was too strong, and I regretted it at the time. But in the black market, I can only bite the bullet and talk about the cold light. Well, it's bad, go on. After that, I contacted Haitang. After Haitang informed me about the situation of the black market, he left the black market, and then there was a fight outside the black market. Including me, a large number of ninjas in the black market went to the forest outside, fighting. The two sides are Kuroto and the black market killer code-named Wuyong. Wuyong is strong enough to kill Kuroto. After thinking about it, I came to the rescue. At a critical moment, I was forced to use the Rashomon technique. It was the Konoha ninja thing that was exposed, and then Wuyong said that it was the Biwa-sama who broke the black vine, which attracted a large number of black market ninjas who wanted to do something to us. Is still no problem with what Lu Han said. Haitang is a senior Konoha ninja and Konoha's nail in the black market. It is natural and reasonable for Han Guang to take risks to save her. As for using Rashomon, it must be used in an emergency, otherwise Han Guang crazy to launch Rashomon in the eyes of a large group of Anbu killers. How did you escape? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked again. Straight to the point, he knew that with Lu Han's strength and Lake Biwa, it would be impossible to defeat a large group of black market killers. The black market is a place where experts gather. I didn't use Hiraishin, because the ninja who bought my information knew that Hengguang would be Hiraishin. Lu Han continued, it was the killer who saved us. He revealed his name and stunned everyone. Oh, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly became interested. He's a Jianyu-style ghost. Lu Han said. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression froze for a moment, and he blurted out, it's him. Yes, it's him. Hanzo. Huh. Lu Han was shocked. He thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen knew the Jianyu-style ghost, but Sarutobi Hiruzen knew the true identity of the Jianyu-style ghost. Chapter 0474 Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sarutobi Lake Biwa. Is he Hanzo? Hanzo of the Salamander? Lu Han asked while pretending to be extremely shocked. In fact, he just wanted to know how Sarutobi Hiruzen knew the true identity of the Jianyu-style ghost. Yes, the Kenyu-style ghost is Hanzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with certainty. Lu Han didn't seem to believe it. Do you remember Zhao Hai? Remember, it was the guy who was good at disguise, who betrayed Konoha more than 10 years ago and was killed by me. Well, after Zhao Hai's betrayal, I naturally want to investigate the reasons for Zhao Hai's betrayal. After a series of investigations, I got an important clue. Before the betrayal, Zhao Hai, once disguised as a black market businessman, entered the black market, and contacted the black market. Kuojian-yu-style ghost. The Jianyu-style ghost is too dazzling. There are not many ninjas of this strength in the entire ninja world. In fact, the elimination method can be used to roughly determine his true identity. Of course, the premise is to know that this world stands at the top. Who are those ninjas? Zhao Hai went to the Land of Rain and took refuge in a Megakure village, and together with other evidence, it can be confirmed that the Jianyu-style ghost is Hanzo, and he was the Jianyu-style ghost who bewitched Zhao Hai to betray. But I don't even know how he did it. After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent for a while, tapping his fingers on the table subconsciously, squinting his eyes. It seemed that he was recalling some things he couldn't let go of in the past. Lord Hokage, should I continue? Lu Han said in a low voice. Needless to say, Danzo looked up at Lu Han. Hanzo provoked your relationship with Lake Biwa, right? He saved you as a Jianyu-style ghost because you betrayed Hengguang's information, and he thought you were the Konoha ninja, who has a ghost in his heart, is not loyal to Konoha, saves you in Lake Biwa, and then uses some words to make Lake Biwa suspicious, huh? It's really Hanzo's style. Master is wise. Lu Han immediately said. He really had to admire Sarutobi Hiruzen, who can become a hero of a generation, and it really is not comparable to a woman with a brain like Sarutobi Biwa Lake. Oh, it's my fault. She is too suspicious, so I have argued with her many times, alas. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned gloomy, and after a while, he looked at Luhan and said, "Aren't you very confused? Why did you go to Lake Biwa? Black market, right?" "Yes, but now there seems to be an answer." Luhan continued, "Is it because of Lord Bawako's suspicion? In a black market where all enemies are intriguing, suspicion is a good thing." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. "By the way, sir, there's one more thing, in the black market. The black market S-class killer who tried to kill Bawako-sama, codenamed Wooyoung. His real name is Toyama Crossing. His real identity is Ninja of the Land of Wind. I went out earlier, I saw him during the mission, and the adults should also know my skills of identifying people. I recognized him. After I and Bawako-sama were out of danger, he chased and killed him. I killed him and burned him to ashes, because I said the name Toyama Crossing to Lord Bawako, and Lord Bawako suspected that I was a traitor and acted with him. Although there are traces of the battlefield, because there was no body left, Lord Biwa." "Okay, I get it." Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Luhan, as if he didn't want to listen anymore. He knew Lake Biwa, knew Hangguang, and knew Hanzo, so he knew what the problem was. Hanzo's provocation and Sarutobi Bawako's suspicion are a perfect match. "Let's do this for now. I'll find time to ask you about other situations," Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a gloomy tone. His mood changes were obviously because of Sarutobi Bawako, her wife. "Sir, then," Luhan spoke again. "Call." Sarutobi Hiruzen turned and disappeared into the room. "Fuck, I really don't give you face." Actually, Luhan wanted Sarutobi Hiruzen to see the statistics of ninja casualties in the rebellion of the Back Mountains, but Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't have Luhan's chance, so he just left. Thinking about coming, he went to see Sarutobi Biwa Lake. It was early in the morning, and the hustle and bustle of the new day began in Konoha village, which had been silent all night. The shady courtyard, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood under the shade of the tree, slightly looking up at the leaves on the tree, frowning tightly, looking preoccupied, and said nothing for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, the door on the first floor of the wooden building opened not far away, and Sarutobi Yushuin walked out of the house with a worried face, turned around and closed the door, sighed again, and then hand-seal disappeared in front of the door. He didn't see Sarutobi Hiruzen until the end. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want him to see it, so naturally he couldn't see it. After Sarutobi Yushuin left, Sarutobi Hiruzen withdrew his gaze that had been looking at the leaves, raised his hand to straighten his sleeves and placket. The sad and anxious look on his face gradually subsided, and quickly became majestic and expressionless. He went from a worried husband to a majestic Hokage. To the wooden building, and when he reached the door, Sarutobi Hiruzen kept walking, but the door seemed to be slammed open by some invisible force. Inside the house, the pale and haggard Sarutobi Lake Biwa was sitting on the soft slump, closing his eyes and resting. On the square table beside him, there were a few small butterflies with food, and he didn't seem to have moved. The door was suddenly knocked open, and Sarutobi Bawako suddenly opened his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked quickly to the front of the soft collapse. Sarutobi Bawako looked very panicked, lifted the blanket over his legs, and rolled and climbed over the wooden collapse, holding the wooden table with his hands before he could stand firm. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already walked over to her in front of him, his right hand is raised high. Sarutobi Bawako closed his eyes tightly. But that slap did not fall. Many people died. Inuzuka Tears has written down the approximate death and injury situation in the Asuka biography. Such a huge loss cannot be solved with a slap, but Sarutobi Hiruzen still can't bear it. Even if he thinks he has adjusted his emotions, he still can't solve this problem. Slap down, because this is his wife. Speak. Say what you know and what you think. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his hand in despair. Thump. Sarutobi Lake Biwa got down on his knees and cried with his head down. It's all my fault. Woo woo. I am willing to be responsible for their deaths. Chapter 0475 Konoha, S Light and Dark. Konoha Anbu Station, Cave Room. After Sarutobi Hiruzen left, Luhan returned here and continued to retreat. Yesterday, before Tsunade came, he was indeed in retreat, but it was not retreat to heal his injuries, but retreat to practice. The battle with Uchiha Henshin brought a lot to Luhan, and the fierce battle that lasted for several hours, not to mention Luhan the toughest battle ever, but definitely the longest. Luhan saw his own deficiencies in all aspects. If the speed is faster, the knife is faster, the hand seal speed is faster, and the attack prediction is more accurate. Then think about it, the battle process will be completely different. With Uchiha Yokoyama is worth reminiscing over and over again. Noon. Luhan rarely went to the gate of the ninja school as Hengwang picked up Uzumaki Kushina who had just finished school, and then took Kushina to Tsunade's house. At the same time, in the quaint room, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat facelessly on the wooden floor, sipping tea, indifferent. Not long ago, Sarutobi Bawako explained to him the cause, result and process of what happened. From Sarutobi Bawako's point of view, she still felt that she was righteous and was rooting out traitors for Konoha, but she also admitted that she did it herself. Wrong. She took responsibility for the deaths of dozens of high-ranking ninjas on her own, and offered to accept any punishment. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say what to do with Sarutobi Bawako, just told her to go back upstairs, and don't come down without his order. It's closed down. Much remains unclear at the moment, and Sarutobi Hiruzen has not ordered any substantial punishment. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was alone in the hall, waiting for someone. He didn't wait too long. When he picked up the teapot again to refill his cup, a figure appeared across the table out of thin air and sat down without saying a word. When Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the teapot, he picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of tea. Danzo. I'm disappointed, Sarutobi Hiruzen said lightly, taking a sip of tea. I'm responsible. Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. I know I'm going a little too far, but it's not bad for the Uchiha to have such a loss. What did you promise Uchiha Yokoyama? It's done, make the Uchiha clan the #1 clan in Konoha. Give him Senra's Mangekyo, he doesn't know the side effects of Senra's Mangekyo. Uchiha Yokoyama's final battle, did it come from you? Yes. Do you really want to kill Hongguang? Yes. Reason. He's not reliable. I've known it since he first joined Anbu. He's got a problem. I'm even more sure of it when he can reverse the control of the untraceable chain puppet. You are hiding something from me. I don't want to say it. Why don't you know the mother curse mark on your body? I can't do it. I thought that this technique has been developed to the highest stage. Only when it reaches the highest stage can the mother curse be removed. However, the cold light broke the highest stage one created. At present, I can only suppress the influence of the dream on me. Bawako told me that Hengguang had been attacking you all the time, saying that you wanted to usurp the throne. You should trust my loyalty to Konoha. The war has just broken out, the situation is not clear, and I do this, it will not benefit me in Konoha. So you used Uchiha, just to kill with a knife. Kill Hengguang with Uchiha's knife, kill Uchiha with Hengguang's knife. It's understandable, but the situation is beyond my control. I didn't expect Hyuga to be involved in this. Without them, Hengguang would have died, but he relied on the Hiraishin technique enough to kill hundreds of Uchiha ninjas before he died. Quote. You shouldn't be cold, you know I have high hopes for him. I said, he's not reliable. Bawako's inference may be wrong, but I believe in myself. The two of them were drinking tea, talking one sentence at a time, just looking at the picture. The two seemed to be looking at you and saying something ordinary, but in fact, if the words they said today were spread out, it would be enough to cause a stir in Konoha village. Uproar. After some conversation, the room fell into silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen never asked Danzo why he insisted that the cold light was unreliable. The reasons may be very complicated, and even if Sarutobi Hiruzen really asked Danzo, he also understood that what Danzo said might not be completely true. The two have kept Konoha, prosperity on and off, and have worked together for more than 10 years. Danzo is doing all the dirty work, tiring work, and shameful deeds. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is the son of Konoha, then Danzo is the patron saint of Konoha under the Dark Knight. Danzo has done a lot of things that can be called anger and resentment, and Sarutobi Hiruzen has never looked into it, because many things have come from his instructions, and some things. There is no other way to do it. It will be a success. For Konoha ninjas, Konoha has today's prosperity, all thanks to the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi. In their hearts Sarutobi Hiruzen is omnipotent. He is the greatest Hokage, is a generation of heroes who strategize and conquer thousands of miles. Is perfect. But is there really a perfect person? No. It was Danzo who took all the imperfections for Sarutobi Hiruzen, those mistakes, those accusations. Danzo blocked all the negatives, so Sarutobi Hiruzen was absolutely positive. The same sinful thing that other ninjas in Konoha do. The one who is referred to by the thousands will be Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Sarutobi Hiruzen who has the highest command will be denounced as the executioner. And if it is done by the root ninja, the one who is referred to by the thousands will be Danzo. Because everyone knows that Gen does not obey Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders, only Danzo's orders. This is true. Sarutobi Hiruzen really can't control the root. It's not that he can't. It's that he doesn't want to. Danzo has done many evil things, many of which are not from Sarutobi Hiruzen's instigation, but Sarutobi Hiruzen still lets Danzo do it, as long as Danzo remains loyal to Konoha. You're tired. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been silent for a long time, put down his teacup. It's time to rest. Danzo laughed at himself. It seems that you still choose to believe him. After saying that, Danzo dodged and disappeared into the room. Chapter 0476 Captain Anbu _ After Danzo left, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression did not change at all. His eyes did not waver. He picked up the teacup again, paused, and put it down again. The teacup was empty. He was supposed to get the teapot, but he got it wrong. His heart was not as peaceful as it seemed. He still chose to trust Han Guang, but he had to admit that Danzo's words had already affected him. The thoughtful Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly frowned, then his face changed drastically, and he suddenly disappeared on the wooden slump. He smelled blood. Second floor, bedroom. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared out of thin air on the edge of the soft slump. His face was extremely ugly, and it could even be said that his eyes were splitting. The majestic breath diffused from Sarutobi Hiruzen, and if the real chakra solidified quickly, he seemed to close this space. On the soft slump, Sarutobi Lakebiwa lay quietly on her back, her brows slightly frowned and her eyes closed. In her abdomen, a dagger was inserted vertically. On the handle of the dagger, she was holding Sarutobi Lakebiwa's right hand. Blood is flowing. For the next 3 days, Sarutobi Hiruzen met with Inazuka tears, Hyuga Huyong, Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado, Tsunade, had a long talk with each of them, and went to the Uchiha tribe in person on the second day. At the gathering place, they had a long conversation with several strong men of the older generation of the Uchiha tribe. Blink of an eye, 3 days later, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned Luhan. It was still an antique room. The incense burner was smoking blue, the teapot was steaming, and Luhan dressed in Anbu sat opposite Sarutobi Hiruzen, pouring tea, drinking tea and talking. Sarutobi Hiruzen already knew all about the situation of the rebellion in the back mountain, but he still asked Luhan about it. After all, many things can only be explained clearly by the parties from the first point of view. Luhan did not prepare any speeches in advance because of the rebellion in the back mountain. He is not responsible at all, he just needs to tell the truth. Of course, he said, the fact that he can see the other party Yuhi's name, observe the abnormality of Danzo, this is what he arranged for Tsunade to win over Hyuga, etc. Starting point and therefore must be stated. After Luhan's remarks, all the details of the Haoshin rebellion became clear in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. In this regard, Sarutobi Hiruzen said nothing but sighed. Time is also fate. The summary of these 4 words is really accurate. Suspicious Sarutobi Bawako meets the cunning Hanzo. Sarutobi Lake Biwa found Danzo, and Danzo just found out not long ago that he was reversely controlled by the untraceable Lock Mother's curse, and he was killing the cold light. So he came up with a plan to kill with a knife. However, Hangwang discovered the problem in advance and found Hyuga Huyang in advance. Hyuga Huyang listened to Danzo's rebellious words, and he who has always been politically correct, chose to support Hangwang without hesitation. Coincidentally, Uchiha and Hyuga have always been on the tip of the hat, and they started fighting as soon as they met. And the melee was born. Time is also fate. Really? Can you copy the magic of the dead? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Yes. Lu Han nodded. Well, this ability may cause you trouble, so be careful. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't ask any more. You're still too young. It's not wrong to be young, but after all. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Lu Han and said, perhaps you should have listened to Inuzuka's dissuasion at the time. The death of Uchiha Yokoyama is not good for Konoha. Lord Hokage, do you think I am such a person? Focus on the bigger picture. You're not, but I hope you are. Then I try my best. Hangwang was obviously perfunctory. Sarutobi Hiruzen could hear it, but he didn't have the heart to care about it. It was a battle of life and death after all. If Hangwang let Uchiha Hengshin go, he could praise, extraordinary aura, take care of the overall situation, and kill. Can't say it's wrong. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the teacup again, took a sip, and pondered for a while before saying, Lake Biwa committed suicide. What? Lu Han exclaimed. He was really taken aback. Sarutobi Lake Biwa is really a staunch stupid woman. Fortunately, I found it in time and I saved her. She was at fault, and even said that she was guilty of death. But she is my wife after all. Looking to come to Lake Biwa-sama, I made a big mistake because of my confusion. It's not unforgivable, Lu Han said following Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, but he was relieved. Just don't die. Death might lead to some trouble, if someone makes trouble with this. Lu Han doesn't want any more trouble. Now, it seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen is obviously trying to be selfish in dealing with Lake Biwa. He rarely does it, but it doesn't mean he won't do it. It depends on who the target is. Sarutobi Hiruzen in the original book had favoritism for Orochimaru and let go of Orochimaru, who had killed many Konoha ninjas for experimentation. This can be done for Orochimaru, not to mention his wife. Lord Hokage, I have something to report. Lu Han said suddenly. Speak. Hanzo seems to have taken on the task of assassinating daimyo. He bought information on daimyo from me as a Jianyu-style ghost, and I was temporarily held back. I see. Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted slightly, and said after a while, I'll make arrangements. A moment of silence. Lu Han drank tea all the time, while Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be thinking about something before speaking after a long time. Your relationship with Tsunade. Let me think about it. It's alright. You go first, I'll go to the Anbu station in the afternoon. Hey, Lord Hokage, you can't beat the Mandarin ducks, right? Fuck off. Okay. This afternoon, a piece of news that surprised most of the Konoha ninjas quickly spread throughout Konoha like the wind. Almost everyone was talking about it and trying to find out the inside story. Hokage assistant Danzo has relapsed due to a hidden illness and needs to retreat to heal his injuries. He is not suitable for any position for the time being. He will resign as Hokage assistant indefinitely. After Danzo resigns, Konoha will temporarily not have Hokage assistant. And just as the news spread throughout Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Konoha Anbu station came in person and announced a personnel appointment. Konoha Anbu Vice Captain Han Guang. Since joining Anbu, he has made many extraordinary achievements and outstanding achievements. Although he is still young, he has the style of a general. So far, Han Guang has been appointed as Anbu's captain and has full control over Anbu. After that, there will be no vice captain. In this position, Anbu's former captain, White Fang, was transferred from Anbu and has another appointment. Open black lens bracket World War II close black lens bracket. Chapter 0477_any task will do. Originally, according to Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan, he would arrange a duel between Han Guang and White Fang with full malice. At that time, he would personally supervise the battle to prevent unnecessary losses from happening. At that time, regardless of whether Han Guang wins or loses, he will be promoted to Captain Anbu, but the plan is there is always no change, and Sarutobi Hiruzen changed his mind due to the chaos in the back mountain a few days ago. From all the reports he got, Han Guang was not responsible for the whole incident. Sarutobi Hiruzen still trusts Han Guang, and under this premise, Han Guang is the victim. Although Han Guang's performance is extremely generous, it can even be said to be aloof, let alone scolding anyone, he doesn't seem to be angry. Sarutobi Hiruzen does not understand why Han Guang is like this, why he is still so calm after being betrayed by his own people. Why is not important. What is important is that Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that compensation for cold light should be given. There is no love and hate for no reason in this world, and no loyalty for no reason. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want this evil boy who was based on his back to feel cold, and he had to take precautions before it happened. Therefore, on the day he removed Danzo Hokage's assistant position, he directly promoted Han Guang to Captain Anbu. This is a compensation and a warning. Warning to those who want to complain about Danzo, or have ulterior motives for Han Guang. Even if Han Guang kills Uchiha Yokoyama and makes the already unstable Uchiha clan even more unstable, he is still my hardcore confidant. It was on this day that Lu Han came into contact with all of Anbu's secrets. Including the nameless ninja list of Squadron Zero, the highest authority of Anbu's treasure house, the highest authority to view historical information, and the storage place of all forbidden techniques in Konoha. Wait, everything Captain Anbu knows about Akatsuki's secrets. Time flies, in the blink of an eye, 7 days later. Lu Han has been in retreat for the past 7 days, and the direction of improvement involves speed, reaction awareness, combat strategy, clue reasoning, etc. Every other day, he will go to Tsunade at night. The matter between him and Tsunade, except Sarutobi Hiruzen, has not yet been others know. This evening at dusk. Anbu Station, Command Room. Ha 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 ha, you kid, you are getting more and more shameless. How long has it been? The thickness of your face is so good. It's easy to talk, then my proposal. Of course not. I don't belong to Anbu anymore, and I can't interfere in Anbu's daily work. Don't always think about being lazy, kid. I'm not being lazy, it's just that my injury hasn't healed yet. You know, what happened in the mountains about 10 days ago, Okay, you don't have to pretend to be pitiful with me, you can't deceive me. Okay. Lu Han looked helpless behind the desk, and rolled his eyes. Sitting on the chair in front of the desk was a young ninja in his 20s. He was White Fang. He came back to Konoha this afternoon, first went to report to Sarutobi Hiruzen about the situation in the country of the Vortex, and then came to Anbu. He is no longer an Anbu ninja, but as the previous Anbu captain, he has the right to enter and leave Anbu at will, which every ninja who has ever served as a captain in Anbu has. White Fang came to Anbu to formally hand over to Han Guang. Lu Han took the opportunity to make an extremely shameless request to White Fang, hoping that White Fang would have time to come to Anbu to help with daily affairs, but of course White Fang decisively refused. Lu Han really doesn't like sitting in the office. He was just a few days before he became captain of Anbu. Very excited, and then very, very annoying. As a lazy leader, Lu Han hates the piles of information that are higher than people. Even if it is just to open the information and glance at it, sign it. Anbu has gradually given Lu Han a feeling of a cage. Anbu's ordinary ninjas need to perform daily tasks and often go out for a walk. In order to maintain their dual identities, some Anbu ninjas can still move freely as their own identity, while Anbu's captains can't. His identities are extremely weakened, even if he does not show up in Konoha village for a few months. As Anbu captain, in this war period, most of the time he needs to stay behind Anbu. Luhan felt a little regretful. It doesn't seem so comfortable to be the captain of Anbu in a desperate effort. After White Fang and Luhan completed the handover, they chatted with Luhan for a while, then said goodbye and left. Luhan had to bite Kiba's teeth and bury his head in processing the documents again. White Fang wasn't so busy when he was captain, because for most of his time as captain, the ninja world was relatively peaceful. At this time, White Fang has a new identity, and Sarutobi Hiruzen has appointed him as the commander of the S-Unit. The so-called S-Unit is the S-level independent task force. It is a high-level ninja unit temporarily established for the Ninja World War. As the Ninja War is in full swing, more and more S-level missions appear. The team members are all independent mission ninjas directly under Hokage. The geniuses of the younger generation of Konoha have been wiped out, and Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru are also members of the S division. Comparatively speaking, after White Fang left Anbu to serve as S-Corps captain, it was considered a demotion, because his rank was not as high as that of Anbu captain, but from another point of view, White Fang's power was stronger. The overall combat power of the S-class is much higher than that of Anbu, and of course, it is limited to combat power. White Fang's identity will gradually change from darkness to light. In this regard, Luhan can only express envy, jealousy and hate. I can't wait to change identities with White Fang immediately, and often go out to perform tasks, which is much more interesting than sitting in the office often. Time flies, and 10 days pass in the blink of an eye. At noon that day, an order finally rescued Luhan from the office. Hokage's summons. Hokage building, spacious and bright office. When Luhan entered the door, Inuzuka was just walking towards the door. It seemed that he had just finished talking with Sarutobi Hiruzen. The two passed by, without any verbal communication, just looked at each other. Inuzuka's teary eyes were not very friendly. Lord Hokage. Luhan walked to the desk. There is an outing mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up. Okay. Luhan nodded hastily. I haven't said yet. It's okay, any task. Just let me get out of that damn office. You seem very excited. Yes. Chapter 0478_young man, I am optimistic about you. Luhan was really excited. I think Sarutobi Hiruzen will not arrange a quest to die, but as long as it is not a quest to die, such as assassinating Hanzo, everything else can be said. This mission is very dangerous. You can listen to it first, think about it first. It's not necessarily you want to do it, I just want to hear your opinion. Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously. What he just said was, there is an outing mission. Did not say who this task was for. Don't worry, Lord Hokage, leave it to me. Guaranteed to complete the task. Luhan said while beating his chest. Are you too tired? It's so abnormal. Do you want to go back to rest first? No need. Hokage-sama, I'm fine, let's talk about the task, I can't wait. You really don't need to. No need. Okay, I appreciate your aggressive look, young man, I'm optimistic about you. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, looking very relieved, but gave Luhan a very bad sense of language. Lord Hokage, can I take back what I said before? Luhan became cautious. Late. Lord Hokage, is it really okay for you to trick me like that? Stop talking nonsense, you took over the task directly, I didn't force you. Okay, then, what exactly is the mission? Luhan's tone was already cautious. Luhan had a premonition that this mission would be extremely bad after all. I hope it wasn't a mission of betraying one's color to obtain information. The black market manager released the news in advance, and the market will reopen in 10 days. To the black market. It's okay. Luhan breathed a sigh of relief. According to what you said last time, When the black market opens this time, Hanzo will definitely appear as a Jianyu-style ghost. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Luhan and said, "Your mission is to connect with him and try to connect him. The time to assassinate daimyo will be extended by at least a month. You should understand that Hanzo is not a person who obeys the rules. You go to provide him with some information about daimyo this time. After he gets the information, he will probably kill you. This task is extremely important. Dangerous. It is extremely difficult for Hanzo to change the timing of the assassination of daimyo. Now I will ask you again, are you sure you want to take this mission? It's really dangerous." Luhan thought about it for a while, and immediately had an idea in his heart. "However, it seems I have two plans. In fact, I don't want you to face Hanzo. It's very dangerous, so you can skip this mission." Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Luhan, "If you don't accept this mission, because Hanzo has already, I have communicated with you that your status in the black market is irreplaceable, and this mission will be cancelled. After that, I will connect the daimyo to Konoha village to ensure his safety. However, doing so will make the daimyo control the outside world. If it weakens, someone will definitely take this opportunity to make trouble, and it is conservatively estimated that there will be hundreds of millions of tales of loss." Quote, "Yes, I'll take this mission," Luhan immediately said. He analyzed that although the mission is very dangerous, as long as you can deceive Hanzo, all problems will be solved easily. "Yeah, good. You didn't disappoint me." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled again, and immediately withdrew the smile, and said casually, "Right. The location of the market opening this time has been confirmed, and it is in the Land of Rain." Silence. There was an eerie silence in the office. Luhan stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen with wide eyes. He never imagined that Sarutobi Hiruzen's routine was so deep. To be so shameless to push his confidant into the fire pit. The Land of Rain is already the focus of the entire ninja world at this time. It is a small country, but it carries most of the slaughter in the ninja world. Konoha, Omegakure, Sunagakure, Iwagakure, tens of thousands of ninjas from the four major forces are in the rain. There is chaos in the country, and the current country of Rain is the darkest and most disorderly place in the entire ninja world. In fact, Luhan really wanted to go to the Land of Rain, where he would get a bumper harvest. But the premises don't provoke Hanzo directly. Where is Hanzo's lair? Although Luhan is sure to deceive Hanzo, if he fails, Hanzo will chase after him. It's more dangerous than walking a tightrope with eyes closed. Ouch. It hurts. Lord Hokage, I have a heart attack, look. Luhan suddenly covered his heart and shouted exaggeratedly. Do you want me to help you heal? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked quietly. No, it's alright, it's alright. Luhan immediately stood up straight, and then said solemnly, by the way, Lord Hokage, Tsunade is pregnant. At this time, I think I should accompany her. I've already knocked out the child for you. Ouch, Lord Hokage, you are so cruel. If you talk nonsense again, I'm not just cruel. Lord Hokage, you have something to say, you should put down Kuu first. Huh, kid, don't play with me. Just tell me if you have any conditions. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a look of helplessness. He knew that Han Guang was not the kind of person who was afraid of things. How could the arrogant Han Guang retreat? Just want to rip off. Lord Hokage, you really know me. Then I can say it straight, you see. Is there any forbidden technique suitable for me, preferably the one that can be done quickly? This mission is so dangerous, I should do more some life-saving means, not to win Hanzo, at least to allow me to return to Konoha alive, right? Quote. Luhan looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen expectantly. He knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen was not a stingy person. There is no forbidden technique, so don't think too much about it. Advanced techniques are difficult to achieve quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words made Luhan a little disappointed, but then he gave Luhan hope again, but there is one thing, it is perfect for you. Saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched out his right hand, and in his hand was holding the kuei that he had just taken out to scare Luhan. Of course he didn't mean to scare Luhan, he wasn't so boring, this kunai was prepared for Luhan. Luhan took the kuwu in his hand, and he didn't see anything at first glance. He just felt that this kuwusheng contained a power that he was familiar with but somewhat unfamiliar with. When he turned over, he was shocked. On the other side of kunai, the Hiraishin art is depicted. This is the kunai used by my teacher, Hokage Senju Tobarama, the second generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen said at the right time. Chapter 0479 Hiraishin kunai of Senju Tobarama _ Although you have become a Hiraishin now, the time for Master Hiraishin is too short. Not to mention creating your own path, even the path already created by Tobarama has only just stepped out of the starting point. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, this is also what I will do. The reason for this kunai is that you are following Tobarama's path, and the Hiraishin technique is exactly the same as Tobarama's, so you can use this kunai, and relying on this kunai, you can exert a higher level of Hiraishin abilities, such as ultra-long distance teleportation. Sarutobi Hiruzen is Sarutobi Hiruzen after all. He knows how dangerous it is for Han Guang to go to the black market this time, and he has made preparations for this. He can be very fond of talent. Naturally it is impossible to really push the cold light into the fire pit. While Sarutobi Hiruzen was talking, Luhan kept observing the Hiraishin kunai on his hand. The color and shape of the kunai were no different from ordinary kunai, but the quality was excellent, and it should barely meet the standard of a penultimate level weapon. Hiraishin was engraved on one side. The technique is really engraved, not imprinted. The entire technique is a complete dent. Lord Hokage. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, Luhan raised his head. I have nothing to do with this kunai, it seems. You just need to cast your own Hiraishin technique on the other side of kunai, and you will trigger the induction with this original kunai technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, the energy contained in this original kunai technique much higher than the energy you use. It's a qualitative difference, so you can't do what you want at first, but with a little practice, you'll get used to it completely. Luhan nodded, put kuwu on the table, the side without the spell was facing up, and then quickly hand seal, pushed out with one hand. Chakraba was turbulent, and Luhan's right hand brushed past kuwusheng, leaving behind his own Hiraishin technique on kuwusheng. At the same moment when he established a connection with this kuwu, Luhan clearly felt how terrible the power contained in this kuwu. This is the difference that only Hiraishin practitioners can feel. If we say, Luhan's Hiraishin technique, the power can tear the space into a passage that is enough for one person to pass through, and the power of suffering can tear the space out of the space-time abyss that stretches for hundreds of miles. This is just a concrete metaphor, but the difference is so big. Impossible, even Senju Tobarama can't have such a powerful Hiraishin ability, unless... Luhan thought to himself, looking up at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Lord Hokage, this Hiraishin kunai. Is it specially made? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Why did Lord Senju Tobarama specially create this kind of Hiraishin kunai? He already has the ability to surpass the instant body. Even if the Hiraishin kunai is made stronger, it will not bring him any improvement in strength. Luhan asked. In fact, this question does not have a profound meaning, but for Luhan, who also practices Hiraishin, it is worth asking. This is Tobarama Sensei's life-saving trump card. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a while before speaking. His eyes couldn't help but feel sad. In that accident, Tobarama Sensei faced the enemy alone and created a chance for us to escape. I thought that Tobarama Sensei would be able to escape. Get out of danger, because this kunai is placed in Konoha. This is the super strong Hiraishin kunai that Tobarama took half a year to make. It looks like a nick on it, but it is actually a special effect. Relying on this Hiraishin kunai no, Tobarama Sensei can instantly return to Konoha anywhere in the ninja world. Even the barrier that blocks the space can't limit it. And even in the world of terrifying demonic illusion, Tobarama Sensei can still maintain a sense of this kunai. When we got back to Konoha, we stayed with this Hiraishin, waiting. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't go on. Luhan already knew what happened next. Senju Tobarama is dead. Not back to Konoha alive. As for why Senju Tobarama, who created the art of Hiraishin, died, why did he die with the enemy, and he couldn't even escape, no one knows, and no speculative reasonable explanation can be given. After all, the parties involved are dead. Since then, this kunai has been kept by me. I didn't intend to take it out, I just kept it as a souvenir. Sarutobi Hiruzen added. Lord Hokage, do I have to return this kuwu to you after this mission is over? Luhan thought of a very crucial question. Of course, this kunai does not belong to you. Then, what if this kunai was destroyed in battle? Little devil, don't try to play tricks. If you can't bring back this kunai intact, then you don't want to come back. Hey, hee. Luhan, who was pierced, laughed dryly. Hangguang. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly leaned over, resting his arms and elbows on the desk, his hands clasped together to support his chin, and looked at Luhan with a serious face. This mission is no small matter. It involves the life of daimyo. You should also understand, just relying on the people around the daimyo can never stop Hanzo. I can't leave Konoha for a long time to protect the daimyo. No one knows when Hanzo will start, so the success or failure of your mission is very important. I need enough more time to set up. Understand? Lord Hokage, is there no reward for this mission? Luhan asked Sarutobi Hiruzen directly. If you change to another ninja, you must immediately pat your chest and promise to complete the task. Hangguang actually asks if there is any reward. No pay, but, given the difficulty of this mission, Daimyo has allocated some action costs to the village, and it's not a lot. How much? 10 million taels. Fuck, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you shameless bastard. You dare to be greedy for any money. I didn't expect you to be this kind of Hokage. If I don't ask you if I'm not going to tell you. Are you acting stupid? These words only appeared in Lu in the cold heart. On the surface, he only grinned at Sarutobi Hiruzen. If you can complete this mission alone, I will give you 10 million taels and agree with you and Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. This subordinate vows to complete the mission. Luhan immediately said seriously. Chapter 0480_Clean Boy. White Fang left the mission 3 days ago, and the Tsunade 3 left 7 days ago. Apart from them, Luhan has no friends in Konoha, and he has no right to see Senluo. Therefore, in the next few days, he will not only do his daily work. Apart from dealing with Kushina, he is in retreat most of the time. Anbu's affairs have been handed over to Sarutobi Yushuin and Hyuga Bonin. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. Before leaving, Luhan explained to Might Dai and Hyuga Luo Ning again. Might Dai is currently the #1 idler in Anbu's. According to Luhan's order, he doesn't need to undertake Anbu's daily tasks. He can do whatever he wants. The purpose is to give him enough time to practice, and all the expenses of his practice will be borne by Anbu at the public expense. Might Dai is a decent guy, provided he can consistently open 7 of the 8 inner gates for a long period of time. To Might Dai was nothing more than supervising, but to Hyuga Luo Ning, Luhan arranged for her a heavy training task, and asked her to take care of Uzumaki Kushina's daily life. The purpose of this was naturally to hope that the little girl would leave if he thinks wildly or acts aggressively. Luhan will not be able to explain to Tsunade. Was the last month of the 31st year of Konoha, and this morning, outside the village of Konoha. The vast forest, rainy, is already the coldest season in the Land of Fire, but for advanced ninjas, this dampness and cold will not bring much discomfort. I'm finally out. Ha ha ha. Luhan flashed out of Konoha village, running wildly in the forest, feeling a sense of comfort in his heart, as if the sea was wide and the fish leapt to the sky and the birds flew. According to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the black market will open 10 days later. In the Land of Rain, 3 days have passed, and there are still 7 days left. There is still plenty of time, and it doesn't make much sense to enter the Land of Rain in advance. He doesn't know the exact location of the black market opening. Call. Luhan ran wildly, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, standing with his hands behind his back, which prompted Luhan to stop. The man who appeared standing under the tree with a hat with the word fire written on his head was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage. Be careful all the way. Well. Let's hit the road. Yes. Luhan jumped up the tree, ejected, waited on different trees in succession, and soon disappeared into the darkness in the distance of the forest. Sarutobi Hiruzen came to see him personally, which was beyond Luhan's expectations. He seemed to be full of concern, but it gave Luhan a very uneasy feeling. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not such a hypocritical person. He did this for either purpose or. The danger of this trip is beyond Luhan's imagination. After Luhan was far away, Sarutobi Hiruzen withdrew his gaze, and a phantom appeared behind him and gradually materialized. The man was wearing a black ninja suit, with a long knife on his back, his hair tied behind his head, and a mask on his face. It was Danzo. He is no longer Hokage's assistant, although he is still a high-level advisor, but this status has no real power, so his current main position is root leader. You shouldn't give the teacher's kunai to him, Danzo said nonchalantly. He won't let me down, Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly. Really? Then why are you here? Why are you sending him off? You are worried that he will become the second Zhouhai. He won't. Konoha has his concerns. Then why are you here? What are you worried about? Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless, turned and walked towards Konoha village, passing Danzo. Danzo's eyes flashed with self-deprecation. No matter what he said, no matter how aggressive he acted, he still lost to this kid named Han. At this time, he hoped that Han Guang would betray Konoha, so that he could prove that he was right. In the Land of Rain, before the outbreak of the Ninja War, the Land of Rain had been chaotic all the year round. Except for some small villages hidden in deep Yamanaka and towns controlled by major forces, there was almost no pure land in other places. Bandits were rampant, and missing nin was rampant. This is the paradise of sinners. After the outbreak of the Ninja World War, there were some extremely safe places in the country of Rain. Those places were controlled by the four major forces of Konoha, Omegakure, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure. The rear base of the War of the Kingdoms. Luokang village is one such village. It is located in the southeast of the Land of Rain. It was originally a small village ruled by a small missing nin force in the Land of Rain. Missing nin fled, so at this time, this is the sphere of influence of the main Konoha army. There are 2 battalions of more than 300 ninjas stationed here. Although there are not many ninjas, they are not far from the rear headquarters of the main army. So far, there has been no attack here. Luokang village was used to gather refugees and provide shelter. Luokang village, which originally had only 2,000 villagers, now has a population of 5,000. Of course, Konoha will not be so merciful. It is impossible to save the world before the war is understood. The collected refugees either pay living expenses to the village, that is, Konoha, or they have to participate in labor and contribute to Konoha. In addition to building houses, paving roads and building wooden vehicles, sometimes refugees also need to participate in the delivery of materials to Konoha. In war, the most important thing is the supply of materials. The lack of food and clothing, the lack of weapons and the lack of replenishment of medicines are all big problems. It was rainy this afternoon. Luokang village. A slightly fat middle-aged man dressed simply but extremely clean, with 3 ninja guards passed the inspection of the Konoha ninja at the entrance of Luokang village, and set foot on the road to the northwest of the Land of Rain. Not long after leaving the village, on a small road in the woods, the slightly fat middle-aged man was walking in front of him. His breathing was quick, it seemed that he hadn't traveled like this for a long time, and he was in poor health. The 3 ninja guards of the middle-aged man were a tall and thin young man, a bald middle-aged man, and a young man with a fair face. All 3 of them were temporarily hired by slightly fat middle-aged people. As guards, the other 2 seemed very vigilant along the way. They always looked into the woods on both sides, as if a man-eating monster would suddenly rush out of it. The teenage ninja, who seems to have a big heart, always looks at the backs of middle-aged people. Because in the eyes of this fair and clean young man, the slightly fat middle-aged man had the word Yuhi floating above his head. Sunagakur Puppet Army Scout Puppet Master. Level 20 Gold Boss, Elaine.